Yeah, Bounty returns for our second day in Malta. 4 teams have already been eliminated, and sadly, 4 more will be joining the hit list today. 3 people that aren't going anywhere, though. It's myself, Rose Spears, Dupree, and Pimp. Gentlemen, did you guys get up to anything fun last night in Malta? The sun doesn't set until like 9, so there's ample time to go out, have some fun.
Yeah, then went for a run, Peter. Enjoyed the sun a little bit, enjoyed the crowded place that we're staying in. It was like, having to go through people all the time.
It's obstacles.
It's obstacles,
yeah.
It's a bit of a challenge, but overall a decent run and a good time.
It was a long day yesterday. I got home, I got to relax, but I had a bit of a fight with my food delivery guy. He couldn't find me, obviously, and then overall I just had a good time listening to all the Brits that's running around.
Did you go for the Indian?
No, I actually had some chicken katsu yesterday, which was quite
classy. You're a man of culture, Dupree.
I found the place. There's a Pokeball place, next to our hotel, and it's quite decent.
You can vouch for it. Okay,
yes,
I'm going there tonight. Let's recap exactly what went down yesterday, though, because as we said, lots of Counter-Strike going down here at Bounty. 4 best of 3s to be exact. Let's dive into Bait versus Foot as our first game. Close, but no cigar for Foot, right?
I think overall yesterday was a mix of very poor Counter-Strike and maybe some sloppy Counter-Strike. It seemed like Bait and Foot were teams that went toe-to-toe when both teams really wanted to go out and showcase what they could show. It was a very messy game to a certain point, and I think that Bait were probably, for me, the team that played the best. I think we had a talk about Foot that if they could actually convert after they won the piss rounds, that was not really the case. They couldn't really get that going, and that saw them on the back foot and actually not being able to close the series.
Close game, but no cigar for Foot.
Ecstatic versus Liquid. Do you want to talk about Train or?
Yeah, I mean, we could. That was a wild one. Let's be honest. 5 overtimes on Train, back and forth. Both teams doing their absolute best not to win that map, but someone had to win at the end of the day, and that was Team Liquid. I think Ecstatic can be more happy about it than Liquid. I think Liquid showed once again that they are in a bit of a crisis. Whereas for Ecstatic, they came very close taking off a map, and even the series were up for grabs against Team Liquid. So, I mean, we saw the scoreboard right there. All the games yesterday were 2-0, but I think that's the most deceiving result scoreboard I've ever seen, because it felt like every single game took forever because it was so close over time. Train was 2 games in 1, so it was a bit deceiving.
It was crazy, yeah. Liquid did win that, just to put that out there. Jacob
they
won, but did they actually win? G2 versus Nemigo, once again, the most wanted, prevailing in that matchup. Was this a close affair, Dupree? What was your takeaways?
Another very close series, and I think for myself and everyone out there, we are all interested to see how G2 is going to look with this new roster. They just recently added Natus, Sun Pius, and Saw in the likes of the coaching role. So I'm pleased to see that they won this game, but it wasn't in a very convincing fashion. But I think that Natus was the one that actually stood out the most to me coming into this team, and actually had a very great game, especially on Mirage. Had a lot of impact, but overall a very close game where Nemigo really pulled everything apart.
Finally, FaZe versus BetBoom. Once again, FaZe prevailing. Was it a good look from FaZe? Like, what were your key points from that?
I think it was okay. They were obviously put on a bit of pressure in that game, but overall they seemed to remain in control for the vast majority of it. First map was somewhat close, second map not at all. Second map, man on the screen right here, Elise was firing on all cylinders, posting a 2+ rating. So from that perspective, I think FaZe, given it's online, given they're still in a bit of a rebuilding phase with Brokey coming back into the lineup, I think that was the most convincing and the most promising team of the favorites we had yesterday, or the most wanted, who actually did a good job of making sure never to be in contention to lose a map or the series.
Tell me what's happening with the money situation then, because obviously there's been a couple of rule changes where now teams, even if you are a most wanted team, you will bank 2.5k, right? So that changes the bounty on some people's heads.
That changes the bounty, and also changes the fact that now we're coming into the next round for the winners, or for the most wanted yesterday. They can actually wager money, heading into the round of 16 if they want to. So that's gonna, incentivize those teams to perhaps play around with that money a little bit more, Peter. So, FaZe, great example. They obviously had a bounty on their head. They take some of that money into the bank guaranteed now, and that also changes the bounty moving forward.
Well, let's take a look at exactly how that lays the land for the teams that do still remain. We can take a look at the teams that were sadly eliminated. Unfortunately, it is the Bounty Hunters once more, kind of going on a similar trajectory to last season, Jacob, which I hate. I hate to see that. I respect Underdog. I love Underdog. Do you?
I respect Underdog too, and I think there's a world where we get to see a couple of Underdogs take down the most wanted. I think today we have some close games on paper where it could be more, more in contention for that. So far, so good though. And let's be honest, yesterday, I know all the favorites ended up winning, Peter, but it was so close.
It was extremely.
Did we have 9 overtimes yesterday combined, or 10 overtimes combined in the 4 games? It was crazy.
It was very crazy. It seemed like yesterday, like we had 4 best of 3s, but it took like almost 12 hours to go through. So it just showcases that.
MR12,
It just showcases that the underdogs can definitely pull the most wanted teams in contention. So I think it's we're in for some great show here.
Well, time to put your money where your mouth is, Jacob. Let's head over to Blast TV to pull up the Bounty Simulator, because you said that the underdogs could prevail today. Let's go through today's matchups. MIBR versus Virtus.pro first. Who's winning that one?
I mean, I think VP is winning, but MIBR have a chance.
Yeah.
To be completely honest, I think that's a somewhat close game. MIBR used to playing a lot of online Counter-Strike. VP is a team that it's hard to grasp right now where they're at, Peter. So I think that could be a close one.
Definitely could. I'm also going to go with VP in this one. I still think that VP is a team that still needs to figure out how to approach the whole lane game leading of Electronic, but also now that they've added Perfector to the roster.
Yes.
It's a team that is on paper looking good, but a team that just haven't found that group whatsoever.
Okay, so we're going with VP.
Yeah.
We're going with VP on that one. That's the most wanted team. Okay, lock that in production. TNL versus NAVI. Is there any chance? Like, NAVI, they just made it to the semi-finals of Cologne. Can they be taken down by TNL?
Most likely not, right? But I looked up on TNL yesterday because it's a new team for me as well.
Yes.
Not familiar with them, and I looked into some of the results. I saw the tournaments, read up on them, saw a couple of videos. That's a proper team, you know. That's a team that is grinding it out online. I counted the matches, 44 series played in the last 13 weeks.
Really?
Most of them online. So that's a team on the grind. Navi, on the other hand, when was the last time they played online Counter-Strike? So yeah, I'm willing to say that they could take off a map from Navi, but Navi's still.
I was gonna say, there's no way they take it seriously.
No, actually,
way.
you want to have some fun? TNL is going to beat Navi today.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really?
Wow.
That's a bold
you
prediction.
woke up and chose chaos today. Okay, let's look in TNL then, production. How do you like that one? Passion UA versus Spirit. What do you think?
Good luck.
I mean, like, Spirit, just come up from a win in Cologne, I think that Spirit has, after adding Sway, looked really great. Obviously, Dunk has been playing out of his mind in Cologne as well. And I think that Passion, they came out saying that they feel like Spirit maybe haven't the best game plan. They feel like they had some times that they could abuse them.
All right.
I'm in a position where I feel like that's a very bold prediction, but at the same time, if you want to go out and take out the top echelon of teams, then Spirit is the one for you to go outside of Vitality. And if you feel like you have a chance against, if you spotted something you can abuse against Spirit, then why not go for it?
I'll tell you why it won't be close. Dunk is the ultimate face of that, He's the ultimate online grinder. And guess what Sway did 24 hours he got back from Cologne? He's queued up for 9 faces.
No
just straight
way.
off the bat. So they are ready for online Counter-Strike. Passion UA got no chance.
Okay, Spirit taking it all the way. Rare Atom versus your boys, Astralis.
Rare Atom is going to win that one.
You think so? No.
You really hate Astralis
No,
so
I have
much.
to go with Astralis. I think actually after adding Hooks to the team, of course I have to. Of course I have to. After adding Hooks to Astralis, I think they've been looking great. Sure, they've gone to tournaments where the opposition maybe haven't been the greatest, but they have made 2 grand finals. Sure, they've lost both, but I still see improvements. And I think especially Stown and Device has been looking better inside the team after getting Hooksy. And I think that is what they needed. They need like a proper leader, someone that could take the charge and maybe take things into consideration, how to use his place in the best way. I think.
Okay, has he sold you? Has he sold you on the?
I mean, I just want the Danes to hate me. Astralis are going to lose to Rare Atom.
Production are telling me Astralis will win that. So let's put Astralis. Let's put Astralis in there. Typical Danes, man. Okay, so those are the games that are going to be going down today. But how does that affect the stonks over on NovaShots.io? We went all in on Mouse. I haven't seen them play. We won't see them play until tomorrow.
No.
But imagine that we've reset. Okay, your portfolio's looking. I mean, actually pretty flat with Mouse. Some changes overnight. Spirit have gone slightly down, Vitality have gone up. That is because people at home, they affect the markets.
Yeah.
Okay, so the more people buy, the more value they're worth.
And you talked about yesterday you want to spread out your investments, so Jacob, I think you should take charge
Yeah,
of this one and try and
But you
spread out
spend
things
all
a little
our
bit.
money, Peter. That's the issue.
Yeah, but that's
Go
the
on,
case. We go
diversify
Mouse
then.
Sports tomorrow.
You've got another.
Okay.
What?
You know what? I think Spirit, as I said, they're the ultimate online guards. I think we should put down a little bit. We don't have that. See, we have 0 available. And that's a thing for all people out there. What Peter did yesterday is that he took 1 stock and then he invested all his money into 1 stock.
Yeah, but look how much money we have. It's already gone up.
Yeah, but that's true.
1,300.
Yeah, but that's people
Great investment.
Thank you.
stupid,
If you
Also
ever
for the
need any
fact-
advice, just come to me.
I'll be honest, if you have any money left out there, if you have your Nova wallet out there available and haven't spent all your money in 1 stock like Peter over here, go for Spirit. They are the ultimate online kings. They will make sure to shut Passion UA up today. They'll also win in round of 16. 16, and I have them winning the entire thing. So
damn.
invest in spirit.
Crazy prediction. The IR Cologne champions coming and winning Blast Premier Bounty. Well, it's free for you guys to be playing at home, so make sure you head on over to novashots.io to get involved in the action. But action continues here as 4 more best of 3s going to be gracing the screen today. Rare Atom versus Astralis going to be rounding out the day, not before Passion UA versus Spirit. TNL going to be taking on NAVI as our second game of the day. But first, it is MIBR versus Virtus.pro.
You have to diversify, Peter.
No.
Virtus.pro and MIBR ready to make their Blast Premier Bounty debut. Question is, who will take a step closer to joining us in sunny Malta? That's what we're going to be finding out today. Let's talk a little bit about MIBR to start off this conversation. Obviously, decent showing at the major. Did that kind of raise your MIBR stonks in your opinion, Jacob?
Not really, because then I went into this weird period where Lukowski decided to bench himself or leave the team, roster change, etc. I was hoping for MIBR to do well. I think the results in 25 have been very misleading in a sense that then they show good results, then they show poor results, then decent at the major. It's very hard to grasp right now where they're at. Obviously a competitive team and a decent team, Peter, but I feel like MIBR has stagnated a little bit.
I feel like the issue for them right now just seems to be that they're constantly making changes. It's like they cannot just set their foot on one thing and just go forward. It's like constantly changing, whether that being a player, maybe they're changing sometime within the coaching role. I think they're just lacking a little bit of direction, and at the same time I feel like also the Brazilian scene is a little bit stagnated in the sense that maybe producing the result, the players that they maybe want to get in. And I'm constantly thinking about Fury in the sense that now that they have gone on to like having an international roster where they are all of a sudden doing really great. So I'm thinking that maybe MIBR needs to be looking outside, maybe also like painted, maybe outside the Brazilian, but maybe more like of the South American scene.
Well, I think it is time to head on over and check in with Exit ahead of this series. first of all, there was a pretty quick roster change after you guys exited the major, right? Lukowski out, Nix in the mix. Can you tell me what the kind of reasoning behind that change was?
First, Lukowski wanted to leave the team. And to bring Nix, we thought that we needed to put Breno back to the trading. We needed to bring him into the an aggressive style because he was playing the anchor positions, and we needed to bring someone who likes to play in this kind of position. So Nix was the guy for it, and we brought Breno back to play close to me, to be my entry fragger, something like that. So it was the idea behind it.
Where was like specifically picking up Nix? How did he come on your radar? Like, why was he the guy that you were like, he's gonna be perfect for the job?
We got like good feedbacks from him, from ex-teammates, ex-coaches. People were like saying that he was really good teammate, and we watched some demos of him, and we saw that he could be that guy that we needed, like the anchor that is a good anchor for us. That's a guy who we can trust to hold site alone, and it was it. He was playing a lot of CS as well when he was in bench of Fluxo, so we trusted to him to be the guy.
Okay, interesting. How well do you feel like his integration into the team has gone so far?
I think he's doing good. He's a really good guy. I think the guys who did the feedback to us wasn't lying, because he's really open to feedbacks, and he's always listening what I need to say to him, what our coach needs to say to him, and he really likes to play Counter-Strike. He's playing like the whole day, every day, so I think he's fitting well.
Yeah, kind of interesting to hear not only obviously the player changes within the camp of MIBR, but the role changes that have come along with that, right? How much do you know about Vincere? Because he wasn't a name that was very much on my radar prior to joining MIBR.
I don't think a lot of people knows too much about Nix, but obviously listening to what Exit says, that he's a young guy, he's a hungry guy, and that is something that can spark something within a team that has been struggling, that a guy that comes in that just feels like Counter-Strike is your bread and butter, and that's what you want to do all day. And obviously I just went through his statistics, and he hasn't been like, you know, like blowing the charges in the Brazilian scene and actually producing something that maybe puts him in a position to join MIBR, but there's got to be something else to him, you know, the fact that he also wants to learn, and they feel like they can cater to him and say that this is what we want you to do, and maybe that is what MIBR needs.
On the other side of things, Perfecto joining Virtus.pro. Finally he has a team. Do you like to see that, Jacob?
I like to see that. I like to see Perfecto back. I want to give him a little bit more time before we start evaluating, you know, what level he's playing at, but I think his re-entrance into competitive Counter-Strike is something that I like to see, something I think the community likes to see as well, and something that took a little bit too long, you know. That Cloud9 instance and where he was shopping around, you know, on all these teams after NAVI wasn't necessarily pretty for Perfecto. I think he's going to be a great addition for VP, and I think he's going to come in and bring some calmness and some experience into a team that lacks a little bit of that.
Well, let's go ahead and check on in with Perfecto ahead of this series. We've seen you attending a couple of events with VP so far. How happy are you with what the team has shown at those couple of events?
Yeah, not happy at all, because we just lost like the few tournaments, but we have like good experience from this tournament. So I'm really wanted to, you know, to show our game from prax to how we can play on official matches. So for us, this tournament gonna be like, you know, big test after many fixed problems. So let's see what happened.
You, of course, played with Electronic before in NAVI, before he was an in-game leader. How would you describe him as an in-game leader in Virtus.pro?
So actually, when we play like NAVI together, he has like amazing knowledge of Counter-Strike. So I think it's just the next step of him, because I know he gonna be IGL or later. So now he need like just, you know, I don't know, like he needs some wins, you know, for be more how to say, I don't know, she just need few wins for IGL status, and that's it. I think after we can do like better game.
Yeah, I imagine those wins, they would give a confidence boost to him, right?
Yeah, confidence.
Can you tell me a little bit about like the mental state of the team at the moment? I know there was a kind of a few discussions going on during Cologne, but how would you say the mentality of the team is right now?
Actually, about mentality, it's all good, I think. But you know, the main reason I think it's for me, I can say, why we play like not good. It's because we're not union, maybe like not one team. We're just like player. So it's very strange to say about that, but that's true.
Is there anything that you're doing to kind of unite, get on the same page, and be more as a team rather than individuals?
Yeah, sure. We have like few days without computers, like just walking and do something together. So maybe it's gonna help us, but let's see.
Okay,
we try to do like friends, you know, not only in game. We try to do friends in real life. So that's the main reason.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that from Perfecto. Taking some time, maybe away from the PC, get on the same page as a team, become friends. Because I imagine it's hard when you're joining a new roster that maybe you've had a little bit of time away. They've got a certain style. Getting integrated, that's an important part of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and he's been out of the top competition for a long time. You know, he's also got to find his way back, and obviously joining a team like VP that has been struggling, and with Electronic having a somewhat of a special style of in-game leading in terms of maybe sometimes creating an atmosphere that is not too easy to work around, you know, and the majority of the players having worked with Jame, you know, it's kind of a different approach to the game, so there's a lot of things they need to work on, and having this no PC bootcamp that he kind of worked on and talked about is the fact that, you know, they need to get on the same page and need to start working things out, and we can see that Electronic has said himself that they're now actually looking into getting some professional help in the terms of getting a sports psychologist, something that you need to, as a player, to buy into, but something that could hopefully help VP overcome the demons.
You were kind of the pioneers of that over on Astralis,
we were,
right?
yeah. Like it's something that you need to buy into as a player, because it's kind of weird that you have someone coming from the outside telling you that you should be open about your feelings and how do you feel towards your teammates, when I'm just here to play computer because that's what I'm good at, right? So it's something that you need to buy into and actually believe in before it actually has an effect.
Well, gentlemen, it is time to get this show on the road. MIBR versus Virtus.pro. We're going to be starting off on Train.
Yeah, and it's a great place to start. Now, Hugo, have you ever looked at Electronic and thought, I can fix him?
I don't think I have, Harry.
No.
I don't think I have. You know what would fix him, though? A couple more wins.
A couple more wins.
A couple more wins. That's what they need. That's what
he's
they
looking
desperately
for.
need in this new VP lineup.
And that's fair. And, you know, for both of these teams, actually, you know, kind of on a bit of a weird downward spiral. This is VP with the addition of Perfecto, having been in now for a couple of events, hasn't had the splash he's wanted to have on joining this squad.
The question for me is Perfecto like, you know, having a baby to save the marriage? Because that's what it feels like for VP, and typically that doesn't work.
Nice,
this team was dead. This team was about to just completely disrupt and disband. It felt like, at least, coming into this season. And then, you know, Electronic comes up with this wise idea like, you know what would reignite the spark? You know what would bring us back together? Baby Perfecto.
Yeah. And maybe it will.
Maybe.
Maybe it will.
Maybe through...
Maybe, baby. It might.
The trials and tribulations and all the work, they might find what this team needs, Harry. I'm really struggling with this one.
For MIBR, they've also been in a bit of a tailspin this season. You know, they just fell shy at the major, if you remember, in getting to stage 3.
Yeah.
And since that point, coming into this season, kind of the only match they've actually been able to win was versus this Virtus.pro. So, you know, been a bit of a slow start, but I think that goes for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bad fissure for VP. They lost to Tyloo. They went on to Cologne. They beat them in the rematch, right? But they still went out in stage 1, losing 2 more BO3s to new rosters of Gamer Legion Heroic. So, yeah, VP certainly don't have anything too positive to talk about in a while.
No, and dude, it's the same for MIBR. They went out Cologne at stage 1, they lose to Heroic and 3D Max. Kind of a similar boat. I actually put these teams in a similar struggling level right now. It was MIBR, I think, who have shown a decent deal of promise. It was their results that felt kind of underwhelming. When they fall out of the major, denied that attempt at the reverse sweep from 0-2 down, it was likely a lot to stomach seeing other Brazilian squads go on to find a lot of success as well.
But you know what, Harry? I think Nix to MIBR, it's going to fix them.
It could. Let's see. Fame, dual Berettas. I hope this is another cinema train, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Like, my standards are so high now. Well,
my standards are long. Length, not a good time.
Oh, Flit! It's all about girth. Look at that. That's beautiful. 2 quick kills. He got a bit of help from Icy.
Thick and fast.
And it just leaves Exit 1v3.
Got to take the back door here into
Far
that
from
B-bomb site.
impossible, though, Hugo. You know that.
Anything's possible.
Exit likes a clutch.
It's true. But do they like him? Icy's getting info right now on this con box. There's the info. Needs the headshot cleanly. Instead, the bomb plant will be nice.
Yeah.
Exit takes it.
Exit's making that money.
Make it rain.
Bag secured.
Ooh.
Now, can he win the round? More damage downrange. He's getting flanked. He can hear this backstab coming in.
No.
And that's a little rough for Exit. As he takes the long-range duel on Icy, just can't land the shot. Still bomb plant for MIBR. That's nice. That's cash in the bank, Hugo.
That's what it's all about here at the Bounty, Harry. You got to get that cash. You got to bank that cash. You got to wager that cash. You got to win more cash. The issue is, got to win to build up any bank. MIBR selecting VP as their opponent. I'd say that's a solid choice given the world that VP are in, and I like the comparison you draw between these two teams. I think they are very much in similar positions. But on paper, you'd think VP's floor and their ceiling arguably is higher.
Yeah, but you know what happens, Hugo? If you have a high floor and a high ceiling, you're just
Echoes.
left with an average-sized room.
Oh.
All right, Icy's going to open. And this attempt at the force has not gone swimmingly for MIBR.
And Sani was poking in A main at the same time. Try and kick up some dust, but with VP still holding strong on B. Back to the drawing board here for the Brazilians. I mean, these are the worst rounds on T-side train. No util late in the round, 0 map control. Look, they are in T-spawn. That's how stuck they are at this point in the round. VP have plenty of players ready to put this round down. Flit's very scared about the pop dog, but they're all in main. Flank is coming in. VP not forcing any kills right now. They know the kills will come to them. MIBR scaling up. Look at how much time VP are buying. I like this, but they still need to be ready to commit to fight at a certain point. Electronic takes one more. Nice shots for Electronic. Here's that flank in time to win the round for VP. MIBR gets stalled out, standing still in the bomb site. Shot in the back of the head. They get taken out back. Now going to have to be a very cheap round here for the Brazilians. How do you feel about this new box though, Harry? I'm actually really liking it. I think it's adding some variety to this outside hold. You can play inside the site. There's more positions. It's also not a freebie spot because you can get trapped there super easily. There's no escape. Once a T knows you're in that position, he can pinch you.
No, 100%. I like it. I like it. It's just giving a few more options to the CTs in like those early rounds. I'm curious how it's going to affect a team like Furia.
How so? Because of the Yakinda A main pops?
Yeah, I feel like they're going to be harder to get away with. I also think even on CT sides and T side post plants, Yakinda used to like to play that back corner at camera between the train.
Sure.
And like that's not really an angle anymore. Maybe it is. Maybe it's stronger now. Maybe Yakinda likes it.
See how
I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll see how
but I've just noticed he goes there a lot, even though it feels like a kind of bad spot.
Just not one you hard clear, really, is
Yeah,
it?
exactly. He likes, from what I can tell, just seems to like it as an off angle. And you get to take a lot of fights from that position, at least.
Yeah.
You're open to everything.
Hey,
Or at least you were.
Plant would be really nice here, but MIBR, they're running into a double setup. Make that a single setup. Just the one, actually. Fame has to concede. That one Deke has opened up this round from Breno. VP, they want to go through this smoke or wait it out. They start to scale on the site. 4 on 3. MIBR getting thinned out here as expected. Tap. It's only Breno, so they can get on that bomb. Nice, easy retake here from VP. Slow and steady wins the race.
Going to be keeping an eye on Nyx as well. This new addition for MIBR. He moved over from Fluxo and has only been here not even a month yet, but has had like a notable drop in performance from his time in that Fluxo squad. So that is, you know, needless to say, with the transition into playing, you know, tier 1 opposition.
I think the fear is Lucauzi was meant to be this like next big thing in Brazil, and I think he was pretty disappointing at his average inside of this team. And is this just another similar situation? Nyx is going to have to prove it's not. Making that jump from playing domestic to playing, like you said, against the world's best. It's a very different ball game.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a pretty big gamble to take, but I admire MIBR for doing so because I think, I don't know. Sure, Lucauzi maybe wasn't like the GOAT of MIBR, but I also wouldn't say he was like noticeably bad or anything.
Had his moments. Just didn't really raise the ceiling of this team. Oh, Fame, dodgy position when they break with the nade. Jumping through the smoke, ugly spray. Electronics squeezes a kill. Low health on Breno, bomb coming in. He's not ready for this. Flit still gets one. Oh, we're on.
Yeah, perfecto. That's a huge pickup over the smoke, and Sani went aggressive. Tried to just deny that retake from ever even happening on a forward position. Still, it's in this 2v2, and a lot of it is going to be waiting on the AWP head-to-head. You imagine that's who has to bring down Safe up here, out through the heavens. Icy looking in, the AWP fires off. And Safe now knows he doesn't really need to re-peek this. He spotted them so far away. Nyx hears them trying to close the distance.
Oh, wait.
On the attempt to outmaneuver, that's a smoke down on the bomb. Icy with an important pickup, but there isn't time. Icy had the kit. That's rough.
Or did he have one? I don't even know how that went down. So late, so close. Perfecto couldn't find it. And I mean, a funny detail there is Perfecto is still playing Old Train. I don't know if you saw him come out of con. He was like clearing that close stairs angle that doesn't exist anymore, or you can duck below the con, maybe laugh. VP, that one hurts. They play it a little bit too late. Smoke comes down, but can't find that kit defuse. And so MIBR win their first round, albeit costly, losing everything, losing the AWP. Kitted now, RVP. Because if you're going to lose a round, you may as well lose it with players alive, with all the kills. So VP far from an economical issue here on the CT side. New Ivy. New Icy?
I'm very excited for later on in this series too.
Why? Overpass?
Yes, and we haven't got to cover one yet.
VP overpass?
Yeah.
But not Jame overpass, electronic overpass. What will that look like?
You imagine he'll have a comfortable idea on how he wants to play it. It's VP's pick. It's a bit of a classic map. Not even just for the org or the names, but kind of for the region.
Yeah.
Oh, Flit. It's awkward. They've mollied him out. Forced the repositioning him from Olaf. Electronica to try and use the new box to spam into main and deny this spill over. Icy and Flit managing to catch one apiece. It's Exit attempting to claw them back. A lot of damage done downrange. The Nyx and Safe, though, Only now making the play out through Pop. They secure this plant. Nyx takes a lot of damage in the process. Left is the last guy in the round and pincered between Perfecto and Electronic. VP clean it up.
Yeah, only had info on one there. Tries to force it forward and try and take the kill that he knew he could get onto Electronic backside, but Perfecto with the cover as they rotate all con. And VP clean it up in the post plant. Scary round for MIBR, where they go 2v4 instantly. But they make the most out of a bad situation. Bomb plants some money. VP in full control of this game. 4-1 up. MIBR's pick. Those T-side woes. We saw him yesterday between Liquid and Ecstatic. Finding round on the T-side's hard to come by. Nice combo here for VP. Got insta-smoke, Molly Olaf, and then re-flash their way back in. Certainly helps when Electronic spams the smoke and finds the opening kill. Perfecto with info up Ivy. Should be safe here. That flash won't find him either, and as he sees the cross, he can block. MIBR locked out. They're going to break down that door.
Oh, Perfecto. There's the lineup. And the Ivy play is cut down by Perfecto up close. Just an Insani D ground left. And he won't be able to find a thing. VP in full control to open up Trey in this CT side. Outside of that one misstep where they play it a little too slow, the kit's in the wrong place. They've really tightened up the last few. And now building to try and take them cleanly as well. Looking to build up a bank on this CT side. The alarm bell's already ringing for MIBR. They don't like the way this one started.
Getting stalled out in some of these rounds, MIBR. No opening plays have worked. They've had Insani fighting main. They've tried to pop out B. Haven't really seen too much focus on the pop dog just yet. That was a mainstay of our train game yesterday. With 50 rounds of madness. Lots of pop setups, really for both teams. Seeing CTs flash themselves in far more these days. Orb covering from afar. So do MIBR have something here? Safe AWP, that could be a way in. Looking for that opening kill in main. Smoked off sandwich, so gonna have to look close. Well, there's VP players around that corner. Safe finds his pick on the smoke break, finding Perfecto instantly, but there's a response. VP 2 more kills in the blink of an eye, dropping that AWP as well, and blocking in main. Oh dear for MIBR, 5v4, but only for a moment. Even Ivy getting delayed here by Icy. Someone needs to save them. Insani could be that guy. There's a kill available, but Flit just sneaks into main. And now it gets very scary. This position, extremely potent. Nyx is going to have to hard clear it. He looks like he's going cautiously into main. Is he ready? Oh, fight forced by Flit. And a second AWP to make things sweeter. That smoke is such an annoyance. MIBR can't hunt him down. He goes through it. That offers up a kill. 2 on 4 starting to happen. Icy says no. And no need to give Insani what he wants. Oh, good
Still, that's a wild clear on Electronic. And there wasn't a trade available. They're playing this very, very safe, hoping to run some crossfires. Insani on the sprint back to Pop, retrieves this bomb. Fame gonna try and deny, out a little bit later, and it's well handled there to stop Insani in his tracks. You have to really keep your heads on straight in those moments. Insani not want to be underestimated. when he gets that first on Electronic, that first freebie, you can almost feel VP lock up for a moment. I like that Flame kind of takes matters into his own hands.
Yeah, here's him go for the plant, so may as well just keep the pressure on, push through the smoke.
So in the last, this first half is really important for VP. They need to do well. It's the T-sides on train that have been letting them down. The last 6 months, they've got 10 T-side rounds on this map.
Whoa, how many games?
That's with 6 maps. That's also helped out massively by the one win they have over Astralis. They got 5 of the T-side rounds there.
So in 5 games, they found 5 rounds on the T-side. That's not reassuring statistics, Harry. And that's not made me feel good. But luckily, VP don't need to worry about that T-side just yet because they are sweeping the board.
Yeah.
7-1.
No, they really need to. You know, last time they matched up against MIBR, I was taking a look at that. You know, head-to-head that MIBR closed out. It was a 9-3 half. VP winning strong on the CT side. They go on to get 1 T-side round.
Oh, dear.
The 10 was all they get. And so this is at least good for that, right?
Well, yeah, for now.
But now it's all fine. But the bar is set very, very high for Virtus.pro in this first half.
Okay. It's a good bit of context.
In theory, they get to 11, they should have overtime guaranteed.
All right, that's, yeah, well then, but then they've still got to win at least 1 T round out of 3.
Yeah, it never gets easier. That's the challenge they've got.
Well, what improvements have they found since Cologne? Since the last faced at Fisher? Certainly a good start, but MIBR, another buy round. And Sani deep in the pop dog, spotted here earlier. VP Orb checking on timing. Icy almost caught on that reposition. They've somehow gambled 4B with no fake. MIBR have thrown nothing at B, and VP are 4B. This is crazy. And Sani's just going to walk through connector. What is happening?
I don't think he can believe this.
It doesn't even make sense. He sees 2 more. No one threw any grenades.
MIBR are now like, okay, but surely that's going to trigger a rotation back, right? Like, VP are going to be nervous. MIBR, as a result, are still just kind of waiting here. The A site's still wide open. They're trying to gauge the reaction from Virtus.pro, and Sani can't believe the room he's just found.
I just don't know why MIBR didn't speed up when he found all that room, right? Like, not only did they not set up to flank B with him, they didn't even take the space on A. It was completely open. Nyx might need to win this round. Icy's blocked by the smoke. He dives through, knife out, easy kill. Nyx with 1 more. 3 on 3 here. VP still in with a shot. 10 seconds to get this plant. That's an important cover from Safe. And MIBR, they make it difficult, but they might have just made it happen.
Not out of the woods yet, but Safe Sorp is in a powerful position, going to stop Fame walking up on his player in the site exit. Has Overwatch from that AWP.
Perfecto 11-1.
He's not really in a position to give this a go. So low on health, they know where he is. He knows that AWP is in a powerful place and will be hard to get round. So Perfecto goes no further.
I mean, despite Insani getting that room, I'm sure they weren't ready for the 4-1. Even so, if there's a stack on B, you know the AWP's going to be Ivy. The AWP's going to be hanging around. So, oh, that's unlucky. So I think a lot of that is them trying to flush out Icy. They get the molly in his position. He has to smoke it. Nyx, knowing the AWP is trapped in that smoke, pushes in. It's a good reaction from MIBR, but you do feel like, where's the rest of his team? While Insani's calling, guys, nothing yard. I've walked through the site. Regardless, they win it.
Yeah, dude, it almost felt like Insani felt like maybe he timed someone, you know, like snuck out past the guy going off, because they're checking everything as they're coming out A. And to be fair, why on earth would there be a 4-man B stack?
Great question.
As far as MIBR are concerned, they hadn't put the pressure on to justify it.
It's an interesting gamble for VP, trying to get ahead of things, but leaving no get-out option.
I think
Flint looked frustrated when
this also like comes with the territory of a repeat matchup, right? You've already played MIBR on train.
Sure.
Electronic maybe feeling like he has a bit of a read, a bit of a tell. You have seen a lot of these B pops look to come through for MIBR to open. All right, MIBR, we've said this. They don't need to do much on this T side for it to still be threatening. Chance now to go on a streak.
Oh, the break.
They've posted with the AWP, but it's Insani to secure that opener in the head-to-head. And he just starts holding W, letting it rip in towards this A play. Started the round off great for MIBR. For Virtus.pro, they'll lend some time to this flank. It's the one high impact point in the round.
Should have one at least, and there's 2 players available with one more at the Olaf box. How covered is he? Looking good right now. Oh, he's seen the barrel. He wants to get 2 kills out of this. He still can, just charging this flank. Fame finding a double kill, and VP have got to get going. They've got to move quick. Breno in that corner, low health, VP low time, but they've got kits aplenty. Someone needs to stick, and they need to stick now. That's it. That's the round. As VP wait for the flank, it delivers them an 8th. Nice flank for Fame. Nice double up.
Dude, Fame's hitting hard. He's had a series of high-impact moments here in this game already. It was him who stopped Insani on his way to a 1v3 clutch. It's him there on that wraparound, playing the trigger discipline, getting the info, doing all of that where at any moment, like, Safe could have turned to check the timing, could have got suspicious. The one position they haven't had all round is Ivy. Fame is playing with some balls right now, and it's really, really good to see.
Yeah.
VP feeling so much better for it.
Great.
These moments where things are kind of stalling out, Fame has been there as the guy to reignite the spark for Virtus.pro.
Ouch. Oh no, Flit almost dies there. Nade Molly combo. Effective. But this does look like a B clear here. Nick's lurking Ivy in a lot of these rounds is once again in this position. Icy ready to smoke. Not even taking the fight here. Just trying to stall out. As MIBR look to execute on the B bomb site. VP have always played double B. They've been doing it all game. So this is not new. Flit holding upper for Fame's back, but he moves off position, and that is the timing they go. Fame gets hung out to dry. Very awkward. Ooh.
Oh, God.
Only way back in is killing Ivy.
Oh, it's fine. It's all good, man.
Ooh.
It's working out. 4-on-4 now for the retake.
I don't think you do
I don't think they go for it either.
Yeah.
You're just so out of position, and you know that space will have been taken. MIBR like to do this. Very awkward timing there for Flit, who has not 1 but 2 chances even to get that trade.
Wait. Don't talk too loud. Oh, he heard him. Not really. But good check for Breno. And the opportunity was there. Yeah, not sure where the setup changed. Flit had a great position to deal with the Heaven play.
I guess it's just like he's low, worried about getting pre-fired. Tries to like take that deeper back line angle, right? Like where it's a little bit harder to kind of come through on the pre-fire and find him. But that moment of uncomfortability, yeah, it did get Fame killed.
Oh, this was scary. Quick switching, never fun. Also never necessary. It's just that little scratch, Harry, in the back of your head.
That, but like with the new animations, you know,
they're pretty cool.
You want to just, it's so tempting.
You want to check them out, you know. Well, VP lost from 9-3 last time on CT Train. So they need this round at bare minimum, you'd think, and they, again, throw in that combo to clear out Olaf. And Sani ain't getting past him. Ooh. Re-molly on the smoke fade. This could be profitable, but that smoke should put out the molly, yeah. It's a lot more punishing in CS2. So no kill coming into Breno. Say that. Takes a dangerous spray. I do love the new sounds of the animation, as well as the animation. I'm fully on board with this update.
Yeah, I like it. That's all I got.
Yeah, no, it's fine. No, it's not that interesting.
I see. Oh, that's a nice opener. Gonna try and go through the motions here on the AWP. Just take a shot, full back. You've knocked out a couple of big pieces here, and Icy just keeps on going.
Get him.
Exit suddenly the last man standing in a world of hurt. Dropping into this B site, sure, he's got space, but that bomb is under VP control. There is no winning this. 20 seconds left. Exit's best efforts will not be enough. VP do not have to give this away. My God, he's played this phenomenally well, but time will decide it. I'm so sorry, Exit. This could have been a sick 1v5. Instead, no time. It's VP up and onto a 9th. Last time these teams matched up, 9 rounds was not enough for Virtus.pro. 10 was all they got. It's their T-sides on train that have been letting them down. Let's see if today can be any different. MIBR scraped through with a couple of rounds down the end there. Most notably, Insani looking good. Exit with a stellar try at the 1v5 in that final round as well.
So much easier when you know you can't win, though. When they're just swinging you wide.
Yeah.
VP Pistol could just cement this game, even despite their difficulties on the T half. It's looking like a locked-in VP today, I will say. 14-2 on Perfecto. Fantastic start. Here's a Julie's, though. Nyx with something to say and a lot to spray. 3 headshots come in. Go on. Four for Nyx. Welcome back.
Yeah, great pistol round from MIBR's new addition.
2 kills on the half, so definitely an important game to get you back in mentally. And you know what MIBR can say? They can say, hey guys, we've done this before.
Yeah, and that gives you a lot of faith. I mean, even, you know, with how they start in the pistol, you're going to see from MIBR, they do have a lot of cool ideas for things to do on the CT side as well. It's not just T-side woes from VP.
You also never see this. What a read for Exit playing Eco in this round. He's gone USP kit nades, and he's going to pick up his teammate's gun. Like, the fact that you're reading the VP aren't forcing is... It's a smart read. Obviously, they didn't plant, but I still feel like you see a lot of force buys out of most teams. VP knowing the importance of rifles, though. T-side train, no plant. Eco is a reasonable call. Fame hoping for someone to overplay this, but Safe not interested. And he sees that VP are just sitting outside B, waiting with a flashbang. Electronic, a bit of a goblin right now, crawling around. 40 seconds. Eventually, you've got to go. All right. Yep. One more for B. If they make it...
Oh, well, that's the bomb. Little awkward there to lose it in pop.
You need to die. You need to die. Or win the round. But something needs to happen. 10 seconds. Nyx on B.
Just go. Run at him. Run at Nyx. Insani and Nyx will give VP their wish.
They're happy with that. Honestly, that could have been like Glock save. No buy round coming.
The triple Glock save.
Dude, that could have been horrible. So VP die. That's fine. And now they buy. What have we got for VP in this first gun round? No AWP. Safe will have his glass. Big grenade finds Flit in main. Safe has to hit the first bullet, and he has to hit it quick before aim punch is a problem. Flash on Ivy. Oh, he doesn't shoot off the flash, he holds it. Pay the price with his life. 16 and 4 on Perfecto. AWP secured, but Insani can't find that shot. This is getting scary, but VP won't take that Ivy space, knowing there could be a retrieved AWP there. They go back. Fame on upper. B being the object of their desires. 50 seconds. Enough time to shift over. Oh dear.
Insani on the AWP makes it work. Electronic trying to sell this A play. It's only a sandwich smoke in that one peek through main. For now, it keeps 2 players in the A site. Exit firing off first, hoping to bait them into Nyx. Down under the heavens, it's a good trade for Fame, keeping this even. Those rotates are going to start to peel in, though. Exit still being a nuisance and just refusing to let up.
I can see how they won this game last time. Nice setups here. VP playing very slow, getting their entry, regrouping, but Electronic still plays super early in that round, so his team aren't exactly ready to hit B. And MIBR potent setup. Despite a nice trade, they will win it out. They're definitely believing. Been here before. VP something more explosive, perhaps. Looking for a B execute.
He's just been so quiet right off the top of this round. Insani's kind of floating around on the bomb train. He'll be that first point of rotation. So if these guys at B can even just thin the herd and stay alive, they're going to get ranged fights on the rifles. They'll be able to stop this spillover out through upper, but there's Insani arriving. Exit. Double kill from him. This B play gets pulled apart. Not even a dent in MIBR at the end of that round. They'll finish it flawlessly. Getting out with 5 alive. Gap continuing to close at a startling pace.
Exactly. Not a round yet on this T half for VP. You said they've had 5 rounds over 5 maps on the T side, 10 rounds over 6 maps with the help from a little game against Astralis, but VP having a lot of troubles on the T side of Train as of late. They're rearing their head yet again. MIBR making the most out of this opportunity. Without that pistol, this could have been over already. I see AWP. Can that be a difference maker? Safe is 5 and 12. So we certainly got the edge right now this game. Safe taking that fight. Back 6. Icy reveals his orb, finds nothing from it. And then Insani with a main take. VP MIBR fearless. They flash him deeper. Very cheeky play. VP, they struggled in a 5v4 last buy round. How about a 4v5? Will not get easier.
Dude, like, because MIBR set such a precedent early on of this pop control, I love the effect it's had as the game's, raged on. They're not even playing it anymore, and VP have to waste util, waste time, being very methodical on clearing upper, waiting for that early aggression. As a result, they're always kind of late getting into pop.
Another strong setup, a different setup. Exit again baiting for Nyx in the same position. But still, VP are going to get dragged in to fight Exit first. They don't really have the util ready to exec. It looks contact. Ollie on ramp gives away Nyx's position.
MIBR have the read again. Insani is already lent back into connector, ready to rotate.
Oh, he's coming.
Making his way over now as the A site is still quiet at 20 seconds left. It just feels obvious to MIBR. And so once more, VP are going into a stack. 3 players here, but critically this time the openers are found. And you haven't secured a kill on Nyx yet. Usually find him over here towards B. So they're going to remain suspicious, still have angles left to clear. They try and deal with Nyx, who holds on to this little pocket at the back. Safe through the connector, opens on the AWP. It takes Icy and Electronic to wrestle this one back under VP's control. There's the first T-side round for Virtus.pro, unless Nyx gets on the bomb and no one peeks. There's no winning this round.
Annoying exit, but he's dead as well, and VP will take it every day of the week, picking that one up in a post plant on B. They got the entries, it got scary for a second, and I like that reflash for VP, second stage of the post plant where they get even more aggressive. They clear out Nyx back oil. VP don't just sit still in the bomb site, they stay active in a site that used to be the easiest retake in the game back in CSGO, back on the old train. That is no longer the case here on the new train. VP convert that B post plant from a 4v5, no less. And MIBR have used every single timeout. VP haven't touched theirs. All going to plan, perhaps.
I mean, we talk about that game between these squads back at Fisher. It was SAFE who had a monumental CT side resurgence after 3 kills in the first half there. He posted a damn near identical scoreline here in this one. We still have yet to eyeball that recovery. Thus far, it's been the rifling core at the heart of MIBR, Insani and SAFE.
Budge.
They'll figure it out.
Oh, and they haven't cleared Pop this time.
I wonder if, yeah, him being late might help him. They were holding it from the start of this round. SAFE, without even intending to, might have just set Insani up for a double.
I don't know if
Icy
they
Zorb
realize, though.
still on the line here. Holding for the re-aggression. Electronic comes back to clear him. They spot Nyx, aggro. They don't know about the safe orb. They still don't know about this AWP, the second piece in Pop.
Or Fame. Tucked in here. ICV safe, a very patient game right now. Fame feels like he's covered. He goes on to Nyx, up in heaven, opening up B. Safe now scared of the other side. 40 seconds for VP to hit this out of sight. Still MIBR, don't over-rotate with Safe in position. They know there can only be one B player right now, and he's going to catch him coming back. It's 2A, make it 1. Breno picked. Safe, patience, looking to pay off.
Waited, scoped in and Pop all round. It's a patient display for Safe.
Oof.
But he suddenly left as the last man standing position, knowing about smoke in his way. As a Safe just backs out of this. VP, we now enter kind of uncharted waters here as they start to chain together some T-side rounds. This is going to start to break through the MIBR money as well.
Wonder if Perfecta comes for this at the end. Be good for VP to build up their own economy. They don't really have anything left. So it looks like a save allowed for Safe.
You're going to be able to get like 3 guns in this next round. So I'm assuming MIBR just buy, right?
Yeah.
They have that AWP to work around on Safe. 2 rifles in play.
Nice check for Electronic there. Just hyper aware of the angle that they never cleared. And that's a really awkward round for MIBR more than anything, where they never catch those 2 players crossing B upper. Did it very early, very quiet. So VP sitting rounds away from closing MIBR's map pick, leading us into Overpass. MIBR don't buy. Waiting for OT. Despite having the AWP, they just want to make that the figurehead of this round, and well, that's not a bad start. Perfecto, not happy.
I mean, he was sitting there at the van waiting for a push. Like, my guess
Icy did just go
is there's
wide.
frustration, and like Perfecto's probably said, they can push Ivy. And then the push comes in, you give the mouse shake of frustration, because it's like, damn, I told you. Look at where I am, you know, I'm not peeking it.
It's just such a... Ooh, Shadow.
Oh God, the safe orb trying to single-handedly win this round. It's already lived up to the hype. 2 kills. Now this flank getting activated, and VP just don't have the manpower to hold all the extremities. Another AWP has been retrieved. Exit on the flank, steals Icy's, and if Perfecto goes into Pop, he's surely a dead man.
3 Pop. You're just not getting out with those kills. Flank held, 30 seconds. They know maybe 2 in this Pop dog. They're going to find out as Perfecto lines them up. Breno low health. Flit could be anywhere now. Grabs the gun and they both decide to reset. Does Flit take his path to B? A high-risk maneuver when you know Breno might be doing the same thing. Flit, this is dangerous. He's going to start to run it, and the flank is in the wrong way. Breno's lost the round. Breno has lost the round off this move. Is it dawning? He has no kit.
Oh, this will just be an AWP save. A really, really close round for MIBR. That steal away from Perfecto out in the pop dog. And yeah, Breno now realizes there's no winning this.
I just think if you're Breno there, you don't think Flip will go B because you can do the same thing as quick as he can. You can walk back up pools and come down ramp. So it is a ballsy move by Flip, but it works out. He wins the round.
And that's just such a huge sigh of relief for VP. That round was building towards a full-on disaster, from the icy pick to open, frustration for Perfecto, swinging into a triple pop peak, getting out with 2 of the 3 kills, and teeing up the close.
Yeah, it also just seems a little silly, that setup for MIBR. Not the fact that they committed, or not just that fact, but the 2 close players here are fighting. If they tuck in, the player from far can cover them. He has MP9, but they can jiggle the setup. I just feel like they had that coming to them. Nick's really recovered on this CT side, but for what? MIBR, they find that early streak of rounds. Ever since it's been the VP show. Another 5v4 forced by Save Shaw.
It's a shame as well. MIBR have a lot of ideas here, right? You just saw another example of it there. Blowing open that smoke, deployed over towards B. The net safe, the chance at the opening, and he delivers it. Problem for MIBR is it just has to be flawless from here on out.
Ooh. Boost up to fight Olaf, doesn't matter. Insani spams them through it. VP, it's a nice trick. But now they're left dangling. 3 on 5, nowhere to go. Smoked off. Might be a combat save.
Yeah, it's a very easy to justify save if you're VP. You know, if 3 players stay alive here, you have a full buy in the next. Sure, you've like 1 guy, Fame, unlucky, running an SMG or a Tech 9. But that's fine.
Yeah. Will we ever see some pace out of this T-side for VP? Probably not at this point. Gonna have to let that AWP sing. I've never seen that. It's good. Good bit. And a bit of good for MIBR as they find a gun round, delaying this map victory for VP, but not yet denying it. No doubt been a stressful game for MIBR, but it's not out of the realms of possibility. Electronic sets up his players with AKs. He gives Fame the rifle.
Aye.
Respect.
Oh, Zeus would never.
Yeah, but you see Simple on a Deagle and him on an AK. I mean, it's just better than the other way around because
Simple's so good.
he's so good with a Deagle.
Which honestly is fair.
It's almost convinced me, but not quite. Because you see, you know, Chopper with the AK and Donk with the Deagle. Oh wait, no, they don't do that.
Oh.
What an entry!
Bro, Electronic on the Tech 9 hits harder than any of the rifles have.
That's true. Bomb getting planted. This is a desperate round now for MIBR. It's going to get worse.
And this could be the beginning of the end. This would be one of the best T-sides for Virtus.pro on this map. Rivaled only by their one other series or map win versus Astralis here on Train.
Crikey.
Just down, it's a safe and exit. Trying to slowly close the gap, but the door is closing on this round. Safe looks for that kill. It's a swing out from Electronic on the Tech 9. And he makes that Tech 9 work. Virtus.pro and a T-side they can be happy with. They close out that hefty lead.
Virtus.pro run away with Train and start their revenge arc versus MIBR. Great CT side to be opening things up, Jacob, and a very cheeky way for Electronic to close that one out with a Tech 9.
Yeah, I felt like VP knew that Train was coming into this map pool. They seemed well prepared. As you said, they get the opportunity of starting on the CT side, Peter, on a map like Train. That's always a good thing if you get off to a good start, which very much was the case. Even judging by the scoreboard right here, you have your playmakers, you have your IC on the AWP having great impact, both T side and CT side. And overall, I think VP are very satisfied with how they conducted themselves on Train, winning their opponent's map pick.
A very great showing by everyone pretty much on the VP side. I think that the composure was looking good. I think their CT setups look good. They play with a lot of patience, and they seem to understand when to be aggressive and not to. They took the space when they needed to. So I feel like VP actually showed some good Counter-Strike today.
Should we dive into round number 10 to start off the conversation? Because obviously just one of many CT rounds that they were able to post on the board. What was kind of the standout factor of this one?
There's two sides to this round. One is MIBR not grasping on the opportunity of actually winning rounds they're supposed to win, and another one is VP keeping their composure. It's a 4v3 or 3v4 retake. You have a guy coming in from behind showing great trigger discipline right here, getting the first kill, spotting the second guy as well, getting that kill, and from this point and onwards, it's kind of unfolding. MIBR is losing control of the round, and VP is slowly but surely edging their way into the bomb side. They did this a couple of times where, again, putting down a smoke on the bomb, but where they run the bomb timer so low that MIBR gets to a point where, like, okay, no flank is coming in now. No one is coming from this side of the map, or no one has to paying attention to this area of the map. VP did it 2 or 3 times in this game where they ran the bomb timer so low that MIBR felt a false sense of security, and that's when VP stroke in. Sort of like they did in the old good days in NAVI as well.
Yeah, and I think the detail for Fame to actually go for the flank all the way behind T-main instead of going for pop dot, because they, like, MIBR decides to go for a very quick push outside and actually get a very good advantage in the situation. But instead of flanking pop that most of the players would do if you come from the inner bomb site, because that's the fastest route to go and help your teammates, he decides to go all the way behind from T-main. He spots that the AWP is not looking at him. He knows that he can find more information before taking him down. That's exactly what he does, and I think it's a great way of showing that also that they're playing with the composure, but also with the patience, that he knows that I have 2 kills. As soon as I get these kills, that is your cue to actually start aggressing on the other parts.
You mentioned Navi. Are we seeing the perfecto Navi of old? Are we seeing him coming back? Because him and Flit, they were on a tear to start this off.
I mean, perfecto from a CT side perspective had a great showing for sure. Off to a blistering start. I think he was 10-1 at some point in the game. I do think Electronic, and that's been a trend the last couple of years, you know, he still thinks Counter-Strike and still tries to approach Counter-Strike the same way they did back in the old NAVI days, where it's a slow-paced style on VP. A lot of people were claiming and blaming VP for being the most boring team to watch when Jane was part of it, and then there was this very cool statistic that came out that VP actually started to play slightly slower-paced Counter-Strike with Electronic as an in-game leader compared to Jane. Somehow, some way they get to the DNA. So yeah, I do think that Perfecto is also coming into the team and now playing again with Electronic, feeling probably comfortable in that environment. He went to Cloud9, he went to a couple of projects that had no clear style of how to approach the game, never really got established anywhere. So now he's coming into a team that has a clear, defined way of how they want to approach Counter-Strike, and I think that's a good thing for a player like Perfecto to feel comfortable from the get-go.
And to touch on Flit, you know, I've always been, I wouldn't say a fan of Flit, but the way he plays Counter-Strike, he's always been a guy that we've actually been looking out for in our teams when we actually got into preparation, because he's a very great playmaker for that team. He's the one that sets the pace and actually goes for a lot of the plays. He understands very well when he has the opportunity of actually making a play, and that is what makes him great. And I think he's a very vital point to why VP can be playing so well. My only concern coming into also the plays that you talked about with Electronic and maybe the way that NAVI used to play is that whenever VP gets in a position where they lose a lot of openings, it feels like the flanks and the people playing on the sides are just left in a position where they are not taking that much space. It seems like they're just waiting for the enemy to actually make a call instead of making a decision themselves. And that sometimes can just feel like if they end up losing a lot of openings, they can look a little bit flat.
Can you just offer some insight onto Jacob's previous point about, like, when you're a player and you're going into a team where there's no, like, clear identity, clear style. Have you ever been in that situation? And if you have, like, how hard is that to kind of be able to be in your zone, being fluid as a player?
I think the best example I have was when I actually joined Falcons. That was like I entered a team that obviously had struggles in terms of producing results, but also I finding like some kind of identity because they tried to merge 2 play styles. And you know, I had a time in Preacher where I came where we just played kind of more fluent and maybe like we played how Counter-Strike 2 was supposed to be played, more like going for peaks and playing out the advantage of that. And when I got into that team, they were still trying to find a way to approach their playstyle in terms of how they did in CSGO. Now, when I came into the team, I said, I just try to simplify it a little bit. You need to go in and actually just look at what you have in front of you instead of always trying to look at the broader picture. Like sometimes it's just not about trying to complicate it too much. And I think that was like my best example.
Yeah, I hope Perfecto has kind of found that now within Virtus.pro. Let's talk a little bit about Icy as well. Harry was obviously starting last time these two teams faced. It was down to the AWPer on the side of MIBR to make the difference. What was Icy delivering today?
I mean, he was delivering in all departments. I think the highlight package you're going to witness now is going to show pistol round kills, M4 kills, and also AWP kills, both from the CT side, but also on the T side. Icy had a great game overall. I think he had slightly more impact than the scoreboard actually suggests in some sense. On the T side, he was the one in this round in particular when it was 9-7. MIBR is mounting a bit of a comeback. He's the one guaranteeing 2 kills, making sure they win this round, making sure they win out the game. So with no Icy playing well today, I think this game could very well still be going on, Peter.
And I think it's important to see that, as you mentioned, he gets kills with more, like multiple weapons. Not just only he's capable of playing AWP, but he's also actually able to carry on doing it with a rifle. It's an important fighter as an AWP that you can also carry on and play well with rifles.
Tell me your temperature check on Nyx. It's one of the first times we really got to put the microscope on him. Anything to take away? Any positives, negatives? Floor is yours, Jacob.
I don't know him, and I don't want to be too harsh on him this soon in the process, but nothing he's shown me so far has given me any sort of indication that he's going to be on Lucas's level, to be completely honest. I love what the CEST was saying about him, saying that he lives and breathes Counter-Strike. He's putting in a lot of effort in order to become better. Still young, can still involve, but as you said, Peter, you look into his statistics so far. Even in this game, he had a couple of moments, pistol round, of course, a lot of impact, but outside of that, he doesn't seem like a difference maker, whereas Lucas is a player that I remember, for a couple of years, had the ability to turn around a game. T-side Lucas was sometimes unhinged, so I feel like it's a downgrade, to be completely honest, and maybe it just takes a bit of time, but for now, I'm not sold on it.
And exactly the thing that you just mentioned. I don't think Nyx is going to go into MIBR and make the difference. I don't think he has the capability of changing things around and actually saving MIBR for the downfall they're looking at right now.
How are we looking moving on to Overpass then? Is it over for MIBR?
Is it over on Overpass? I don't know. I think VP have played it a little bit, and there's a reason why they picked it as well. I think VP have looked solid on it, the few times we've seen it. Again, for MIBR, it's a bit more unknown territory. I suspect VP are going to win. I suspect VP were the favorites coming into this matchup, and nothing we've seen so far has changed my mind.
Well, hold your horses, Jacob, because we do need to take a quick break before the action can resume. The first time we're going to see Overpass here at the Blast Premier Bounty Season 2. It's going down after this. How much time have you guys had to actually be practicing Overpass?
I think we had like good time to practice this because it was before Cologne, like a week before Cologne that it was released, I think so, and it has been like some weeks, and we are practicing a lot this map, and we knew that VP was gonna pick it, so we are really confident and we were prepared.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about that, because we didn't see you guys playing it in Cologne. You guys didn't ban it yourselves, but we did see VP playing it there. So anything that you've been able to pick out from those games, I imagine you went back and rewatched.
Of course, we watched their games on Cologne. They played Overpass. They are picking it because VP always use it to play Overpass, and they really liked this map. So, of course, we watched them playing, but we kind of focus on our game plan, and I think we are having good practice on this map, so we are really confident.
All those reasons and quite a few more, I'm worried for MIBR coming into this map because as Exit aptly alluded to, before Overpass was taken out of the pool, VP were playing this, even NAVI back in the day with Electronic, with Perfecto, they were playing it and they were very good at it. So is all hope lost for MIBR?
I mean, it's going to look tough. You know, as you just mentioned, they love to play it back in NAVI, and VP has been loving to play it, so the players are very familiar with it. It's a map that suits the players, so why wouldn't they also be happy to pick it up once now it's back in the map pool? So for VP to go for this one makes sense. Also, the fact that they had Mirage last time, which they lost, so they had to go on another approach. So for me, this makes total sense.
Yeah, for me too. I think if there was a team to point out, you know, within the top 10, top 15, I think VP are the ones who granted the most from getting Overpass back into the map pool. I think it's a map that, historically speaking, as you said, Electronic, the NAVI boys, Flit for that matter as well, has been a beast on that map in forever as well. So it's not that MIBR doesn't stand a chance, and it's not like Overpass is exactly the same as it used to be, but it's very close. So again, as I said, there's nothing that we've seen so far that has given me any other idea, any other feeling that MIBR is going to lose this game. It's just a question or not whether it's going to be competitive.
Right, I raise you one. They're going to start CT side. Is that, I mean, that gives them something, surely?
That's a silver lining. You know, that's a way of getting off to a good start. We saw it on train as well. You know, they won the pistol, converted, won 4 rounds in a row, and they applied a bit of pressure towards VP. Let's say they get up to a 4-0 start or 5-0 start here, then MIBR is going to start believing that it's possible. But that's also what I feel it requires. It requires a good start for MIBR for them to stand a chance.
Yeah, and what we've seen from MIBR is that they are thriving more on the CT side. So for them to start on it and maybe getting a good start on a map there that they maybe feel like they're not maybe up to par with the VP is, it could be a factor for them to go in and have a good series. But I'm more curious to see like how the map's going to play out. Like how is it going to change compared to how it was back in the days? Do we already see some new changes in terms of how you approach the A-bomb sites? Because that's always been like the generic thing on how you want to approach the A-bomb site in terms of late rounds. So to see if VP has something new in the basket, or see if MIBR can bring something.
Just a side question here. Do you like the Overpass is back in for Anubis?
I love it. Yeah, you know, I never really liked Anubis. You know, I thought it was a little still a bit boring. You know, I actually think Overpass is one of the greatest maps. Maybe not as a puck map, but as a team map, I think it's always been very great. Like it creates a lot of opportunities for both sides to have a very mixed tactical depth of your map pool. Of your playbook. So obviously, it also creates the dynamic that you can go in and as CT you can dictate the pace a lot more compared to other maps.
Well, MIBR are going to need to be starting off hot on this one, otherwise elimination does beckon. But Harry, Hugo, you excited to be casting some Overpass?
Yes, indeed, Freya. It's our first one, actually. First
we
Overpass,
haven't done it yet.
Breaking it in with VP MIBR, and a game that would set VP up 2-0 to eliminate the Bounty Hunters. Harry, every single game so far of Blast Bounty yesterday, 2-0 for the most wanted.
Yes. Yes.
Will it continue?
I think it could. I think it could, man. I rate this VP team on Overpass, even though they've only played it twice. The results haven't been there straight away. You feel like from the pieces alone, from the man that's in charge of this Virtus.pro squad for Electronic, this is one of his most played maps of all time, right? I say one of, because of course, like, you know.
One of 7 or one of how
some
many?
of the classics out there do creep above it.
Okay. What are the classics? Dust?
Just maps that have been in the pool long.
Mirage.
Yeah, yeah, Mirage.
Yeah, Overpass in and out, back in. And yeah, I'm excited. I don't know what to expect really from MIBR. I think, you know, we heard in that interview from Exit, he says they've had time to bracket, they're happy with it, but they know VP also like to play it. And they came in a bit cold to that previous game. So CT side start on Overpass should be a lot better here for MIBR. You'd like to think. VP full armor pistol, that's interesting. This level. on a map like Overpass, but they've hit the timing out middle. Safe doesn't know. Close by his side. That was the opportunity. Electronic makes it work. Breno down below, dead. 6 feet, in fact. Hard cleared by Perfecto. He's playing great individually. 5v3, and forget the lack of utility in this round for VP. This should be a shoo-in. Gamble's a nice move. It's probably all you've got left. I do like the way that A is rejigged a little bit, the angles, the depth of that close truck corner, the difficulty to peek long from truck. I think these are all good changes that sort of, nerf the defense of A. Considering how much work the T's have to do to get close to the A site, how many positions they have to clear, they barely have flashes by the time they're fighting on default. Well, now the angles are a little bit worse for those CT sides. They've got to hit these headshots from this dumpster to connect. Are we cooking?
Oh, this is a wild play out of Nix. It's actually Exit to find the kill on the smoke spam. Him and Insani giving this one a go.
Oh, slipping through.
Fame trying to hide in the site smoke. Insani plays with him only for a moment. And that just leaves Flit. He doesn't take the bait on the first tap. Instead, swings up a little bit later, trying to close that in the 1v2. And Exit, eyes on the prize. Pistol round secured for MIBR. They do that in a 4v5.
3v5.
3v5.
Double entry mid and con, and they managed to just
put it together. Also did nothing in con.
Yeah,
that's even worse for VP to be giving that up.
Yeah. Couple of keen headshots coming out when VP tried to scale. No util for VP. That smoke buys a lot of room for MIBR. I'd like to see that.
You do wonder if, like, with this map coming back and VP being keen to play it, does that, like, reopen a conversation that you thought had closed a while ago in terms of the stylistic clash? Because for Fame and Flit, you know, they've played this very, very different than how Electronic and Perfecto would have played it when it was back in the pool and they were in Navi.
I do still feel like Electronic calls really slow T rounds though, right? Like we just saw that there, that slowdown in middle in a 5v3. Let's see what we get out of VP here. I can't say I know exactly how Electronic's gonna be setting this up, but this is an old school VP move. This is a Jame VP move. The double nade almost catches him. Nix just moved out in time. But that's as VP as it gets. Little yoink. But Harry, if they pick up the FAMAS, it will have no ammo.
It's a really good strat. You know I employ it a lot in our game.
Shoot all your bullets out.
If you go and fight like the last, well not the last guy, just a guy, and you only have like 2 shots in your AK.
What if you get
die? Well, yeah, they have 2, but like they're not going to kill you in 2 bullets, bro. Sure. No one can do that.
No, yeah. You are right. Bomb mid, 2 still B.
Ugh, this angle that Brenner's in, man.
Oh, screw your angle, says Safe. That's kind of unhelpful.
Safe, dude. I love Safe for that.
Kind of toxic, actually.
Now, Safe is so real for doing that.
20 seconds.
If you see someone playing the angle Brenner was playing, do what Safe did. Just smoke them off. Here's the B hit. Quick pop out through short.
That smoke did not go
Time is of the essence here, and you kind of want to die if you're Virtus.pro. Flit. Oh, boy. Trying to save. He will get out. 1 health the difference. But is that even a great save? He's now going to be on different money to the rest of the team in the early stages of this T side for VP.
It's not ideal, but it's his choice. He made it. He could have died if he wanted. Missed Heaven Smoke as well for VP. Never a good sign, but it's, you know, back in the pool. There will be mistakes. There will be things like that happening. Does it cost them? Completely. Insani got a double kill from Heaven, but there is no but. Flit back to 4 health, like he never left. Bye. 2 health.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna need you to go back to spawn. Your round is over.
Give it to the armorless guy. Because you see Flit on a Deagle and Perfecto on a armorless Galil.
It's just better. It just makes more sense.
Yeah. Sustain more bullets.
Like, simple on a Deagle
Yeah.
can do what Zeus could do with the orb.
Still coping to this day. MIBR, patience, not playing past the toilets, tucked in position. Here's a footsteps coming, easily done. That smoke giving a nice wide berth to Breno. Ooh, 1 bullet really kills Perfecto though, because his aim goes sky high.
If it's any consolation, 1 bullet would also really kill Flit.
Well, there it is.
And there it is, a landing from safe. Perfecto, the sky-high aim you were promised comes in as VP farmed up.
T-side overpass, it's not fun. That's kind of the advert on it. It's the tagline. But I do think this is where VP should be able to still field 4 or so rounds, at least. They have the players for it. They have the experience for it. They want to major on this map. Fame and Flit. First AWP is out. Oh, blind shot. He held it. He held it and it pays off. Perfecto is very far forward, but they're watching this. VP hitting both sites right now. Nyx is like, nope. Just tucks in. That smoke puts out the molly as well. So while Flit is posturing at B, what's Perfecto up to? Is he going to be able to find a backstab here? They have to force that rotate off A. That's a lot of grenades, though, landing. Should be ample warning. Now safe rotates off A. Now Perfecto can activate, although he doesn't know it. VP are still coming up short into this B bomb site. If he goes back to Demise. Oh my. Yeah.
All right, so they're left with the B play. Electronic does roll out the red carpet. But the bomb hasn't crossed in yet, and Icy's low. He throws the bomb across. Electronic needs to be protected at all costs, and, well, he's not. That's another cleanup for MIBR.
I really thought they were trying to force the rotate B so they could flank on Perfecto, but then he goes back to throw a smoke. Like, bruh, they ain't coming back A. Your team have thrown 3 grenades out Monster. They know where you are. Yet he's faking. Like, does he not know what they're doing? I just thought that was a set round for VP where they really slow down at B and they let him flank, but there's just no way they would ever rotate. Like, fair enough, he doesn't think they're 5B in that moment. That's understandable, but yeah, the smoke, not sure how that helped. Curious rounds out of VP here. Not quite connecting yet. MIBR building a bank early.
I want to see more. I'm certainly expecting more from VP.
Is that your first mistake?
Well, you know, because you said about like the Major winners on Overpass. Mate, that's the case for 4 of the 5 players in Virtus.pro.
Okay.
For Electronic and Perfecto, for them in Stockholm, it was one of the backbone maps in their pool. Had the win on it in the semis versus Gambit.
Yeah, NAVI were really strong on this map at their peak, that's for sure.
Oh, okay,
Whoa.
this is more like it.
Whoa.
Icy makes
What
it
happened?
interesting. Him and Flip bring this forced buy round, or partial buy rather, down to the 1v1.
Oh, it's very slow. New boy Nyx.
And Icy's even got his weapon of choice.
Step. 1 bullet. Oh.
Icy can't miss and isn't looking the right way. It's not a layup for him. And the scoreline kept flawless out of MIBR. New boy Nyx clutches up.
Nice try from Icy and the gang, getting a lot of kills out of nowhere in a difficult round for VP. But a bomb plant, 4 kills. It sounds nice. It's not what you need. 5-0 down. You need rounds. This game's starting to build out of control here for MIBR in the first half. 2v4 down to the 1v1. Not enough. Want to see Fame let off the leash. He had a great last game, but swinging out long alone, and there's 2 players there. Well, I guess he was off the leash. Hounded down. Brenno, 2 kills available. He squeezes 1 more. 4 on 3, comfortable position to fall back for safe and play that AWP in the confines of the site. Flip beats the monster smoke, but is uncertain. That bomb is still far away from this B site. Icy might have to go back and get it. Can Flip find an entry? That flash actually passes him by. He can sneak in. Oh my god, they missed the timing. Spotted on the short side. Flip trades out. He knows there's 1 more in B.
Bomb's only just making its way back around now, so Flip really can't afford to fall here. You'll see him slip back, stealing himself away till Icy is at least a little bit closer. Smoke lands in heaven this time.
Oh no.
Flip and Icy get past exit, and that leaves Safe dropping in. Can he keep MIBR flawless, or is this where VP finally break through? It's these swings and misses. Icy with the burst to bring Virtus.pro their first T-side round.
Very scary round with Icy running him down on the Glock. His teammate a little far away. There was a chance there if you could connect the AWP shot. But well done by VP, who find the perfect gap. Flit walking out Monster in the disadvantage, in the 3v4. Finally, backs turned on MIBR. VP's first round. It's got to be the springboard to something else here on this T side. They can't afford to get reset this early in the game. Door broken off, spam coming in. An explosion out short as Flick gets caught by 2 more. Perfecto going to meet them there. He shifts through the smoke. Is he stuck? I think he's stuck. Flashed, delayed. It's cleared entirely. MIBR got that kill, they got out. Meanwhile, AWP wallbanged by exit on B. My oh my. VP can't catch a break.
I mean, does this feel already over?
Yeah.
I ain't going nowhere quickly.
Think Outsiders would have gone for this? Not a chance. Give it up, go back. Try again. Money will not be pretty. As we said, that was VP's first round, immediately responded by MIBR. Goes hard though.
It's the main reason you save here.
Yeah, true actually.
It's kind of like to hype yourself up for the rounds ahead. Do you think they're ever going to open up the nightclub area?
What, like a new area of the map?
Yeah.
Overpass ain't big enough for the 10 of us.
Imagine if they did make the map bigger. Like, that's the
That would
problem.
be troll.
Like, the size is the issue.
Well, size is the issue, but the other way around. Yeah, love that molly. Run molly as well. Doesn't lose the timing here. Played a game on overpass where every round one of my teammates threw the JT molly that puts out the monster smoke on top of the train tracks, so it never comes down on the CT side. It was really scary for the CTs. That's a great entry. Flash shot up from Electronic. Flip finds the first. VP cement themselves 5-on-4. They need this round or they are in trouble. Good re-smoke. Can you stop the VP hit? This time it's Fame lurking middle. VP look for the same play, but don't get the same result.
Oh, that's a huge catch back in the toilets as well. Fame dead on this lurk. And what was a 5v4 for Virtus.pro, now left hanging in the balance here. They're down a man on the B hit, trying to just creep past Insani at the barrels. They made it in deep. Util now heard, and Exit has seen the line. He knows Electronic is close, and Insani goes unchecked. This should be the round right here. Insani's got it in the palm of his hands, playing the trigger discipline, looking for that second player. He can't find Icy, but there's no time left anyway.
Crisp.
And that's death after time for Icy.
Oh, nightmare mode.
To make matters even worse.
Yeah, what a stall from Insani to let him pick the bomb back up, get him comfortable, that false sense of security that he could have won the round, and then just get him off the bomb and re-peek Icy. Didn't even know where he was. 3, 2, 1, boom. Nice round out of Insani on the B site. VP, slow but not steady. No trade allowed for Flit. I think if they went with him on that second attempt, it would have won. Everyone was blind in B. It was just Flit was alone. Would love to trade there for VP. Cool idea to do that play twice, but MIBR don't fall for it. Picking themselves back up after a dismal train. A comeback avoided by VP. MIBR look to make the first 3 mapper of the bounty so far. Certainly feels like it. 7-1 up. VP not done on the T side though, and we know just a couple of rounds can be enough.
MIBR looking like they want to remain active here. They threw in like the mid-take util, but didn't commit to trying to fight for it. And Sani's very, very curious about short on B. You can kind of see him jiggling back and forth, waiting to see if he should get aggressive. he's on a deeper line than normal anyway. And so with this kind of degree of freedom, even the position he's in, it's hinting towards a bit of a read for MIBR that this is the A here. He's very dedicated to his line at this B site. He rotated that third player on upper, and actually VP will start to explore the option of lower in the mid round. I say the mid round, it's the late round now. They need that kill instantly. Insani will get dealt with. Fame even finds one more on his lurk. And so MIBR scramble bodies down towards lower. They've got two players back here at Graffiti, not able to stop the bomb. That plant's going down whether they like it or not. It's left to this retake then. Flit feeling a little awkward here and eventually will get punished for those misses. Full health on all three players for MIBR. And you can't say the same for VP, as the last hope now is Electronic. Safe taps that bomb, reads him like a book, and is ready for the swing.
MIBR know what they're up against, safe to say. It's great to see them realize how VP are playing and capitalize so well. Playing retake setups round after round, not overcommitting to fights in middle, even when they get strong positions, and just letting VP kind of strangle themselves with the clock there. That's a bomb plant with a 5-on-3 for VP. Yes, Icy is Glock, but still, VP don't get a single kill in that post plant. 3-on-5. MIBR just clean up. Ugly round for VP in the post plant. No space to talk about. No position. And this is not building into anything now for VP. Again, the same flash play, but it's traded this time. MIBR have learned their lesson. Awkward for safe, but not the end of the world when they keep it 4v4. And that feels like the only play VP have had in this T side that has been of any value. An opening kill. But what do you do with it? That's the question. MIBR make a move.
I mean, VP certainly want more fights earlier in the round, right? And I think they're expecting more. In all of these rounds, they're doing like the proper clear and connector. Perfecto's just been roaming there, and very often, you know, he never even gets to see anyone. They're actually just being given a lot of ground. VP, they're not liking that MIBR are playing very reserved back in the sites in this round. Far-flung player up on long. Breno only goes 1-for-1. VP with an instant trade. It's a lot of damage done on a Fame in the process.
Really lazy clear. Electronic just jumping over the wall, and his team don't even get to kill them before he dies. He could jiggle, they could peek with him. It's just really overcommitted there for VP. Good flash in the molly. Nyx needs to fight, and as it spreads, he takes an engagement. Perfecto holds on. They don't know about exit. Backside Shadow advantage could trade. Fame getting the kill. Are they ready for a flank this quick? It's a safe plant, but they still need to be hot on their heels. Turning around in the post. Insani 1v1 knows where Icy is, but he forces that fight. And don't count VP out from doing a VP thing and finding 4 rounds somehow at the end of the half. That would be enough. That's their second. It comes at a cost, surviving with just one player. But I've seen VP win from all manner of positions. That's a better round, even with some ugly moments. Terrorists win. 8-2. And MIBR a variety of setups every single round, keeping it different. Double con this time, need to be bailed out. Breno trying to help out. Caught throwing nades, exit chase down. 4v4. VP will take those trades. This is lovely from Breno. This is late in the game.
It's also just not the type of push that VP have really got in their minds right now, right? This has been a very reserved style from MIBR, all about not giving away these early fights, not making any super audacious plays, and just leaving VP to run out of time. Breno getting aggressive this late in the game.
Fame can't reflank. They've got 40 seconds. They've got to go.
Comes as a real big surprise. VP, a man down, and they're left scurrying in through the connector, trying to do this quietly. Breno has just continued rapping. He's going to try and meet them down in con. He might miss this timing, but he hears the footsteps at least. That's solid info for the rest of MIBR.
They know.
This B play is coming. Only 2 players in the site, Insani and Nyx. Can they stop it? Nyx dead straight away. But Insani and Breno strike in tandem, and Electronic able to finagle his way to a bomb plant, sure, but look at Breno closing the space. Oh God, what? Electronic still in with a chance. Fresh mag put in as he dances with safe. He can't find that killing blow. It is a damn good try from VP's captain.
Yeah.
But never given the room, MIBR do anything but let him get comfortable there.
I mean, if they were flanking on flanking as well, after Breno gets on that bomb drop and goes T-spawn, Safe re-pushes long again, knowing it's clear, and comes in bathrooms. VP go into a stack on B with 2 flanks behind them. I'm impressed Electronic even makes that interesting. But that was dead from the get-go, you felt like. Perfect grenade from Safe to make it so. And a clutch that is not to be for VP as MIBR continue to build on this CT side. 9-2 now. Last chance for Virtus.pro on this T side. This is their map pick. What have they got to show for it?
They've got a lot of space on A. Perfecto once again owns connector. So the opportunity there to rotate off. Good clear for Fame. That was kind of how you wanted Electronic to take this position last time. And they know that right now there's this isolated fight on a player close. They go looking for it. It's one of the best results you've actually had out of these Fame lurks on this T side. He's been getting kind of bullied in a lot of these rounds, often the first to fall for Virtus.pro. They've been losing as a result info on that top side of the map. This is something that does happen. It's like, I feel like this extremity lurk player, always feeding away the man advantages. It's a rough way to go. 4-on-4. MIBR 3 strong on the top site. And so VP might have found that opening, but they get nothing past that first kill. Perfecto doesn't have the time, the gun, the position. There's no way to do anything here. It's MIBR, double digits, as they look to be the first squad to take us to a 3-map series.
17 seconds left, so this is going to be just an all-out stomp to the bomb side. No slowing it down. They just have to rush him in, get the kill instantly, get the bomb planted. Frozen is dropped, and that's the bomb on the ground. Oh my God! It's Brolin with an insane transfer. He keeps it going. It's a quad kill. He saved his team.
Nice. I don't know, the bell is ringing, might be the train bell, but certainly ringing for Astralis right here. 1 versus 4, and he's gonna get a headshot follow. Oh, what? No way! He actually makes it work. That has to be just pure out, just divine intervention. Shut up. I can't. I've never seen anything like that ever before.
If they're gonna get a 5th in this first 15, this could be the round he offers it. At the helm of that monster hit, Apex comes around the corner, back of Electronic turned. A double man advantage that feels like surely Vitality have already got enough. But what about that flash from SDY? How about this hold from Perfecto? Incendiary to the right. Sumdai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sumdai Young and Sumdai again and again and again. 11-4, 11 rounds straight, and a dominant overpass CT side.
Definitely a big gap providing itself. They're going to come through this.
They're on their way. Setups here. Good flashes. Rops, he is supposed to be the way in, but he's escorted out off the premises. Shush! This is his site. And he continues to lay down more and more from Shush. Oh, 5 from the Dane.
Sometimes these work.
See if they hit the flashes or not. They do.
Oh no.
Oh, that's
Zywo's blind
as well.
Oh, Rain the double deagle. You're not gonna. Oh! When it rains, it pours. And then Rain adds in that extra secret spice. Gives you a round like this. A fourth. Everybody falls at the hands of Rain.
Coming into this, Hugo, you and I were excited. This was our first overpass, the first time we got to take a look at it. And then we see what VP bring to the table. I want to get your reactions here at halftime. 2 rounds for Virtus.pro there. How you feeling?
I hated every second of it, Harry. I hated every second of that half. Wasn't enjoyable in the slightest to watch. Full of mistakes, full of slow rounds. VP with no belief. VP with horrible post plants. There's nothing to enjoy about that T side. I hope MIBR actually brings some bloody flair into this game and show us something more exciting, because that was dismal for VP. But if I know VP, Harry, and I do know VP, they'll probably win this game. They'll probably still win this game. So we'll call them the GOATs. We'll call them the greats. Let's see what they got.
I am excited about the VPB hold, or at least the prospect of it. It's like the one area where actually the 2 teams that this squad is kind of an amalgamation of from the old overpass days. They actually match up well. Flit and Perfecto, both B players
Here we go.
back in the day, and they're looking good to open up in this pistol. A swarm
so back.
over MIBR.
10 is all they get. 13-10. Just pack it up. We already know where this one's going. VP are going to win this game after one of the worst T-sides I've ever seen. That hurt to watch, Harry. That really hurt to watch.
Yeah, I think B should feel very, very safe for VP. You have 2 strong pieces down there. Side of the map that have me nervous the most in the first half, and maybe here in the second, is that top site. That's where you're going to need Icy to be hitting on the AWP. Fame never really got going. But I feel like Perfecto and Flit, that's a safe pair of hands, right?
Should be. Definitely should be.
I know it hasn't been in this game so far.
Yeah.
But like,
different game now. This is a different game. Look,
yeah.
MIBR doing their VP impression.
Oh, wait, but Insani, hang on. If someone comes up the ladder, Hugo, imagine this, right? They're back turned coming up the ladder. They're sneaking the whole way for some reason.
Trolling aside, MIBR just...
Yeah, they're just talking the round
through. Yeah.
And not this round, by the way. Next round.
All right, guys, we're going to run up long. Into A. Against the wall. Clear the bathrooms. Clear. Check. Fame. Rotating. Jump spotting. Gets a bit of information. You start to see VP shift on the map here. This is only Glocks. 3 CTs in the site. They're about to be turned to mincemeat. Beautiful hold. No deaths here for VP, and the game is on. MIBR within sight of the finish line on Overpass. But will they run out of steam before they cross it?
Mid-take util in. Saw it throwing a hell of a lot, but very few mid-takes ever required. MIBR played a slow CT side in anticipation of VP's slow T-half.
Oh, they reacted perfectly. I mean, playing retake setups, you know, sometimes doing late flanks when VP wouldn't be long with 30, 40 seconds, not overplaying their flanks, good stacks. I mean, there was a lot to like for MIBR. They definitely punished VP for their ways, but I also think VP kind of threw away a lot of opportunities. At the same time, the CT side is
I'm liking this first gun round, man.
From MIBR, walking all the way forward.
Yeah, I love a toilet to walk up. Just doing it contact, you try and find gaps. You're aware the whole time, like, we could have moved past someone at the divider in theory, but you never expose yourself to it. Not yet. They might just come through that. Fame's been spotted here, chasing down his one. Icy gets his. They will power through the site. That's going to leave VP into a retake here. Smoked off back at Dumpster, smoked in bank. They're going to have to wait these out before they go for the retake.
And also Fame can't play too early. He needs his team to come in and help him. He's just patrolling right now. Good shot from Insani, having a strong game. Fame trying to come out through the toilets. Overwhelmed by Exit, who peeks after the flashbang, and VP. It might be over here. 2v3, forced out of the bomb site. Smokes may fade, but so does their chance. And if you're going to save, you've got to run, because this bomb is big. It explodes vertically. It will kill you in CT spawn. VP have to go very far away. So they start to maneuver out. Perfecto, just about.
Terrorists win.
Okay, MIBR, great opening round. Just walking into the A bomb site. That was a 3v5 after the first couple of entries. But you know what's key, Harry? It's position, and that's what they gained very quickly. VP had no idea.
No, I mean, that's just something VP never attempted in their first half. Even though they were being given that type of space every round, and they actually had a whole half to figure that out. For MIBR, it's just the feeling cool heading into this first rifle.
VP would get that space, and then they would sit there for 45 seconds. It's like, MIBR aren't pushing into you. Now that AWP turns into a scout. And this is VP's best chance to do anything in the game. Lose here. We're going to Mirage.
Okay, Fame has been abandoned. There we go. Icy with the flash to send him in for a long peek. It's all coming together. Oh, sick flash and away.
It worked.
Fame blinded by the spotlight. That's the price you pay. A 3-for-1 on Fame. VP will take that all day long. And I mean, nothing wrong with saving here.
Nah, you got the AWP. 20 seconds, too far. Nice flash setup. Well done by Fame. Having his first real impactful round of this map. What?
What did they mean by this?
What? Explain. What was that?
It was like a jar in a balloon.
How?
What did Valve mean when they put the jar in the balloon?
I don't know. I really don't. They're cryptic on a normal day.
Think, Hugo. Balloons. What are balloons for? Parties. That's the call out as well. Jars. What can you put in a jar? Sand.
Pickles.
Pickles. Yours are better. That's a better suggestion. Mine's just various waste products that can go in a jar.
Same.
Pickles.
Do you actually know the answer? Or
No. We're trying to spitball it.
Bugs.
I could have a jar of bugs.
Yeah, I was more thinking in-game bugs, but jar of bugs.
Sounds like a person's name. Jar of bugs.
From Star Wars.
VP. It's a long road. And they're just cruising right now, like 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're in no hurry.
Idling the engine every now and again. Maximum fuel efficiency.
They've been stalled a couple times on this journey. Oh. Try and get that AWP opening. Using the nade on the smoke. Nick's patrolling B. The rest of his team work out mid. Cool lineup, but nothing to find outside this B site. Fame gets a spot, goes back to A.
Considering there's an AWP in play, he was on a very audacious line there, let's say. And he gets the spot. And that gives Icy the direction to home in on. Hoping the flash will displace the AWP and allow him to retake this long angle, but he's still just playing for info for now. And
oh no,
yeah, that's given Safe a way in.
All Fame.
Fame's got a lot to do. Electronic on this rotate up. Fame trying to disappear, but it's just Electronic, and the Deeg pulls up out of Breno. 2v2. Flit and Perfecto now arrive. Nick's caught out in the open, and Flit plays it forward. Bit of aggression there in that 2v2 retake. They never even let the bomb get planted.
Yeah, nice fast rotate for Electronic. Gets a couple of kills as well to bail them out after the AWP pick. And remember, that's mostly pistols with some saved guns, so MIBR cannot connect the round. Nick's caught looking the wrong way. Not ideal. Plenty more opportunity to close this map. However, VP picking up a couple of gun rounds here. I see smoked off.
It's a repeat of this toilet walk up. This time they do have that con control. So they're going to try and branch off from this. Go back and explore some other avenues. He's left with Util.
Big spot. At least two seen.
Perfecto going close. Insani here with the Deagle. Flash to tee him up, but only one kill found from it. Oh, huge nade from Electronic. And with Flit watching down here at Monster, this is feeling safe. Third player, Icy, even joining the ranks. There should be no way into this for MIBR. As they get collapsed upon, this gap continues to close. VP's CT side standing up for now.
I'd like to remember that I said it at 10-2. I said VP just showed us the worst half ever. Watch them win. And I'm feeling more convinced by the second. MIBR falling a little short. Unfortunate. As all the info gets gathered by VP, and look what they do with the info. They rotate 3 down lower. They have perfect util, instant molly, flash for a 1-for-1, confirms what they already know, then electronic nades. MIBR, ooh, they are chasing this orb up close. Icy only just gets out because of the flashbang, really. And so MIBR trying to force this kill. But VP have already set up back in the bomb site, knowing this feels like a commit on a low econ round. MIBR are charging in, and VP have no problem. Icy looking good right now. 2 kills on his orb. They do get up long, but he turns for a 3rd. And there is no breaking into this 4-man setup on that top site. VP holds strong without a death. Only eco for MIBR, but VP given everything they need. And now MIBR, another buy round, another chance, but the ante is upped. Stakes are high. Elimination looms for a 2-0 for VP if they can come back. It was going oh so well. Winning their first gun round, but nothing more. Icy also being reliable. Very important piece is your CTA WP going to get left alone a lot. Not in this round. VP start triple upper. Likely we'll be playing someone towards connector here. Electronic checks it out. Drops his nades, gets out. Save just misses that time.
Unfortunate. Oh, never mind. It opens back up. Icy tries to double dip on the mid fight.
Really good chance here for MIBR to do what they did in their first gun round, just walk up close on this A site. They might catch Fame off guard on this tight line. Fame jiggling. If they jump over, it's going to be a big problem, but he forces it with a flashbang, and again, the same result.
It's mad how often Fame is getting out with multi-kills on these flash plays, even though he also looks worse for wear in the fights. I like that he constantly has that initiative just to ask for the flashes and go for these big plays. It's completely flipped the script on this round. What was a 5v4 for MIBR. The advantage now rests with VP. And a stack has formed over here on A.
Smoke's annoying, but look at the crossfire they have. They can cover both sides of it. No one can use that smoke. They've got to go B. Flip, defending solo from a nice off angle. Very hard position to clear. If Monster comes out first, it might be fine here for MIBR to get this entry. Flash lands behind the pillar, baited by Heaven. Flip finds one, drops that Molotov. They can't scale. There's 10 seconds. They've just got to stick default. Flip can punish this. There is no chance, surely. But Nyx gets 2 kills out of nowhere. Flip turns back around. Bomb, nade, low health. Still MIBR with a chance.
What type of a robbery this round would be. Safe's even been able to cross out on the AWP. Nyx much the same. Now they go post-plant play. Missed shot from the safe AWP. That would have been so valuable. Now Flick gets to close in on these short players, and with them both so low, 1 bullet ends this round. It's been recovered once more by Virtus.pro. Really down to the wire on that retake there.
Yeah, super nice try for Nyx. 2v4, gets 2 kills on those rotation players, but Flip living in the pit the whole time. And with that 1 missed shot for the AWP on the Heaven retake, stops the round in its tracks. Needed that kill desperately. Low health. no room for error. And Flit looking reliable. Solo B in that round puts on a huge multi-kill to make it happen for VP. This 10-2 comeback is happening. 11-4 when MIBR found their first and only T-side round. It walked all the way through toilets into A. Nothing since. This is just par for the course. This is just another day in the VP office here on Overpass.
Oh, this is the faces you used to be used to seeing in these VP matchups. Teams that can't believe the game is closed up. MIBR awestruck at this. They felt like they had all the time in the world to close out this game. 10-2 on the half. Winning round 3 on that T side. It's 11 all they get. They play a bit of a pacey round here, taking the short control straight away. Flit's been boosted up, just a snipe one from the ranks of MIBR.
Lucky to be alive, 4 health. Reblock comes in all over B. VP don't want to let these pistols fly into the site. Smoke play is fantastic. Dodge on the flash. Perfecto shoots early, but collects his kill, and Electronic follows up. So this pistol round again getting averted by VP. 5 alive once more. And even a kill won't make a dent at this point in the game. We have players like Flit on 11k. VP 5 alive, 1 round behind from 10-2 down. That overpass T side is punishing. And I feel like VP have done way more on this CT side. That's a funny part. Like MIBR just kind of played super safe, didn't do a lot, let VP kind of troll the round away. But VP have been active. VP have been making plays. They've been super quick on rotations. A side having a lot of stacks. Boost up on B. VP haven't been afraid to get involved. Look at this. Fame peeking mid. His flash plays on long have been gargantuan. Does damage to exit and still gets out scot-free. Here's a push in the mid round, pretty early round, if anything. Flit finds a 5v4. VP are fearless on CT. Wind in their sails. MIBR crashing into the rocks.
Oh, that would be a huge pickup here in Sani versus Flit. They've spotted him on his aggressive pathing. Molly's making things feel awkward for him, but he's called for support. Insani's ready for a second player. He's done damage onto 2. That's both these B players. 4 VP tagged up.
They just jump through and hope for the best here. What else have they got? Flit's traded places. It looks like he's escaped, but he is behind you. And now they're all stuck short. They can't go back to Monster. It's controlled. Where do you go?
They have to play into the stack. That's how it's feeling. 25 seconds left as they go back into Con. Fame just can't make this play too early.
They're saving.
And they're going to exit with these guns, leave the round. They tried to break through again. If they go for it and come up short, their next buy is super restricted, so they take this save. It's yet another flawless round for Virtus.pro. 11 all now. And damn, all right. All right, the VPCT side got hat.
It does. Oh, God. Wait a second. Not everyone. 2 out of 3. And he can't save the AWP either. Oh, God. That is brutal.
My goats.
10-2 down, and it's not even surprising. It's just par for the course at this point.
The thing that's been really nice is just seeing everyone slot back in. Like,
yeah, they look great.
You know, the overpass never even left the pool. Everyone looks so comfortable all of a sudden.
Oh, dude, it's just again and again. We've been here so many times before. Some things never change. I just wish we saw more life on that T side. VP could be a real threat on this map, but he just refused to be. Here on CT, a near flawless game. You think Fame will get flashed for a long peek?
Icy running back. They actually might do the flash play again. He has a flash to help him. They've snuck up on long. Icy in the place to throw the flashbang, but it's never going to arrive.
Oh.
They walk up close on Fame.
2 guns. A shot.
Shot from the Icy orb.
Uh-oh.
Bring it all the way back to 11 all.
Oh, that smoke is terrifying. Is that cause for concern? Nade is nice. Electronic not going to face with it. Going to tuck in here. That player on the left lives as they get closer and closer. There's only 2 CTs here. This could work.
Very much feels like Electronic is hoping to have the element of surprise here. And Icy can just take all the attention away.
God.
Lands the burst shot. They learn about Electronic over at long. He closes the gap and makes up for it.
But it's
Insani 1v2. 2 kills to his name already, and still more for the MIBR talent. They're out looking for the creep in a bank. He's moved around Virtus.pro.
Oh, they could overthink.
He's got the bomb on his back. He's going to catch Perfecto for free. That's the route opened up in a B. Flit trying to give chase. Insani going to be real close in terms of the time of getting this bomb planted, but he's just got it. Half a second left on the round, and he's there. It's a buzzer beater clutch for Insani. Flit looks on. Doesn't play his hand yet, waiting for the fight to come to him, and Insani, that is a stellar clutch that has brought some new life into MIBR.
No way.
And secured them overtime, at least on overpass.
He got hit for 93 on that peak. 4 kills for Insani in the clutch as well. And he squeezes out the round win for MIBR. Somehow, some way, triple kill for Electronic. Not enough. Beautifully played for Insani. And can you imagine that that is what opens up the game again for MIBR after a hard-fought comeback for VP? Electronic 24 kills, Flit 19 on his B hold. And somehow, some way, they could still win this map in regulation.
Another one of these contact plays out through mid. And unlike in rounds gone by where Icy looks on from Divider at the start of these rounds to make sure this can't happen, VP played far more passive. And so they've given up this real estate. The whole time Fame is aware they can be right next to him. Electronic joins the ranks of this A-site hold. A third piece, a flash play for Fame. An Icy's orb in the feed, even more damage from Fame's aggression. You might need to have another big Insani round here. He's trying to bait shots from this AWP. Gets the shot out from Icy, makes up for it, but there's the rotate. Overtime will be required. Some things do never change. VP on the back of it, 2-10-1/2. In MIBR's favor, have pulled this one back into overtime.
Hey, it's VP, eternally true. Overtime, overpass, all the rounds, and then some. I think the only bad part about overtime is we're going to have to see VP play T-side again.
Oh.
But that's all for a little bit later, as they look to run over CT side first. MIBR lucky to still be in this game, to be honest. So they're happy they get the chance to reset with full money. No worries about eco rounds that were so clean and dealt with by VP. 3 more rifle rounds. 3 more tries on this T side.
Oh, that's a crazy turn for Nyx.
Peace.
Flit just gets deleted. There's been a lot of damage done to MIBR in this exchange for Con and Short. But a 5v4 untraded leaves them in a very good position.
That's a rarity as well. We didn't have a lot of these where VP would lose that opening fight, and it's not because they were too scared of taking them. VP Had a lot of man advantages early. So this is uncharted water. We have no map for a 5v4 like this. Should have seen them on long on the boost there. Flash is good, but shot does not connect. Exec makes it painstakingly clear. VP need to frag out.
Look at all that fire blanketing the site, but Icy actually takes it in his stride to get aggressive. Nets one and makes it the double. Here's the rotates all pouring in for Virtus.pro. MIBR might have had a nice idea. They might have found that 5v4. They have a full rolling exec in towards that A site. They don't make a dent past that first kill.
Yeah, Icy is not the most consistent AWPer by any means, but when he's on, it looks great to watch. That missed early shot makes up with 3 more. Despite the team flash that burns him in the Molotov, Icy re-peaking, pinpoint precision, and VP first of overtime. Should be no surprise. MIBR, another chance on the AWP. Constantly breaking these monster smokes open. VP never giving them the entry. Down and connector again. Insani opens up. Another 5v4. Wasn't enough last time. Can MIBR right their wrongs?
Walk-up smoke there, meant to cut off info for the A-site AWPer. They know that Icy's been playing a info-heavy game of Counter-Strike, right? Just jumping behind the dice box, looking for info. That smoke is supposed to deny it and make these A players feel like there's a lot of pressure. Because him and Electronic have both cleared this, they're never going to fully bite down on this fake. Icy even starts rotating now.
So blind.
B hit coming in, and the B play. Well, the landing will be stuck here for MIBR. Getting past Perfecto and Flit, very little in the way of trouble. And this backstab still yet to connect. For now, VP do have a 2-on-3 going forward. Electronic at nearly 30 kills deep in this game, by the way. Deals with Insani. Now looks to try and find his way in this clutch. Learning about that Heaven Lurk is a rough time for Electronic. He knows the odds of winning this pretty low, and there's Safe playing around the bomb. That's him.
There he is. Locks it in for MIBR.
So photogenic, is Safe.
He looks great. Still as a statue. 5v4, yeah. That's Safe. There's Safe. In case you're wondering. 5v4.
Just so stoic in the face of that one T-side round that they need.
I like that call for MIBR. Keep it simple. They've been going for executes in OT. They get the 5v4. They do one combo of util up short, Heaven Smoke, CT Molly, double flash, and they actually run through the monster Molotov as well, thrown by VP. Those players close wood are so blind. Really nice pop for MIBR to get themselves at least one round, which, dare I say, might be enough.
All right. No walk in the park for Breno. Get it?
No,
because he was walking in the park.
Oh.
When Icy killed him with the orb. Oh, but look at Insani. Look at the space he's taken.
Yes.
Electronic dead. Electronic playing the rotate. That's a sign of the times. You see him scrambling up. You know that the rest of VP might not be close behind. Fame iced out, and now Flit trying to take up position. Gap starting to close on this A play, and if MIBR can break through with 2 T-side rounds here in overtime,
I mean, that's as good as done.
That's enough to take it, surely.
Yeah.
Perfecto.
Last round, bro.
Saving, brother. Someone just keep track of where we're at in overtime in these teams.
It's like yesterday. He's 8 and 15.
Maybe he can do this.
He's not had fun.
Maybe he can do this.
No.
Nah. He ain't doing this. Dead safe with the close. And so good stuff from MIBR, who do not waste this opportunity of overtime. 2 rounds on their T side. That's as many as they got in regulation.
It's as many as reg.
Oh, dude, that's sick. He slid down the slide.
Yeah, that's what it's made for.
Yo, wait, maybe this is all worth it. We just got to see him slide down this slide.
Oh, that's why they call it a slide.
He slid down.
It's past tense, so I think the word you're looking for is slowed. VP, full tilt, probably.
Sliding down. The rankings.
It's good. It's really good. Ooh, okay. What do we got? VP get good position, and then they stand still for about a minute.
No. You might have seen this one before.
Yeah, do you remember the first half?
So they're going to spread out. They're going to
then they're going to stop. And no one's going
to... This is fine, because actually they're getting reactions.
Winsani's just
rather disastrously.
Perfecto's had the worst time. The worst, most horrible, most unenjoyable time. Second to me, he's had the worst time. I win, or lose, depending.
But the best loser.
The most worstest. But he is dead. So, that's not fun either. Gotta watch your team bring the bomb back from spawn at 30 seconds. And of course, MIBR retake B, it's perfect. They've got grenades. If electronic plants, this round is over. Probably, I mean, he needs to go, 20 seconds. Yeah, they run out toilet, 20 seconds, front bath. Fame looking for this kill. They back up. Electronic is still in T-spawn.
He missed the barrels.
He missed the barrels. 15 seconds. They've got a nade. It's over. He's going to plant. Where's the nade? Throw the nade, and it's over. He got the plant. It's still over. It's still over. MIBR, 15 rounds. 1 is all they need.
2 whole chances to close this out, and on the CT side, that's like 50 minutes. You have all the time in the world to win this game, or at least this map.
Why did VP come back? Why did they do that? For what reason?
Just to show us they could. Just the reminder, like, we're pretty darn good CT side.
Oh, yeah. This is... Bring Jane back. We're going to do all this.
I mean, that was kind of like... I know he felt like Overpass getting removed was a big reason as to him encountering some struggles. That in combination, you know, you lose like one of your home maps in combination with the whole game changing and it being a far pacier, not lending itself as well to the comeback style.
You know what I am looking forward to? The desk. Break this one down, Jacob. Fake out for Electronic. He's running back. Safe is flanking. Panicking on the B bomb site. They start to rotate, but still remaining with 1 man in the pit. It's Nyx, new boy, holding on. Good smoke.
Teammates rotating down here, but yeah, they've been blocked by this util. Insani plays right through it. And he wants to end this here and now, does Insani. That double puts MIBR on the path to victory. All that's left to do is walk it. Icy will get the bomb planted. There's this flank on the cards. It's not heard. Electronic.
Oh, he missed it. He should have the kill, though.
Some feet seen by Safe.
Got it.
And there he is, delivering the killing blow onto Electronica. Icy trying to back up here. Wants to roam and find this AWP in through the back line. Tech9 pulled out, and he will deal with safe. There's Icy of a clutch in him. 1v1 to keep this game alive. DPU's being stuck, and Icy says, not today. One more round required.
I think another overtime maybe before all is said and done. VP live to fight another day on a bit of a faster B approach. Who would have thought it? It gets over the line for VP despite the big flank. MIBR knew what was going on. They just couldn't stop it.
Screw it. One more overtime.
We've been here before.
One more.
This ain't liquid ecstatic.
I know. It's a completely different game. Neither of those teams are playing, Hugo.
That's true. You got me there. Electronic has 30 kills.
He's playing really good. I wish he would play like he had 30 kills.
Yeah, true, actually.
Okay, Fame, you've been waiting for them to get aggressive this entire game, and they've done it.
Fame's dead.
It's a double long setup, so you don't want to play into this.
Oh, got it. That's
gets out with his one. Good stuff for Fame. Honestly, it was kind of his play on the extremities that felt like it was letting VP down a lot in the first half. And since going onto the CT side, looking far better, getting a bit more accustomed, that's a good impact 1-for-1 on this lurk. But it hasn't drawn a rotation yet. And it looks like they might just go out B. There's Util in hand for Nyx. Bro, Nyx is playing with nades. Nyx is dead. Nyx is so dead. Electronic and Flit deal with the B hold. Exit left as the last man. VP won another overtime.
Yeah, go on, give it to him. Exit's down here in pit, looking to stop everything from materializing. Doesn't get his first kill. Electronic 2 frags on the entry. Safe through the Molotov. They know where he is. There's no chance. This goes again to another OT.
And it's the T side, that's where you want to find yourself. Both these teams having a lot of success in overtime somehow when they get there.
Yeah, as many rounds in the T side on OT as regulation. That's 2 T rounds. It's a different game now. I don't know, I don't like that setup. That's not nice. Maybe thinking VP would announce it with utility.
Well, I mean, if you think back to Reg, they always did those little pop flashes for Flit whenever he had the intent of playing through. And so that is, you know, a bit of a change for Virtus.pro. The no util, the contact B walk. Insani's like, I've had enough of this shit, man.
I'm gone.
You're telling me I have to play more Virtus.pro on overpass?
Sub in, coach. Well, hey.
I saw someone with the takeaway that said, why don't they just do it more better?
That's actually really, yo.
And
wow.
Actually.
When you think about it like that.
It can, you know, life can be that simple. Just do it more better, and then there's no worries. If you were just doing it the most good from the get-go.
Yeah. Alrighty. Double OT here.
Let's see who can do it the most bestest here in the third overtime.
MIBR have slowed down, VP have slid down.
Some people would say Perfecto with 9 kills in round 31 is not a good sign.
You could argue that.
And I would say to those people, sure.
First time.
But he's having, you know, he's having fun.
I don't know if that's true.
I think he might be, dude.
I don't think he is.
He's playing in connector every round. And MIBR go there like once a half, and he always dies to it when they do.
Yeah.
And other than that, he doesn't see anyone.
Sounds fun. As dry as this B hit, Flit finds nothing from his poking and prodding the AWP point.
MIBR have had great reads on this game, by the way. It's another like stack on the side that VP are interested in. But this walk, he's been cleared.
And also the AWP left the second they peaked. That hurts.
Dennis is actually playing so well. 32 and 19. He's coming back with the bomb.
Only, yeah. Yeah. Here we go.
Ah, look. But Perfecto, he can make up for the 9 kills with some sick util. Let's see what he's got.
Heaven Smoke.
Heaven Smoke. Flash to get his teammates out through Monster. Flash goes off now and sets them up to move in.
Double barrel is by 8 seconds. They've lost the bomb. And MIBR with the round. It's like if Navi.
We shouldn't laugh.
It's like if Navi.
Because that could happen to anyone.
Yeah, for sure. It's like if Navi from 2017 had a baby with VP from
CS2.
Well, no, not that. From like, no, because also they were both really good teams. So no, this analogy doesn't work. I don't know what it is, but sometimes it'd be like that.
Oh.
Unlucky. Happens to the best of us, you know. We miss a nade. It's the least of VP's worries. Oh, spotted.
Flip dead. So MIBR looking for another round here. Ooh, save playing with fire. Oh, Shadow Scene, Electronic.
Good try.
Swings out for one. A quick reaction from Nyx. The nades, but he's dodged them. Perfecto. Locked in for double-digit kills in that last round. Now they're asking him to clutch up 1v4. And for some reason, I think he might be able to do it this time. Here he is. Okay. First kill comes in. Come on, Perfecto. Let's go.
The bomb is in T-Spawn.
That's fine. He doesn't need it.
The bomb's in T-Spawn, guys. You can't.
He doesn't need that.
Can't win the round.
No, he can. He's going to go back and get it. Perfecto on the cross. They've seen him. He's seen them. It goes both ways. They spam him, and he does more damage. The bomb's just under 30 seconds left as he goes back for the bomb. This is Perfecto trying to win the coolest round.
Exit, right side monster. Are you ready for that? It's a good repos. Might be the only thing that matters.
Go, flick. Yes, ooh. Perfecto nails it. 3 HP though.
They can rush him.
He's probably screwed, honestly, but it's a damn good try. Perfecto, really, really sound. Oh, about as good as you could have hoped for there.
If the bomb was B, I'd be buying it, but not today, not to B. But MIBR instead building in with a couple of rounds on this CT side. All this comeback and all this overtime, VP can't seem to connect the dots on their T half.
One more chance to do so. In a sea of chances to do so.
Okay.
It's not a bad way to open. Icy secures a 5v4. Breno playing up close in the toilets. I mean, you haven't really seen like a lot of these types of positions for MIBR.
Oh.
And it looks like it might haunt them in this round that they attempt to go for it. They take far deeper lines, and that's given Electronic the runway for all these openings.
Nice to watch some pace from VP, getting 2 entries and just sending it into the site. Now, the bomb is in T-spawn. Important to note in every one of these rounds. But Electronic's just going to kill every single player. And that looks like a viable strategy. 3 deep. Nyx moving up from CT.
Bomb's going B.
It's fine. Presumably. Because there's double flanks on A. Electronic looking for the 4-piece.
Virtus.pro sandwich. And they're holding on for him. That one round delivered to Virtus.pro. It's on the back of it. The Electronic openings just seizing the gap as soon as they get it.
my, oh my. One of the games
anything
of all
can
time.
happen.
Anything can happen. Like, no one's guaranteed.
It's different, but a bit more of the same.
You
like
know,
the Liquid.
different, but also same.
Yeah, like Liquid Ecstatic was wild because every round, everything happened. And this game, it's like, actually, not a lot happens. And in the final 5 seconds, anything can.
I'm shocked rounds are going up on the board, but I guess they have to, right? Like, someone has to win by the end of the round. One team will win. So, with that logic, MIBR favored. However, caveat, they're on the T side. Now, this has famously been difficult for both squads.
Oh, saves on the slide, my guy.
I think that's Sleed, actually. Now, 2 rounds, Harry, does sound impossible. That being said, they've done it before.
Every time, in fact.
Every time.
100% success rate.
But what about this time?
True. It's actually the hardest to get them when you need them.
Yeah, when the pressure's off, everything's easy. When the pressure's on, the bomb is in T-spawn.
It's like the worst thing I've ever said because it's such a nothing burger of a sentence. It's good, though.
Hi, I'll have the nothing burger, please.
The rounds you need are always the hardest when you need them.
Well, I actually like it. I think it's...
And actually join the G2 coaching staff.
Guys, MIBR, you can win. Just win 2 rounds.
Perfecto. Push forward. Flit. And him play in tandem.
That's
a
more
mow
like
down
it.
of the B hit.
Oh,
it's all coming up for Virtus.pro. MIBR try and throw the book at him with a fast play. And VP say 5 more years. That's how long this game's going to keep on going.
There's no way we can beat the 50-round bonanza. I challenge you to try.
I would hazard a guess that this is already of comparable length.
Actually, probably true. Depressingly true. 17 apiece. VP
actually,
now favorites.
Holy shit, crazy angle, Hugo, that you never considered.
Hit me.
We're progressively watching both teams improve in real time at Overpass.
It's like a boot camp.
Like you just keep getting reps in. Yeah, it's an MR30. You know, you're just playing a lot.
It is like a scrim in a way.
With money on the line. 20,000 on the head of Virtus.pro.
And again, I say the same thing I said yesterday for MIBR. Is it even worth it? Only they can answer that question. How much do you want it? MIBR 2 rounds away from elimination at the Bounty.
Mid-take util. No one plays with it, just a nice way of slowing down the T's and forcing them to burn. Bit of util early as well as giving you the sound cue that they're getting out middle.
Perfecto. Getting that info. Minimizing risk. He's got more util to buy time at this B bomb site. The bomb is in T-spawn. MIBR still staging the round. That close ace smoke is going to keep 2 here. It's even going to pull a 3rd over, but we've seen VP hold B with only 2 players numerous times. Flit is a rock in this bomb site. Resmoke for Monster? No, he gets the info on the jump spot. And again, that will force electronics rotation. Look at him on the minimap, coming back down to this B bomb site. VP again in the right place. More blocking util, a smoke, a Molotov. In theory, everything they need. That grenade is excellent. MIBR trying to make it work.
And they come. Insani opening onto the rotate of Electronic. They know that a 3rd man should be here. They're all searching for Flick, collapsing down upon him. Icy and Fame left in this one for a retake. 2 versus 3. As that triple B stack is swept aside.
Oh, what a clear.
Trying to conceal himself. Fame gives chase. Safe.
No way. No way.
That's such a huge miss. It's let them get out.
Still.
And now Icy holds the angle. Waiting for a re-swing, waiting for that trade of contact. Safe never gives them it. Oh, it's another flash play. Safe so blind for the first. Oh, what the is going on? It's MIBR. It's Safe with the collateral to close.
They missed every single shot. Breno couldn't do a thing.
That's the first time ever as well that Fame didn't insta-play off of one of these flashes. He would have had Safe blind.
And they line up instead, Harry.
Show me that PNG of Safe. I just want to look at his face.
Bring up the still image. Oh, it doesn't get better for Safe. Map point. Going the distance again and again and again and again. And a third map maybe in tow.
Electronic nearly 40 kills deep. In these rotate rolls, he's been stellar, always in the right place at the right time, but in that round, he's the first to fall, the first domino on that B hit. Now it's VP rubbing their hands together, thinking we got them right where we want them.
Yes, they do, don't they? MIBR are going to go back to what won their first T-side round of this game, which is just full banana contact, the old school Fnatic through the toilets, shifting into A. Will it work? They look like they want to go long side, though. VP push the monster smoke. VP. Aggressive, risky maneuver.
It's just an insane time to do it. Like, you're at the tail end of your second overtime.
I love it.
You're the team that stands to lose everything on an aggro push, but they still have the gall to go for one.
Icy needs to know that these players are here. He gets the jump spot, the AWP fires off, it becomes clear.
Flashes himself in for a long fight.
Legged.
Takes one of the leg, now looking wounded. More aggression, but the nades find Icy. They disrupt that AWP. The rotates have to arrive for Virtus.pro as this site starts to get picked in half. Fame on a tear. 3 kills deep, needs the ace clutch. VP is still in this. Fame keeps them in overpass. That ace, an absolutely wild turn of fate from Fame.
Oh, he made this map famous, Harry. 5 kills on his own in the corner, pistols out. Bap, 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 we go again. The bounty delivers.
It's all Counter-Strike.
All the time. Forever. Run it back. This game is taking years off their life.
Fame didn't even look happy. He's just ace clutch to keep them in the tournament.
It's like Twist
or in
yesterday.
the map, rather.
Twist looking mad every time they won a round.
Oh, it's good. It's good. Okay. Okay, guys, settle in. 30 more minutes. Come on.
3 more years.
Here we are. Maybe we like try lowering the pace, bro, of everything we're doing.
Of us?
Yeah.
How? How do you lower the
Speak
pace?
at half speed. Like you have a YouTube video on, you've lowered it to half speed.
I watch everything double speed, Harry. I ain't got time.
Oh.
Reno in the toilet.
And now.
No, I hate this. I hate this. I'm cancelling this bit. I'm cancelling this bit. I'm calling out my one.
Okay, that's fine.
My
you
one
get
cancel card.
one bit.
Yeah.
I've been cancelled.
Just a bit. Nice hold. Boost up. First time we've seen a boost on B that's not been the default boost. They're coming back down connector. VP get that kill. They rotate out. They think they've done enough. Ha! They've left Perfecto alone. Somebody help this man.
Perfecto.
Whose man is this?
Man. Electronics here. Papatronics here to protect you, Electro.
Father!
Electro. Perfecto. I got him confused with the town in DayZ. Oh!
Friendly
what a
Cherno.
from Electro.
The Tyrannosaurus Rex. There's something there. We'll get back to it. 15 seconds. There's still a player at the barrels. Flit tucked in. They don't know. Electronic living for that plant. Buying a few more seconds. Back turn. Denied.
He's
Flit
done it.
does it. He did it. VP first round.
He did do it. He did it to him. I actually want to see the edit of Perfecto on like, you know, I had to do it to him guy.
Oh,
I think that would work.
That's got to exist.
Someone cook that?
Yeah, like new look Perfecto though. You what's the meme? Just say it again. You know I had to do it to him.
Yeah, you know I had to do it.
Someone put Perfecto on that guy. Someone tweet that, please.
Send it to us. And blast.
Yeah, that's a good meme. Actually, that's a really strong meme. But wait, what's he doing?
He's doing it to him right now,
he's
bro.
trying. He's certainly trying.
You can put his scoreline on there too as well.
That would be
funny.
even better. That's actually a really good meme. I don't know why. Get to work. VPR clocking in for their 9 to 5. That's September to May. On this map alone. Oh, the lineup! Brutal scenes. Perfecto did it to him, though.
I just can't help but, like, when you think about how we got into this overtime, it's the collateral from safe to win the clutch into the ace clutch. Like, it's 2 insane rounds that are usually game-defining, like canceling each other out.
Don't matter, do they? And I want to say it again. I did call this at 10 to 2. I did say this was going the distance.
I don't know if you quite said this.
I said VP were going to win from 10-2 down. I mean, okay, I wasn't entirely on it, but
well, we're still, you know, we're suspending our disbelief for it. We don't know.
I might be right.
Hugo might be right.
I might be right.
Breno has other ideas.
Yeah.
Big Breno. Big Bren strikes midnight.
Charles Brenson bashes his way through this bomb site. 3v3. This is a very hard retake here for VP. Locked out at CT, even without grenades to block. Got to get past his big green.
Don't line up for safe again. Don't give him another collateral. Oh my god. Watching them on the X-rays making me nervous.
Oh.
But they catch safe, barrel seen, flip with the spam.
Stick.
Tap on this bomb. Breno's the only guy who could stop this. And now they know to get on that defuse. Insani's got to move real quick if he wants to win this. Flip with the cover. Flip with an ace of his own.
Oh my god.
He gets all 5 in that round there.
All earned by Flit. Flit on the truck, finishing them off. I can't believe it. And I think MIBR miscommed the bomb there. And Insani's all the way back. Maybe checking flank. I didn't quite see. But he's so far away. He can't help his team. He throws a flash. None of that makes a difference. VP force the kills and get on that stick.
But 1 round, Hugo. 1 round on the T side. That has been enough, in a way.
They don't have 1 round. They don't have it, Harry. It's 2-0 right now. Even that 1 round is not guaranteed.
No.
Nothing is.
They have to go and earn it here and now.
But more overtimes. That feels likely.
I actually love this, man. Maybe when we made Counter-Strike shorter, we should have made it longer. Holy, I didn't know the HUD could do this. Holy. Hang on a second.
ADR.
Dude, that's actually a sick way of morphing it.
I mean, Icy's just AWPing, so he's finishing kills, you know.
Dude, that's cool. Lost Production have any more sick little tricks up their sleeve?
Find out next overtime. Here we go. VP looking for the flawless half. The 3-0. We've not had a 3-0 on OT yet. Had 1 T round. We've had 2 T rounds. We've not had no T rounds. I'm trying to getting spammed.
Yeah, down very, very low. Not what you want for the top performer. But at least, you know, more and more pieces for VP have gotten switched online as the overtimes have gone deeper. You've had aces from Fame and Flit. Paying your respects to the F duo of Virtus.pro. Fame. Oh, for the first time in what feels like a long time.
It missed, it hit the roof, it came back, it completely whiffed.
He was sold. now Icy has a lot of making up to do, or else that one T-side round for MIBR could be found right here. 1 kill back, Electronic on a swing. Safe keeps cancelling out these kills. It's going to come down to an all-v-op clutch. And CEST, once more, is a safe pair of hands. A hat trick from him to get MIBR that coveted T-side round they were looking for.
Poor Icy. I mean, he did self-aim, that's for sure, but he also follows up with 2 fantastic shots, goes wide in the clutch when time's on his side. Feeling it, but safe over the top. And that is that 1 round, Harry. That might be enough to force at least another overtime.
Screw it, let's break our own record, man. How long was the game yesterday?
28, 26 off the top of my head. Let me double check it.
It sounds right. I think it was 54.
28, 26. I called it. I don't know. We feel way off of that. That was an over 2-hour map. I don't know where we are now. Couldn't tell you.
Come on, MIBR.
No one made the he's got to do it to a meme yet. Really, really disappointed.
It's Safe. Safe's really started to find his impact as this game's gone on. The collateral to keep MIBR in it. The clutch there to get them the T-side round they need. And a promise of even more to come with an opener in this round, dealing with VP's Lurker.
Perfecto. Oh, they're going to regress. He might catch both kills. Although knowing Perfecto in this game, he's been having trouble. He gets his 1. They can't punish. He's throwing grenades and they re-peek. Icy can't bail him out. Up long they go. Icy tucked in, looking for this toilet kill. They know they've got him trapped. He's got the bomb. He doesn't want to die. There's not a lot of time. Nyx would cover. Missed shot for Safe. They're getting closer, and Safe is caught by that orb. 2-on-1 with full info on Nyx. He tries to block that that cross, but it will allow Icy in. Not that any of that matters. 3 kills for Electronic. He breaks 40 kills. And VP find their first T round. Is that map point? Is that match point?
Yes.
Is that elimination point?
Yes,
for
it is.
MIBR?
MIBR and their Fate of Blast Bounty now rests on securing another overtime.
2 in a row.
To do that, they've got to get past a heavy-hitting Electronic who has rolled back the years on Overpass. He's putting in a tremendous day in the office. 40 kills deep. These rounds, they've been slow. But now they're finally getting punishing.
Yeah. Seeing a bit more pace. Flip flashed out, sure, that smoke grants him safe passage for now, but it might be hard. Does he fall for the bait? Oh my god, they come through. He's got to run, that smoke's fading. Just escaping. Flick going out monster. Now that's more like it. That's what we've been seeing. Icy's used his flash though, they can't set Flick up. Perfecto the same. Fame at long against the orb. Re-aggression on toilets, MIBR move in.
Okay, this is more of the old VPT sides.
Gulp.
Slow B play. Hope no one has motion sickness. Nyx is spotting. That was really real sounding, bro. You good? Here's
Here they
Nyx.
come.
Push in.
Just
Cleared
running.
straight away. Electronic. 41 kills. Can't make it a second.
42.
But he will catch Insani with the burn. 3v3 retake.
That's it.
Flit nails the shot on a heaven.
We're done.
MIBR. It all comes down to this.
Surely.
Molly onto the bomb. Very little time left, and the Molly's missed.
Perfecto.
Just falls shy. This might be it for all the marbles. Elimination staring right back at them. MIBR. Was this all for nothing? They couldn't stop the VP comeback many a time over. Safe once more tries to be the difference maker. Perfecto on the line with the AWP, bottom of the board, but he nails this one, and so VP, paid by the hour indeed, as that 20 grand remains on their head, and MIBR's time at Blast Bounty is done.
MIBR, kind of heartbreaking considering you go to triple overtime. Arguably at points, you were the better team on Virtus.pro's chosen ground of Overpass, and yet you're eliminated here from the bounty.
Yeah, it's crazy for MIBR to find himself in this position. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to capitalize on a very good start on Overpass. For people just tuning in now, you know, a very much back and forth game in overtime, but let's not forget MIBR were up 10-2 and 11-4, if I'm not mistaken. That was their game to lose, Peter, and they did.
MIBR there, well, obviously Virtus.pro, sorry, they got their revenge from MIBR last time they faced off them. So and this game specifically on Overpass was more like both teams really struggled to get rounds on the T side. It was very much back and forth once they got into overtime, but overall, I think that MIBR had some good plays, but I think that Virtus.pro, they didn't get that composure and that good-looking thing they had on train. They didn't convert that into Overpass. It looked a lot more shaky and a lot more on the bad side of VP.
We just got to see the round distribution graph. That was only for regulation, but still very CT-sided, even in the year of 2025 for Overpass.
Yeah, and it's kind of wild, because once we got into overtime, it felt like both teams could string rounds together on the T side. You know, they all kept getting one, sometimes two, to even out the scoreline. So it was a regular time where the game was a little bit weird. You know, I felt there was a lot of misplays for both teams as well. MIBR should have won. MIBR were the better team for the vast majority of that game, but VP kept himself alive. And again, I guess experience will win out at the end of the day.
A couple of highlights coming in from Virtus.pro, most notably some aces from both Flit and Fame. Obviously, there were a lot of misplays during this as well, but let's focus on the highs that were instrumental in keeping VP's head above water.
100%. Fame had a great game, and we spoke about it coming into the game as well. Virtus.pro, known, you know, historically speaking, for playing well on this map. You know, the players feel comfortable. Flit and Fame has done it many times. Perfect on electronic back in the NAVI days, Peter, as well. Fame with that ace in that very important round 36, I believe that is. That should have been game over for MIBR. So it was just a very tense game, back and forth. But I guess it's good to see the players individually expressing themselves. It was more so, as you said, the team composure weren't really there for VP.
No, I think Fame also is put in that A rifling position that has been so popular for so long, where you just need to go out and perform. And obviously on the other side of the map, you have Flit. He's the guy on the B bombs that we saw him a couple of times going out on short, trying to get that fight. He had a very crucial round where he went out, got that kill, actually pushed all the way out into outside of Monster, and kept a very funny round going back through the smoke. So I think Flit is also a guy that as I mentioned before, he likes to take his opportunity of taking these type of plays. And Fame obviously had a really good strong alongside IC on the A bombs up with the AWP.
Dupree, could you just, like, we were chatting about it in the green room, right? You said this is very similar to kind of 2018 style of play for Overpass. Has the meta actually shifted that much on this map?
Not as of right now. I feel like when I was watching it, it was just, as you mentioned, looking at a match in 2018, it was still some of the same setups you were running. It was some of the same nade lineups you had. The tactics overall looked very similar. I think the thing that maybe looked the most different was that the CT was not playing inside of connectors as much as they did back in days. I feel like that was at a time in Overpass you would always have a guy playing connector, because he could always, you could support the guys in the build-up onto the A bomb side, but you could also help them control the water side. So that was like a very, like, you know, that kind of connected the two bomb sides. Nowadays, it feels like that's not as popular, maybe because people have figured out how to counter it.
Yes.
But overall, once we saw the teams fall back into the bomb sides, it was very similar as it was back.
Unfortunately, the end of the line for MIBR. We do have Insani for a few words after that series. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, Insani. Can you just give me an idea of the mental of the team after going to so many overtimes? Where do you feel like it kind of fell apart for you on that overpass?
I think the main feeling that we have right now is that the map, especially Overpass, could have gone both ways, and unfortunately they went to VP's ways. We had so many chances to close the map, and I feel like we had good chances on the rounds that like in the 12-11, and those kind of rounds that could have been both ways, but we had the advantage. Sorry, but that's it. It was a tiring map for us, exhausting one. And that's it.
Lately, you had a couple of close games where it feels like you're getting so close to some big victories, but you're missing that final piece right now. What do you think that is? Is it just more time with Nyx, or is it just, you know, the small details that's not going your way at the moment?
Yeah, I think this time experience comes a lot, especially on closing games and important rounds. It comes a lot. It's really important. But right now, I think the most important thing for us to do is keep practicing, and we'll get to win these rounds. This type of rounds that cost a lot on their games, right?
And for you as a team, you've had some lows, and obviously it's not been an easy ride in MIBR lately. And you've made some changes also just coming out of the major. Now you've brought in Nyx. Like where do you think you need to focus the most as a team? Like what do you need to work on? Because we've also seen your T sides has been a little bit lackluster. Do you think there's like a specific way that you need to improve?
Yeah, I think we're kind of getting used to the way of how the Ts are playing Counter-Strike 2. We are getting used to that because rounds are more are not as organized as they were before, and I think teams are playing really like they don't stop, right? They put pressure on here, they put pressure on there, and they rotate and they play agile and fast. And I think we're kind of getting used to it. And the more we get that type of play style, the better we are.
Insani, I know single elimination is rough. This is the end of the line for you here at Blast Bounty, but I know there's a lot of MIBR fans out there. So where can they be catching you guys next in terms of this part of the season?
Right now we are going to Brazil. We are going to have a great time of practice, and maybe we're going to play a lot of tournaments back in Brazil. So I'm kind of waiting for our next tournaments, and we'll see about that.
Thank you so much for your time, Insani. Good luck with all of that, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you very soon in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, end of the line for MIBR. For VP, how does that weigh them up moving on forward? Of course, they were the most wanted team. They did have that 20k bounty on their head. Is this looking like a fully fledged VP, or there's some holes?
There's some holes. You know, I think the Overpass performance is not installing me with a lot of confidence that they're going to pick that once more. But a win is a win, and I think the way they played on Train, you know, was so convincing and so great that it's still a positive outlook for VP. Obviously, they were struggling a little bit on their own map pick, but overall, they win 2-0, and I think that's okay.
Yeah, I'm just I was happy how they actually approached Train, and I hope that can be like the formula for them moving forward. I still saw a lot of flaws on Overpass, but obviously it's a map that has been out of the map for a while, so there's still some adjustment to do. But I generally just hope that they can kind of sort out this mental issue they have inside the team with like the atmosphere getting bad, because that is actually when I feel like they start playing worse. And I don't know if that was the case on Overpass when they got off to a bad start, things got a little bit hectic, you know, people got frustrated, they couldn't figure it out. I think that is their biggest hurdle.
At least one more game here for Virtus.pro and more Counter-Strike going down today. We've got 3 more best of 3s coming your way. Next up is going to be TNL versus NAVI, where I caught up with Onik to get a little bit more insight into the TNL squad. Onik, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. First of all, maybe not every viewer is familiar with TNL and kind of how the roles, positions are distributed within the team. So can you just kind of run me through each player and where they play, what their responsibility is?
Hello, and I mean, like, I'm Agile of the team. Flyrax is our oper. We have Nifi as an anchor, and Carnet and Davo like more like entry fraggers. So yeah, like this.
You've obviously been grinding a hell of a lot of series recently. Can you tell me what kind of play style you guys typically like to show on the server?
I guess when people watch our game, they understand our playstyle is so aggressive. Like, we just love to do like aggressive stuff, so it's not secret because you can see this on demos. But also, like, we can like a bit change it sometimes just to disappoint our opponents. I mean, but mostly we play aggressive just because we have good aim. I mean, and yeah.
Love to see some aggressive Counter-Strike. How do you feel that's going to work versus NAVI today? Of course, we saw them making it to the semi-finals of Cologne. Do you feel like they're going to be a tough opponent?
Yeah, for sure. Like, they showed good CS at Köln, so we're like not scared, but we saw them on Köln. Like, they play good, but we feel comfortable anyway. Like, I mean, I mean, like, I think we have really good chances to win them. Our play style, like, fit versus them. I mean. So we feel pretty confident. Like, of course, they're a tough opponent, but I guess we can do it.
Now, I just spoke to Makaze, and he said when he was on Navi Junior, he played against you guys quite a lot, and he sounded pretty confident. He said he got the better of you guys a lot. Has anything changed since then?
I know one thing that one time Makazi, when he was playing for Navi Junior, he was so confident that we are cheaters. We was a bit laughing at this because like we beat him and he always saying that we are cheaters. But now like he's in main roster and we play versus him now in main roster. I guess it's just kinda gonna be interesting to play versus him now versus like main roster. So yeah.
Makaze calling the squad cheaters to free. You hate to see that.
Yeah, it's happened before, right? That someone actually goes and blames someone being cheated when they're actually just playing really good Counter-Strike. So that could be the case here. Obviously, you know, we don't know too much about TNL. You know, the team that is on the grind. It's a team that reminds me a bit of the likes of Bait, maybe also Navi Junior, specifically also Ecstatic. You know, teams that are coming from the Tier 2 scene that are grinding their way forward, and you know, and they're just making such progress that they actually make it to these kind of tournaments.
Let's be honest, we just saw the graph right here. They started the year out of top 100 on the VS ranking, and just been going up and up and up and up and up. So if you did invest in them, you know, coming into this tournament, it would have been pretty goddamn cool. TNL is a team that grinds online games. I counted it yesterday. 44 series is played in the last 13 weeks. The vast majority of them are online, and they won 34 of those. So they win an awful lot of those games, including beating Big, beating Fnatic, beating ENCE, beating some decent teams. So they play Counter-Strike at a high level, but Navi, that's a different kettle.
I was going to say, but Navi on the other side of things. Navi, really. I know it's online, but they've just made the semi-finals of Cologne. They've just made a roster change to enhance their player Dupree. They were one of the teams that actually did do that over the summer break, and it seems to be working a treat. Surely they don't lose today.
No, I mean, obviously Navi is the big favorite coming into this one. I think it's nice to see that Navi has had the guts and also listened to Jay that he wanted a break and actually goes in and look in their old fold, looking to find a guy from the academy team and bring in Makaze to actually step in, a guy that obviously in Navi Junior played extremely well and now has been brought into the team with like obviously no experience. He's played like what, 2 LAN tournaments outside of Cologne. You know, he has like very limited experience, but obviously he has the qualities. That's why he's been brought into it, and I have full faith in what Blade can bring to the team. So for Navi to be in a position where they also make the semifinals of Cologne, they actually play some really great games. I think they definitely showed more firepower. They showed more passion about the game, and I think it's actually been a change that's going to help Navi a lot in the future.
I've had enough, you know. I've seen enough of the good teams. I've seen enough of the most wanted teams, you know, struggle against teams they should be beating, winning 2-0, winning without going into triple overtime, etc., etc. The only team so far this tournament who's done their job properly was FaZe yesterday, where they beat Bedboom in rather convincing fashion. I would love to see that happening from Navi. It's not that I don't like TNL. I don't want to see a new team coming into play, but in terms of the scope of the tournament, I want to see some of these big dogs actually deliver instead of forcing games into triple overtimes or quadruple overtimes, struggling against teams that they realistically should be beating with one hand time behind the back.
Okay, let's dive into the veto to see what maps we're going to be playing on. Is there anywhere where TNL can kind of get an edge over Navi?
Not really, you know, to be completely honest. I guess Navi still being a relatively new team with Makaze, you know, the map pool is not fully fetched out, but let's be honest, it's just one player they changed and they have a pretty deep map pool, so not really. Overpass, is that going to be in the mix? I don't think so.
No, I think that Navi obviously is a team that's very, very established. You know, they're in a position where they can probably, whatever map they end up in, a position where they feel comfortable. And I think that Navi is established enough to also feel that if they decide to go up against like the likes of TNL's favorite map, they will still feel comfortable. My first remembrance of TNL was that they actually played Mirage against Navi against Falcons at one point, where they actually pushed them to the limit. So there could be a case where they could take this one.
Was that when you were on Falcons, or?
No, that was when I was bent.
Okay.
So.
What was the backseat gaming advice in that one? You know, if you're looking at TNL from that perspective, did they make any dent in Falcons, or?
No, I think like from when I watched TNL, the thing is like as it's with all these tier 2 that's just grinding. Like the firepower is just there. You know, they're just there to play Counter-Strike. It's not like they're playing perfect Counter-Strike. They don't intend to play perfect Counter-Strike. So I think that's also the case for this matchup. You know, that Navi's going to expect TNL to come in and actually try and just, you know, it's also a Ukrainian team for the majority of it, and you know they are playing up against a Ukrainian organization, probably someone they're looking up to. So they have a lot on the line for this one to showcase themselves.
Ancient in the mix, Nuke in the mix, no overpass. TNL don't want to play it. Train being removed here, so that sounds and reminds me of Mirage as the third deciding map. I think that's a very comfortable map pool for Navi. Let's be honest, Ancient, Nuke. Mirage should it be needed. It's not that TNL came into this video and was trying to do something out of the ordinary, and I think that's an issue for them.
Well, it is time to be diving into our second series of the day, and time to see if the Bounty Hunters can take down the Most Wanted.
And I have a really good feeling on this game, Hugo. I have a really, really good feeling about it. I think we could have our first win for the Bounty Hunter.
Oh wow!
I know, man.
And you say that on the most lopsided matchup possible. Give me your factors. Give me your reasons.
I think TNL are going to run at Navi so much that they won't be able to keep up, and then the system will break.
Okay.
Navi don't really also play online a lot. Makaze used to.
Yeah, it's where he called these guys cheaters, apparently.
And he did call them cheaters.
All right, well, I'm sure losing a couple of rounds will get in their head. But sell it to me, come on, actually sell it to me. Like, if you actually want to call the most lopsided opening game, you want to call the upset, I'm going to need more than they're going to run at them.
I'm going to give some credit to a colleague of ours, Tweg, made a really good video on TNL, summarizing these guys' rise and how they've gone from strength to strength very, very quickly. I like some of the things this group have done. They play together. They relocated, I think you said it in the video, to Warsaw. Yeah. So that's nice. They've been farming at Tier 2, going from strength to strength. They just recently qualified to Pro League as well, which is a pretty huge deal when you look at the teams that they had to run through to do that. But in this pistol, hang on a second, Makaze opens with 2. And Ema is also going to join the fray. So it's not started off strong, but there's Dory with 3. Suddenly flipping the script of this pistol round.
That's out of nowhere. P250 pops some heads. Well, wonderful go through on the plant. It's high risk, but cancelled plant, and the cover comes out from Knife. 1v2 here from Alexi B. Grenade goes out to smoke that cycle with no kit. They just peek him, and Dory with 4 off the P250. They're boot camping. They're feeling good, and they lock in that pistol.
Yeah. But no, they've been grinding through Tier 2 multiple times. They've had to play in like multiple events in the same day. They're getting good. I say good. They're getting some LAN reps in as well at like smaller LANs, which is nice, and it's helped them move up the VRS. And something else that I think is cool is that they have JR as their coach. He was one of the first guys involved in the project. You might remember him from the Vega Squadron days. Known for being a very aggressive caller. And so that's very much something I think TNL are going to embody.
Yeah, I think teams like these are always scary because, yeah, they come in confident, and look at round 2, just rushing the B site with smoke, molly, and Navi get pushed out. So TNL convert on their pistol. Nice confident display to come through in round number 2. Exits attempted here from Makaze, but no, he's flashed in. You'd think there's a trade. He gets out. Nice. Cheeky. TNL 2-0 up. Looking for the first upset at Bounty. Some say it's possible. See if some Tier 1 rosters will come in sleepy. We have a lot of, on paper, lopsided games, but like you said, Navi don't play a lot online. Last time we saw them, it was, well, think back to Bounty last season, playing Imperial Valkyries, getting... That was a pretty difficult game in that one as well, on Ancient, getting run at quite a lot. And to get to Valkyries that went on to really do absolutely nothing for the rest of the season. So we know Navi can struggle in these games. TNL just pop out A in this round. Smoke down CT, opens up the plant. That smoke puts a bit of a threat. But will they just plant regardless? It's their only choice. RB flooding through.
Slow down in this post plant.
Oh.
With the swing, and Alexi in there with the TK only makes matters worse. He's lent them a bit of a helping hand here, and only Wonderful remains. A done deal on the round. And so convincing turnaround there from TNL.
I think this is a very nice upset
I
map
just think
as well.
it's also like a very, I think it would be easy to almost underestimate your opponents if you're NAVI, come in looking to play your own game. They only just made a change, and sure, like Makazi slotted in really well back in Cologne. It forced some adaptations from NAVI too to properly accommodate him. But I think for a team that is a system team looking to get him accustomed into the roster, well, you want to kind of be drilling your own game plan here. And I think versus a hyper-aggressive team like TNL could create a bit of a perfect storm. But let's see how this first rifle round goes. Ema opens, Alexi spotted out of the cave, and Knife's going to try and walk at him there on the smoke. And deal with this mid component well. Na'Vi taking the pace out of the round, cutting TNL just down to these two players. Skani walking in up through ramp. Dory a little bit later behind him, doesn't check the long corner, gets out with his life here, given a second chance. It's crossing into Alexi that's going to cost them dearly.
Wonderful, 100-0 in the Molotov. Oh dear. That's a bit disastrous. The gun will be picked back up by Makaze, but trapped player, a 1v4 approaching here for Dory. He's found Ema. Bomb is loose in the side.
The whole time, they're cheating. Look at this. I told you all. That's what he's saying. I told you. I warned you. Doi, 3 kills deep, looking for the ace clutch. 30 seconds left. Makazi's actually going to take the angle. Try and fire off on this AWP faster, but if Doi can hit the pre-fire, Makazi, dead man, no, makes it work on the AWP, putting a stop to the ace clutch attempt.
Seeing some strong shooting coming out from TNL, some good individuals at least, and making a 2v5 like that interesting is something in and of itself against the Na'Vi, coming fresh off of a Cologne playoff appearance into the semi-finals. What happened here for Wonderful? Oh yeah, that molly is big. But not a problem. AWP saved. No clutch today. TNL with a lot to prove. And Na'Vi just want to stay in the driving seat in this game, dictate the flow. Tech coming in early.
I mean, thus far, TNL living up to the aggressive portion. What we expected to see from them. It's been an equally strong start for Makaze, who has a point to prove in this matchup. Wanting to keep his nice streak going from Cologne and continue to build upon the momentum he picked up there. Also a squad he's had history with. In online play. Alexi, run at. It's knife to open.
I like setting your sights high on this pick for TNL, picking Na'Vi. I'm sure a lot of teams obviously go for, you know, a team that's struggling, a team that's not in great form, but TNL not only want to play their countrymen in Bits and Wonderful, but they also want to hunt a big dog and they want to try and prove themselves against one of the best teams in the world. It's not going to be easy though. It never was. Reflash on the ramp, gets Bit a kill, but they're full blind up close. Bit needs more. He finds it. Wonderful with cover. 3-on-2 and the gun picked up. Means no reload needed. He keeps firing through that smoke. Onyx takes the chance, but Dory 1v2, no bomb. Too low to really make this happen, you'd think. Na'Vi stabilize.
Pre-firing everything. Was him with a chance there.
Running away.
Mikaze's just going to play around the bomb. Giving it up. They know that Doi needs the plant, and so Mikaze plays that one to perfection.
Yep.
Very, very safe from him. Well handled. And so Navi bringing the heat here, looking to level out this scoreline. As soon as those guns have made an appearance.
Counter-terrorists win.
Navi stabilizing. Just need a clean round against pistols because they haven't had the chance to build economy on this CT side. Kazi's looking very confident though. I mean, he was doing this on the stage. He'll look to do it online as well. Forcing fights in middle. Late swing gets 3 kills. Kazi doesn't lose his signature touch on this CT side. And now with the timeout, get on it early. Important gun round.
Sorry about that. Whenever Bit drinks water, I have a water as well.
Oh, okay. It's a good rule.
Staying hydrated with Bit. He does have a lot of aura.
Going just for the in-ears. Kazi mode.
Is Bit the coolest guy on Navi?
Ooh.
Probably. Him or maybe Alexi.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Oh dear.
That's a crazy chase. Oh, Alexi might be cool. Now he's cold, dead in the round. Follow up on a Bit. Wonderful trying to reclaim.
Oh, what? Wonderful.
Second through the smoke. No scope connects. Mikaze spotted on the ramp push. Wonderful.
Again?
Still going.
Again. He's on for the ace.
And he's only seen like 2 enemies. He's going to ace clutch this. Not another smoke shot for Wonderful. This time doesn't want to leave it to chance. Creeping through. 4 kills. It's a dream round. He's just going to put a bow on it. And he can't beat Knife in the head-to-head. TNL will keep their lead on the low econ rush.
Dude, 2 no-scopes through smoke for Wonderful. 4 kills. Can't clutch it up. That hurts. I don't know how he connects any of those shots. Boom. And then he does it again. Boom. But Knife prevails. And TNL is certainly making this interesting. Experience showing true. Overwhelmed in middle, nice clear from Heaven. Alexi just running out of the cave. Punish Mongols with similar plays back in Cologne. Space taken by Onyx out A. Molotov, smoke, all of fake. Forces that rotated Mikaze, but they don't hear any follow-up. Walk down ramp. Danger. Knife slips it in. Bomb late. Retrieval wallbang connects. No safety for Alexi on B. And a 3-on-2. Red carpet for TNL as they just walk it in. Waiting for that bomb. Kazi's 12-3. He wants to fight for this. I don't blame him, but this is money on the line here. If Navi lose these guns, they are on a broken buy. Wallbang, not enough. Bomb makes it in. They can 3-2-1 in the post plant as well if they'd like. Wonderful has them trapped in the bomb site. Nice kill from Mikaze. The round opens up again. They should know one more is sight. Wonderful trained in.
Oh, there's Mikaze in the feed. They learn about Onyx tucked in, but he's just not giving Wonderful. This sight line goes for the fight. And Wonderful is quick to react. Na'Vi will keep this a tie game.
Okay, we're fighting. We're fighting tooth and nail. That was Na'Vi's money, and they will relent. They will hold on, evening up the game, barely keeping themselves afloat. Mikaze proving to be the most important piece of this Na'Vi team in this online game. I won't even say it's where he's done his best work, it's just where he's done most of his work. Only playing his first international LAN at Cologne last week. So he is used to these type of games against underdogs, against up-and-comers. He himself is one. 14-4 on Mikaze, TNL. Their final buy, they're already almost out of util. 2 smokes, 2 flash, that's all that's left. They get the space they came for. Oh my God. Given a second chance.
Lyrax just barely makes it out of there on the orb. Red room control taken. Kani and Doi taking the space away. Mikaze waits for this mid push. 14-4, he's not the guy you want to run into right now if you're TNL. Flyrax, oh buddy.
Wow.
And now his teammates are all gonna die in mid. Going into the red room, Ema plucks them out of the round.
Beautiful.
That missed timing for Flyrax really comes back to haunt them. Gonna collect his kill at least. Oh my God, that is mad!
Wow.
A crazy follow-up on a Wonderful, and suddenly 2 versus 2. It's going back for the bomb that cost Kani. Flyrax from missed timings to stellar orb shots, but low on HP.
No
Expecting
way.
him to win this is wild.
20 seconds.
He's got it down to the 1v1, but not playing for the bomb, playing for this wrap all the way around. Bit can just take this to time.
NT,
It is a really nice try from Flyrax at low health from his first showing up through the ramp.
I actually like this idea. Sure, it's a risk, it's no guarantee, but if he gets the kill here, he wins the round. If he walks red, Bit could be on any off angle. He's 1 shot from death. He can't win that round. So I actually think that's cool routing. To know that Bit is the B player, to go B side and try and shoot him in the back. It doesn't work, but it shows good read of the game. Bit better, rotates out, and Na'Vi win it. But again, these rounds are coming down to just a kills difference every time. TNL really making this exciting. Some nice shots off the orb. But Mikaze's dink finished off at the right time. And a neck-and-neck game as TNL use their second timeout. That ADR is crazy. Mikaze almost at 200.
Flyrax.
Low again.
He can still deliver while low on health. Don't walk into the molly. Okay. It's all fine. No skin on the orb. Mikaze was right. Stalemate over here on lane, but only while the smokes are up. TNL still very interested in this B hit. Got a bunch of Tech-9s to try and pave the way, and with Flyrax low, no harm, no foul in having him try and open on this AWP. Send in the Tech-9s at the front. Alexi gets overran back in the cave. Rotate's called for Navi. They're bringing everyone over. They're anticipating this B hit. Will that make dealing with it any easier? They deny the long creep up. They deny space getting taken. It feels very claustrophobic right now for TNL. We're boxed in at the site. There's the opening for Bit. Run and gun to send them in. And with Flyrax so low, another clutch needed. Got to be real fast on the trigger. Defuse still not held. They're going for the kill here. This is wasting time. Running in on Flyrax with this AWP. He hears the footsteps. Bit just faster off the mark. And so Navi, bare minimum, 6 rounds secured on the half. Good recovery from how this game started.
Yeah, considering how close these rounds are, how Navi have been susceptible to reset and eco almost every single time. They are still squeezing out these rounds in close post plants. Nice cover from Bit to allow the full stick. TNL, low money now, playing for that last round of the half. They've got Tech 9s that can continue to be explosive as they have been in this T side so far. But they need more than 4, you'd think, on T half. Charging this B bomb site. Full retake here. Bit back in spawn side. He's going to hold on. Multiple kills on the line. Bit gets 2. Alexi spams a smoke. And Navi thin the herd. They get closer. They get more aggressive. Makazi supports. And it's simply done here for Navi against Pistols. There was a flash in that pan from TNL. But it's Navi who come to cook here on this CT side.
Fast play out in the mid. Huge trade, and what a player to find. Makaze not able to make a dent in this round. It's all about Dory. Flyrax gonna take another one as well, and so very, very quickly, TNL have ended up in the power position. Just brute forcing a play out through middle. That's Bit dead on the B hold. They learn that Ema's up here in the red room, and that is the red carpet rolled out on this B play. Looking good for 5 on the half, unless Ema can complicate in this clutch.
Oh my god, and that's it. Burns to 2, almost dies in that molly. The second one should spell the end of the half. Ema risking a 3rd Molotov. Get him out. 5 is great. TNL putting on a show here. And they're just wasting his time. A shot through the smoke as it fades will finish the job. 5 on the half. TNL fighting tooth and nail against Navi.
They might have been looking good online, but this is the big test for TNL, and if they can take this team to the next level. A matchup versus NAVI. A strong start for the TNL squad. NAVI kind of coming alive once those rifles made their first appearance, getting up into the lead, with TNL bouncing back right at the end. We've had some nice moments really from everyone on this TNL squad. Flyrax had a slower start, but then has hit some blinders on the AWP that suddenly have me very, very interested. And for the side of NAVI, we've been looking at Mikazi back at home in online play after a dream week in Cologne. He's nearly 20 kills deep after that first half.
It's awkward for Flyrax coming down ramp, doesn't clear that close door. Waits. NAVI goes storming into the B-bomb site. It's only one on long gone. Onyx, bottom of the server, 1v3. With NAVI bringing that bomb right in. Smoke fading on short. He's got no cover. Got the info now. Whittling him down, and that is NAVI with the round. Pistol secured on top of a 7-round half. Sets NAVI up to steal the map away. NAVI showing up in a game that had upset plastered on the walls. Team that TNL picked to beat. Here in this Felico, all stacked on long side, behind the cube. Looking to jump scare a B execute.
It's also interesting, TNL coach, not coach, rather, CEO.
Yeah.
Someone NAVI know.
Oh, yeah?
It's Kane. You may remember as well, also had that stint with the Passion UA project back in Shanghai.
Yeah, brought them to a major and further.
So maybe wanted a chance to show off his new project to an old flame.
This one's easy for NAVI,
but I
but
think, you know, like for a team like TNL who have climbed through the rankings very, very quickly.
Yeah.
There's something nice in it about playing a team like NAVI where it's not necessarily about like some crazy standout piece. It's about how the team plays and reacts and, you know, being very well drilled, everyone having their protocols, this NAVI system in place, right? To kind of like give a bit of a litmus test towards your progress. You know, this is, and I think there'll be a lot you can learn from this game as to how tier 1 teams might look to adapt and shut down some of the aggressive moves that have been working wonders for TNL.
It's a form of practice in and of itself.
Yeah.
Right? They always say officials are different to scrims and to prac. Well, this is the real deal. In a single elimination match, NAVI can't come in slow. They can't come in cold. And so TNL know they're going to get a well-fighting, try-harding NAVI. That's what they're dealing with right now. 9-5 up, 5-on-3. This gun round comes in for TNL, and it looks good. Could have caught the bomb coming up ramp there. Wonderful will make it through. Entry needs to come from the MAC-10. Turning back is Knife. Still recovers his shot. It breaks the smoke. NAVI getting closed upon. 2v5 in this site. Flank is imminent as well. Nice peeks, and everyone fighting together on TNL puts that round back on the board. First round on this CT side comes through, and it's clean enough.
I mean, it's Navi's CT sides on this map, usually where they do their best work. As of late, T-Hobbs have felt a little rough around the edges for Navi here. Obviously, that is versus some of the top teams in the world. The one thing I don't think you want if you're Navi is for TNL to start building up too much money, because with that comes like freedom to go for aggressive plays. You're a lot less likely to take a risk, if all your economy is on the line for the rest of the half. If that's not the case, TNL is certainly going to have a lot of different ideas and maybe stuff that Navi haven't seen before.
It's always a way with teams who play a lot of online CS, a lot of matches. You've got to have tricks up your sleeve. You've got to be adaptable. TNL trying to catch Na'Vi off guard. 5v4 in this gun round. With Na'Vi's money hanging in the balance. This position punished on the pistol. Knife, has he learned his lesson? Wonderful season coming in. And even though a dink lands, that equalizes the kills. 40 seconds to go. Bit of a fake towards mid. Can Bit find this entry? Ema will instead. Bit can't back up. Ema hunts for a second, and that opens up A. No reason to go into what is certainly a B player. Flyrax waits, but Na'Vi already depart.
Dude. Wonderful nearly ran the bomb out mid for the sake of time, for the sake of brevity. Good thing he didn't. It's the one place he would have been at all vulnerable to Flyrax in. He just slinks out of this round with the AK. Nothing more than the one and done round for TNL, and Na'Vi move onto double digits.
And while we've been talking up TNL and talking about the potential upset and the excitement of seeing this young team who's been on the grind, who's made it to Pro League, who has a lot to prove this year, at the same time, I'm reassured by Na'Vi in an online series where they've been met with some decisive rounds for TNL, some hard shooters, and they've still recovered really well in every situation handed to them. Down 3-0 off of the pistol. Na'Vi still claw back and win out the half 7-5. And with a pistol of their own, losing the first gun round, still propelling 10-6 up. Na'Vi have made the most of this. TNL, they bit off more than they can chew.
This is a pretty passive opening for TNL. I say that, they're not playing like it. Two players of Flyrax tries to run it down ramp. That's the AK removed. And Onyx also was aggro up in cave. The nades will find him. And when you see TNL playing like that, you might be worried about a stack, thinking, why would they be so aggressive? They didn't have numbers here. That is what they did. These other three might just be best to hang on to the outskirts of the map, see if Na'Vi come hunting. If you can get out with a rifle, because Na'Vi are powering up towards the finish line here. And even though there's been moments where they've been pressured, and they had to claw back that lead off the top, they have been in full control of that game, or this game, past that point.
Exits are the dream here for TNL, but no one looking to give them away. Just wonderful here. Caught off guard. That's one AK, but Na'Vi don't need to risk anything else. Two rounds away from taking TNL's map pick are Na'Vi.
And it does, reassuring is the right word here for Na'Vi. This is a well-practiced TNL. They play a hell of a lot. They come into this raring to go. They've been shut down. A hot prospect team for this year. Looking to make some waves. NAVI want nothing to do with it. MIBR.CEST on the entry route out through mid secures that opening.
I can't believe he even goes for more there to punish that reload in Donut, but peeked by Heaven. NAVI still get that A bomb site, and they get it quickly here. TNL scrambling rotates, no one in position to stop this. Yima gets in, and Yima gets spotted, so the kill is forced by Knife. 4 on 3. NAVI can't get that bomb down anytime soon. The pressure does not relent. Through the smoke, almost, but the bomb was a fake anyway. Lexi trying to cover. AWP in CT, gotta be careful. Full blind, Lexi connects, but it's the AWP to find its second, leaving Bit in the clutch.
Gotta be real clean with this.
Oh,
and Flyrax just charges straight for him.
Confident.
Whenever we get those sequences from Flyrax, I do like it. It reminds me of old AWP, man. He's so quick on the scope. But it's been a mixed bag, a bit hit and miss. Certainly hits hard in that round there to stop Bit in his tracks. Considering how that starts, you know, MIBR.CEST getting out mid, this fast play out in a way that kind of, you know, caught TNL unprepared. They've done well to recover it. Chance now to break NAVI's money again, and that would be game back on. It's a double-edged sword here. Both teams low on money. Both teams feeling the strain. A lot of aggression once more. And it's going to give them the results. Bit left clutching at straws, looking for a way back in. He's not ready for a third player. He had no idea that Knife was still floating around out on the long side.
This round dies in seconds. Lexi can't get up Heaven. MIBR.CEST in middle. Bit tries to force something to no avail, so 2v5, where they stack entirely on one side of the map. Yima, one shot, that's all it will take. And he's removed as well, leaving Wonderful late to mid. In a world of hurt.
A flawless round. The perfect moment for TNL. That's a serious lifeline into this game. You said, you know, when your whole economy's on the line, it might lower the risks you're willing to take. Well, this round was not proof of that concept.
Yeah, they go out fighting.
This was a make or break round for TNL. They get very aggressive off the rip.
So that opened up a world here for TNL. Just pistols for NAVI. MIBR.CEST sneaks out behind the smokes. TNL just playing to block. Support coming out in the red room.
There's the opener for Flyrax. Gonna need to keep up that quick tempo on his AWP shots here as the pistols close in. Massive pickup for MIBR.CEST, but so quickly he's the last one left. The rotates are spot on for TNL, getting there at just the right moment. For NAVI, it's a matter of waiting for the gun round in the next. Seeing if MIBR.CEST can do any extra damage here. Stop TNL from building up a bank. But he won't be able to manage it, and so just 2 rounds in this game now. Another buy round coming for NAVI, but a chance for TNL to tie us up very, very late in the game if they can beat it back this next gun round.
Could even this score up. Late in the game when it felt like NAVI were making the difference. Dual smokes are good, and will they be as aggressive? Doesn't look like it. Playing back towards the long side. AWP is here, AWP here as well. NAVI crack out middle from Heaven once more. And again, it's just info towards mid, hoping that NAVI are forced into a B play. Boost up is unorthodox. Nothing found. Molly would have pushed back Cave player. Perhaps later for NAVI. As TNL go searching in middle, 3 players starting to peer in. If NAVI go, now's the time. They don't know. They're about to find out. Makazi full blind. Not cleared in middle.
To it.
I think they heard him though. Makazi calls for support up heaven.
Good awareness that this heaven play can be coming in, right? Teetering on the edge of helping Makaze, but also committing to taking the Jag space. TNL never overextend. Still 3 strong over towards this B side, but you can see that Knife's starting to have some second thoughts around that. He goes back and clears red. That's because Donut's been smoked off by NAVI.
Oh, never shot.
Lyrax forced forward by the molly. Decides to let NAVI get away with the cave control. It's Onic to wrestle back into this 3-on-3. Knife dead out on an island at long. And he fares a little bit better bringing this into the 2v2, but you've got to get past Bit and Wonderful. He needs Doi to close the distance. Got to win this first cave fight, then they can look to begin this 2 versus 1. A chance to break through Navi's money this late in the game. Wonderful with the clutch. Low health on Carney, he'll convert. 10-11, it's a 1-round game now. TNL still offering up resistance.
Onyx had a quiet map, but that is a monster moment down on long side. 2 crisp headshots from Long when his team are crumbling inside of B. That orb just gets overwhelmed by the Navi utility. And the whole time TNL know it's a B play, or at least they believe it is. They just don't want to flank yet. It comes through at the perfect time after that re-clear in middle. 2v1 shut out as Wonderful. 1 bullet might have done it. But TNL drag us all the way, kicking and screaming. Deep into this game, Na'Vi called upon to step up once more. Can you believe it? Not so easy for Na'Vi here against the underdogs. God, is that real Doi? 211 ADR?
No, it's
No
utility
utility damage.
right?
Okay, I'm blind.
I was going to say that just
Sorry.
can't be right.
Yeah. Does make sense.
Come on, Hugo.
Come on, man.
Lock in.
I am.
Emus certainly is trying to.
Look at Na'Vi giving up 11, playing for that 24-round win. Oh, gotta watch out. The spam connects. Creeping into A main. Carney here.
He's got a lot of responsibility. Not properly cleared by Makaze. First man in. Ema makes up for it. That's guns retrieved here for Na'Vi, and are they just going to try and follow through? They've got that donut part of the split. Doi knocks out the 2 through main. For Alexi and Bit, this one's hanging on by a thread. Bit doing everything he can. Goes back for the bomb. 40 seconds to work with.
Okay.
Bit's going to try and go around the world on this.
And how long did they hold on before they realize it's a possibility? They're even scared of Temple right now. Bit's got that timing. He's got that chance to get into B, but Flyrax moves over.
He's sneaking this, but he should be able to take a ramp line just before Bit gets there. Decides against it. Instead, he's going to play a longer game, waiting for a cave walkout. Bit given the room up ramp side. Curious if Flyrax wants to play ahead of this on that bomb plant. Molly comes in, forces Bit wide. Flyrax trying to face on the orb. Missed shot for Bit. Second player now makes his way over. Comeback rests on stopping Bit in this clutch. Ooh. And they will manage to get past him.
Back to back
1v2 denied. And Onic with another clutch round. 11 all.
Yeah, that double kill to stop the B rush. And now A 1v1 against Bit with hot hands, who's already found Flyrax moving ahead of the pack. Huge save for Onyx late in the game, and TNL fight all the way to the dying stages of regulation. Nice try from Bit. Would love a hard clear from Makazi and Main. If he does that, I think they can get themselves into a very winnable position on A, but it slowed everything down. Smoke on the molly. NAVI want to punish in middle. Break on the red smoke as well. Dory in trouble. Hit down to 40, but NAVI own this space. Smoking off Donut yet again. No support from Heaven. Onyx blocks it.
Flyrax with aggression. Wonderful. Burning alive down in mid. Doi sees to it that Knife's death is not in vain. Keeps this even in a 4-on-4. Onyx, one step further. Flyrax can't hit that quick shot required. Bit will get past him. And it's the two top performers here for Na'Vi. 40 kills between them. They're the ones who have to navigate this 2 versus 3. But Makaze's gained great ground. He's got no interest in playing for A. All the way through, taking this space. Leaving a red carpet rolled out for Bit.
Oh, then now the penny's dropping. Now they're feeling confused. Where have Na'Vi gotten to? They won't know how deep they are on the A site, but he peels out to play retake with his team. Makaze can't find anyone. Now Bit's got to be scared of his flank. They know Donut is the most likely occupation here. Bomb plot for CT. Good position gained here for Na'Vi to win this round, and now the realization sets in for TNL. Got to do this while a man up without any information. Where have Na'Vi gotten to?
You have these smokes, but it's so much on this initial fight to Makaze that they might never come into play. Bit in this alone. Makaze only good for 1 on the aggression. It's got to be another attempt at this clutch from Bit. Once more, he has to get past Onyx. Goes looking and locked out. That's TNL up on a map point, and they're celebrating right now. This is huge for this squad. Rookies that have been grinding all year, 1 round away from the comeback versus Na'Vi.
6 rounds in a row on this CT side since Na'Vi found their 11th. And TNL have not given up. They've not gone down without a fight, and what a fight they're giving us. Their hard work paying off. Their preparation and performing so well in these mid-rounds when Na'Vi are getting space, they're getting into strong positions, they're getting into post plants. TNL playing as a team, pulling it back, but we're not done yet. Don't get ahead of yourself. Na'Vi punish in middle, storming the board with a double kill. And TNL, if you want to do it, it might have to be in bonus play.
Of course it is. We've been blessed with the gift of overtimes here at the Blast Bounty. And this might be another one, unless a 3v5, an unlikely 3v5 is on the cards for TNL. They're grouped heavier over here towards the B site, but there's gaps all around the map. Every second that ticks by with no clear direction, no clear ending from Na'Vi, only adds to the pressure for TNL. They get curious, they might play right into Na'Vi's hands. This rotate from Onyx, running the risk. He's gonna clear Ema in the back lines. Now they try to pick up the pace. Flyrax needs to hit some of these, and he can't find his footing on the AWP. Onyx needs another clutch for TNL.
Bomb is late, there's a chance.
The longest standing member, but dead. Straight away, Makaze rips his head clean off. Overtime is required between Na'Vi and TNL.
Stressful game for both squads, but Na'Vi breathe easy knowing they're into the overtime. This is where they should be able to level up. TNL came in hot to this matchup. But how long can they last against one of the top teams? Seeing flashes of brilliance, but despite all of this, Na'Vi never looking fearless, always willing to make plays, take big risks, swinging out mid off spawn, not respecting the utility. Well, TNL nade stack this time. Ollie's come in for Na'Vi. TNL trapped out in their corners. Somehow Carney gets down bottom middle. Hello? No realization for Makaze. It's a bloodbath in middle, and it all comes up for TNL.
I gotta say, you know, it's worrisome to me. Navi are willing to meet TNL in these chaotic clashes for mid control. That's TNL's bread and butter, man. You're giving them exactly what they want, and you see how comfortable Carney is there in all the chaos of that mid push.
Yeah.
Just a graveyard here, and it's full of Na'Vi bodies.
Well, you don't want to save. TNL not giving Wonderful a way into this round. In a 1v4. There's a moving player on the lane. Onyx might catch the right timing, though. As Wonderful clears the wrong side, it's Onyx who ends it again. First round of OT comes up for TNL. This is a team going from strength to strength online. Put up a litany of performances, qualified to lands. Won cups. Beaten more proven players. But this is the ultimate task. Here in a single elimination format at Bounty. Taking down a top dog. Break on the smoke, missed shot for Wonderful. That was his opportunity. Sails him by. Onyx with more nades to stop. Navi, got to be very careful standing behind these smokes. Dodging death for now. Nice shot for Bit. No one in the B site.
Onyx with the knife pull going back, getting chased now through Jag. Might be living on a timer here. Kane arrives. Oh, that's two. Hold on a second, there's still legs on this round. They haven't found Onyx back in the cave yet either. He's trying to move around them and he's dodged the capture. From Makaze giving chase. Knife on the cross, can't quite find it, but they think cave is clear. Onyx allowed to spring his trap. It's low health for Makaze and Wonderful, and now it's just the orb. 40 seconds. Wonderful, the only thing on his side is time. Boom! Nade comes in and knocks Wonderful out of the runnings. That is a startling clutch for Onyx, who's just had a string of them down the tail end of this game.
Dude, he was so cold. He was the bottom of the server coming into the second half of play, and he has won them so many rounds with multi-kills, with 1v1s, with everything TNL need to stay in this lead. Carney sets him up with a double, but Onyx in the cave, who Ema couldn't find. He was inside of the smoke, pre-fires Makaze off the bomb, and nades out the low Wonderful. Onyx, recovery, return. Taking TNL the distance. That flash avoided. Makaze is not giving up. 2 kills, third on a plate. Makaze takes them all. He was ahead of that flash by a step. And it's that lets TNL down in this final round, gifting Na'Vi a way into their T side. Throughout this whole map, Makaze has performed. Making a statement as Ema shuts it out. Na'Vi get 1 round in this OT.
CT side was where they played their best. The challenge laid out in front of Na'Vi is to go flawless. Confidence-inspiring round for Makaze, knowing that he's still capable of doing this. One-man army out through middle. See the slowdown of the gap started to close a little bit here. Makaze was leaps and bounds ahead of the pack. Sure, the responsibility is being shared a bit more now with the likes of Bit. This guy will never stop being important for Navi. You need Makaze to keep up these types of rounds.
not been spotted. Angle cleared well. Wonderful breaks his smoke and finds a kill. Still TNL surrounding the B-bomb site with Bit overwhelmed. That opens up a path. Alexi blocks the ramp. Will they disrespect it? They look like they have to with a flank coming in. 3 move up the ramp. Carney gets caught. Alexi able to turn back. TNL put that bomb in.
Alexi's going to play right through. Onyx posting up at the half wall, waiting for this push. Alexi decides against his aggression on that smoke. Might have been able to catch him on the fade. Instead, they'll have to fight for that man advantage to send them in for this retake. Wonderful with the trade. 2 versus 2 now. Alexi takes it one step further. Flyrax left back cave side, spotted by the AWP. Trying to just slow them down, but he had to catch Alexi right there on the cross. It's going to be a close defuse, but Alexi's just got it. And if that kill had come through, if they dealt with Alexi, maybe there's a world for Flyrax. Instead, Navi, there's the round they were looking for.
Yeah, really just tried to force that shot out from the AWP, but Wonderful holds very, very slow. Patient. Waiting for the commitment on the peak, and he gets it. Tight margin. Just enough for Navi to shoe in their first round of this half. TNL, every time having to dig deeper and deeper. Now going for the A attack. Wonderful, going to get forewarning of this one. Misses his shot. Oh no, they're going to disrespect that molly. They are full sending out into this site.
Second molly laid out, but they play in between them. And oh, that's wild. Doi! There's 2.
How
the
does he
open
find
is
the gap?
secured as he threads the needle perfectly on the Molotov. Kane back turn. Bit answers with aggression of his own, playing through this CT smoke. Brown's still alive. Brown's still hot. Trying to wrestle for this site control is Navi, but they're losing numbers in a losing battle. TNL, they've got a crossfire between Main and Brokey. There's no pressure on this Brokey guy to swing. Wonderful had to go searching for it, and that's TNL once more on map point.
There were 2 mollies down. I don't know how Doi finds the gap to stand between them and get double entry on the rotate as well before the CT smoke blooms. That is dirty. Wonderful had to hit it, man. And with that missed shot, that might cost Navi everything. It's opened up the chance to close now for TNL. It's guaranteed as another overtime. At worst case, Doi double delivers TNL map point.
When they're going back to the A play.
Why not?
They're calling Navi's bluff. No way you're ready for it twice. They put a lot of pressure on with the util, a lot of footsteps back in main. Maybe now just gauging reactions.
I think they're just going to re-hit delay. They've forced all the util out of Navi, and they've still got players in position to throw smoke. So was this the plan from the get-go? No one even tried to get out main. Now Navi burn everything, and they realize we've been bungled. It's just a fake. They've got to keep players at B. Here's that second volley. Here's that second execute. And no one's in the bomb site right now. Ema's just close. This is a really crazy call for TNL, and it might just work.
Ema looking through the molly. A second one pushes him even further back.
I think they're in.
And this is TNL going for broke. 4-on-4. Bomb planted and a chance to take this opening map over Navi. Wonderful providing cover, lets them close the distance. Makazi dead back in Donut. This positional trade, this swing of the round as Temple's reclaimed. Donut now owned in the post plant for TNL. You've got to disrupt Dory, and then you've got to get onto Onyx. And he's just not giving them the fight. He's not giving them a means to an end in this clutch. Defuse denied. TNL with a huge win in overtime, knocking Navi down a peg to open up this series.
The Bounty Hunters finally taking a map off of Counter-Strike's Most Wanted. And I'm going to be real with you all. I thought this was the least likely matchup for that prospect to be happening. But credit where credit is due. TNL played some fantastic Counter-Strike in that first map.
Listen, I told all of you this morning that TNL were legit. I told all of you that they could potentially be winning against Navi. And it's not over yet, Peter, but getting a map in this fashion against Navi, that's no slouch for a team that, as said, started the year out of the top 100 of the VRS ranking. They played played this game a little bit careless in the sense that they played as if it was a face-it game. I think a lot of the players were just making individual plays 24/7, and you could almost feel, Peter, and I know you know that as a Counter-Strike player as well, when you're Navi, you're like, please stop playing like this. Please stop being so stupid. Please stop fighting all the time. Play proper Counter-Strike. But that's exactly what TNL is supposed to do, to frustrate Navi and rattle them out of it. That's what they did, especially in overtime. It was just individuals winning the duels, and they were playing better than Navi, let's be honest.
There is no doubt that TNL came in with a lot of firepower, and that is also what brought them here, you know. But I also feel like they were good at baiting for each other, and one guy was taking a fight, the other guy was swinging in when they didn't expect it. And of course, for the Navi side, you know, they just come off from Cologne, a semi-final there, and then they go home, and then probably have maybe a couple of days off, and now they find themselves in a position where they need to play online Counter-Strike against TNL, where they're thinking this is probably, I wouldn't say a walk in the park, but it should be an overcomfortable situation that we can get into. But that's not the case. Now they're down one map, and I think TNL throughout this first map just played better.
100%. I mean, just in some of the situations where, you know, TNL, they should have been getting things over the line, right? We can go back to round number 16, where they were, like, let's be real, they were giving away some advantages. It could have been an even more convincing affair.
I think this is a great example of exactly that, Freya. Especially the mid duels, it was going back and forth. At times, Makasi won them, at times TNL won them. You can see in this round as well. They have an advantage, they give it away. Another player just pushing down ramp here by himself. I would argue, you know, that it comes with a caveat. You can see it again, the trade's going the way of Navi. And when you have an opportunity like that, where you get the first kill in middle, you can fall back, you haven't spent any utility whatsoever. That's probably what TNL were at the weakest in this game, you know, when they had to actually play quote-unquote smart Counter-Strike. Whenever it was a 4v4, whenever it was a 3v3, they would catch Navi off guard in some of those positions. They would play, as I said, not carelessly, but they would trust in the individual to make the play and make the move at the right time. And I bet you Navi and Emma and all the boys on that team speak right there, they must have been super frustrated throughout the entire game, because they must have been thinking, please play proper Counter-Strike. At the end of the day, what is proper Counter-Strike, Peter? That's the one that wins, and TNL did that.
And I think, like, legitimately, that's what the Tier 2 players are, like, so good at, because maybe they're not good at looking at like the broader picture, but they're really good at just knowing when do I actually have an opportunity, when there is, if there's a smoke in front of me, what type of play can I make? Is it a timing now that I can go and play off, or is it something I need to do for my teammate? Like, I think they're just really good at just visualizing what they have in front of them instead of thinking too much about things. They play what they have in front of them.
Well, you mentioned the frustrations on the side of Navi. I'm curious to see if that was the case in the comms in this mic'd up moment.
Who smoked cave, guys?
I smoked cave. I didn't know Miha went. I didn't know this. It was at the same time.
Yeah, but K1, can we focus on this, guys? We said careful cave. Nobody cares.
No, it's fine.
Miha was focused on him.
Okay, so understandably, some of those little details, I mean, it's totally understandable that they get you frustrated, they get you flustered, because you've literally just been in the semi-final of IM Cologne. These little mistakes, they shouldn't be happening, right?
Yeah, but they do happen because I mean, Navi had a great lead, you know, and then all of a sudden they start fumbling and they start losing, and then they start getting frustrated about the plays that TNL are making by either running through a smoke or making a play that you mentioned, Jacob, that they're maybe not used to. But that is the way they play in Tier 2 Counter. You know, they play with what they have in front of them. And of course, that sparks like frustration when the Navi came. Maybe it's also with what we just heard in terms of who smoked cave. Like it's about miscommunication. Someone's not following the plan. Someone is not listening to what is actually being said. And then, you know, this kind of frustration sparks into just having more issues and more mistakes coming into the Navi game.
Just quickly, like to play devil's advocate maybe, does it matter in that moment who maybe fumbled a smoke, who maybe mistimed something, or is that something that you should be addressing after the game? Like, what's your take on that?
I think it's obviously something that needs to be addressed, because if it's the tactic that you want to be running later on in the game, then of course it's very important that you address that this smoke actually failed, or someone missed the timing, or whatever the mistake could have been inside the round. But of course, if it's like a one-time thing, or if you're like really close to being in a position where you can close out the game, then you could potentially wait it off and just say it afterwards. But it's all about figuring out how important was that mistake. And as we can hear right now, it seemed important, but we don't really know.
Yeah, let's dive into an important moment nonetheless for TNL. Round number 22, where, you know, they're getting their ducks in a row. It's looking like they're going to be closing this one.
Yeah, that's what it felt like at that moment. TNL bringing themselves in a winning position. Again, a nice multi-kill right here. A player completely by himself in the open, you know, trying to get the second one as well. No backup, no trade potential. And again, I think Navi are a little bit flustered by that. Another player coming in, getting a multi-kill. And at this point, it's just game over. The pace for Navi was probably a little bit too fast for their liking. they weren't able to drag out the pace. And even though Bit, in a couple of moments in this game, tried to clutch it out, tried to make it happen, he just couldn't get it done. He gets the first kill here with the Galil. Again, look at the spacing. It's horrible, Peter. It's absolutely horrible from the TNL players, to be completely honest. But it went unpunished, and I think that's where the frustration lays within Navi. I think they are well aware what it's like to play Tier 1 Counter-Strike, what it's like to play against good players and good teams that play good spacing, you know, that does the trading properly. And when you can't punish something like this, it's the most frustrating thing you can probably play against. You know it from playing Face It. I know it from playing matchmaking. You probably do as well, for whenever you're playing silver matches. It's well, is that right? Maybe?
It's kind of true.
It's kind of true. Anyway, when you're facing something you know is not smart, you know, and you can't punish it, it's extra frustrating, you know, because you can't really be mad at it because you weren't good enough to punish it. Yet you know that's not the proper way to play Counter-Strike. So it's a weird balance to be in, and I think that frustrates Navi a lot.
Yeah, well, obviously it does, and with the lead that Navi managed to throw away, I think that bothers me the most. That a team like Navi that is so established and just come off with such a great success in Cologne, having I think it was like 11-6 lead, and they couldn't close it out, or at least you know, be the first one to actually take it to overtime. I feel like that's where things fumbled for Navi, and that's where the frustration started. You know, that they had the lead, they should have closed it out. Sure, was TNL's map pick, and now Navi's coming into Nuke, where they will feel even more comfortable. We showed that in Cologne as well. But overall, I mean, like, this is a game that Navi can still turn around. It's a game that I still believe that they are going to be winning 2-1.
Do you want to take another look at another Navi frustration moment? Do you want to give it to them, Pimp? Because we got round 26. Great start from Onek, but once again, Navi just fumbling the bag in this one.
That's kind of what it feels like. You know, there was a couple of cool plays. Again, a nice multi-kill right here. 3v3, trades come in. It's a Navi 3v2 scenario. It looks somewhat decent. Again, another trade going the way of them. It's a 1v3. They're not aware of the first player right here. For some reason, MIBR.CEST continues to plant despite his teammate going down. There's 45 seconds left of the round. He's exposed. He knows the Wonderful can help him. And Wonderful at this point, well, you go down to a grenade. Credit to the clutch. Credit off for pulling off a 1v3. And I don't blame the first guy walking in towards Cave because they had no idea that he was in that position. He moved and actually re-rotated to take a new position from where he was spotted earlier. So Onyx deserves the credit for that. But for MIBR.CEST to not be aware of the danger, I guess, of continuing to plant right there, Peter, that potentially cost them the entire game.
And that was like the story repeating itself. Every single time Navi had like somewhat of a good situation, then someone from TNL would just come in and get a double kill. Onyx did it maybe I think he did it twice. We just saw him doing it from Cave, but also did it from B before. He always, like, whoever comes in from TNL would just put them back into the round. And sure, this one where he actually kills MIBR.CEST planning, it's like a split-second thing. And MIBR.CEST, maybe he's so close to playing the bomb, we're not actually completely sure. The fact is that he thought he could get the bomb down, but he couldn't. And obviously, just the fact that the Wonderful is low brings him down by the nade. You know, it could have been played better, but at the same time, I've probably been in that situation with MIBR.CEST before. I think I can get the bomb down, and then I get killed.
It's not that we don't accept that mistakes happen. You know, it's more so that I think a lot of people right now will be like, yeah, Navi, but it's online. So, you know, TLN are online as Navi are not used to online. Well, Navi would be winning this game if they approach the game the same way and with the same mentality as they do online. You know, I think some of these mistakes is a symptom of not taking it seriously enough, or the players not keeping themselves accountable enough. I know we had this discussion before. You hate playing online Counter-Strike. And obviously for a player like Peter, you know, who's achieved it all, who's been on all the big stages, coming from Cologne and then having to play online at home, it's very hard mentally to be as sharp and as serious. And I think that's an issue, but that's not an excuse, you know. No. I know the task is hard, but it's not an excuse for Navi not to take it seriously enough, prepare enough, or make the right decisions when needed to.
I don't think it's about the not taking it serious. The more thing is about the tension inside of the game. Like, they don't feel this kind of excitement playing. It's so different, as you just mentioned, coming from Cologne, then having to go home, having a small break, and then actually get to play online. You know, it's so hard to transition. Even though it's like sounds like a really bad excuse, it's so hard to transition having this kind of atmosphere, tension, and you go home and have to play from your home against people that basically only play Counter-Strike from home.
Online,
they live online, right? So it's a very hard transition, and I've been in that situation before, mainly specifically back in Astralis when we had gone to a tournament. Maybe we just won a tournament, we have to go home and play, like, at that time Pro League was online. It was so hard to transition into actually play stuff online because it didn't feel as important, but of course it sounds like an excuse, and yeah.
It's understandable. Yeah. It's understandable. It's just I know people out there will be like, they're excusing Navi right now by saying that it's online and it doesn't matter. And TLN online. At the end of the day, it's up to Navi to prove they can do it both at Cologne as they did, but also online.
At the end of the day, you've got to play with what's in front of you. And what is in front of us is a break. Awaiting on the other side is Nuke, the map pick of Navi, and a chance for them to turn the tides in this series. You guys just come off of I Am Cologne, where you made it all the way to the semi-finals. It was your first big, tier 1 stage. Can you just tell me about that experience, first of all, playing on a stage that big?
It was amazing experience, at least for me. Like, I mean, I got used to it in playoffs. At least I step up also, because in group stage I didn't play my best, yes, I would say. But it was a good experience, I would say.
Did you ever feel like any nerves walking up on stage? It's a question we always like to ask, first timers when they're making their big stage debut. Did you feel any nerves at any point?
I think when I was walking to the crowd, yes, but when I sit in the PC, no, not at all.
What was your biggest learning from that experience?
I mean, just to enjoy the moment.
And in terms of your opponent today, it's going to be TNL. We don't have too much insight on them playing at, tier 1 events. Yeah. Have you ever practiced against them before? Are you familiar with them?
In main team that I joined, I think we practiced only once against them, I think. But when I was in NAVI Junior, we was playing against them a lot, and in Prague also. And we was beating them always in NAVI Junior, so let's see in the main team.
Yeah, unfortunately, not the same fate for NAVI on map number 1
stayed in the academy team.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, and we can feel the frustrations through the cams, Dupree. Damn, this is looking hard for NAVI.
Yeah, like the whole idea of doing a really great result in Cologne and coming home and then having to fight your way through TNL and now find yourself on the back foot, that being down 1 map, and then having to kind of, we also heard the frustration inside of the NAVI camp with the smallest mistake that's happening. It's not the first time we hear that with NAVI. It's happened before, and I'm not saying that the issue is fixed, obviously, but they need to try and leave that behind and now just move forward, because, I mean, the frustration is what's killing their momentum right now, and that is why they're losing.
For the map of Nuke, that's going to be Navi's pick coming into this. TNL, though, they've been getting reps on this map. Like, let's be real. Sure, it's mostly online, but we're online now, so it's looking pretty good.
All I'm saying is they played the map 23 times in the past 3 months. That's a crazy amount of games for Nuke. And obviously that also leaves a lot of, demos and a lot of cases to be studied from Navi. But I'll be honest, I don't think Navi have done the deep preparation into this game in that case. So I don't think that's going to play too much of a factor. Also, when you play it 23 times, you must have a lot of different variations of how you want to default, how you run your strats. And that could also be a bit of an issue for Navi coming into this game. And let's not forget that, yes, for Navi, obviously it's very important that they now go and win Nuke, extend the series and win the game. But for TNL, this would be a massive win. They picked Navi. They picked Navi as their opponent as well. They could have gone for someone else. And, according to how it all turned out, I would argue that TNL could have picked a weaker opponent on the paper, but they felt they had a good shot against Navi, and they've shown exactly why now for them to win here. VRS standing, prize money, potentially one more win, getting into the LAN setting as well. It would be a massive win. It could be a game-changing moment right now for TNL to win Nuke.
And with what we just saw on Engine, I don't think you can count them out at all. I think they bodied Navi multiple times in that first map, so I think they're definitely here to play.
You guys going to join me? I called TNL to win this morning.
You know what?
You're joining me now?
You've sold me, Jacob. You have sold me. It would be a monumental moment for TNL. Harry, Hugo, is this the first time we're going to see a bounty hunter take down the most wanted?
The answer is yes.
I agree with Pimp. You already know I do. I opened up the last segment saying as much. Hugo, what about you?
I think experience might reign true here for Navi, but I will say TNL, 23 maps played in 3 months here on Nuke. That is a crazy statistic. Ancient only sat one behind that as well, and they've clearly earned some respect in this series, if not from you, then at least from Navi, because that was a brutal victory all the way down the stretch in overtime against a proven Tier 1 team.
Yeah, it's the type of step up this team's been looking for. Now a map away, securing the bounty on Navi's head. We're going on to Nuke. It's Navi's map pick. Ancient was a game of very small margins. Navi hoping this is where they can set the record straight. They got a T-side start to open up.
Very excited to see how these setups look on CT side, these rotations here for TNL. On a very technical map, but they were playing great Team CS earlier, with moments of individual brilliance shining through. Navi crossing outside with that smoke. Goosh comes in and they make it all the way into Garage. Makazi, of course, cracking heads, finding that entry. Oof.
Oh.
Oof.
Oh.
Oof.
Yeah.
One more time. Oof.
How do they win this, Hugo?
Navi, they go to the B side, they plant the bomb.
No.
One more kill, one more bullet.
Onyx with another stellar clutch.
Not today.
Oh my god.
Still not today.
God. Okay, he wasn't ready for Mikaze. It's a pretty convincing try from Onyx. He had me going in the first half. Flyrax, that was kind of an unforgivable whiff on ramp. What are you drinking there, Hugo?
Connor just brought me a little tea. That's nice of him. Had enough overtimes this last couple of days.
I hope we get more. We're just the overtime pair.
I prefer apples. But that's fine.
You go, man. I feel like you're drying up on me.
Yeah, a little bit.
Can't be the joke, bro.
Look, I just know we're in for a long haul, Harry. On this comeback from Navi.
Bomb has been planted.
Do you believe in miracles?
Oh, everyone wants the ecos. System disappears real quick when it's USPs outside, huh?
Oh, VT50 makes you question. But 1 HP. Wonderful's dead no matter what happens. Can't drop off that roof fast enough. Oh, will he make it? Yes or no?
No. Yes!
Oh.
He's done it!
Nice.
He's very happy about that. We're trying to get to the bottom of who is the most aura on Navi. Did you ever figure that out?
You were the one.
Focus for script.
Left.
Let's go.
There you go, boys.
Our map, focus.
It's true. It's their map.
This is my front-running candidate bit. Maybe Mikaze, actually. Forget how impressive he was in Cologne. Onyx tries to make a play up through Secret. He will get dealt with, but it's spam to connect. Now rotate down towards lower. TNL try and get ahead of this. Ooh, Knife's actually coming back up.
Oh.
And that's not a great way to give away the man advantage. Also, the routing now down into the vent to build for this lower play. This is Navi in too strong of a position, surely.
They're looking very comfortable right now. Fast finishes here for Navi. TNL forced out to save these 3 guns. No kit, no chance.
They get to have another attempt at this round in the next, at least. Hope that more goes their way.
Terrorists win.
No slow start, no catch-up played for Navi, like how they had to open Ancient. And this could have, you know, this could be an exciting 3-map series if we go the distance. Closing on Mirage. Navi would surely feel like favorites if we get that far, but we've talked about TNL and just how much this team has been playing, how much they've been grinding. They have a lot of reps, and with the success they've been finding, they have a lot of wins. And that's spread out across all 3 maps in the pool tonight. Carney with outside aggression. Makazi doesn't realize till it's already too late, and on this saved gun round for TNL, they've gotten out with a handful of kills to open 4v2. Flyrack's going to reposition into the back of Garage. He's now playing a potent crossfire here with Doi, and that's not even required. The second part of the trap never is to spring into action. When you hide in here, you know it's cooked. What do you even call this position, Hugo, when he's in the little... Would you ever call that anything? He's in
crack. Under silo, I don't know. Either way, he's waiting for this play that's not happening. Nice patience for him pays off this time.
2025, the year Alexi got big into crack. Just sitting in there, it's where he hatches all of his game plans. It's the call out on Nuke, guys. I'll be having a lock in.
TNL break into the CT side on their first 4-by decisive round. Feel that.
I would never change the seat. That's just crazy to me, man. I understand it's a nice idea to recline, chill out. But this isn't like a long-haul flight. You just have to put the chair back within 30 seconds of reclining, Hugo. You're a bit of a recliner.
I don't know what that means.
Do you have it, you know, like you can have it set so the chair is like permanently down to lean back?
Yeah.
Or you can have it
No, I wouldn't
rigid.
do that. Not while playing. That's crazy. Got to be locked in, literally. Looking like the upper exec. Makazi coming through main here for Navi. Nades go in. Great flashbang, and Makazi's entry knocks Dowie off his position. Wonderful, brutal headshot. Just like that. Decision has to be made. The molly forces him out of heaven. Flyrax on the save. As Navi find clean rounds here on this T side. Something more set. TNL, it's a map where everyone needs to hold their position for a kill or two at least.
Chat, what skin is this? Oh. That one that Makaze is holding.
I don't recognize that.
Like, I feel like I know my skins pretty well. It's got to be one of the newer ones. No one tell me that's been in the game for like 3 years. I'll lose my mind. It hasn't.
Timeout coming, presumably for TNL. They lose to the reset.
Wait. A sip of water. What could they mean by this?
Coach takes 2 sips, it means go A. Coach takes 3 sips, go B.
TNL timeout. This game rapidly slipping through their fingers. It's already a good T side here for Navi. And it's such early doors. They've got plenty of opportunity to sweeten the deal. It's fun seeing people's reactions when they're at home. Like, because in a studio, like... Oh, wait, hold this door. 1 sec. Fast run out into the top site, and they're just running back these quick hits. Carney does what he can on the barrel through this smoke at main, but it's another round where Onyx and Flyrax are just surplus to requirement here. Stuck down in the vent. Onyx tries to make a move up. Back turn to the vent position, and he's surely a dead man. Alexi has him out in the open.
That was a 4x3 right there on that smoke break. And Flyrax, I would say, most struggling player of last map, really had trouble connecting with the orb. But it's going to get harder on CT side Nuke, where if you can't find opening kills, if Navi are going for these upper XX, you're going to get punished round after round. You're going to get forced to save. And even then, Navi read this well. They boost up Heaven. And they catch him. Oh, they try to catch him escaping. Might just be surviving instead. Probably Bit's ready to pick up those nades. Breaks open the smoke. And go on, give it a go. Oh, good save.
Got out? That's insane.
Shocking.
I mean, Navi just dealing them fast topside hit after fast topside hit. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah,
wait for lobby aggro, get fed some kills early. Done a lot of damage onto Knife. Onyx trying to make a play out through ramp, but surely this is being considered Navi start in a default where they're just holding lobby. All right, Onyx. Only on it for one.
Still winnable if Knife doesn't get cleared. The Ema, oh, no shots connecting.
Survives that fight. Wonderful's trying to open up a B play here. Alexi moving in a little bit later to join in. They're going to go right into Flyrax, who, if you remember, just barely got out with this AWP at the end of last round. Let's see if he can make Navi regret failing that hunt.
Oh, what a shot.
Oh, no.
And now low health.
What if instead he's given the AWP over to Wonderful for these coming rounds? I mean, with the pace Navi are playing, don't know if Wonderful even wants it. He's looking fire on the rifles.
Great position taken. That should be the 4K clutch for Wonderful. Easy done for Wonderful. Navi are cooking with gas right now. They're making this one work. A very strong T-side start on this second map. And it's their pick for a reason, even though frequented by TNL. Anchors not holding down on that top site. No multi-kills. Barely even an AWP. Flyrax 1 and 2. Or 2 and 2. He tries to force it though. This is nice. Pushed in. Pre-fired. Wonderful knows his tricks. Knows what he's up against. 5v4 start for TNL. And this AWP is overwhelmed. Wonderful looks for a double kill. That molly burns him out. In the meantime, still 3v3. Makazi making magic happen outside. And Bit's wrapping around the world. This is a risky position for the bomb. But if Bit can bail him out, it might not matter. He's here quick. Life looking up. Bit can't do it. 1v3 and denied by Dory. Big round. Still fighting TNL.
That was crazy. Ready for the main wrap on Makazi. Quick flick back up onto the heavens to spot out Bit. Very well handled. And a chance to break Navi's money. Wonderful takes the Zorp up here on top of the silo, looking for a pick out in the yard. 2 nades on the smoke. Blows open both parts of this wall, and Makaze is just going to run up an entry around it. Yard control seized by Navi. The fake outside smoke's down, and now a kill going their way. They have all the space they were looking for.
Heaven boost super important right here, just to stop Navi from climbing and wrapping around the world. That's obviously what they're doing with this much space, with this main smoke. 3 players walking this way. So Heaven player has got to stop it. And seeing this play, it gives away Navi's intent. Dory holding on. Trade at worst case, you'd like to think for Na'Vi, but Makazi's very low. Easy headshot. Dory looks for more. Bit coming into support. Dory staying in Heaven. Not giving away this kill even to the A split. And Alexi actually drops back to try and regroup main, but this A site's getting locked down right now.
Damage on the nade as well. Flashes just to slow this trickle over. Wonderful still looking on. And with help from Bit, it's on to Flyrax. Oh, gonna try and flash himself in. But now Bit's crossed into the site. Flyrax gotta look down. He's not ready. Bit just creeping under his crosshair. And Flyrax still struggling to really find his footing on this orb. In 2 minds about it. Like, the few sequences he had looked really, really cool. But I know you sometimes get that with AWPers, right? You'll have them look really, really sick in the flashy highlight moments, but then the shots they have to hit, they're the ones that let them down.
Yeah, Wonderful knows what it's like. Had some difficult ones towards the end of CT Ancient. That A rush where felt like 1 kill would have made all the difference on that A main take. And no one remembers a shot you hit as much as a shot you don't. Ema out behind the door smoke, and again, they just want to punish this top side. They want to play it with pace, and it's worked every single time, so why stop? Can't pick a target. Overwhelmed is Carney. 3v3. Heaven Molly again forces Flyrax out, and this AWP has just not really had the chance to stop this hit. Again, locked out by utility. Backside plant. We'll see if that comes to matter for later in the round. Dory in main, they don't have util to flush anyone out here for Na'Vi. Positions have been taken. And that resmoke might seal the deal. No kit right now. Could be one on the A side, but TNL's chances out the window after getting reblocked. And another one. This is a brilliant T-side for Na'Vi where they're really just punishing top side.
Yeah, and you know, it starts sort of the mind game. Like, if you're TNL, you're always worried that the one moment you put more resources in A, that's where you're going to get hit with one of these fast outside take rounds. It's where you're going to get hit with a ramp rush. And so they're really sticking to their guns in the early setup, you know, playing it largely the same in these rounds with some like different variations of how to go about the yard control. But none of those extremity players really matter right now. Na'Vi are just brute forcing A play after A play, playing with a very quick pace on the T side. And TNL have yet to properly adjust to it. This is where, you know, you're expecting Alexi to cool a change of pace, a different round, and he just hasn't felt the need to do so. Kaze's been burned in this outside position a few times by Kane's aggression, and so not going to catch him sleeping out here in the yard again. TNL still could get rewarded for their stubbornness of never stacking A. They've always been... Oh, wow. There was a chance. Have lost this round, though.
Now they're playing crazy right now. They're just running out. Quick kills, winning rounds with 2 entries. Bit just jumps on top of the box and kills that Hell Rotate. Harvey, no respect on this T side. You love to see it after getting taught a lesson back on Ancient. Harvey dishing out revenge here on Nuke.
Pins it here, knife dead, and that AK lost. No save allowed. Na'Vi go on the hunt. And so this could be a very dominant return to form for Na'Vi.
Kazi's keeping up his ways, and yeah, Carney getting very emotive. when he gets picked. He knew he had that kill. Saw the shadow and everything, but cleared manually.
Considering it's the CT half where Na'Vi is supposed to be hitting the hardest here, this is a very worrisome scoreline for the TNL hopefuls. Cross fast, Mikaze just holding W now, peeking ahead of the util, ahead of the smokes. Speed and pace does get the better of him there in that one fight, but everyone's not afraid to make some plays, take some risks here for Na'Vi. And there's the swivel to close, double digits as Na'Vi look to strike back against TNL and return to form.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays. That's something that's quite close and near to our heart.
Yes, no play is created equal.
So my submission to the Culture Clubhouse is something a bit different. We're going more modern day.
Okay.
I'm talking first CS2 major. I'm talking a team that lost more rounds than they won but still lifted the trophy. I'm talking an MVP for a JL out of nowhere. Okay, we're going to Copenhagen.
All right, let's roll the bad boy.
Let's roll the bad boy and get into this one. So Na'Vi versus FaZe. So it was the first map, Na'Vi on match point, and the CTs are on an Ego. So it should just be over. You're casting this one.
It is David v Goliath.
This round was wild. Scrappy had everything.
Na'Vi can feel this. They want this. Just a pistol of Brokey.
It felt like this was going to keep going, right? But then JL had other ideas.
JL, can he save the day? Can he cook something up here?
I mean, picking up the bomb, how long has he got now? So 30, no, less, 18. I see this little Brokey hesitation there. He's going back, he changed his mind, which gives him this little gap to slip out short. Gets that bomb down, and then he's running at him.
A haunting clip. That like causes too much pain to me. If that had just been, a second different, it could have been a whole different story.
All the pressure is on Rain's shoulders. No kit means
it's done.
The kill. And JL has arrived in the Royal Arena.
JL gets an MVP at the end of this major, lifts the trophy. That's also after kind of making even just like a debut in Paris at the end of CSGO. He comes in a CS2 with a vengeance.
This isn't the history club though.
No, you're dead on.
This is the culture.
Yes. Cultural impact builds up over the course of the game, right? And so this one, like, is it a good play? Yeah.
Yes.
But is it the defining play that won them the major? I don't think you can say it is.
Would you say that it's fair that it cannot be more than a 6 when that is the case?
Yeah. I'm thinking that too.
But something you haven't considered is that individual brilliance is kind of in the fabric of Counter-Strike culture.
So I'm willing to say, like, for individual brilliance, a 6.
4 for the culture score, 6 for the individual brilliance.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, that's just another great day in our lovely Culture Clubhouse. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, good sir.
Yeah. Thank you, good.
Good show. Rippity pep.
Na'Vi fans breathing a little easier here on map 2 as Na'Vi have a runaway success on that T side. 10 rounds to their name. TNL left trailing behind. It might just get left in the dirt here on Nuke. That would mean the score's settled on a third map of Mirage. Oh, who is it? Don't say it's Alexi. Don't tell me it's Alexi B that was AFK. It was.
Probably a tag.
It was Alexi B.
It's fine. We forgive him.
Maybe he's doing pull-ups. Does he?
I remember that. Yeah, the online era
in his room.
Yeah, he did have the pull-up.
I wonder if that was a COVID exclusive.
It was nice to watch him. Between maps, just a couple sets, getting jacked. TNL, fall from grace, hitting reality hard.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just gonna say, even if they get like, and this, you know, this might happen.
Okay, blown out of the
even if they
series?
get completely stomped on the other two maps, the fact they took a map off of Navi is pretty darn cool, and to do it in overtime as well, having a comeback and whatnot, it shows why there is intrigue around this team.
Yeah, part of me expected a little bit more on Nuke, just given their, you know, like the amount of times they've played it, and expecting some more flair. And maybe we get it in the T side, but it's so reliant on those opening couple of rounds and having the economy to actually play buys. But on Mirage, they are almost, I feel like they're guaranteed to put up a fight. Like, again, similar situation, lots of maps played, lots of good wins against legit teams, clean wins as well, a map where individuals can show off, similar to Ancient. And here on Nuke, we've not really had chances for, you know, one or two players to bail them out. Like there were so many rounds of Ancient when they were 2v4, 1v3, and they would just win around off of their individual ability. A lot harder on Nuke. If your A anchors are just getting rushed every round, double molly, double flash, overwhelmed, you know, no one else is going to be able to bail you out of that position. But on Mirage, anyone can win a round.
What team would you rather be in right now? Ignoring the scoreline.
What, in general?
Because of like the setups. Would you rather be gaming
the
from home? Would you rather be comfy? You're in your little home setup, or would you want to be with the boys?
The vibe's looking kind of good over there.
Dude,
you know,
I think being with the boys is nice.
Yeah, you know, little LAN house. Goes a long way.
You could get up right now. You could play Uno. Just start a game. Uno's pretty quick, isn't it? Like the rounds are kind of fast. They're not super drawn out. It can be long.
Oh, it can be long.
It can be.
If you've got as many +4s as I do under my table. Just be slamming those +4s on the deck. I'll drag it out all night. You're like, dude, there's only 6 +4s. I'm already 12 deep.
Is it Mr. and Mrs. Smith where they have like the guns hidden around, like taped to everything?
I got
you have that, but
+4s
with Uno
taped under every table in the building.
That's kind of sick. Man.
Yeah. At a certain point,
if you've seen those videos where like people play the Uno reverse card on a waiter,
yeah.
If I was the waiter, I would like
pay the bill.
No, I think you should be allowed to like just hit them.
That's a
if they've done
example.
That, like, because it's such low hanging.
No, but you got to wait for the day where
it's like anti-comedy.
But you need two people meeting each other.
That's happened. There's a video of that. There's a video of that. They
Definitely
both, and then everyone's like, "Whoa!" Like, because he's just done it. And like, that's funny. Credit to the waiter for like just rolling around.
Oh, so it's only funny when they both have Uno cards, but if only one has Uno cards, you got to hit them.
Bruh, you pracked for this all night. Like, you've come out, you bought an Uno card from home.
And then you still lost. You still got Uno.
Obviously, you still have to pay the bill. Maybe I'm like just a horrible, soulless ginger.
It's possible. Probable.
But yeah, that's my stance on the whole waiter situation going on right now.
I don't know if you're watching these cameras, Harry, but it's getting electric. Not this one. It's getting crazy.
Yo, Makazi with the 23 degrees on the AC.
23
Same as us, bro. Let's go.
Prime
We're actually kind of experiencing the same air as Makazi right now. How are you guys yawning? You play all the time. You're grinding like 24 hours a day. It's 5 p.m.
Explains the 2 rounds. Maybe back in. Maybe. Looks like it. All right, pistol or bust here now. What you got? Lots of nades.
Oh, only one man makes it down. No, wait, 3 men make it down.
That's triple the men.
Oh, and a couple of dinks. It's all going swimmingly for TNL as they control the vent rotate. Oh, you're going to try and go back and secure this kill over at Secret.
Oh, wonderful patient here. You can't be expecting that, but missed shot. He needed to connect it, and Doi finds that kill late from vent. Makazi resets. Same situation. Doi on 5 health now. 2 frags in this post plant. Navi moving in. They don't have a kit. They need the kills quick. Alexi allowed to cross in. Low health on bits. And he forces it. He sees they're off the bomb. They don't need to overplay this. That's the pistol. TNL taking it by force. Little vent drop. And look, it's not impossible. They've got the tape, Harry. They've got the experience. They've got the maps played. Let's see if TNL have anything on this T side. EMA 3 and 9 in all of this. Exploitable perhaps towards the door. Wonderful.
Yeah, I love the way he's playing this. Come on.
No hits.
Come on, come on, come on. Come on, dude. Just one more roll of the dice. Out here at lower, you're about to get crunched on. Flyrex and Doi, though, make up for it. They're going to deal with a triple push down at B, the gap getting closed. As they try to finish off that secret pop. End up gifting TNL a red carpet invite out into lower. For Alexi and Wonderful, they'll have to save. It means we get Wonderful back on his scout.
Terrorists win.
This was the cleanup down at lower. Doi getting there just in time. Thrilled with the outcome of that round. I have a Bachelor of Science in Psychology, I can tell you that.
Armchair psychology, that is.
I don't, by the way. Just for any like legal ramifications, I don't have that. That's a lie. Carney, though. You know what he has? Yard control. Maybe even secret. Go on, Wonderful. I love his skin that he's using. The Jaws, the shark skin. Referring to him as Jaws the shark makes him less scary. Because there's also Jaws the man. I think there's a man named Jaws. I want to say James Bond.
Yep.
He certainly has a sizable jaw. Bit with the Deagle.
Ooh.
Cracking shot onto Onyx.
Right in the jaw.
Put a Z in front of his name because now he's sleeping. Doi, he'll reclaim that kill. So the lower side falls into TNL's favor nonetheless.
I don't know, I have a feeling this game's going to be harder than Na'Vi are ready for. Exits are good. Galil to save, scrambling. Oh, reload. Careful.
Dude, they did the classic. Slow on ammo in the fight. Lexi with the reload.
Still an AK to grab here. Maybe Na'Vi can get out with some loot. Or maybe they all just die. Oh, wow. Low on ammo, got a reload. Back to the pistol, and Doi stops him. It's a viable strategy, Harry. All the kills for TNL. Lovely work for Doi. And no save for Na'Vi. It's coming down to this buy round now.
Doi's been sick in this series. Just a delight to watch. Onyx obviously with those string of clutches towards the end of the win. On Ancient takes a lot of the limelight, but I think Doi and Carney have both looked really, really solid in some of these chaotic rounds. Able to always kind of find their route to play. 10-5. You're not worried yet.
Ooh, they missed a smoke, or one didn't go out either. Wall's got a gap. TNL will go down lower through the vent. No secret about this. Meeting him on ramp into Bit, who's holding the Molotov ready. Oh, it goes out early. It doesn't burn. Put out with a smoke. Bit with a nade. They're still coming his way. It's a good grenade. Hits everyone on ramp. Here's that flank down B. Bit knows there's a player here, surely, but he's not looking prepared. He dropped down the vent and ran. NAVI getting caught off guard. Ema does creep down to respond. 4v4 now. Can they flush out Ema? The molly does exactly that. Mikaze as well. Player after player appearing in this B-bomb site, but it's too late to change your mind.
Yeah, you feel very committed here. Flyrex is in danger of just being left on the outskirts of this round, though. Teammates down in the site, they're going to plant open for ramp. That's where Flyrex sits. So hoping he can clutch up at the end, swing on the door. Onyx was hoping to come through and link up with his teammate. Instead, he's opened up a path in for NAVI. Flyrex, they planted for you here. Tricky clutch, a 1v3 to find, and Alexi with an important trade stops that from getting weird. NAVI back on the board after a short hiatus from that pistol round. The guns come out and they look far better for it.
Yeah, that smoke on double door really is the stopgap to save Navi's round there. Those two door players not able to combine to trade the kills as Navi come through with a flashbang and hard clear this frag here. And the door just gets left open. They waltz out. Shoot TNL on the back of the head. 11-5. And maybe my worries averted for now as Navi look to take us all the way to Mirage. Home map for TNL again. Vito that's done them very well, but here on Nuke, just not been up for the task. Charging into Bit. Last-ditch attempt not going well. He holds strong for lots of damage after those two kills. And wonderful, just like the repeat here. Looking to finish them off. Easily done. There's the info. And with that should come the round. NAVI map point. Mirage waits.
Great to see NAVI know exactly what's been demanded of them in this series, though. Everyone's looking sharp. No one's afraid to make plays with TNL's grouped style here on the T-half. They know there's going to be gaps as well, chances to exploit them early. Believing that maybe they even lack the depth to come back in, you know, these 4v5s, 3v5s that TNL have been left in. Mikaze throws the hammer down out in the yard, and this final force is brushed aside with ease. NAVI make a nice recovery in this series after having Ancient fall against them. They've got a point to prove and a chance to settle their scores with these bounty hunters on Mirage.
NAVI back where they arguably belong in this series, back to winning ways and making sure the ghosts of that first map don't come back to haunt them. Credit where credit is due for TNL for taking that first map, but we equalize the series scoreline, one map apiece, and I'm not going to say that's what we expected of NAVI. I was expecting them to be going through the series 2-0, but we now have a game on our hands.
Yeah, it kind of feels like we're back to normality. We're kind of back to where NAVI probably should have done the vast majority of their work on Ancient. This time around, they had to wait for Nuke in order to manhandle their opponent, Peter. You could see the clear difference in, I guess, understanding of how to approach Nuke. I also do think Nuke as a map is one where we kind of laid out the win condition for TNL and Ancient to be taking all of these fights, you know, and taking the liberties of sometimes going for fights that weren't necessarily too smart or where there weren't no trade frag potential. You do that on a map like Nuke and you play against a well-functioning team like NAVI, you are more often than not going to get punished. And I think that's what we saw in this game. I was hoping for TNL to be slightly more competitive, but at the end of the day, I think NAVI did a good job here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a map they've been playing a lot. You know, you mentioned that coming into the game, and as you also mentioned, it was a showcase of NAVI just having a way deeper like playbook, and they look very comfortable. And apart from that, you know, we saw that also their players started, you know, hitting their shots a bit more often. Like they didn't actually present the opportunity for TNL to get these constant double kills, and they just simply just outgrind them in a more tactical depth way, which was great to see.
Yeah, even when TNL, they have the number of reps on Nuke doesn't always translate into results. Let's go back to the first first half, we got round number 7, T-side round from NAVI. Why did you pick out this particular round? What piqued your interest?
Because I feel like that was the one moment in the game where TNL could have bought their way back into the game. NAVI was off to a good start, win pistol, they convert, and from the get-go of this game, it felt like NAVI were just going to win. You see the scoreline is 5-1. TNL could have won this round, you know. It's a weak buy right here. There's not a lot to work with. They get into a decent position, a nice kill here on ramp. Again, they played 3v4, they played 4v5, but again, they apply some pressure towards NAVI. Now a 3v3, and once again, NAVI is just slowly but surely losing grasp of the round, and it actually comes down to the fact that Wonderful have to clutch it out right here. He was the man of the hour. He finds himself in a 1v2, and at this point, when getting the first kill, it's quite easy for him to reposition, get into a very strong position behind the side. Against a player with low HP, Wonderful are going to win this, but the reason why I wanted to show this was that was the one moment in the game where I felt this game could have been competitive. TNL win this round, they apply some pressure towards NAVI and the economy, they get to 5-2, maybe 5-3, and then we may or may not have a game on our hand, but losing this one was like the one option they had of getting into the game, Peter. When you're down 6-1, NAVI being on the T side, you knew what was coming. It was just a question of time.
And specifically when you're the underdog, like you can't let these ones slip away. Like you gotta close them out, so you put, as you mentioned, pressure on the economy, but also on the scoreline, and also feel like you actually get yourself inside of the game. Because if you just keep letting NAVI get away with rounds and they keep building their lead, then it's gonna be hard to bounce back, because you know that you're on a somewhat borrowed time when you go up against an opponent that you don't get presented so many good opportunities as you would have against a more likely opposition. So for them not to close with this one out, obviously hurt them, but it was great to see for me that Wonderful bounced back a little bit. I wouldn't say he was bad coming into Ancient, but overall I feel like Wonderful is, he has been criticized for having some occasional misses and that he maybe misplaced some of the situations, but I think Wonderful in this series specifically was playing very great. You know, he hit the majority of his shots, he had some good rotation plays, and I think he also with the rifle, he showcased that he can also bring some good fire here.
Yeah, playing on another level this game. You know, as you said, you can see the highlight package started in the pistol, brings in the rifle, had the clutch that we showed just before in a 1v2 as well. So in terms of having round impact, Wonderful did a tremendous job. And I think that's important. I think NAVI found himself in a position where had it been the other way around, had it been TNL getting off to a 5-1 start, everything could have crumbled very quickly. I think they mentally are not the most resilient team. I think, you know, compare them to one of their counterparts they kind of fight against, where Mouse, we always praise them for having the most resilience probably out of all the teams, can always fight their way back from horrible situations. Whenever you feel they're out of the game, they find a way back into it as well. FaZe used to have that, you know, characteristic as well. NAVI is one of the teams where I feel like they don't, you know, I feel like it's a team that rides on the momentum, but they also die when they don't have it.
Yeah, 100%. I'm going to be just honest with the viewers. There's not too much hard-hitting analysis that we're going to be doing from this particular map. It was NAVI doing what they do best, doing what we kind of expected them to do coming into this series. So I want to take the conversation in a slightly different direction, because we talked about Wonderful. You know, the microscope was on him. He was potentially one of the names some were throwing into the ring to go, hey, maybe you should be upgrading your AWPer, you know, in the off-season. Put your NAVI managerial hats on right now. If you were on the NAVI squad managing this roster, regardless of JL saying, hey, I want to break, imagine that wasn't the situation. Was that the change you would have made, or do you feel like maybe they should have gone in a slightly different direction?
I think that's a very good question. I think regardless of who you remove from that lineup, it would leave a gap in some sort. And I think that's been the conversation in NAVI for a long time. None of the players individually stood out to a point where you can't replace them. I think the only one who's safe is Bit. I think he's the best performer, or he plays the most unique role, where I think finding a replacement for him that would be a straight up upgrade is very tough. I think he's one of the best in the world at his very specific role. Outside of that, to be completely honest, I think Wonderful could have been on the cutting block. I think Immer could have been losing a spot. I think Alexi B as well. Obviously, he's a great in-game leader, but from an individual output, he's been very subpar as of late, and he's admitted that himself, that that's an issue when in the NAVI camp. I don't question his in-game leading capabilities, but his output on the server.
I'm surprised you put Alexi's name into the conversation.
To be completely honest, you know, I wouldn't in terms of his in-game leading abilities. I also think the work relationship he has with Blade is probably up there, which is why he's still part of this project, which is also why it's not going to happen anytime soon. But if you look at his output on the server, it's been abysmal for quite some time. It's down below Kerrigan, and everyone blames Kerrigan for not putting out enough output on the server.
So the only one that was safe, in your opinion, was Bit?
To be completely honest, yeah.
Okay, that's kind of wild. What about you, Dupree? What would you have done?
I think it's NAVI just reminds me a little bit of Mouse Sports. Like they're a team that rely on their players to be consistent, and when they have players that drop off, then that is where it's going to hurt them, because they don't have like this specific superstar that can, you know, save them out of so many situations. And sure, if I could, let's say that the fact that I could get the likes of Monacy. Let's say I can get Monacy from Falcon.
Okay.
Him into,
you got some big money there.
Yeah, but let's say I can get him and actually get him to replace the likes of Wonderful, then yes, that would be a case. But at the same time, I feel like if you actually have to go and replace an Arbor, I don't think there's like one out there on the market right now that I will actually be able to fill and do better than Wonderful has already done. Sure, he has stuff to do better, but I don't think there will be anyone that's like on the market right now that you wouldn't have to go out and spend $10 million to actually get out of the contract.
There's also the tension, you know, that Navi obviously wouldn't sign a player from Russia at the moment, you know, so they're limited in the CIS player pool. There used to be an open market, and there's an awful lot of great CIS players right now, and that does limit them a little bit. They then open up the market to an international roster, and I think Makasi, you know, signing him and promoting him from the academy team is also a sign of either Navi not wanting to spend an awful lot of money, or the fact that they feel, listen, if we could replace one of our players with a massive upgrade, maybe we would be willing to do so, but there's no player free on the market right now that would be a massive upgrade, so we may as well take the chance with this guy. And let's be honest, so far I think he's been doing a good job.
That's exactly what Blade said during one of the Cologne interviews. I can't remember which one, but he said, you know, if we had a star player, great. That was option number one. If we had that on the table, we didn't. So the next best option is to go with somebody who doesn't have any experience at Tier 1, who can be molded, is a little bit of a sponge to soak up that information. Do you think so far Makaze was the right fit? I know it's early days.
Well, I think he's been doing pretty well. You know, Cologne was a mediocre performance in my opinion, but also his first one going into such a big event. But I think what he's showcased today is maybe also where he feels more comfortable, because that's where he's been having the majority of his career. I still think he brings a lot to the table. I don't want people to compare him to like the likes of Kyusuke and Dunk. I don't think he's going to be a superstar like that. Maybe in a couple of years there is a case that we could be like an actual like subpar superstar, but I don't think he's going to join. Like, he's not picked on and been put inside of this team just to go out and be like a humongous threat.
That's got a ring to it. Subpar superstar. I like that.
Superstar. You want a spicy conversation? I think the conversation and the context of the conversation applies a bit of pressure to Blade, because obviously from a coaching perspective, we praise him a lot, and I think Blade is maybe the best coach in the world, or at least one of the coaches where you can feel his clear impact on the server. But historically speaking, he's been trying this before, you know, bringing up players through the ranks. A bit worked out.
Yeah, I was going to say a bit worked. Who else has he failed?
NPL?
Okay.
No,
yeah, that
not
didn't
really.
work out so much.
What about Sam Dae-young? Do you think he was a great asset to Navi?
Okay, I think there's a caveat to that conversation with just the whole roster at that period of time. That wasn't fair.
Worked out?
No, it didn't.
Is Makasi going to be another bit? Is he going to be somewhere in the middle? Is he going to be a non-factor? I feel like they tried it before, and I respect Blade for doing it. And I think Makasi have shown enough on the Navi youngster team or the Navi junior team in order to deserve this chance. But all I'm saying is that he's tried it before, and he doesn't have a 100% win rate doing so. So there is a bit of a pressure applied right now, and maybe Blade will have to, you know, admit at some point that, okay, we tried this, it doesn't work out, and now we have to go out, spend some money, and get a superstar.
But Makasi did all right in the playoffs of Cologne.
He's been great. He's been great.
He was bang on during stage 2, right? And then he actually had an uptick going into the big stage, which is rare when you're looking at, you know, young up-and-coming players on their first big Tier 1 stage.
May sound ridiculous to say, but I think he's equally as safe as Imma is right now on the Navi lineup. I don't think Imma has a much higher status in that regard. I think Imma is a player that is very vocal within the team. I think he's trying to help Alexi B a lot as well. But as I said before, there's no clear player right now within Navi outside a bit that does such a good job at what they do that they're irreplaceable. It may sound harsh, but that's just a fact.
I honestly don't think that this Navi lineup at all is set in stone. I think they're still in a position where they're trying to try and figure out if it actually works. I don't think that just only getting Makasi is going to be like the solution. If they continue to, let's say, okay, Cologne was a standout performance, and now we're expecting to see what they can bring in the future. But if they continue to have bad performance and not making deep runs into playoffs, then I still think there's a case that we can see more people being cut, whether that being Wonderful, or that being Imma, or whoever it could be. And, you know, time will only tell. But, I mean, your idea about the whole thing of bringing in academy players, I think that's interesting. I like the idea because we have seen so far with all the other teams how well they have been doing.
Yeah.
Sure, it's about integrating him into the right kind of position and right kind of team. And you talked about Hetrick, you talked about NPL, and you talked about Sam Dae-young. Obviously, that was also a different time. Yeah. They also got to play with, you know, Symbol and Electronics, players that had a kind of, I don't think they were being the nicest kind of guys to the younger players. I think they had a very, let's say, like hard time of being brought up.
Symbol goes to BC Games. He revives his career, plays, you know, a lot of Counter-Strike for 4 months. His contract is probably still with Navi at the end of that time, or they have a buyback option or whatever. Symbol joins Navi start of 26.
That's a crazy prediction. Only time will tell exactly how that will pan out. But in the near future for us is the third and deciding map of Mirage. It's going to be going down after this break. The score will be settled on Mirage to see who will survive here at the Blast Premier Bounty. Now, Dupree, you actually have a little bit of experience watching TNL on Mirage. Can you tell the viewers at home exactly what you saw?
It's very limited, but that one time when I actually sat down and watched the TNL game, that was against Falcons.
That one time.
And they pushed them into overtime. And it's actually a map that they feel comfortable playing. They have like an 84% win rate on it. So, I mean, like, they can definitely play Mirage.
TNL is going to win this game. I called it from the morning. I stick to my prediction. I think...
Really?
Yeah, look at the map, you know, how open it is, how every player can express themselves. Unless NAVI comes in their best shape right now, TNL is going to win. I'll even say they're the favorites on Mirage. TNL are going to win this game.
I think I've jumped off the Jacob hype train, but Harry, Hugo, where are you standing on this one?
Stick by your prediction.
I'm still where I was at the start. I still think TNL have got this as well. I agree with Pim. This was actually one of the backbone maps of their qualification to Pro League.
Yeah.
They won it every single time it cropped up, and I think they should feel more at home here on Mirage. Now, I don't want mine and Pim's angle here to at all flip it so that we're saying they're the favorites. They are the heavy underdog in this series. NAVI have the reps, have all the experience, all the name value. Literally everything is going their way. But TNL, a team that are hungry, a team that are on the grind, and a team that up until very, very recently were on quite the win streak here on Mirage. They will have some serious reps in and a lot of ideas for how to approach this.
Yeah, 10 win streak broken just the other day, but other than that, they were very comfortable. A bunch of single-digit wins as well from their opponents. And yeah, TNL, safe to say, recent experience, but the question is how deep does that strat book go? How deep does it go against a team that has unarguably rather better players? And yeah, it's really hard to call right now. NAVI showed up in a big way on Nuke. That gives you a lot more faith that they can bounce back in this series and continue the streak of the most wanted winning these opening bouts. The TNL have already done more than any team in the bounty so far, taking a map off of the favorite. It's all decided here on Mirage in this single elimination online match. Missed window molly. They still go up, Cat.
I forgot that real, soldier mentality. Even though the util misses, he still commits to the call, and he's going to get his kill. Makaze dead over on short. Kane with the opener to get past Alexi. Man up here for TNL. And for the second in the round. Great stuff from him over on Cat. I mean, so much went wrong. It's a wonder that he even gets there in the first place. But that should be enough in this pistol. TNL have done the hard part, and it's just this save for NAVI.
Oh, well, the game has begun, and TNL already made things interesting. Regardless of the result today, I think you're walking away with a lot of interest in this squad and seeing how the rest of the year can go for them. Some sharp shooters on this squad and playing together as a unit very, very well. But could they really, really take down a tier 1 team like NAVI with a fired up Makaze who's played great across both maps in this series with a point to prove?
Whoa, bit, that is a gnarly 3K.
Yeah.
Self-flash in through ramp, and he makes that MP9 sing on this force for NAVI. 5v2, just don't mess it up. Onyx gonna retrieve the bomb. Knife lurking in through Palace. Bit juggling guns back to arm the rest of his team. Swing from Knife will catch Wonderful as he attempts to trade up onto a bigger gun.
Could have been more punish from Knife there. Bit slow to jump on that audio from Bits, but RV might have done enough now. Close out this round. Bit looks for the ace in the meantime. Certainly got the chance to do it. They regroup back on ramp together. Bit going back for more. There's a resmoke for Palace as well. Better use it. Keep Bit's back covered while he focuses on finding all 5 Galil spotting more coming out the ramp. Oh, miss smoke as well in sandwich, lands instead of stairs. Ema fighting through. 4th kill. And Bit gets his quad as well. Na'Vi find their force buy.
Try and run it down mid with Deagle's Tech 9s. I'm not liking the charm placement, TNL, but I'm liking the window placement. Out of Flyrax, he comes in with a backstab here. Living in the back lines, but not for long. Ema head on a swivel, and if you just keep getting these heroic 3Ks out of Navi, might be able to make quick work of this match yet.
Ema's had a rough one this series, particularly on Nuke, surprisingly enough. That's a big time to show up. Putting them back to very low econ.
Can Dory win this? No. That's what we're all thinking. That kills free. Next one. It's clean for Bit. And so the pistol's dealt with ease. That's going to be Navi moving into an early lead. Kind of been lacking in the early stages. Have TNL slow start on Nuke, left them bogged down. They had the chance for a strong opening here on Mirage after winning the pistol, but fall down to the force buy. No damage done on their own force. Now just an eco. An all-in bash in mid. It's a very full kill feed.
Team kill in there as well, but clean for Na'Vi. That's the most important part. Doing this from the back foot has to be TNL. Entering their 4x now.
Have we all seen that thing with the lynx? The Danish lynx? And I don't mean like deodorant. You can just feed your pets to an animal in a zoo.
Feed them to the lions, Harry. They wrote a song about it.
That's crazy.
Are you saying Navi are the lions right now?
No, it wasn't really a metaphor. I've just been thinking about it in the break. Has anyone taken them up on it yet? Does anyone have a more Lynx story?
Can't help you, sorry.
Oh. Arnie and Flyrex both get kills on the extremities. That's a boost into the window and a play through the apartments. Makazi suddenly feeling a lot of pressure as he gets swarmed. Only Wonderful left.
Where did it go?
Hang on a second. Why does it feel like he wants to try this? Wonderful wouldn't normally try this, but
they're far away.
Interested for the time being. Wonderful slinks in on the AWP. Looking for this next kill. He hears a player in at the truck. That shot sails past, and now he realizes I shouldn't be here. Flyrax through the apartments will deal with it, and that's an AWP picked up. And TNL with a return to form at the first dawn of those rifles. followed up with immediate pause. Navi's timeout. They don't like the way that that round felt.
Yeah, we heard some comms earlier from Navi sounding stressed as usual, sounding like a little bit of bickering going on in this team. And I think, yeah, you know, there's a lot of pressure on you to you know, not fall to an underdog in a format like this where there's no room for error. And so, especially losing Ancient the way they did, the margin that close, and a team that we know have had arguments over time. Not a huge surprise to hear it from Navi. Question is, can they keep their cool and can they keep their head on here in this series? Entering a third map where TNL just happy to be here. Glad to have the opportunity and making the most of it, laughing all the way to the bank. RV, they're the one with the stakes, the expectations, the standards. All eyes on them.
This clash in mid ends up even. Story trying to make the play out through ramp, and on a heater in this game. Started off strong with a 3K mowdown on that SMG.
He's had enough.
He's kept up appearances ever since that point, and even though they've got Util to make life uncomfortable for him, they haven't been able to deal with him yet. Lexi's cleared out top middle, and that's allowed Wonderful to move back over on his AWP. Gets up just in time for the spot in a palace. This round might just peter out now. Navi 3 strong over towards A, low health on Onyx.
Boost stairs might be their only way in. With this cross covered, Alexi isolates one more. Dink as well, 10 health. Alexi finishes the job, and Navi stop that from streaming out of control on the ramp contact. And yeah, Bit does look like a bit of a beast right now on this A anchor position. Not letting them into his bomb site.
Timeout burn for TNL. It was all smiles in this room a moment ago. Now things get serious. It will be a tall order to try and outmaneuver and outcool Alexi on what was a home map for this Navi team for the longest time. Challenge falls to Onyx. Aggression out in the top mid. Regardless if he has the strats, he's given them the opener, a 5v4, dealing with Ima's aggression. The rest of TNL sat pretty back in the apartments. They're giving Lyrax a bit of time to just hold on this AWP. He's been bullied by Util. The rest of TNL, they'll leave him alone in the apartments. They've liked the window boost. Curious if that's just something they're going to try and repeat again, especially a bit missing the timing on the first two players crossing out. Wonderful makes his presence known. Navi clamped down on this mid control. This is the reaction. 3 players swarming and fighting for control of mid.
Oh, Kazi swings in off the flash, but they're ready for him. AWP just misses again. And I think Flyrax has lost his opportunity there as Navi departs, group up in the mid round, look to take space elsewhere. He has struggled on the AWP. On 15 health, it won't get any easier. I mean, the gap is there if he walks up through the con smoke. But how is he to know? Alexi coming in for the kill.
Counter-terrorists. And it's easy, does it? I mean, Navi Something we saw from them when they kind of leveled up on Nuke. They were really not making life easy for TNL. Playing an aggressive game and not afraid to fight them, not afraid to just group and go. And this round's more of the same. Really nice reaction. They have two guys fighting from Cat in tandem with the wonderful peek. Meanwhile, Alexi's tying the bow around the round with that lower push all the way through the apartments. NAVI playing a very good and very direct game of Counter-Strike right now.
Bit highlight reel perhaps on this A site. It's been abandoned for the meantime. They clear under. Should give forewarning to this A hit. Seeing a player in that position, but TNL are not in a jump to go. They're just probing with Deagles. Yuma comes in again. Bomb on the ramp. Bit with info, easy kill. Miss that won't cost them a thing. Makazi falling finds that kill. And 2 Deagles for NAVI to shunt out of this round. Bruh. Lexi's like, please help. Oh, God.
Death by a million cuts.
Well, 5 alive for NAVI. TNL, you picked this opponent. Time to show us why in the third map. Are they still up for the task? Ancient may have been a surprise, a shock, a fantastic result. But none of that will matter if they lose this series.
Okay, nice, nice. You see, we're playing reactive, doing something. It will be hard.
Какой хуесос от кармы, конечно, ребятки.
Насчет игр.
NAVI staying calm, but then a bit of chaos in the middle.
Yeah, Makaze brings him down low in that fight, but comes out looking worse for wear. TNL with an untraded 5v4. They feel like they really have to deliver on this round. They can't go back to just taking another beating here to open up the half. You might not be in a position to play out many 4v5s, and so I like that they've taken the pace out of this. They don't commit to mid. Sure, this gives NAVI options, right, to kind of fan out, explore the map in the downtime, try and piece together where the play's ending up, and Alexi and co have done that over on B. They went aggressive through the apartments. Mid still sounds quiet enough, so they're going to bring a third player over to A. That's wonderful on the AWP getting here. Bid's been a beast to open up this game, but he won't live long in this round. There's that wonderful AWP on its way over. Bit of help from Ema as well, out at Con. A failed stairs jump that actually might cost you. They wanted to double swing Ema there. Kane had to take the long way round, and now he's sandwiched, split upon by the B players. Wonderful. And Alexi, pincer, that final man.
Yeah, NAVI is playing a lot more confident, taking fights together, not really resting, not really trying to let this team mid-round or get into good positions. They are just constantly re-swinging. Find to beat them at their own game, and beating them they are. Up now in a strong lead, winning another gun round with no bomb plant. It's a predicament for TNL, constantly being put on pistols. They force 2 rifles into this round, try to make their own luck. They're going to A execute into a B pop. Will Alexi fall for it? How are the cons? Alexi's rotation depends on what info he's given. Can they fake out Alexi? Will he remain in a power position? Oh dear. Oh, they step. They step. They give it all away. They run when the flash comes in. Now they're just sprinting as a smokes are out on A. Alexi's still here. Not only that, but a rotate is in. Backside drops the bomb. Orb missed shot. It's all Alexi. It has to be. 2 kills and a 3rd rifle in the sight. He's figured out where he is. Alexi maneuvering, dancing behind the pillars, trying to get this one more kill. He can't. Late rotate denied by Ema. There's another lurk, so late, as Ema is in a 1v2.
Planting the bomb here. I mean, it's in Ema's best interest just to try and rush down this site player.
Go, go, go.
Not the kit.
Oh no.
Has to go searching for one. The 10-second stick, he doesn't have time for it. Now he feels like he has to close the distance. Spam did connect, and he's ready. Ema off that bomb. No kit comes back to haunt him. A rough clutch to give away. If that kit was on Ema's back, he could look to stick that defuse.
Yeah, I think that spam gets him off it either way, right? He doesn't use his util. He wants to take the element of surprise with the swing. And low health already from spam means the late lurk of Knife wins the round. That's an annoying way to lose to a guy out Palace. Just getting there in time. TNL scrapping for 5. It was enough on Ancient.
Back to B, and with one hell of a pace, they're really trying to bully Alexi's bomb site. Mikaze only good for 1. Alexi stayed alive for a very long time in that B hold.
Oh, and he's out.
Previous round, it's Ema this time just darting in, putting the advantage in Navi's favor, saying, look, you're going to have a bomb plant, but you've got to do it a man down. Oof. Onyx doesn't seem to care. Is he going to throw himself back into this fight again? That's mad. Onyx with 3.
Cocky.
Full of confidence.
His teammates not
Surely
even ready.
Surely that cascades down into the rest of the roster when they're seeing the captain play like that.
It's a ballsy post-plant move. Sees that second player and just jumps right back up. Teammate barely off the bomb. Like, not even swinging with him yet. Nice try from Navi on the B bomb site. Alexi and Ema do what they can. But TNL just throwing numbers at the problem, looking like the solution. Doi 0 and 10. And he's been a rock.
Yeah, considering how good he was on the other 2 maps, it's mad to think that TNL might still be able to find 5 on this half with him entirely missing. Onyx just continues to stun. There's Carney in the kill feed next. And this is very, very quickly building to a more than recoverable half from TNL. They've slowed Navi's roll. And in this final round, Navi barely able to collect themselves back in the market. They're still blocked, they're still smoked off. There's more util ready to come out from TNL in this post plant. There should be no way back into this 2v4. A clean finish with 5 alive for 5 on the half. TNL have been soaring up the rankings, but here, as they look to do battle with NAVI, they search for their biggest win yet. They do have them on the ropes here. It might have been a convincing start from the NAVI squad, but down the stretch on back-to-back-to-back B-hits, TNL find a way in. This is them, but rounds behind a squad that is supposed to be able to outpace them, get ahead of them. Playing together on their boot camp.
They're having fun. And that's, I think, the big difference as well between these two teams. NAVI are feeling the stress, the pressure, the burn, and TNL are just grabbing this opportunity and doing everything they can to make it worth it. Story is a 0-10, and they're still getting hyped up. They're still smiling as they find 5 rounds on their T side by the end.
Yeah, and you know, that's the thing. For a team on the grind like this, you've got to be able to... Oh, hold on.
He's on the board!
Story on the board in a big way. 2 kills in the pistol. Waited all half for him to get going, and it never happened, but he finally breaks that silence now, and that's enough to put TNL within touching distance of NAVI.
They might win off of vibes. Yeah, sure, great Counter-Strike as well. Some sharp shots coming in, and the power of friendship, Harry, it can't be underestimated.
No, and I think you're dead on, right? Like, NAVI are a group of very, very skilled players at the top of their game, trying to come together to be the best team possible. TNL, it's largely just a group of friends on this grind, and it has been a grind. They've shot up the VRS ranking. They've been able to qualify for events such as EPL. And here, looking to do the dirty to NAVI in a 3-map series that ends on Mirage, the kind of go-to dominant map for this NAVI team.
It would really be quite a win here for TNL.
It's just, this is unthinkable in a way. Like, if you had this game months ago, it wouldn't have even crossed your mind for a second that this could happen.
Oh my God.
Backstab in for Knife.
What a risky move. And it's worked wonderfully.
Yeah, Knife in the back. It's a surefire way for a kill.
That's so lucky. He checks the box and he sees a player coming down. Pistol in lower. Trying to save for that AWP, and it's coming in quick. Coming in hot. As TNL, headshot, but otherwise should be fine to find the 7th. NAVI are going to have to dig very deep in this series. Here in a 3rd map, 7 apiece. Is it meant to be?
And you know, in terms of like the connection of the guys within TNL, Onyx is the only one left from like the original version of this roster. Started with him and JR. Different 4 on the rest. It was when I think it's Flash became available to pick up. They relinquished the roster. That was when they got the other 4 guys in, so they all played together. Used to it. Onyx left in charge of this roster by the coach. Arnie offering up resistance. Hell of a double kill. He does really well to get out with 2. And that's going to keep this round live. Now he will be chased out of the round. It ends in this 2v2 retake, but with low health on Makaze, nades could ruin this round for NAVI.
Had to go back.
Second HE deployed. Just falls shy of the damage onto Makaze that would make this round feel a hell of a lot safer. They go hunting. They're looking for Onyx. He's dropped a smoke, and so they don't want to chase him through that. And NAVI going to have to completely redirect this round.
They could boost. They're going to boost Makaze. Not said his name a lot in this 3rd map, but 2 kills deep into this round, this is where he could really shine. You're going to leave him to late lurk. Low health. Yuma can throw util, wait for Makaze to activate, try backstab. It's the question of the timing on Flyrax's rotation. Feels like TNL are putting together a decent read. The question is, are they ready for the window boost? Because 1 bullet should set them up for success. Here it is, easily done. Into the B site goes Ema. Is he ready? Fall backside, the molly takes. He gets the info. 1v1 and he takes it. Pressure on, he's gonna stick that bomb. Flyrax coming in quick.
Plant down, seconds to spare. The next shot has to be flawless from Ema, and he's caught looking the wrong way. Flyrax gets there just in time, and that's TNL in to the lead. They're on their feet at the end of that one. They've just overtaken NAVI as they're powering up and moving towards the finish line here. This would be a shocking upset this early on in the bounty.
Welcome to online CS, NAVI. Not their home. Never was. Might be hell on earth here. Lead stolen back by the plucky underdogs. And TNL. Where is the limit? How high can they keep going? NAVI go back to A execute. After some nades in middle. Pistols, Mikaze on a rifle. Desperately hoping him and Ima, armed and dangerous, can take this win. And the TNL, every round is something new. Every round is something aggressive. They push something. They find the gap. That will free up these A players knowing this hit's coming in.
I mean, JR was one of the guys to help kind of build the tactical profile of this team. It's no wonder aggression is hard-baked into the DNA of TNL. The nades have done great damage here. Everyone from NAVI is so wounded, so low. Couple of shots end this round. Mikaze and Alexi clawing away back in for this NAVI squad. Ima, there's a lineup. They're all so low.
This
is one kill from it. Another man up close. Wonderful's Deeg rings out for one. It's Onyx who's going to deliver a clutch. Back on Ancient. This guy went on a string of huge clutch rounds, but shut down from it. Wonderful playing whack-a-mole. It's a tie game again.
The Deegs just connecting over and over again, and every gap found, every opportunity exploited by TNL, but they can't get past the hard-hitting headshots of NAVI. Closing it out. Beautiful shot for Wonderful. Him and Ima make it work. And NAVI respond with an 8th on a round they have no business winning. TNL put to pistols themselves. Is there more in store? TNL, as NAVI will take the lead here. Looking like a simple anti-eco.
I mean, NAVI really aren't a team prone to these big upsets. Mikaze doesn't want that to happen as soon as he's moved into the roster. They're going to make quick work over the pistols here, but, you know, when you look at NAVI's year, it's really only been a handful of the same teams stopping them on these runs. Their lowest low, I guess, was in Melbourne, where they lost out to Liquid, if you recall. That's the biggest anomaly they've fielded. Other than that, it's largely been Spirit and Vitality stopping these NAVI guys from ever getting going. Think that their bounty run could end in the first game unless they course correct now. That's after a really good showing in Cologne. Mikaze with all this promise, playing some great games up in the stage. Taking a map off of Team Spirit there, who went on to win the whole event. Managing to go all the way to the semis. This is not at all how they envisioned their next event going.
I want to see if the aggression continues, because in multiple rounds on the CT side, TNL have made an early round double push and found really good gaps. And do NAVI realize that at this point in the game? Do they realize they're being kind of boxed in? Can they spread their default thin enough to find the probing TNL? Because when you are an underdog, you have to take risks. You have to gamble sites. You have to make pushes and catch your opponent off guard. And TNL have certainly been doing that today.
Also just see such a stark difference between these squads in the cams. NAVI looks so stressed. They know that they can't lose this game. Ema, their top performer, found by bottom of the board. Now we to open up. Are they gonna get run through as Makazi taking a leaf out? The TNL book is just charging through the apartments time and time again.
Yeah, Wonderful says, I ain't planting that bomb. You put it down, Makazi. Low health, he gets a stick. Alexi blocks on the short side. One more player can't continue. This should be the round with the amount of util NAVI have left to plug. Stop these retaking players from even considering this round.
That's the save called. A reluctant save, but a save nonetheless. TNL can't justify giving it a look in. They want to feel like they're losing grasp of this lead.
How did Bit die?
I don't know. I mean, this could potentially be a punishing close, right? Only getting out with 2 players surviving for NAVI is not ideal.
Makazi has found a lot of
I love
key
the
entries.
Makazi aggro arc as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, think about how the TNL T side ended. It was 4 B hits in a row, just aggression through the apartments, charging at NAVI with numbers. And just as they tried to bully Alexi, they're now doing the same to Onyx. Makaze having
Look
his
at
number.
the stress, man. I mean, NAVI have been feeling it all day, especially on that Ancient game. At least this one, they have a little bit of breathing room, you'd think. The pressure will never be let off. With a save like that, you know TNL can rebuy. But NAVI are doing it, bit by bit, getting closer. Holding the lead. Three rounds.
More of these aggressive starts. This time it looks like they want to play for Palace early. And that's right as Bit is moved away. They're going to move in. Waiting for that smoke fade.
The signature double push every round. Double push position. Get someone set up deep. Can't get all the way in. Forces the kill. Still splitting it into this stack. TNL in the right place.
Way up close.
Oh.
Back turned on Alexi. That's a free kill for him, and they all come through at the connector side. Wonderful. Never able to get that clutch rolling.
Dude, Doy's had a crazy comeback on the CT side. Double kill, double kill, double kill. He just keeps putting them on.
He had 0 kills coming into this second half.
Yeah. Tit for tat. This buy is not good. Dude, if TNL win this round, NAVI are in a lot of trouble. Scope deep on the ramp. Flyrax, what can he find on this AWP? Ema lurking, everyone else A-Wood bound.
Oh, that's a wild flick. Flyrax in the feed. That AWP delivers an opening. Bit gonna try and reclaim some ground out here on A. Takes it one step further. Knife dead, back in the spawn. Follow up for Flyrax. Trying to keep his AWP in contention.
They haven't even crossed in, man. Smoke's gonna fade.
Will fade soon. Navi have got to go. They make that crossing now. They dodge this smoke spam. Nades find great damage. 2 players low on this retake for TNL. Carney does some damage, not enough to stop the bomb plant. They're spamming onto Alexi. I know they've got him trapped in here behind the boxes.
How is he still alive?
They just can't seem to find him. Flash set up the AWP. Flyrax has hit some blinders here. That miss sailing past Wonderful keeps him in at the end of the round. AWP delivers one, and it's down to this clutch. Bit in the same position that Wonderful found success in. He will also excel in. That's Bit. That's Alexi. Navi with the round.
I can't believe he wide swings the AWP. Closes it out, maybe scared of the wallbang. He is one shot from death, stuck behind that box. Bit does it where Wonderful already did, and it's what saves Navi from economical devastation deep in the game. That would have been disaster striking Navi. Instead, they hold the lead. What a game here on Mirage. It's taking everything out of Navi to win. Flyrax puts on a huge multi-kill, but he can't close it with all 5. And so we go back to another A execute where Navi try it once more. Sight entirely clear.
Chase for Makaze.
Oh dear.
Alexi blocked his boy out in the open.
Oh god.
Oh, now he's getting stuck on Wonderful.
Make
it's
up for
fine.
it. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It was a bit of a disaster. You couldn't lose this though.
On a clutch. We've seen him with some great clutch rounds here, but late on the flank, it's being held. Oh my god.
No kit
Feels
right
a bit
now.
so quickly.
Yeah.
The time is the problem, and time's his greatest enemy. There's no running away from it. Navi on to match and series point. Pushed to the very limits here by TNL in this series. Only one dominant map, and it was Navi picking that one up handedly on Nuke. But on both Ancient and Mirage, TNL able to take Navi the distance. It looks like they might fall just shy of this big ambition.
Is this where it ends? A valiant attempt from a team that is coming up in the world and coming up quickly. But too hot to handle are Navi off the back of a Cologne semi-final. Team that took a map off of Spirit. And Makaze, who has vibrant history with these opponents. And a map where all of Navi have shown up individually far better than the other 2 in the series. No weak link.
And we heard it in the comms as well, right? Kind of praising each other for being a bit more proactive. Not just sitting back and waiting for the fights to come to them. They're always making moves, or at least they were in that first half. This T-sides felt like a safe bet. There's the opener. Next dead first. Follow up for Wonderful. He wants this over and done with now. Navi looking to dodge embarrassment. Makaze with another opener, and even though they've run past this man up in the apartments, it's only Onyx left. Bomb dropped at his feet, and a 1v4 in front of him. Wonderful's AWP takes control over that final round on Mirage, and Navi lock in the win. TNL, a journey of bounty ends here. Their journey in Counter-Strike might just be beginning. This is a hot prospect squad on the rise, taking Navi the distance.
Yeah, Navi narrowly dodging elimination here at the Blast Premier Bounty. Credit where credit is due. TNL gave them a run for their money, and much more of a run than I realistically thought, Peter. I had no idea what they were going to be showing in the server. Turns out TNL, they can play some good Counter-Strike.
I thought you said TNL was going to win, Jacob. Close. Unfortunately, not the case. No,
Close.
but as you mentioned, they play great Counter-Strike. I'm actually very impressed with them. I think the fact that they managed to push them to the limit here, I was very pleasantly surprised. And it just showcases again that Counter-Strike is a game of talent and a game of where if you put in the hours, you put in the ground, then you will definitely be able to showcase that. And that's just what they did today.
All the credit in the world to TNL for applying pressure, as you said, to Navi, winning that first map in the fashion they did in overtime versus not so great playing Navi. That's still a big result for them. Second map, not really competitive. Third map, Mirage. Moments here at the later stages, it was somewhat close, and then Navi again showed the experience. So I'm happy on behalf of TNL for showcasing that all this grind they've been doing with 44 games played in 13 weeks and, playing Nuke 23 times in the span of 3 months and all that kind of stuff is kind of paying off. Also happy to see Navi playing well. Also happy to see Navi win and staying alive in this tournament. I think it's important for them to continue that upwards trend that we saw in Cologne.
Playing well, defined
well enough. Well enough to win, well enough to stay alive. I think map 2 and map 3, they were in control. And I think you can't really ask for more than that. Obviously, should they have won Ancient? Yes, they should, but that didn't happen. And then they kind of, made up for it by the next 2 maps.
Okay. Yesterday you mocked me for saying positive stuff about Liquid just because they got over
Liquid
the finish
sucked
line.
yesterday.
All right, okay.
Is this realistically, I mean, it literally is a win for Navi. They're not losing. They're not eliminated from Bounty. But in your mind, Dupree, is this win a little bit tainted still?
Of course, a little bit. I mean, I think we all expected it to be like a close, like not close affair, and that Navi would just close it out 2-0, like in a pretty comfortable fashion. Yeah. But obviously, again, like we've talked about multiple times today, that it is just difficult to go from a setting of Cologne then into an online game like this. So of course, I mean, maybe they had to adjust. Maybe they got a bit of a wake-up call when they lost Ancient, and that put Navi in a position where they knew that, okay, guys, we're actually playing pretty poor right now. They really want to beat us, and we can see the passion that they come in with the game. Like, we need to step up our game to actually showcase that we're the better team here.
100%. TNL did give them a run for their money. Unfortunately, they are eliminated here at the Blast Premier Bounty. We do have Onyx for a few departing words. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Can you just tell me the emotional roller coaster that you guys must have been experiencing during the series?
Yeah, of course, it's good experience, but it's anyway. Unfortunately, we lost, and this is a bit sad because we did so stupid mistakes on Mirage. Like Nuke, we didn't even show on server, but Mirage, we did some stupid mistakes, and the good crucial rounds we just lost. And yeah, it was good game, but we lost.
Onik, you were on the server today. Did you feel the Navi were beatable? You said on Mirage that you felt you lost some stupid rounds. Do you feel like today could have been the day where you actually would have beaten Navi?
Of course, even after Nuke, we understood that we can win anyway. Like, we didn't feel like that they're so much better. Of course, they're good, but we all was thinking that we can win easily. No, not easily, but yeah.
And you guys have been playing a ton of games, and you're in a team that is in a constant development. And now today you showcase that you can play really great against some of the best team in the world. Do you also feel like this is this showcase to you that you are actually good enough to be able to play against a team that you should get the opportunity and earn more positions in good tournaments?
Yeah, for sure. I think we just need more experience versus better teams, because we have not a lot of experience versus them. But I think we can show good CS versus tier 1 teams. We just need more opportunities to do it, I guess.
I'm sure you've gathered a lot of fans today on the stream. Where else can we be catching TNL? Have you got any events on the horizons?
We will play CCT soon, I guess in 2 days, and of course EPL in 1 month. We are so excited about this, and I guess it's only at least I know that we play only this tournament. Maybe we have more, but I don't know.
And final question: are there any goals for TNL to kind of be rounding out the end of the year? Is there anything you want to be achieving by the end of 2025?
As a team, of course, we want to qualify for major. That's obvious. My dream is to play Köln. I really want to play just IM Köln, and also it's going to be major next year. So main goal is to be like top 20 at least, and play some more tier 1 tournaments, and of course qualify for major.
Well, you came so close today. Good luck on that journey. Thank you so much for your time, and yeah, commiserations here at Bounty.
Thank you so much.
Definitely ones to be watching in the future, right? Like, he's got some really good structured goals. They were very close, realistically, to taking down NAVI here.
They were, and it's been a team on the rise, as you said, Peter. You know, they started off the year by being outside of the top 120 on the VIS ranking. Now they find themselves in top 30. They're not too far off, you know, potentially being contention for qualifying for the major. Qualified for EPL as well, massive results. Unfortunately for them, they don't gather anything by playing close against NAVI. It's only the win that counts, so that's going to sting a little bit. But overall, I think they showed potential today. And as you said, keep on grinding, keep on fighting the good fight.
I love the ambition. You know, that's what's going to bring them forward. You know, that the ambition and the hard work they've already put in, but just continuing doing that in that trajectory. You know, I think they are a team for the future, and not maybe as a team, but also the players inside the team. They maybe get picked up by someone else. But it's great to see that a team like TNL can come in and actually push the favorites to the limits.
Well, NAVI do finally prevail here at the Blast Premier Bounty, and 2 more games on the cards tonight. We're going to be rounding out the day with Rare Atom versus Astralis, not before Passion UA take on the Cologne champions of Spirit. We're going to leave you in the capable hands of Maui, Vu, and Daft Mike for the rest of the evening.
Welcome back to the Blast Bounty, where we are doing a little bit of a shift change coming on in here. I got Mr. Maui Snake, I got Vu joining me on the desk again. How are we feeling this evening, boys?
Man, I wanted TNL to take it home. That's how I'm feeling. I really wanted the upset to happen. Felt like they really had their number for a lot of it, but couldn't quite get it over the line. So how I'm feeling, just okay.
We're all in the green room cheering for a bounty hunter to get a win. We all want to see it. We want to see it happen.
sadly, not TNL.
We're all waiting. If you're not familiar with this format, the way it works is we got 32 teams that come in. The top 16, they've got a bounty on their head. The bottom 16 trying to hunt those bounties, trying to add their bounties to their own prize pools. It's an interesting format. We don't usually go this deep on the VRS to get, 30 teams in. So you have the situation for upsets. You have the situation for teams that don't normally get a chance at the big dogs. And speaking of which, we've got one of those teams right here. We're talking about Passion. This is a squad that a lot of people might be familiar with from their Shanghai run last year, but it's not really that team, is it, Maui?
Only a single remaining member. They don't even have the same coach that they had. You've got some familiar names. You might look at this roster and kind of Mandela affect yourself like, yeah, surely Demka was always on this roster. Nope, he just got here in April, actually. Really, this is a kind of a hodgepodge lineup of Ukrainians where coming from various backgrounds, all forming what is now one of, I'm not going to say a premier Ukrainian team, but one that has actually kind of risen above in Tier 2.
Yeah, we've got Demka and Waro. They joined in April. Guess how many games they've played? 150. 150
Grinders.
Games. I looked at it. Shiro has 250 in 2 years on Spirit.
Gee,
that's actually insane. This is, if you remember Waro and Demka, it's probably from their time on Monty, where they also were notorious for playing every game of Counter-Strike they could get near. I mean, they would play insane. You'd look at their vetoes and it'd be like, yeah, 40 Dust 2s played in the last month.
Yeah, it's not that much different on Passion UI, I feel like. I mean, Waro 2K, possibly best known for getting raged at by Simple, if we're being honest here.
They made up.
But he does well. He's a good player. He shoots people effectively. He's done really well on this roster. Honestly, arguably an upgrade from Jambo.
And of course, LAN winners, right? Went into Glitched Season 2, I want to say it was. Walked away with a trophy. Yeah, and a lot of disappointed Swedes.
Yeah, I've been following the Glitch series really closely, and that one was a shocker to see a Ukrainian team come into Swedish territory and just take the cup away. I mean, it was probably one of the biggest upsets I've seen in Glitch history.
One of the biggest upsets for sure. But speaking of this Passion squad, they've done a very bold thing. They actually had some choice. They were in the back end, right? The last 4 teams to make their selection, but they still had a choice. And they chose to go with Spirit. That one surprised us on that draft show, didn't it, Maui?
They didn't have a ton of options left, but it felt like there surely had to be a better spot to end at than Spirit. No, it really felt like, for whatever reason, Topo was extremely confident about it. I'm sure we're going to be able to kind of get some of his words.
We are. We're actually going to go ahead and listen to him indeed. We're going to flash back to just last Friday when he said this to us.
Dang, you see any weaknesses in Spirit? I mean, is it everybody but Donk? Like, what's the reasoning behind going for them?
Not gonna lie, we feel comfortable against this team. I feel like, and we are confident about our chances to win. And also, Map Veto is looking good for us, and they have a new player, so that's it.
I think that might be the only player in the history of this version of Spirit that's really said, yeah, we're gonna be comfortable against them. Easy.
We're gonna be comfortable. I mean, if you want to give them a break, saying the map pool is comfortable for us, they basically have 3 maps as Passion UA they don't win on. More or less, they pretty much never win on Nuke. That's why they ban it. Inferno and Dust 2, I think it is, or what's the third? Ancient? I can't remember. But Spirit ban Inferno, they ban Nuke.
Yeah.
They can stay, Spirit aren't comfortable on Train. They're really bad on Train as well. So they can actually get on comfortable maps. The problem is, would you rather start 1-0 down against a weaker team or 0-0 against Spirit?
I mean, to their credit, the only other team that shows up there on the board that you think maybe you have a better chance is FaZe. And that's kind of what the big surprise was for us, was just that, why aren't you picking FaZe, who didn't even make it to the playoffs of Cologne? Like, when they actually made that interview, or we did that, we didn't know that Spirit was going to win Cologne, but we did know they were a top 4 team.
Now, I was very curious about this myself, which is why I went ahead and asked Tian, TC, the coach of Passion, why they made this choice. What went into that Spirit pick?
Well, I mean, no one told us Spirit were going to win Cologne right before we picked them, right? Or right after we picked them. So, yeah. No, I mean, like, yeah, obviously we didn't have that many options available. Of course, yes, there was FaZe, Spirit, Vitality, and Mouse, I think, were our 4 options that were left. And, yeah, I mean, some people would say like FaZe is probably a better option, but I feel like we just don't match up that well with FaZe, even map pool wise. So yeah, we just felt like Spirit would be a better matchup for us. And I think regardless, like, it didn't really matter which of the 4 teams we picked. Like, any of them is going to be a tough opponent, right? So we just looked at which one we thought would be a better matchup for us.
So Topa confident, Tian maybe a little more sober in his analysis of this one.
Call me crazy, but map pool-wise, I think I'd rather start out 1-0 down against FaZe than 0-0 against Spirit. I mean, it's debatable, but I would rather.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the form right now is difficult to argue with. The fact that Spirit, I mean, he recognized himself that he didn't know that they were going to win the whole event. And so hindsight 2020 in some aspects here, but at the same time, we are kind of like, why not FaZe? You know, so I kind of agree with Vu's point that even if you're on a bad map against FaZe, I probably want that more than a middle ground map versus Spirit.
And let's talk about why, right? Because this is a team that doesn't really need the introduction. They just are coming off one of the biggest trophies that we have in our game in Cologne. They're a team with the best player of last year, indisputably, a guy who's making his case to be a pretty dang strong contender this year as well in Donk. Yes, they just made a map change, or a player change rather, but this is a terrifying Spirit team.
I mean, this is a player change of the supporting cast. You know, you have Zwei, you have Zontix that are kind of maybe replaceable or more replaceable than Donk, Chopper, and Shiro, and you replace them, and maybe Zwei didn't have the best showing early on, and that's really what they were looking at, but I think he did fairly well in the playoffs, and even if Magics were still in the roster, Spirit is incredibly scary.
Of course. No one really is going to look at Zontix or Zwei, and if either of them go in or out, unless they replace it with an absolute bum, there is no reason to doubt that Spirit with Donk, with Shiro, is still going to be one of the top 5 teams in the world, just because Donk might be the hardest carry we ever have seen in Counter-Strike.
You got some examples of those absolute bums there?
We'll save that for another time. That's more for a podcast than here.
We'll save that for another context. Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's fair, right? This is... You've got one of the most terrifying individuals to go against. The question is, how are you going to approach it? Passion have made a lot of their matchup, of their map pool. So let's find out what maps we're actually going to get. It's time for the vetoes, fellas. What are we expecting?
Well, the bans Vu already talked about. I think we're going to get Nuke and Inferno out of the picture. Question is kind of, where does Spirit go? They usually like to pick Nuke against weaker teams. I feel like they got to go with Dust 2, though, here. I feel like that's just been a very consistent comfort for them overall.
I think the one thing, if you're Passion UA, you know about this matchup, you're getting Mirage and Dust 2 potentially, unless they want to pick Train or something crazy, but you can comfortably say, you could have prepped this, we know we're getting Mirage and Dust 2 if we want them.
Yeah, I think Mirage should be the pick then of Passion UA, as Spirit just picked Dust 2, and yeah, it's exactly as we expect there. Spirit can kind of flex the map pool a little bit more at this point. I'm kind of curious if they decide to ban Overpass. I don't know how confident they're feeling into the season, and yeah, they actually do go for it. I kind of want to see a little bit more of it from them. Like, I saw how good Donk was, you know, a couple Katos ago on it, but not this time.
It would be sweet to see them on a new map, to see them actually flex the map pool a little bit, maybe, but it would, if you're going to map 3, do you want to go on Overpass if you're Spirit? You already know you're the favorite. Maybe you end up on map 3. You want to go to your comfort. You want to go somewhere you know really well.
And so we wind up on Ancient. Look, one of the silver linings that you have when you have these underdogs against a heavy favorite, like we do here with Passion and Spirit, is you say, okay, well, Spirit's just coming off of a LAN trophy win. We're in the arena of online Counter-Strike. Passion plays a million games. Maybe Spirit's going to have just that little bit of an adjustment period. But then you remember that this team has a bunch of young pug grinders where I think Zwei loaded up 9 pugs in a row, a day after winning the Cologne trophy.
I mean, you'd really hope if you're Passion UA here that Spirit have some kind of Cologne hangover. The problem is that Zwei's not even old enough to drink yet.
Yeah, Magix gets removed from the roster. He's talking about he used to hate off days. I think that's like the whole Spirit roster. I just want to play CS. Get me in the game. Let me shoot some heads. That's what they're going to be able to do.
Genuine gamer goblins. They're in the trenches. They're in the trenches. They're battling every which way. If Passion were going to do it, how would they do it?
Good question.
Yeah,
that's a good question.
That's a tough one. I mean,
that's what we're trying to answer here, fellas.
I mean, the recipe for always beating Spirit is trying to neutralize Donk. That's obviously that's to me up to Waro. So if I'm actually going to pin it on somebody, I feel like Waro has the best opportunity because I like Demka. I think he's an underrated player. I don't think he has any chance at stopping a Donk swing or a Donk slide. So Waro, it's kind of on him to get the op in his hands and just try to be a neutralizing factor.
Yeah, the story is no matter what way you look at it, it's neutralize Donk, and the options are go for Donk specifically, pull out the op, catch him swinging angles. The other option is you can try to catch them with some gimmicks and kill the supporting cast. So Donk walks into a 1v3, walks into an unwinnable site. He has to entry on a site with no flashes. His team's dead around him. And I think teams like Gamer Legion have done a pretty solid job of doing that in the past. So I'd like to see them come out with a couple of gimmicky plays. Spirit sometimes struggle to adjust to that and go from there. And maybe Donk can have an off game, not because of his own performance, but because of the rest of the team.
Well, let's talk to some of those supporting casts. We've got a short interview with Zwei here. Now, your opponent here, Passion, they picked you guys with teams like FaZe still on the board. Were you surprised by that?
I think not much, because I think they just was making decision because of map pool and maybe because of changes in Spirit, like a new player. Maybe because of that.
How do you think the matchup's going to go?
We're gonna win.
I like the confidence. Look, you know, actually huge credits his way for being willing to do the interview. I know he's definitely getting more comfortable with English, but it's been a quick journey for him, and certainly it's going to be getting thrown in the deep end with this team. It does help when you win your first event.
Yeah, 1-0, unbeaten since joining Spirit. Unbeatable. Unbeatable?
No Zwei, no Cologne. That's what they say. I don't know who says that, but I know that they say that. Zwei says that too. I mean, I like that he's trash talking just a little bit. I mean, the confidence just comes from the fact that you have the hardest carry ever, who's your pug buddy, and he's also now your teammate. Yeah. So it's really easy when you're in that chair to just do, as long as you do your job, which doesn't even involve always killing people, just making space, Donk's going to do his job, and his job is carrying the whole team to a victory.
Yeah, and you look at a player like Donk, sometimes you have players like Zaiwu, they struggle a little bit online, they can't take it too serious. Donk does better online. So no matter what's going on, they were looking at that list.
You're saying he's an onliner.
Donk, an onliner. That is the craziest boot take yet. Put it on Twitter. I want to see it on Reddit. Spread it everywhere.
It doesn't matter what you do with Donk. He's going to destroy. And I think when you had those teams, they were just thinking, it doesn't matter. Put one of these teams in front of us so we can beat them and move on.
Do you think Zwei had that moment where he's like, I'm watching Donk top the kill board. This feels familiar. I remember this from my pugs.
I'm sure that's it. I mean, the Donk online factor, I mean, he had to create his whole play style. He's talked about this in one of those ESL podcasts about, you know, you're online, you have to actually change up how you move, and that's kind of why he has this style synonymous now with his name that is just like spamming crouch, uncrouching, just doing everything he can to be annoying, and I'm sure he's going to be extremely annoying when it comes to Passion UA.
Well, online, on LAN, I know one thing. No matter where I am, there's two voices I always want to hear. Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
Even in the middle of the night.
You sound pretty good, too.
Yeah, you do.
Yourself.
Gentlemen, thank you for your expertise. Mohan, let's get into this one, shall we? We got Spirit coming off of the Cologne Championship, and I think the desk hit it perfectly. Mike bringing up the fact that Zwei did play those 9 pugs in the 24 hours after it. Like, you know, somebody with a lot more going on, well, they would have had other occupied, you know, their time would be occupied. But Zwei, right back into the game, just like Donk. I don't think there's going to be any kind of online ring rust with this Spirit roster.
I mean, just so unsurprised by the fact that they go back to grinding. I think this is all on purpose. You know, the player that they sign is not someone who's coming in who's going to be 27 years old and like pretty like a known star that's already won a few trophies. That would never have made sense. Like, the biggest move they ever made was Shiro, right? That was a big move for Shiro to make, to come to Spirit. But outside of that, Spirit have kept themselves a very young team, a team that are trying to grow and build together. They're making the stars straight from their own academy lineups, most cases. And in this situation, I mean, it might have been one where they take Kyosuke if it's the case he wants to go to Spirit. But if not, Zwei is also a good option. I mean, we're impressed by him at the major. And the reason that you want some of these players to be younger in general is because when the big event's over, they're going to go back to grinding.
Yes, sir.
Donk actually played for the first time on a player break, did not use a PC for like 10 days in a row.
What did he do?
I thought that was the end.
Right.
I thought that was actually a terrible sign.
Could have been a crushing blow.
And then what does he do? Finishes the player break, rested, wins Cologne, another amazing performance. So I don't know when it ends for Spirit. It just seems to keep getting better and better.
So far at the Bounty, the best performing big game team was FaZe. They just dispatched of their opening opposition pretty swiftly and kind of, made a name for themselves in that way. I think that's what we're looking for when Spirit step into the server today. Another clear, convincing victory for the favorite. Demka and Waro, though, other ideas already. Perfect flash out from Topa, and now Krem through the doors in middle. Nice, clean headshots. This is a flawless pistol. So, okay, from Cologne Grand Champion to a pistol round loss, the moment they get back into the officials, 5 players standing on the defense, clean as can be.
Absolutely. Humbled right there by a combination of tactics and aim. That's awesome to see here for Passion UA. So they kick this off, and they're coming for the team that everyone should be afraid of the most. They could have picked FaZe in this situation. They wanted to take down Spirit, and that means that there's so much on the line. They can obviously taking out a team like this. It's worth the headline, even if you get nowhere else in the event. Now people are talking about Passion UA again after post Jambo, post Shanghai, which was post Fear, which was the most interesting time to watch this lineup, which is relatively new. Like, there's still going to be lots of different iterations.
Yeah, 105 days this roster's been together. Played 150 maps in that time. There's something else the Desk touched on, right? Obviously, just the reps that they've been going through. And within that online realm, I mean, they've got wins over bigger names in the space. The Fanatics, the Ecstatics, the Sangals. Passion UA is still floating in that space and now given a chance to really swing for Tier 1. It's the very top of Tier 1 currently, post-Cologne. But like TC said in the pregame interview, we didn't know they were going to win the event by the time we picked them.
Yeah.
And shout out one time as a North American as well. It's nice to see TC back coaching a different roster. He was just with Complexity for so long. It feels odd to not have him there anymore. Thought we could talk through this one, but Donk's got other ideas.
Yeah, they whiffed once, and now it's a 5v4. It's still actually quite difficult for Spirit to convert this position because how far they are away from everything, but Zontix gets a kill.
Still floating around, very much stuck into the corner, but we do have this open door towards long. Chopper's going to run this one down, bomb following. Demka sits in the elbow and waits for the cross with support. So 2 rifles on this line, no flashbang to get Chopper over. He's probably just going to throw his body at it like a sack of flesh.
They know it's a.
Hope the trades come through. If anybody gets over, I mean, a bomb plant here is the bonus. Oof. Little scary there for the timing. 8 seconds, not going to happen. 3 clean kills to clean up, and so 2-0 for Passion UA.
Like, technically, there's no vision on the wrap back around, but it's so unlikely. You'd go back to spawn all the way to B and try that. So, smart play here from Passion UA. It's one where you don't have info, but it's just so likely to happen. They just pull off that lean, deny any plant. No kills come down. And a good 2-0 start. TC's looking good.
Yeah, looking fine and dandy. It's going for the Thorin, the winter jacket in the middle of summer.
Oh, in the attic.
Classic. The thing is,
yeah.
Passion UA is starting strong.
The thing about that is,
but now you've got a new problem. Donk's got his hands on his AK. Chopper the first casualty here of round 3, first gun round of Spirit.
It's a great trade. Would have been a way better situation without that.
Zway with the CT smoke.
They're playing pretty turtled.
Yeah, easy. Good commitment here from Waro 2K.
That's a walk-up cat, so for a second they might not be worried about this. Chikasmo has to get everything.
Ooh, I like the passive angle.
Nice spray.
Thought for a second there as he stepped forward he was going to give up the sight, but no sir. Finds his. Waro 2K. The next one, Shiro 1 versus 3. You've put Shiro into an early clutch. Fake plant. There's the swing. Oh, double headshot. A third. You put him in the clutch and he'll deliver. 3 rounds, all they need to give us another highlight reel moment.
The 1% chance round out of Shiro. They jumped on that because they had 3 players. You always go in that situation. It should be no chance.
A sickening transition onto Demka.
Wow, what a move, man. Spray transfer was amazing.
Launders, He can rifle.
You know, what's funny is there was like that, there was that, you know, screenshot of the 1v4 that versus Falcons when Blitz got that pulled off that 1v4. And they all come into the site and they kind of did it wrong. This is a situation where they did it right.
Sure.
2 guys out of the door, 1 through the window is totally fine. Someone's getting that kill.
Or not.
The only way is with a spray transfer like that. And he makes it happen. Yeah.
You put him in a clutch, man. Des talked about it. Take down the supporting cast around Donk. Maybe you win some rounds. Well, the supporting cast of Spirit sometimes is that clutch factor Shiro brings to the table. It is undeniable.
We drew that comparison with Brokey and Shiro and how you want them alive in the late round for this reason. He is the best player to have alive in the late round.
What's cool, too, is like with Brokey, sometimes you almost want him as like a CT retaking a bomb site. That's where I love to watch a Brokey clutch go down. You could just be so explosive and unique on the approach. But a post plant like that, single position, just a total turret. With an AK, no less.
Didn't even plant.
Didn't even plant. Oh my God, I forgot.
Yeah, they come in, they all die, and they realize he never even planted.
Disgusting. Little cat control here for Spirit to try to convert it with a man advantage. No utility left over for Passion already. You know, you start off strong, you get the pistol versus Spirit, and remember the pistol, 5 players alive, perfect flashbang. Like, that's such a feels-good moment for Passion to start this game with.
Yeah, it was a really fun start. Honestly, should have been super fun 3 rounds, to be honest.
Quick little snap back to reality, but we'll see if they finish it off. Very little nades left over for both camps at 25 seconds. Chopper just emptying that belt. Zontic's frag grenade, all that's left. Chopper going to do the classic CT drop here in a moment. And it gets found out by Jack Asmo, who is committed to the mid-fight now. Potential for the double swing, so good trade from Chopper. Going to remain, or could have remained down in spawn to cut off the rotates. Bomb goes down with 8 seconds to spare. Zontix is committing to CT instead. Oh, and the door player has their back turned, so for sure they never expect this. Great cover offered up from the post plant, and this is Passion UA just trying to tuck tail, save a single M4. Spirit tying this game up as early as can be.
Actually became winnable for a second if they found Zontix, but they didn't, and then overcommitted. They could have saved a couple of guns in a position where they needed the money, so here's the investment. 2 rounds in a row lost. Bad goes to worse. And Shiro starts off the next round after ending the previous.
Yeah, he's succeeding so much so soon that he just can't even get onto the op yet.
You know, the question we have to ask then is, would Passion UA have stood a chance before Cologne?
Right.
If that was the rationale.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember them falling.
Oh. Nope. Nope. I mean, very difficult place for Passion UA to be in when they had to do the draft show. They had 4 potential opponents to pick from. Mao's Vitality, I believe FaZe and Spirit. So you could have gone for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like FaZe would have been easy. We saw how good they were yesterday.
Exactly, right? The most convincing team, in fact, so far in Bounty. And beating a team that, you know, I kind of put Passion UA alongside their opposition.
There are some cool teams here that are on the, that are here trying to hunt down these bounties, but they haven't picked up that win yet. That's the thing, you know? The closest is NAVI losing a map, but normally we have like 1 or 2 stories.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of cool teams here, but half of them are already gone.
Yeah, half of them are already gone. That's right, yeah.
That's what's happened.
We're kind of just like back to a tier 1 event. Unless there's like one last chance maybe with Passion.
You know, technically Ninjas in Pajamas are a bounty hunter, and they'll have to go up against Pain, who have struggled lately. I think I've got that match pinned as like the potential bounty claim.
That might not even really be an upset.
FlyQuest versus Aurora with JKS looking good in the roster, and Xantera's just getting back in.
Yeah.
Or is it Rare Atom versus Astralis later tonight?
That's That was another pick.
Plenty of upset potential, just none of it realized yet.
Doing the same strat with just a different ribbon. Oh no, they're actually going to come back out of, I guess, B tunnels get smoked. They pull that bomb back into mid. This point of the round's kind of frustrating if you're Passion because you have such low util. You know, you just want something to happen now because you can't just play this counter util game and work map control. You know Spirit have so much more to work with and they can kind of try to make you rotate, but you're getting to the point where all you can do is kind of just gamble. And they're just 3-2, stuck in position, no mid control at all, so it's got to come down to this hold. Oh, that's such a clean first shot, man.
Demka keeps his head down, slides up. Good potential for a second. It's just Chopper's Mac 10 in front of him.
Wow.
And he's doing a good job of just whittling off the numbers. We hit 20 seconds. Bomb yet to be planted. They're going to finally get that kill on ramp. Shiro's hands busy and a man advantage. This is made possible by Demka. But still, majority of the players have to exit out through spawn. One down already. Long player yet to get into the action. Still at some distance. Zwei continues to kill them. Kvem 1v2, and he's denied. So great post plant here from both Shiro and the newest piece in Zwei. And Spirit are not going to let Passion back in early.
Some people might have watched Cologne and thought, well, Zwei wasn't that impressive, so Spirit have something to be concerned about. They would have won with Magics anyway. I don't think that's true, because that's just so much more variance. Who knows what would have happened, but the one thing is for sure, they know they did that without Zwei comfortable. And when he gets comfortable, he can do a lot more. So I think what's scary is that he showed impact before he could really frag on this team already, because they don't win without his impact. He got some really important kills. He just didn't have overall good stats. But I saw good duels from Zwei. As time goes on, there's going to be more to see with his aim, his mechanics. He is a very strong player. So clearly he's fitting into Spirit, but he hasn't really come into his own.
I'd really like to know if, just side note, great point, but side note, whether Zwei actually has follow recoil crosshair enabled, because we have each player's crosshair here on the POVs.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of a recoil follow movement going on in CS2 at the moment, Mohan.
Oh, yeah?
Yep, it's an amazing tool for training your sprays.
I mean, Steel was using it.
Oof. Donks is static because he only needs one bullet, so he doesn't have to follow recoils too often.
I mean, he's probably someone who just wouldn't help at all, you know? Like, he has the perfect spray. It's like the whole situation where the only couple of months where Donk was suffering was when Snapchat, other people were using SnapTap.
Yeah.
The only months that there was an equalizing factor. All these other months, he's the only guy using it. Via neurons.
Yes, it's in the brain.
Hard-coded.
He came with the software. Zontic's going to take a shot to the head. Shiro's here to try to help out, but they forget about the corner. One casualty looking like all they're going to have to face. Good cover from Shiro's pistol. Toppa gets blasted away top middle. So the winning ways keep rolling here for Spirit. 5 rounds straight. Yeah, this one too. Bah.
Dude, yeah. Oh, it's so tough. Things change week to week, but after this last event, just like Donk's just the best, man. Like, the only things he doesn't do, as Vu put it yesterday in the green room, are the easy things.
Yeah.
It's like opping and whatever. The fact that he pulls off these stats without having that crutch is crazy. Highest KD, I saw the stats Meister tweet. Highest KD, including oppers, which for anybody who knows Counter-Strike, I mean, opping is the best way to have a high KD.
And I mean, in terms of tournament MVPs, which he has claimed multiple times he doesn't really care about, but, you know, they are racking up slowly. It's just the legendary oppers that now stand ahead of him in terms of event MVPs. He's knocked off everybody else from the list.
What's he at?
I can't remember. 9?
Okay, so just a year and a half and...
Yeah, I mean, in 18 months of play. Like...
No, I mean, just a year and a half more and...
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. at this rate.
You know, I think if in the interviews he actually does keep putting his team first in everything that he says, and actually doesn't prioritize MVPs, it's gonna last forever.
If only everything good did last forever. That's why we have to be present. Enjoy it while you can. Y'all didn't think that vitality streak was ever going to end, and now here we are. Chakasmo off the car. Good hold. 5v3 with a good amount of damage on the majority of what's left here of Spirit. Bomb down at 10 seconds. This one just kind of fizzles out with the mid play. Player down into the B site, has an off behind him, didn't know it. Shiro's gonna shred flesh with just his P250. This round just kind of fizzled out.
Just took a long time to make something happen. They had
early
World
death.
Board.
His sweet time finally got his duel.
Well, that's what happens when Donk dies right away.
$60,000 bounty on Spirit's head as well. Worth the effort of an upset. We get Kvem and Waro with the double op here in round 9. Trying to weaponize it, but Donk is just already on top of your bomb site. Good response with Jack Asbo getting one, but...
You know what's so sad about that? After Demka just dies right here and the round's over?
Yep.
Even if Waro wasn't blind, he would have just gone for 0. If he popped up and had a perfect line on Donk, he still would have lost. He got insta'd by that AK.
Spirit give you the smallest sense of hope, only to rip it out of your hands the next round right after. Was a bit of a weird setup in B. Am I crazy? Just 2 players inside of the site like that. Felt like there was some kind of idea coming together, but like you got to know what the idea is and execute it out of spawn with no little mistakes whatsoever. There can be no hesitation because like this round, Donk can be on you in a moment's notice. He can hit you in the fastest possible timing.
I think it's conditioning because they have actually been waiting a long time. And right here, I think Waro's just going to... They literally threw a flash so Waro could get over Xbox so that he could have the op angle on tunnels. And then that was the exact was happening. And to be fair to Passion, these last few rounds, like last round they lost the time. The 2 rounds before that, they did the mid B splits where they did the Freiburg drop and then went slow. They've been executing like really late.
Right.
So probably just like, well, we've got like 30 seconds anyways.
Breaking news, you don't.
You don't.
You're dead. Zway's gonna give his best effort to get out long, off behind him. Toba keeps spraying. And Zway's just flirting with it as Shiro takes 88 damage in the background.
They didn't kill him though, that's kind of worrying.
Here we go, op duel. Never mind, Flash gets Waro off the angle.
And they got their guard down a little bit.
Spirit just keep getting closer. Missed off shot. Luckily, Demka swings out wide, gets the one.
Nice cover.
And Zontic's dead, Shiro low, Zway also sitting on half health. So another one of these rounds that, much like the time Spirit sort of lost to the clock, you whittled down the health bars before any full commitment could actually come through.
I mean, odds are really low now figuring this out. We've still got an HE. No, actually.
The difference is Donk's fully healthed.
Yeah, that's true.
And ready to go.
That's true. A lot of util if this gets late.
No flashes, though, here for Spirit. No smokes either, so you'd think this is the best chance to cross. They want to get over before it fades, and they do. For Donk, it's a one and done.
That's the op.
Oh, Sway sees a body dropping down, exposes 2, bringing him with him. But we get Shiro into the clutch. Easy back shot to Jack Asmo, but what are you going to do? Bombs on ramp in the smoke, 2 players to deal with. Shiro's just going to have to concede another, and it's at the very least a 4-round CT side for Passion UA.
They did a great job of messing with them.
He's not going to commit to this, is he?
I don't think there's any chance.
He could win by kills.
No.
Yeah, he could win by kills. They're going to think he's saving, and you've got a player on the corner, and if Shiro finds this player exposed, he gets one more peek. Just go! Oh, okay. If only. He's right there. 5 more seconds, Shiro wins this. I'm telling ya.
Yeah.
I'm selling you that snake oil.
I mean, if he doesn't jump around long, get out of tier 1.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
Come on. Shiro clips him midair.
Yeah.
In the sub-tick.
Yeah, how he does, he walks up, he sees him, he doesn't shoot. Still would be hard, but he could do it.
Well, do you have golf tees falling out of your pockets?
I just have one.
Okay.
It's the one I actually found.
Okay.
I know that's one of your hobbies, is collecting other people's golf tees.
I just, you know what? I'm a trinket guy. I like little treasures. I really like little treasures. I'm the kind of guy who walks around with like a dice in his pocket, or a die.
A die.
Die. It's basically the story on Long Cross. That last smoke kind of flustered Spirit for a second.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, trailing by 2 is not bad.
Passion UA did an excellent job of slowing. I mean, they messed with them basically. As soon as Spirit were actually going to start the cross.
Yep.
They didn't just hold on to grenades and start fighting slowly. They threw a bunch of utility, made sure cross was impossible at all, made Spirit reset entirely, and then went on the clock again.
Awkward for Donk to fall off box and take that fight, but of course he does it.
Yeah, that was an excellent opportunity, unfortunately, for Passion.
Chopper through the mid doors is going to lose his life, but costs Waro 3/4 of his bar. You think you can just go for a jiggle there, Jack Asmo, but Donk, if he sees a fight, will sign up, and Zway's got the cat aggression cut off.
That fight, I need to see that fight from the other POV. Donk was just dipping around the bullets.
That mid duel. Now poor Waro gets finished off by Zontix, and Demka's got no teammates to bounce off of.
The one mistake they made, they caught Chopper. That was it. Everything else was actually so good from the micro here as Spirit take these fights. It's another excellent moment for Donk, honestly. You know, we never got the changing of the guard that we were promised near the end of CSGO.
Okay.
Like, everyone thought it was going to happen because there were so many upsets coming into Paris. But, you know, and honestly, you never really saw a type of player that would show you that everything's different now.
Right.
But now between Donk and Kyosuke and a couple, I mean, Monacy was the start of it, but, you know, those two are even mechanically on just like a different level. That, by the way, other people aren't even catching up to. You know, remember after Katowice and like Malb studied everything Donk did.
Right.
Or Nikodas changed his sensitivity. Like, everyone was actually trying to replicate him entirely. No, still, no one's caught up to him at all.
Not even close.
Not even close. You know, we might be getting that changing of the guard as prophesized from back then, because there was nothing like that at Paris. Just some teams that were better in general.
Yes, yes.
But now the players seem to be getting a little different.
It was really the guys who studied the game that kind of took off first, right? I feel like Rops was that driving force when FaZe Clan had their success in CS2.
Yeah.
Elige was sort of that for complexity in their Sydney run. Melbourne, down under.
It was Sydney, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it was Sydney versus FaZe, the finals. Yeah.
Last time NA had...
Wow, well, that spray control was awesome. He didn't get the first kill, but
he still adjusted, and he was locked in for the fight the entire time. Shiro, though, kind of caught off by the third body on Catwalk. Just wait till they find out about the fourth. Demka sitting in the backdrop with the FAMAS, peeling away ever so slightly, but you can still see Spirit looking to sink their teeth deep into the B site through tunnels. Again, that split. We've got the Donk Op on the field, folks. He's like, let me have a look at this thing. Is it really as easy as they say? Rattles one off. Falls back as the commitment comes out from the 3 other players of Spirit. Just Jack Asmo's MP9. And that will not be enough to hold Spirit at bay. Final round of this T-side. 2 versus 4 retake demanded of Passion UA. No reason to save it. And you've got Donk like a goblin hiding down in the lower tunnels.
Does he hit the flick?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, of course he does.
Because it's always too easy.
Had no inkling that someone could be coming from the right side, still hit it.
Now poor Kvem, haunted by Donk's presence as he's now sitting deep inside a T-spawn. Tunnels absolutely locked off. Not a position any player would be jealous of. Kvem gets cut down 8-4 for Team Spirit. That 2-0 start had Passion UA's hopes high, only to be ripped right away. Donk topping the charts as he does. Shiro not too far behind him with that beautiful 1 versus 3. We'll call that the clip of the game so far as Passion UA tried to test the IEM Cologne 2025 Grand Champions of Team Spirit.
I mean, the fact that they won Cologne, they weren't going to pick them if they had realized how far they'd go at Cologne. I feel like it'd be tempting to take a team that just won a big tournament to play an online match to like suffer a little bit, but just Spirit are just not that team, not with their players.
Exactly. It's like, you know, if Vitality won Cologne, ooh, get them.
Yeah,
get him. Because I know
exactly,
Apex is the kind of guy to take 2-3 days off properly. You know, he's won Cologne. He's a real believer in letting the computer just go. You know, Rops and Zywoo aren't the grinders like Zway and Donk.
Yeah.
Now listen, the most winning team of the year, I'm not trying to talk too much smack, but that would be when you'd catch them off guard.
I mean, it's definitely true. I mean, I think just in general, with everyone at different ages, you have to respect sort of what you're.
But with that said, you know, I go think back to last season, like traveling back from Melbourne. We thought, ooh, they're going to catch them sleeping once they showed up for a studio group stage. Vitality never bent.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
I mean,
they survived so many of those little tests.
37 BO3s in a row.
Yep.
So they never actually fell off.
Survived them all. So maybe I just should have picked any other team.
Okay, pick one.
Maus, after winning Cologne, would have lost this game.
Yeah, would they?
No, I like Maus.
It's hard to know because they aren't winning.
Mongols.
Oh, genuinely.
If Mongols won Cologne, they would have lost this game.
I like that.
Yeah?
But they also. No, yeah, I like that.
Okay.
FaZe, if they won Cologne, they'd get 60-0'd, 13-0'd in this game.
Honestly, if FaZe won Cologne, I don't think Rain would have shown up for this event. He'd be like, actually, find me.
Yeah.
I'm going to have another kid or something.
I just don't need it.
You know?
Why would I put myself in another stressful situation?
Rain would just disappear into the Norwegian woods for a week.
Time to make another child.
Right? Who knows where they would have ended up? But we'll have to wait for next year for FaZe to win Cologne. Know what I'm saying?
Calling it. I think it could get exciting as soon as Budapest based on what we've seen from FaZe. It's even more inspiring. You know, the one team where if they play well online, it's even more inspiring.
Man, we really couldn't have written like a better start to the second season. I'm sorry, Vitality fans, but like them having the damn near perfect season, ending with Austin. We all needed that for the sake.
I'm so glad
that was the best season of Counter-Strike in quite some time. I loved it all. But starting with a new champion for the second half of the year just creates this new fantastic world of possibilities.
I think we could say it's the best season of Counter-Strike in history.
Okay.
Because, like, name the other one.
And now what we could be dealing with is the best year of Counter-Strike in history.
That one's going to be tough, but yeah. But yeah, halfway there.
See, but the fact that we could, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The fact that it's even a possibility, thanks to Spirit being Cologne champions.
Oh, sorry. You're talking about two different teams sharing the year? Or are you talking about what are you talking about?
I'm just saying about the excitement of the year. Now that Vitality can lose, what if we go back to
best.
a myriad of teams winning events again? What if anything is possible for the second half of the year?
Okay, just the most fun year ever.
Yeah, wow.
I got you. Okay.
Everybody's having a good time. Chopper's having a good time.
What's the most fun year ever for you so far? Like,
every year is the best year of my life.
So last year?
Yeah.
It had to beat the one before.
No, I think
didn't like last.
I think 2023 was better than 24, but 25 might beat 23. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
All right.
2024, don't lie. Put that one in the rear view, you know what I'm saying?
No.
Nothing bad happened. It was actually a great year.
Yeah, it was actually great.
Yeah, life's pretty great. We're pretty lucky.
Yes.
Luckiest casters ever, we say.
Yes.
And by casters, I just mean people.
Yeah.
Because casters are people too. Never forget that, guys.
No, you could say whatever you want to us. I believe everyone should have.
Yeah, because I ain't reading that
right.
shit.
You could say it, but no one's listening, sucker. Yeah. No, I think I think it's more fun when everyone's talking shit all the time, to be honest. So
yeah. That's why I hang out with Jacob and Maui Snake and Vu.
Exactly.
Just a bunch of trash talkers. Freya.
Yeah, biggest one, secret one right there.
What's going on?
No one's telling us anything.
Need a little bit of...
No sound.
Oh, no sound. Okay, sorry, we forgot to start the game.
Oh, right.
Hold on, I told you to press the button.
Damn it. Make one mistake a day.
Christ. What are we going to do about it? All right, Passion, let's see what this T-side's got in store. It was a very convincing pistol that started off that first half. Kind of forgot we were casting for a second. Back to reality. Here we go. Zontix tucked in behind Car. Whoop. Going for the header. Zontix slides out. A lot of bodies looking back at you, buddy. Frag grenade in the middle of it. Does it land? Yes. Substantial damage for Waro and Demka to have to deal with. They still cross one towards ramp.
Their smoke just missed on Merit, didn't it? He didn't even bump it.
No.
Looked like.
He scared the smoke off its trajectory.
And the T's are just... They're in an interesting spot because they're still up a player, so they can take their time. Refresh it, regroup. No flank coming in. They missed their smoke again?
It's on purpose. It gives them this angle to work with, you see? Dog's been waiting and waiting for you to try to commit to this bomb site, and once you do, well, only the one. 2 versus 4 demanded of Spirit. Zway's gonna drop with nothing. Chopper in for the clutch. Halfway there. Low health on Waro. Player stuck on the plant. He knows about him. You gotta win this duel swiftly and then snap onto the player who you know is standing right behind those boxes, but Topa's gonna get the shot from the corner, and that is both pistols in Passion's back pockets.
Well, they were better on both pistols. You know, they put themselves in good positions on both pistols. That was super solid. I mean, there was even a long control round that Spirit had that didn't look as good as this, except for these smokes. Did he get it? Maybe he got off the back of the wall. I'm not sure, but the second one just...
Rebound.
That was just a raw miss, wasn't it? Sometimes you don't smoke CT, you just fight, but...
Double scout, Donk on the little scope. Oh, of course he hits that tag.
That could have been a headshot.
Shiro's really gross with some of these door bangs. Yoink. And that one goes between the knees.
Sounded like some weird category.
Door bangs are between the knees.
Some page 6 stuff right
Yeah. Donk is sat on site and waiting. There's 2 players tagged. And you know once you tag 3 players with scouts, it's an automatic round win. That's the rule.
If there was, I always envision the odds meter and I just see it swing when this much damage comes in because you got the 3 pistols. Suddenly these 3 pistols are just as good as rifles. Like, put simply, you've got them in one-shot kill territory. Look how it changes the behavior of the T's. They're cowering now mentally.
Yeah, we
They're
see
shrinking.
the changing of the behavior. Shot to the window. Shiro not going to give him anything to shoot at. Because now you've also got them down to 30 seconds. Not only have you lowered the health bars, but that is it. That's that 3rd scout shot. That's actually the Holy Trinity. And it should mean that Spirit are going to clean this up. 4 players tagged. Now the pistols come through. Exactly what you needed. Jagasmo still has full health. Shiro's going to try to climb up on the new boxes. And Topa's going for the bomb plant, but oh, the cover's gone. Jumping scout shot misses. Shiro's dropped. Now every single player left here for Passion UA has been tagged. Zway's Deeg on the hunt.
Doesn't know about single box.
Looks like he's kind of lost track of that one. Chopper's going to finish off the site player. Zontix connects his. And now Waro, 32 health. Outnumbered 3-1. But he gets Zontix with his back turned. Smoke on top of the bomb. No kit for the defuse. Zway is going to try and stick this 10-second defuse. A reload needed for Waro. He could go back at it one last burst, but he doesn't get the chance and then falls after the fact. 2 alive for Spirit. The double scouts pay off.
Oh, you could just see how unnerving and how unsettling and just how uncomfortable that is for Waro. He could play that regularly. He's got bullets. They give him time where they miss fighting him, but because his HP is so low, he knows one small mistake, one good shot, and it's all over. Frustrating way to lose here for Passion UA, but it's well-deserved for Spirit. Great use of these scouts. some, you know, you can always punch a team that scouts too much by doing that, or just long defaults on anti-egos. Teams that rush, ironically, the strat that looks sort of like more brain dead is the right thing to do in this spot, but you have to also know you're going up against these scouts.
Sad reality here for Passions is they don't even have as many scouts themselves as what Spirit were allowed to pull off last round. Rough economic spot for round 15. Double digits on the line for Spirit. You could overwhelm a site, it's one thing, but you've got Donk looking to anchor this B site with help. Him and Zontix within the perimeter of sight. No mid control. We'll see if Passion UA can leak out and find a way through. CT smoke down, but met by Chopper's util. Simultaneous smoke pop. Flash comes out from the offense. Trying to keep him back, just welcoming the Tech 9 pop off.
It's a bit of a bait.
And it's looking like it's gonna work.
Oh, that helps.
Great headshot while Shiro's already down the ramp. So next thing you know, this A bomb site's primed for the plant. Topa up on the doorway is gonna die to Donk. So you know the retake's on. And we'll see how much emphasis they throw towards that Xbox climb up. Trying to duel with the long players. Shiro's gonna catch Kvem on the corner. Woro Scout still in play, but it's Tech 9s for the others. And irretrievable guns unless they cross this open space. Now Shiro tag, this could still come through. Woro's trying to get revenge here. We saw him not able to close out that finish. Demka's Tech 9 with a headshot's great, but Zontix takes the ramp control. Jack Asmo's starting to feel the pinch. The time is ticking quickly. There's a kit in play here for the defuse. Nobody's on the site, and the Tech 9 tears through 3.
Wow, tip of the hat here to Jacasmo, amazing 3K. Another clutch to match Shiro's energy, and the scout from Woro does just as well as 3 on Spirit. That one Deagle shot really catalyzed the finish, but that's excellent.
Game's right back on off that 3 rounds, the gap. But scout damage again.
Yeah.
Luckily for them, able to just drop Shiro. He doesn't disengage. He doesn't do anything further for Zwei, who's now just going to try to keep himself tucked deep inside of the pit. Woro will not let his guard down. We'll see if the same can be said for Kappa. He'll clear it. Zontix's nade kind of lands between both halves of this pack. Oh, I'll be damned. Passion UA gonna get through most of it. Donk's M4 finds an exit route free for the taking now.
It's so good to see that Passion UA could actually fool Spirit, right? They actually had the bait, that tactic to fake a mid B, work out without even committing any players to go die. They had one get out to the outside of the doors, but he wasn't even meant to meet them or run through or actually take a fight, and they still pulled the rotation they were looking for.
No way he does this, right? He dropped the smoke to fake as if he had fallen back. He doesn't have a kit.
No kit.
Yeah, that's the problem. Because if not, it's just Woro. Demko would have to take the long duel. All's good. Just trying to guarantee himself this pocket to save within. And of course, even while Donk saves, he still kind of looks for fights.
Yeah.
Can't fully tame a beast.
No.
Majority alive here for Passion UA as they continue to cut into Spirit's lead.
Good protocols here from Passion. Love to see it.
Where are you going, buddy?
That's way right to the bathroom after that.
Honey, your hot pockets are ready. Oof. Donk's gonna get shut down here.
That was a nice duel.
So to hell with your saved M4. We'll see if Chopper can pick it up. but it looks like it's kind of floating out a little too far. Now they take long control, but the bomb's still sitting in long doors. It'd be a real shame if these pistols killed the mid players, grabbed guns, and got away with more, but you're already so deep down through that A site. USP from down beneath. Clean shots from Shiro. But he is very much pinched on both sides of the doorway. It's a very weird positioning going on in this round, especially with no bomb included in the equation.
Yeah, it's just strange. Like, they could have at any point left one person to go back, get it, have the two guys in mid go get it, but everyone just wanted to get killed.
Let's just make sure we can trade. They'll close that one out. One round game, folks. The CT side for Team Spirit only has that one double scout round win.
It's kind of shades of G2 and Amiga, though, with all these, you know, 2 pistols, 1 makes it a close game. Not really seeing Spirit get scared yet.
Yeah, the back and forth force buys just delayed Spirit's rifles. Now we're going to see it. Any more rounds from Passion from here on out are legit. Not to take anything away from the 8 they have.
The 8 fake ones.
Bunch of fraudsters, I tell you. Let's see how this goes down. Shiro posted on Cat, gets flashed, gives up his angle.
Going quick.
They're going to chase this down, but met by a frag grenade, so they step right into that trap.
I appreciate a tactic like that, though, speeding up in certain spots just to get a chance at one of the easier openings you could find to get that 5v4. Becoming more and more of a conversation that just making it a 5v4 is like the beginning and end of the round versus most top teams at the moment. I mean, specifically for top teams who are just getting better at converting these positions, but if you play a standard default and they do, what are your odds of actually winning?
Chopper's not able to snap it over, but Shiro will finish off the job. So, man advantage held onto by Spirit. Sway's on the corner.
Yeah, just recommitting.
Considers long for a second.
They're leaving like small gaps so they don't expect this to happen, but time comes down. Rotations look pretty good. 1 spotted.
Shiro sees it. Flash above ramp. Lets Sway take a bit of a duel, and he'll win his over Jack Asmo. Donk, though, losing his head in the process. And Waro, it's just that one. Oh, no, excuse me, a second for the road. 2 survive for Spirit, but there's the double digits. The moment the economy kind of stabilizes, they get a gun round going for themselves, and it's right back on the board.
For the upset to happen, you know, the pistols need to be won. That's in place for Passion UA. Now, as you kind of alluded to, they got to get the real rounds. They have a chance to do so. But it's going to take a lot of effort. It's not like Spirit or Lakin. They're playing very well.
This winds up being a 13-8 game for Spirit. We'll chalk it up to a boosted round count thanks to pistols. The wobbly economy caused by the force war back and forth. It's not a horrible outing from Passion so far, but they've got to string them together.
They've been really focusing on Cat, whether it's the fake mid B or the early rush last round. Now it's a quiet group up. How's Shiro going to respond to this? They're immediately going to go into delay protocols. Shiro looking for a fight.
Donk still on long, waiting to get back into the action. Players corralled into the corner of elbow. Frag grenade is immense. And then Sway and Donk are just going to have a shooting gallery if ever he shoots a bullet, because right now it's just continuous grenades. 2 CTs inside that smoke will fluster the bomb plant, but Donk is dead. Great cover from Demka. Opera gets popped. Demka continues to go here. 3 kills from the corner, doing all he needs to take out those original defenders, and then smokes off Chopper to boot.
They're waiting. They're not planning just yet. Wanted to check out where Chopper might be, but with the reroute into CT spawn, you know, there is a small chance that he tries this and that he could find success. But he's kind of giving his spot away. Demka will push through the smoke on Cat.
Jack Asmo confirms it. Demka will be happy to come back through that smoke. Frag not on Jack Asmo. Oh, they smoke off Demka to really sell it. And then he comes through with his 4th kill in the round. Much needed individual moment there from Passion as they got just caught up in that corner. Felt a little jumbled for a second, but Demka just broke through the hold.
Yeah, he's a perennial grinder of this game. We've seen Demka, different lineups, you know, always putting up small moments here, and that feels like he's the right hand to Waro in a lot of teams and a lot of games.
Well, I'll say, we kind of quickly talked about the breakout moments at the very tail end of CSGO. He was a key piece of that Monty roster.
Yeah, I mean, he knows what the grind can do, for sure.
I think this might be the first time I've commentated Demka in CS2. So he's always still out there, floating around with a new opportunity to impress. And over top of Pistols should be no challenge, so we are staring a tied game in the face now. Suddenly very real for Passion UA.
So that one extra kill from Demka off of Cat last round tipped the scales, put all this pressure on the economy for Spirit. That 4K moment makes this real for Passion.
Topa confirms the last 2 can't manage to hold them back through doors. It's all good, Waro's got it. Zwei would love to grab a gun, but even if Demka dies, you'd think the trade's coming. And a big if. Tied up, folks, 10 rounds apiece.
Only problem I can see is Passion have spent the majority of the rounds with looks on Cat, whether it's fast or slow. There's been a lot of variety on Cat, but it's always been Cat to bring them these wins. Starting off with a fake, moving into faster rounds, getting into early post plants. I honestly have no idea if that's something they're just going to try again, as long as they don't think Spirit are going to set up on Cat early. Whoa, walked right into that. Waro just doesn't click.
Fine.
Waits. And catches a big opportunity. Dunk on the op.
Yep, double up. Trying to change it up. Hoping they come to him here on B. But every time I see Donk on an op, I just think, but what if you just had your AK?
They could walk into this. They don't think there's 2 ops, surely. Yeah, this is the right move, I think.
The op's going to be on cycle. The trade potential here is still high for Passion. He'll get out of there because he just gets that one departing shot off onto Jack Asmo. Topa smoked off Catwalk. Thing is, he confirmed 1, but how many is still the question.
Now there's so much pressure on Zontix. They know this exec could still come in.
He's going to drop his utility in front of it. Donk scrambling for the doorway, doesn't have anything to spam through the smoke, and his teammate goes down with nothing. Shiro kills Topa elsewhere. Donk, it's just damage on the round. No frags out of him, nor Zontix. A B defense that crumbles under the pressure as Passion UA are stepping forward into a lead here for Dust 2. Chopper attaches, bodies leaving down in bottom middle, but this is starting to feel like full control.
And Shiro still fragging over here with the op, but just for the exits. And they're going to come hunting. That was just a moment where the ball gets dropped. Chikasmo, it might have been the one tag early. Didn't end up getting a kill after that, but Zontix, nothing from the back of the site. He's in a position where he just has to get his. So now Donk supporting him with an op. This can't be the guy who rifles and gets 3 kills on a fast play. He's going to get 1 pick off. He's going to support a rifler at best, but if, you know, for Zontix being on this team, it's the CT side holds. That's how he's made his money.
letting Passion grab a 12th. That's the formula Spirit go for. Looking to play overtime so that they don't wind up losing their map pick of Dust 2.
Yeah, there's been one eco mistake. This last one had a lot of scouts involved, obviously, for Spirit. This one is a little different because you have half armor, some better guns, but a lot less on utility. Spirit want to make them sweat this round. Any small mistake, and it's not just losing to an eco. It's giving up an 11th with a tempo.
Chopper stuck behind door. Eyes on this, confirm he's close. He's got 0 support. They're just going to keep those bullets flying. Ready for the cross back over. Shiro towards middle with 1. They know long control's been grabbed by Passion with no hesitation. Pistols trying to throw themselves at it. Donks with the AK. He's where he needs to be, and Sway's gonna find one through smoke here. Demka on that flank, around from B site. Should eventually find back's turn. But does the mid player hear him? Demka's gonna start to walk this up. Had Sway dead. How do they get out of here? The bomb is starting to walk down towards CT spawn, but there's a mid player still here for Spirit. Starting to get overly complicated. Zontix gives up the mid position to go over towards tunnels instead, which I think will be more predicted. Demka already eyes on it. It'll freeze up Waro to cross.
Yeah, there's a chance for him to, be a player who cuts him off, and instead he's gonna walk into this, dies, and all they had to do was keep Donk locked off. That's 12 rounds for Passion UA.
Man, Zontix sticks around in mid doors. Never would you expect a bomb to walk through spawn to B.
Exactly.
On its own. Insane. But the perfect call to get it out of there, to get it away from Donk and that AK-47.
They were just so worried about this.
Could have been that miraculous moment that gets Spirit tied back up to deny 12 from Passion. Instead, off the gun round here, Donk's not gonna go for double ops, right back into the rifles. Not that they've got the money for it. 12's great and all, but to close Dust 2, 4 kills from it.
Sway dead again to long. Ooh. That was close to just winning the game right there. Waro, what an attempt. Oh, gets spotted, another chance.
Crazy jump onto that box.
Gotta be careful now, 14 HP. Lots of HEs could be coming his way.
Put his head on the silver platter for a second. Walks away with 14 health. Shiro taken down to 64. Donk looking to get into the action. He wants to let it rip and will. Kills Topa, but that second player lower recovers this. Zontix takes damage through the doorway. Passion UA start to move that bomb back over towards the tunnels instead. Chopper's gonna try to give chase out middle. Player locked in top ramp in Kvem. Still floating here with options, but they continue to catch Spirit's players off guard. There was an aura of certainty around Team Spirit and their ability to step into their next official post-Cologne finals with a win. And that win is still a possibility, but map 1 looks like it's in the bag. 30 seconds to close off versus these last 2 players. But Shiro is still in front of this pack. And he hits that first headshot to Demka. Second player climbing up,
20
knows
seconds.
the approach and
They have
decides
to come.
to play in front of it. They could try to bail back. Towards the B site they'll go. Zontix opens up the door and they will end this. A mere 4-round CT side for Passion UA, but that is all they need, a T side that tears through the Cologne champs.
It took a little bit of gumption, a little bit of resolve, and a whole lot of passion. But Passion UA are now up 1 map on the just now Cologne champions. Glitch Masters on top.
I didn't say that Passion UA had no chance. I said it was never going to happen in a million years. And it happened.
It happened.
It
Well,
happened.
it's the millionth year. One map happened. 500,000 years maybe.
The problem for Passion is now they go into Mirage, which is probably the map that Spirit would have picked if they would have picked us too.
We'll get to Mirage.
Yeah, bring them back down to Earth.
No,
Don't let them celebrate. No time for celebration.
We're celebrating right now.
What I want is Waro on the camera right now. Just be like, job's not done. Job's not finished. Job's not done.
It's not done, but they just pulled out.
I know, yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy.
Insane.
That was extremely
Spirit looked to be in
exciting.
control for most of it, and then Maui, they flipped the script.
I mean, that T side was shocking from Passion UA, okay? They were actually running circles around Spirit in a couple of those rounds. Their bomb site hits were working exceedingly well, and then when they actually needed to mid-round 2, the fact that they were outplaying Spirit, I mean, that was so impressive from this new look Passion UA.
Passion UA are looking like a team that knew they were going to go into Dust 2 and Mirage on these 2 maps, prepared some things, and were ready to go. And then they had some heroics, they hit some shots, they did everything they needed to actually take out a star-studded Spirit squad.
I mean, there was one round in particular here. This is round 15 coming on. There were a lot of these moments.
This is the one I wanted to point out because this builds the whole half. You have that fake B hit. The first player gets taken down because he's partial rotating. Then you have, unfortunate, he could have got that kill there, but he doesn't get it. And then the round almost collapses here because I don't think they necessarily expect the op this early on. They were trying to duel in towards CT spawn, but then Jacasmo pulls it out with the 1v3 clean, sharp, you might even say, from Jacasmo. But the buildup of this round, that fake, it draws them in. The next gun round, what does Spirit do? They push short into 2 players, and they win that round, but forget about that. Then the rest of the half, they're worried about rotating, they're delaying the rotates, and they end up in this spot where Passion UA can dictate the pace.
I mean, they not only did that, I mean, that round had some great ideas behind it. We saw some later ones as well, the way they were outmaneuvering them. I mean, I feel like Passion UA surprisingly felt so in control of this game. Like, as a general theme, that's what I was most shocked about moving to that second half, because I was thinking that Spirit were just going to turn it on at one point, but that really never happened.
You guys kept trying to throw water on it, and then suddenly we got a 13-10 scoreline. There was another round here.
Yes.
Pretty impactful. This is round 21.
Yes, yeah, round 21. This is what I mean with some of the mid-round, or no, wait. Round 21 was more of just a flat-out hit. Like, this was one where the execute just worked out fantastically. Felt like they were more than aware of the rotations from Spirit or the positions that they wanted to play. This one was very cut and dry. Like, this one was just, like, showing that we also just can hit you with the B execute, that we're going to be able to capitalize it with good utility, good spacing. They looked professional doing that.
I mean, that's the thing at the end of the day, right? We have the individual pop-offs, we have some of those individual moments, but you also have rounds where it's just like, we are just the better team. Now, we were kind of wondering for Spirit, another team you might expect there's a little bit of a hangover after a big trophy like that. There's maybe something to catch you off guard. Is that what we're seeing here?
I mean, I feel like there may be that aspect to them, and I feel like maybe Spirit themselves didn't disguise all of their movements. This round 22 was, or round, yeah, I think it's 22. This was where I was like, okay, wow. Also, Passion UA are just totally reading the minds of Spirit. The fact that they still had a lurker on this play in Demka who took space towards B, read the movements of Zontix to just catch him off as he was trying to get back into the round. And look at Jacasmo. He's just waiting this whole time because he knew where Donk was. I mean, that was just picture perfect in terms of you had a game plan, you had a plan A, Demka created a plan B, and they actually decided to go with the plan B just because they knew it was a 100% certainty if we execute this well.
They were toying with Spirit for a lot of that game, going for the B hits, going back into these double fakes, going into everything there. The problem I expected was that you can have all these great ideas until Donk shoots you off the server, but then they shot Donk off the server.
You know what they say? Jacasmo will humble Donk.
They say, I mean, they say that.
They
say
are saying this.
I mean, who, could you name anybody? Is this a straw man?
Them.
Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, no, you're right. Actually, I did read that.
I read it. The people are saying that we need to start a conversation. The conversation is, how worried should Spirit be?
Very.
I would say quite, actually. I mean, off of that back of that one, it felt like actually Passion UA knew I mean, the game planning that Vu brought up is where it's a little bit worrying for Spirit. Like, this is not a game that you go into where some of the teams here at the Bounty, I mean, the Bounty Hunters themselves, some of them are very lowly ranked. A lot of them don't have a lot of Tier 1 experience. But I can't say that about this Passion UA team, okay? You got a couple guys that have gone deep at the Major in the past. I mean, you've got probably 4 names who I've seen on Major, like deep in Major, like top 12 maybe. Maybe they didn't make it all the way to the playoffs, but they know they're comfortable playing against this level of opposition, and they clearly had a great idea, a great plan, and I feel like I want to give some credit to TC. I want to give some credit to him, so I'm going to just give it to him. I think he came up with a great idea on this one.
I think he did. It also helps when guys are shooting like this. I mean, Demka having a monster map as well, right? Because it's not like the firepower pieces from Spirit went missing. Donk was still Donk, Shiro was still Shiro, and yet still you have players like Demka rising above.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of team people are talking about when they say the gap between Tier 2 and Tier 1 is as close as it's ever been. They're talking about this type of situation where not only did they have the ideas, the strats, they also had the fragging from players like Demka, from Woro. They had these players popping off, and like you said, Donk didn't disappear. Shiro didn't disappear. They had their rounds. They had their moments. They just couldn't pull them over the line.
Now, it is important not to get ahead of ourselves. There's still a lot more Counter-Strike to play. We're going to be headed to Mirage after this break. I'm here with TC, the new coach of Passion. Now, Tian, you've coached a lot of regions, most recently spending a lot of time in NA, most recently with Complexity. Now 4 months deep with this Passion squad, what's it been like tackling a new region and a new culture?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a different experience so far. Obviously, there's a bit of a language barrier, and there's like the cultural difference as well, but also the difference of like not being in the tier 1 scene at the moment, and grinding through the online circuit. So I mean, it's been interesting to see the different ways that people approach things and what people think is okay in a team environment and what's not. It's definitely been an experience, I'd say. But I mean, yeah, it's been great so far. The Passion guys have been really welcoming, and yeah, it's been a great experience so far.
I feel like there was more of a story there. I did try and get it, but he's holding his secrets close to his chest, as all good coaches should.
I think we saw some of the secrets there in the first map. I mean, he'll let the play do the talking, okay? TC, despite the fact that he's always got a smile, always has expressive eyebrows, really, I actually just love some of the T-sides that he's had in the past. I like that one right there from Passion UA, and I always love them from Complexity.
Yeah, if you go back to the highest fragging map of all time, I think, for a player was Donk against Complexity with TC coaching. I mean, they didn't
That's what
win,
it took.
but it came close. Yeah, that is what it took. That's exactly it. It took Donk with one of the highest fragging maps of all time to beat Complexity. A Team Spirit should have easily been able to beat, and that's kind of what we're thinking about Passion, right?
Maybe it is. The Tian effect, the TC effect. Well, we're moving on to another map here. We are headed in towards Mirage. Do we think it's going to take a 40-bomb donk to put away this Passion squad?
How are Spirit going to play on Mirage? It's a really big question mark. TC couldn't possibly know how Spirit play on Mirage.
No, not enough data.
Not enough data. They've only played it 100 times or more.
I feel like I'm curious to see how TC wants to run that sort of T side. I feel like Spirit were biting a lot on just kind of the plays from Passion UA. And now, if I have to imagine how Spirit's going to react, though, they're going to settle in a little bit more. They're not going to bite on the first point of contact on one side of the map. They're probably going to leave, B anchors, A anchors in position so that if there is like that Demka lurk, which we saw in one of those rounds, they're going to be more prepared for that free 1v1.
Yeah, I think they have to slow it down, like you're saying here, and just rely on the fact that they have Donk, they have Zontix. Zwei is a great player. They've got Shiro, and just don't bite on the fakes, don't bite on any plays, hit the headshots. But there's no guarantee with the way Passion UA is playing that that's going to put them over the line.
It's certainly the case. I mean, do you think there's a moment of, they've described this as a childhood trophy that they just won, right? That's what Donk said. We saw Donk emotional for like the first time ever after a dub. Do you think there's almost a moment where maybe their heads are in the cloud, they're still riding that high of the victory, and getting slapped in the face like this on Dust 2 is going to wake them back up?
Well, I mean, after everybody wants to bring up Zwei playing 9 face-it pugs right after they won. He bottom fragged that game. So clearly didn't help him there. I don't know. I mean, what? Like, I mean, I think Spirit aren't going to take that lying down. And I think that if I have to guess, Spirit, even though maybe they didn't actually go out and celebrate in the same way, I doubt they brought the same amount of preparation versus Passion UA that they would have if it were, say, Vitality or Mouse in the server. So now that they have felt what it's like to play against Passion UA, now they're going to adapt live.
Yeah, that was the wake-up call, and this is the response. Do they have a response? They need one.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If you were worrying about reps, Passion have got that covered. 37 maps of Mirage played in the last 3 months to Spirit's 7. I think they've been able to run this scenario a few times.
The problem is, how many times against Donk or Kyosuke maybe is a comparable player? Probably 0. 0? Maybe 0. It's different.
Maybe 0.
It's
Arguably
different.
0.
It's everyone is amazing until you get hit in the face.
Shot in the face.
Shot in the face in this instance. That really does ruin all plans if you get shot in the face. But look, Donk was shooting them in the face, and they still overcame on Dust 2.
Yeah, that was the concerning thing about Spirit. I feel like your win conditions were activated. Shiro had a nice clutch. I mean, Donk had a lot of impact in terms of fragging ability. That's why I kind of called out Zwei lightly there. He was pretty absent on that long A defense, unable to slow them down. Chopper kind of doing what he usually does, which is kind of meddle around in the lower fragging department. But Zontix, I mean, I feel like I wanted a lot more from him in this game, and that's another concern. In the offseason, when they made the move to bring or to let Kyosuke go, to bring Zwei in for Magix, I feel like Magix was hard done because he had such tough positions. Zontix, he could do more. I think he could do a little bit more.
I think there's definitely times when Zontix could have done more in this game and in general, and we'll see if he can do it.
We'll see if he can. I don't think you guys are in just yet, but I am fully in, all in on Passion with the 2-0 train here. I think we're finally getting our first upset of this season of Bounty. What say you, Scrawny and Londu?
No way. Yeah.
No chance at all?
Both anchors failed on Spirit that game.
Yeah.
The Zontix failed in B.
Yeah.
Zwei failed multiple times on long. That's unlikely to happen again. Donk was excellent. Shiro was excellent. They actually needed just a little bit more. Yeah. I don't know. I think it was a great game from Passion. Moments from Demka, the clutch. We had that 1v3. All great. That's how you get an upset, but it's also 2 pistols that made that possible.
Very true.
And 2 pistols, and they, 13-10. It's not 13-11. So it could have been even a little bit closer if Spirit played a little bit better. But I think they just made too many grave errors individually in a row to sustain on that CT side. That's not how they won Cologne. Yes, Magix could have done better.
That's what I kept thinking, and I was thinking to myself, Magic's gone long A. Magic's on long A. Why do I keep doing that, man?
I mean, it's very normal. Those are the 2 hardest names.
I know it's because we used to get more of both of them, so you could separate.
There's a chance, by the way.
Yeah.
They both joined BC Game.
No way. I would Ooh, that's a caster's worst nightmare. Nico, Magix, and Magisk.
And simple. That's
sold. All right, map 2 here. Passion UA with a real chance to cause an upset. One map in their back pocket. Their opponent's map pick at that. But let's see if they just kind of slap the bees hive. Whether Spirit bounce back fast. Shiro's dual Berettas knows there's a second player behind that box, but he's going to try to beckon them in one at a time. Zway, I don't know what you were shooting at, but an entire magazine of bullets went out, and he doesn't have any damage, I think, to show for it. So, again, some slack left out on the field. Jack Asmo trying to chase. Oof, and Zontix just gets blasted out of the round. Luckily, Chopper finds one out towards mid, but now he's got to finish off this 1v3.
Can we see this way, POV?
Can we not?
No. Can we?
Let's take a look, because he had to reload, so he shot bullets.
Yeah, because it feels like he could have definitely helped Shiro there for sure.
He's on ticket. Player goes ramp to Tetris.
Yeah, looks like he might
He's got the kit, brother. He's got the kit, brother. He's got the kit. He's got the time.
Double swing, 3, 2, 1.
But it's Chopper. 2 players for Passion. Take him down. Another pistol. 3.
How dare you say it's Chopper as if anyone could have won that?
It's Chopper. No, I mean like it's Chopper as if he's gonna do it.
Will win it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's me with the negative brain.
Yes.
All right, let's see.
This whole time, Zway is over there on ticket.
Just make a noise.
Not a lot of it with that USP.
Yeah, Shiro's really relying on him. And fair play to Shiro, he got a kill and delayed for a hell of a long time. Maybe they can do it.
Yeah, one round and you're off the...
One round with the exact same problems? Yeah, maybe they can do it.
How about today? From Cologne Grand Finals to the online realm versus Passion UA. 150 maps of Counter-Strike in 105 days as a core.
Streets know that's how you win. You don't get upsets out of nowhere.
Nah. I mean, we go back to like Demka's best outing back with Monty and CSGO. That's what it was. That was the talk going into Paris. It's just how much they had played leading into it. Here we go with Donk driving himself down through the bottom of middle. Shiro's got a kill with the scout. They may win pistols, but they also lose to 4 spies. Could be more of the same, but Demka's on the recovery with that double kill. Apartments player kills himself. Falls down into his own flames. And with 2 health, Demka needs 2 more kills. 5 is the best number. Demka locks into the back of sights.
Right. How? You know? In this spot, at least, you know, Shiro's got a scout. Shiro's low. It's the last place. You know, he's hoping that they think he's going to be there. Oh, they're going for the stick.
And he waits 5 seconds.
He's not getting off of it.
10-second defuse.
No, this is just gonna
he's too late to the party, but just barely misses that timing.
That stick's amazing. That's hard to, you know, he could have been anywhere, but I think they also knew he was low.
Planted hard for the ramp. Hides into the back sight, misses that by a half second. That's the real shame. Missed it by the half second. Hell, quarter of a second. Actually, this is the real shame. Yeah. If you don't laugh, you'll cry. Oh, that won't help.
Didn't need that help.
Dopa gets stabbed in the back for 30. Force buy works out here for Spirits.
They're coming. Very passive nade. It's going to be a good angle, it looks like. Decent damage. Still coming. Oh!
Nice turn, but it's only the one. Zontix into the arch has got support coming out through the marketplace. He's feeling a little jumbled up back here. Shiro got a kill, so they know he's still back there. Demka keeps his eyes over top of the smoke. His 12 health teammate with bomb should plant for him. And Zwei gets spotted coming out from the market window. This would be a great clutch for Zwei to get a little impact going in the series, kind of shake off the Dust 2 fumble. And he will win the first duel to the bench player in the backdrop. Low health now for Kvem, nearly mirrored health. He'll get it. 1v2 out of Zwei.
Oh, that's a misplay, eh? They
Pushes this one over the line.
It ended up still being 2 1v1s just on top of each other. They just really didn't play that well in that moment. And that's a low ammo, low health, 1v2 here. Zwei needed to do that, but it probably shouldn't have happened. Yeah, there was that knife slice, but who was it on?
Topa.
Okay. Guess they needed it.
Yeah. Topa.
Topa. Topa Chico.
That's what I was thinking.
I was thinking Tompa from Hunter x Hunter.
Waro's camera quality is, man's living in the Matrix. First time out immediately here for Passion. Close call, gotta say, very close call. And we saw that awkward back and forth at the start of the second half of Dust 2. That's what really led Passion UA to kind of get an economic advantage in the majority of those starting rounds. So it kind of gave them the momentum, probably built some confidence off it. So good thing for Spirit that they don't fall victim to that again. TC having a good time.
Where is he? Why is it so cold in there?
I don't know.
Now, I guess some of the hottest places have the highest amount of AC.
True. I mean, he's also lived in South Africa and Texas, I believe.
Just anything's just freezing now.
Cold now.
Yeah.
Everything's cold.
That's true. August? Ooh, that's cold. Here, let's run it back. No one even really rotated. They just don't believe it this time.
Nate will get the damage back on Kvem.
Wow. Very shrewd here.
Shrewd?
Shrewd.
Shroud?
Can't be fooled. One great shot.
And Zwei's gonna hit it. Donk with a freebie of an AK-47. That's why you shouldn't buy AKs versus Donk, because then he gets them.
Yeah. He said he would, what did he say? He would pay 2 times as much to be able to buy an AK on CT side.
Yep. Just get a wallbang kill up into the apartments.
That's like one thing where it's like, you know, you're calling for him. You do whatever you want. We'll play around you. But if you ever requested that, if I was Chopper, I would hope that I could say no and you wouldn't do it.
Right. You'd hope.
I can put my foot down there, surely.
You'd hope.
You can't spend $6 grand on an AK. That's the line, Donk. Anything else?
Nice lineup, Zontix. Krem shoots one Deagle shot through there. Demka didn't ask for it. He just got it. Mind you, he was running, so. Zontix, the silent type, punishes loud noises. Gun round coming out for Passion. Let's see if they can recover the start of this half.
He really is the Gary Cooper of Spirit.
Who's that?
Strong silent type.
Oh, okay.
Whatever happened to guys like Zontix?
He's right here. With his signature anti-pimp M4 skin.
Did we ever find out why he has that?
Because he doesn't like pimp.
Oh, yeah?
I just assume, like the rest of us. No, I take that back. You know what? The pimp slander's done. I love Jacob.
Good. You were at the helm of the hate, so
I know. It's like
you to.
It was like the whole Freya has big feet joke. That got taken too far too.
What was the joke?
I don't know. I just wanted to make fun of her. I don't think there's enough Freya hate on the internet, so I tried to start something.
I don't think her having big feet is funny.
Oh, big shoes to fill. Donk able to lay down lead top connector. Shiro here to help, but it's already all held back. Palace player can't really get out in the process. You've got one stuck in sandwich, but just slowly chipping at Chopper.
Working on it.
Point by point until Chopper repositions. Gets out of there. So bomb stuck inside a connector, 10 seconds. This round fizzles out. Guns don't end up making a difference for Passion UA. Tried to get it going through Khan. Waro just lucky that he died before the time expired ultimately. And so 4 up for Spirit, leading 4-1.
That was very charitable of Zontix to take that kill earlier. I think if he had the right angle into the pallet and sandwich, could have slowly peppered him, but not from up there. Not through that Maltese sandstone. Sandy map pool.
Overpass is kind of wet. Half of it anyways. It's also covered in trash.
DE Toronto.
Time for a shooting gallery here in round 6, unless you happen to run into that Demka AK. But it's still up in Palace, which means combining now with this Deagle shot off of ramp, maybe not the hardest thing to pull off. Flash is trying to make Shiro uncomfortable. There's that rifle trying to come out, but it eats a flash in the process. And it is a quick cleanup here from Donk and Shiro. So they just really let go of the situation. Again, keeping 4 players alive.
At least for the record books, they're up to 3 pistols.
Yes.
Just didn't convert this time. So it's the point of the game where you ask, where have you been all this time, Spirit?
You know, we said it's like still the same problems at the start of this map, which maybe could have led Passion to win it, but it's also still the same solutions, right? You've got Shiro and Donk tearing up bodies as they do. Same thing back on Dust 2. The question is, can Passion win a game?
You know, if your anchor's died, I don't care how good your team is, like, you're going to lose rounds. If your opponent's anywhere close to you. So when that happened on the pistol round, it's like, all right, well, that is a lose condition. But unlike on Dust 2, it doesn't happen back-to-back-to-back rounds.
We're going to need to see a real sweep of a CT side.
There has been a lot of situations, though, where Chopper's alone. One round ended up getting close. One round was a bluff. See if this one's a bluff or not. Chopper's got to be careful. He seems half prepared for a rush. But he gets into a good spot. But if he just gets hard cleared, Shiro's really far to help him. This is actually very disconnected.
Ooh, but it's good. Ooh, double kill from Chopper instead. Shiro just the one target to get the better of.
And the ball has to go back.
It never actually peeks at him. Meanwhile, you've got Donk pushing top middle, really cutting this bomb off from everybody else.
Damn, Chopper just won the round with that spray.
Yes, sir, he did.
One less player and a totally different makeup of the round.
Assuming Donk doesn't get flanked and then the A entries go well, because that is still how this could work.
But Waro, surely he has to run soon, right? Okay, well, won't
there
be doing any running now.
Donk keeps his head on a swivel, finds the bomb, and that's going to be a 6th round win for Spirit, as Passion don't even have time to go grab bomb and come back, let alone all the defenders to slow it down. They're taking a look at the bomb site, and it's going to cost them everything they had. Zontix to clean up the last 2. Spirit just keep on winning.
I guess when damn it. When Donk is following you, might as well go forward.
Yeah, right? Screw it, we're dead anyways.
Yeah. There's actually a thing, it's like that last on Dust 2, it was Cat over and over again. And it was a good idea, though. Cat was underserved, not many early tactics. The one time Donk pushed up, they killed him, and then they won a bunch of rounds with the Cat plays. In this game, it's been these B setups, they've been trying to attack it, and you aren't seeing someone playing Get Right alongside Chopper. You aren't seeing a double up at bench. You're not seeing Shiro on the market cross. They were on full-on mid-control. It was the right time to go B. So game plan's actually looking pretty good here for Passion. It's just the execution is now the reason they're losing.
Made awkward there. Zway trying to reposition. We'll see if his teammates can hold it back. Shiro's found a safe spot in the execute as it slowed down for a second. Perfectly timed frag grenade to expose the cross. A second layer of interruption opens the door for Waro. Mid shot from Shiro.
Big chance.
With that, bomb still on site and covered off by Waro, who's going to get bested by the sniper. Shiro back into the action, just keeps that pressure on. And as he does so, the bodies fall all around him. Spirit win another.
That was a very close call. Great chance. Nice kills from Waro, but Shiro's so in tune with the game at the moment. You had to kill him when he was at top ticket. That was your only chance. That would open up the plant, definitely the round entirely. This one comes down to kills. Tactics to slow this exec down were great, but honestly, Shiro, it's the most clutch shots right here.
So Shiro and Donk doing as they did back on Dust 2. This time, Passion UA haven't found a way to just get rounds on the board. But again, we'll keep an eye on that whole B defense, because once more, it's just Chopper leaning back, having to go deep into the multi-kills to keep Passion at bay. Donk can only wait so long before having to peek the window.
Get some free info when scaling up Cat. No, transfer that information to Shiro.
Sway should have Palace held on, but Jack Asmo, if he gets this kill, then Shiro's going to become a little more nervous.
Good info as well. You know, this round's meant to end A, especially with that mid coming in, so.
Climb up through the window, though. Good timing still for Passion.
Gives his CTs a small edge. Are they going to support Shiro properly this time?
That window climb up ends up finding the first blood of round 9. Donk goes back to try to deal with Waro, and at that moment, Jack Asmos swings for Palace. Again, you have the two hardest hitters of Spirit still in this equation.
They're going B.
Zontic's trying to move up catwalk, cuts off Kvem.
Are they going to continue with this?
I think they've got to.
They're not hearing anything. Zontix, they might have to start running. Zontic's going to hear it off of Cat. He can get to the second window, and they got this kill.
Yep, the window player still stays locked into the corner. Zontix knows that he's got just an extra 5 seconds to hold them back.
They can't get out of the window. There's 10 seconds.
Waro gets the Shiro kill. They fumble the fall down. Zontix still sitting here, just has to get them off the bomb, which is a guarantee, and they fumble this one. Passion go running at a bomb site, still staffed by Spirit, ice cold as ever.
They left a site that wasn't fully taken, but they had the same odds. The only difference is now they lose time with the same odds of taking the other site. This is great from Zontix, and this last play that he makes is really smart, the way he wraps around the right side, because he takes out the only person that can protect this plant. He could have just gone in to stop it, but he had Donk coming in from behind too, so just perfect use of his time and space, but yeah, this is a mistake from Passion.
That's a tilter.
Yeah. Self-induced. Money to buy nades, but they don't go for them, yeah. A little late out of spawn, actually. This half is almost finished in a few different ways.
Oh. It gets interesting.
Okay, somehow Sway got that fight back. Waro avoided the nade, had full vision on him. Okay. Once again, Chopper alone in B. Oh, no. Zontix is behind him.
4 kills on the half. Half of them by way of that one spray down on the doorway. Hasn't been called on often, Chopper, but this will be one of those moments. Player already down on Van. You've got Zontix behind you, but the Van player gets the better of him. Kvem traded out instantly. Fire in front of Zontix, and he just continues to pressure this fall down. A triple here for Zontix, picks up the slack left over by Chopper. Sure, he'll get dropped by the Deeg. 30 seconds, bomb in the open of the site, and both remaining counter-terrorists there to clean up. It is Team Spirit looking to make quick work of Mirage to get this series back under wraps.
Yeah, dang. That's what Zontix does best. On those CT holds, really great support. Perfect micro once again. Throwing the molly and then jumping out at it, they just were totally disarmed mentally. They thought that this was just nothing. That was meant to land on default. stop the second window guy from jumping out, but not that it would be paired with a smoke push like that.
Space for the top mid play, but traded out. Shiro goes back in for a second attempt at it. It's Donk down, but with Shiro still alive and Zontix doing what he did in the last round.
He started to learn about this strat, it looks like.
Yeah. Zontix has seemingly gotten closer and closer to supporting Chopper. Kvem is ahead of that smoke, or was. Decides to peel away.
He's just gonna get hunted down. It looks like we don't have to deal with this threat. Smoke comes down in connector. Everyone's still up here in B. Chopper, comfy. On fence, waiting.
Hasn't played this angle yet, so... Oh! Wow. Kvem. Nice turn.
Killer shot.
Hits him with a drive-by, and the cleanup crew is still close enough. Zontix seems untouchable in ways. But Topo's going to catch him on the cat attack, and Sway with the angle from downtown. That is a 10-1 CT side, at least, here for Spirit.
Yeah, Zontix just dancing on him, to be honest. The great round from him. Overall, full control. And again, I think like game plan at first was nice. Novelty's worn off. They know exactly what's going to happen every single time, and the adjustments are just getting better. I mean, all you're doing is training the defense against you. You lose your window of opportunity to actually take the wins here, and now it's really about expanding your game plan, not shrinking it. So, best case, they get a second round here on B side.
It's an 8-4 half back on Dust 2 that Spirit failed to close. They decide to improve the start of map 2. The double digits guaranteed. Deagle in hand here for Demka. And a first blood for Shiro again. That trifecta of Shiro, Donk, and Zontix coming together numerically yet again. Donk hears the movement in middle, but Jack Asmo catching him off guard with the angle.
Hit him in the head, but through the wall.
Bombs out of there real quick. Still a minute to work.
Okay, Sway could have the opportunity of a lifetime.
Yeah, gets active and falls back with the confirmation. There's another here. Drop the bomb, slows that down. 45 seconds, and you're going to have Passion UA scrambling to catch any kind of an opening. Boosted Zontix finds the angle, and again, it's the numbers of Passion UA that slowly get whittled down. All these positions that Team Spirit have so comfortably stationed themselves in, being found out at the demise of Passion UA. Shiro gets one for the road, and it is, again, those three players that really top the charts. An 11-1 half here for Spirit.
Hey guys, we are at Culture Clubhouse and we're gonna watch some Counter-Strike clips.
Again to keep Mal's going.
I know this clip.
I don't remember this clip.
You don't remember? It was insane.
He probably feels like there's presence in the B-bomb site, but the clutch is on. Oh!
We still lost this map. I think it's after the game I was shocked why we lost this.
You lost this map?
Yeah, we lost this map.
After this?
I was full shocked. How we lost this?
That's a little bit unfortunate, otherwise maybe going to try to put some pressure. He's still going to go for it. He picks up that one. Oh, no!
We just came to this tournament. I don't remember. We were like top 10 or top 15 team in the world. Nobody expect us to win this, and it was crazy because we just win every game, and it was crazy. For me, all these moments, all these clutches, it's 10 out of 10 for sure.
No, we came to this tournament with big expectations, you know.
Yeah.
But we weren't in the good shape back in the days, you know, for this tournament. So yeah, we collapsed in quarterfinals.
Yeah, but
in your minds.
Your game against Furia was crazy because, you know, Simple showing middle fingers to the crowd, some fans spitting on you or something like that. It's crazy.
Yeah. He can actually save. He probably feels like there's presence in the B-bomb site, but the clutch is on.
Oh, that smoke It catches the rail, and that's a little bit unfortunate. Otherwise, maybe going to try some prison pressure. He's still going to go for it. He picks up.
I think for a whole CS community, this moment is not like 10 out of 10. I think they're gonna put like 5 or 6 points. But for me, because I was here, I was there, I was feeling this. For me, it's 10 out of 10 for sure.
No, for me, bro, it's like 3 maximum. You know.
Okay. It's enough. Thank you for coming to the Culture Clubhouse. Next time I will bring Jane.
Luckily for Passion, pistols have been their area of expertise in this head-to-head. If not for winning the first pistol in this map, well, it'd be that nasty 12-0 scoreline. But 11-1 is where we sit, and if they don't win another pistol, Mohan, I'm going to be bold and say Spirit win Mirage.
Very brave to say. It's if they had more to talk about with like how they played in that last half, I'd be interested. I mean, off the back of a pistol to see what kind of comeback they could make, but I don't know. It's unfortunately Spirit not making the same mistakes they did last time. No anchors dying repeatedly.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just that like trident of players, both A, mid, and B at all times. You always had somebody
compared to Dust too, man.
Yeah. You had somebody to lean on at any point. You know, it felt like with Donk and Zontix both towards B on the first map, you could find openings elsewhere, but now they're so split up that the individual impacts everywhere. And Zontix is going to find first blood. So gunning for their first pistol of the series. Beretta's still awaits, being teased. Topa able to catch that kill means that Kvem's still gone unnoticed. He lets him rip. Lines up the next ones, but it is Donk with the return frag. Topa gets a second in the pistol, a third now off of Ticket, and we've got a Shiro pistol clutch denied. Triple kill from Topa, and he had a horrible first half. Poor guy with a single kill in 12 rounds of play picks up 3 here to keep these pistol rounds rolling.
Yeah, that's an excellent hold, man. I mean, so quality, and if Shiro pushes that one out, you better believe odds go back into the favor of Team Spirit. Solid shooting here from Topa.
And so it begins.
It's MR12. Comebacks are a lot easier.
Listen, everybody was sat at home thinking Passion UA were done for on Dust 2. I thought they nerfed that jumping MP9. They scramble Donk back into the flames. Demka hits him with a wallbang. He's been waiting to get revenge, but it's not on Zontix. Shiro says, screw this, I'm going in. He knows there's one around the arch, but unable to best Demka. That A4, tearing him up. Very solid B hold out of the gate versus a very lackluster buy from Spirit. Step 1, win pistol. Step 2, convert. Because they failed to do that in the first half, and that could have given them enough of a buffer to make the second map competitive.
Amiga versus G2 was another game that had 4 pistols won by the underdog. That one, though, didn't have any map conversions.
First gun round for the T side, and the first kill with it, just spamming through the smoke to catch Waro out.
Sky nades. Oh, can't load up a second.
I love that Donk looks at that nade as it's flying on him as if he can like shoot it out of the air.
Well, he used that to calculate the timing for the next peak.
Oh.
Not many can infer that kind of information.
Triangulating.
Trigonometry, batch.
Yeah, Zwei had an idea that someone is coming at him from Catwalk. Correct.
He's a genius.
Finger on the pulse. Topa moves over. They're going to find
You guys in a good place.
It's a vacant A site, but now the bomb is stuck here alone because they just lost Donk.
It has to go.
Run, run, run.
And then Zwei's, protocol is just hold on to middle and make sure that they can't cross back.
Chopper taking the old dusty trail all the way back around through T-spawn. Running with a Glock like a true professional just in case.
Just in case,
Just
man.
in case.
What have you got to lose? 5 movement speed?
To hell with the knife, hold the Glock. Plenty of time to spare, bomb down, and a retake needed.
If only they knew what we knew. That wasn't just a donk lurk. It's about to be a real commitment into the B site. I think if you take a map off of a team, this much better than you, you should still get some money from the bounty.
We should give them like a quarter of the bounty, maybe?
Yeah. Just $5 grand.
Couple schmucks.
Something.
No, I don't think we should reward them unless they win the series.
Yeah, paying losers is crazy.
I'm like Spinks, taking off that medal real quick.
Yeah.
Silver?
I'm not about to be remembered as the first loser.
You know what I mean?
Got the ADR graph out just to show that Donk is not in first place for once.
It was crazy to me how many people got angry at Spinks for taking that medal off. I thought it was fine. It's okay. Doesn't want to be second.
Also just not a new thing.
Why are you freaking out?
Yeah, like it's his medal.
Stop freaking out.
I've seen people pee on Grammys. No one freaked out.
Pretty sure Zontix just gave his medal away to a random fan outside of a hotel once.
Yeah, I caught it.
Donk looking to end Mirage swiftly. Round 16 may be the last of map 2. Spirit trying to tap back into what they started on Dust 2. That first half, the 8-4 half, had us all believing that this was going to be just like the FaZe Clan Bet Boom whoopin'. Because you can put Passion UA and Bet Boom in similar boats in terms of their online calibers. But to finish off the first map is the shock of the series so far. This series heads to Ancient after the fact. We all know what is capable when it comes to Spirit and those Ancient mid plays. One of the best teams in the world, and so difficult to hold back in that regard. Gun round here could still extend play, but the layers are thick here for Spirit. Op shot from Waro to try to keep them back. 30 seconds, and the trade frag's good. No jungle presence here from Topa, who had such a tough first half. Tried to change that tail with a strong performance in the second pistol, but now Shiro knows where you are, and we have already seen a beautiful 1v3 with this AK, so Shiro, it is quick work with the Kalashnikov yet again. He'll finish this one off swiftly, and we'll meet you on Ancient to close out this best of 3.
A flawless 2-0 for Passion in pistol rounds on Mirage. Unfortunately, outside of that, not so good. Spirit with a return to form here, Vu.
I mean, that's what you want to see from Spirit if you're a Spirit fan. That's Spirit fans, welcome home. This is the Spirit you were expecting, and if you just pretend map 1 didn't happen, they're looking real good.
I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can just mind wipe myself from that reality. I mean, this was exactly what we expected, or at least what I had expected from Spirit, probably throughout the whole series. I'm already impressed with Passion UA from what we got from Map 1, but Map 2, completely different story. The game plan from Passion UA felt like they were well aware of their deficiencies in a 5v Donk sort of matchup. They tried to avoid Donk in some aspects, but the anchors cleaned up.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted to avoid Donk, but in avoiding Donk, you just go to the bomb sites all the time, and Spirit were doing what we said. They were sticking around in the bomb sites. They weren't over-rotating. They weren't caught out of position. Every time you saw Passion UA go for a bomb site hit, Zontix was always there when it was B, and Shiro was ticket half the time when it was A.
That works. I mean, at the end of the day, if you can hold both bomb sites, that's how you succeed on the defense in Counter-Strike. Deep insight here, Vu.
I mean, the thing is, you can avoid mid all you want, but then you have to have great bomb site hits, and you have to outshoot them, and they just didn't.
This is something that I was a little bit worried about with Passion UA, just that when you are doing such a good job in Dust 2 at playing the extremities, you know, getting long A, some long A space. Well, Cat's kind of a different story, but either way, like they hit B in a fashion that it's sort of difficult to replicate that on Mirage. It's sort of difficult to just catch Spirit off because they were a little bit more aware of what was happening in middle Spirit. They were able to, like, the best that Passion UA did with middle in my eyes was maybe they would get a guy in window now and then. That's kind of as good as it got. But in total, the amount of just flat out bomb site hits ended up meaning that it was fairly flat in terms of the approach from Passion UA. And that's why people like Chopper and even people like Zwei, Zontix, they all really just cleaned up and made this exceedingly difficult and showed that even though the supporting cast doesn't get the same plaudits that Donk does, there's a reason that they're professional players, that they're tier 1.
And we were highlighting them after the first map, saying that we needed somebody else to step up alongside that fragging core of Donk and Shiro. And I mean, certainly individually, it definitely was Zontix in this one.
I mean, on paper, Zontix is part of the fragging core. The problem is that he's not there all the time, every time. When he shows up, though, if he shows up for the first map, it's a different story. He shows up for the second map. We need him to show up for the third map, too.
We do. There are 3 maps to play here, but golly, those numbers are looking a whole lot shinier.
Like how many headshots? How many headshots? How many headshots?
I saw at least I saw at least 3, Vu. I saw a few. I mean,
look, if a body shot will kill, why not shoot body?
Yeah.
If you're playing against Donk, maybe you should be shooting for the body.
Zontix was trained by professionals. He goes center of mass here. He's just applying that logic.
That's why he's never nervous, really. Because if you're shooting the body, it's a lot easier to just stay cool all the time. You're not sweating over that mechanical, exertion that you have to just like pinpoint accurately delete somebody. It's just chill body shot, bro. Just chill.
Are you worried about your pinpoint accuracy? Just get a bigger pin. That's what Zontix says. We're going to be right back after this break. There's one more map to play, and all on the line here between Passion and Spirit. One more map, and it's do or die here at the Blast Bounty, because it's always do or die here at the Blast Bounty. None of those second chances, none of that double elim crap. It's everything on the line every time. Not just your bounty, not just your wagers, but your very life. And it's life that comes to pass here on Ancient. Passion and Spirit, man. Passion making a game of this one, but Spirit being Spirit on Mirage.
That was an impassioned speech, Mike. I mean, I love the bounty format as well.
I feel passionate about Counter-Strike.
I want to see a bounty. I really want to see a bounty hunter finally win, but Passion UA versus Spirit on Ancient, they've got a lot of work to do. Okay, Ancient has been a flawless map for Spirit since they've added Zwei. He's actually looked reasonably comfortable. I'm not going to say he's been a standout, but it's a map where I'm not really as worried about him as I would say something like what we just saw on Dust 2, for example.
Yeah, I think Ancient is a map where Zwei can play off of his strengths. He's got great aim. He's got some great intuition in terms of plays. He's going to be in good positions. And it's not a map where he's kind of thrown out first like you might on a nuke or something where you sometimes have these problems. I think this is where Zwei can do well. This is a map where Zontix sometimes struggles, but Shiro, he's always there. He's always fragging. He's always clutching. This is a map Spirit should be... Well, they should have won Dust 2 too, but they should be able to win this one.
Okay. Well, shouldas, couldas, wouldas, they don't matter. What matters is did. And I will say Passion, yes. Not looking so good on Mirage, especially considering they won both pistols and won nothing else pretty much. But they inspired us so much on Dust 2. Can we get some more of that back? Can we get the fragging out Demka? Can we get Jacasmo being Jacasmic?
I expect that the game planning again from TC and company is going to be good enough that it's going to really test the anchors, okay? I mean, that's clearly been a plan throughout this BO3 from the side of Passion UA, and it didn't obviously work on Mirage. I mean, people on bomb sites were a little bit too hot. There was too much help available, and I'm kind of concerned if they kind of go for that same recipe once again. You know, I've seen teams in the past, underdogs, just try to hammer A hits, B hits. They forget about mid control because you don't want to run right into Donk. But I would like to see somebody like Kavem or Demka really test him, because those guys have really caught my attention today. Jet Casmo as well. I mean, a few of these guys have shown that they can go 1-for-1 when it comes to battling it out at times. I'm not saying they're going to win most of those fights in middle, but like, you got to test Spirit a little bit more than just going right into the side hits.
This is a map where I'm a little worried if they do what they did on Dust 2, because you can go for a pop out A, you can hammer down B, but both sites are relatively retakeable compared to B on Dust 2, and if you have an operant pit, you know, A on Dust 2. These are not sites that are easy to retake, so you can go for a pop play, overwhelm the site, and then play from there. Ancient, you can't necessarily do that, and this is a map where we have had Donk have struggles occasionally. We've had Nico struggle in middle. Why? Because you get blind. There's no shooting back when you're full white, and you can beat Donk in that scenario. That's what I want to see them do.
So you both of you seem to be saying the key here is to actually disrespect Donk, to go at him and challenge him.
I would just like to see them try it. One thing we got from a comm section maybe like a couple months ago on a Blast event was that the way that teams outline it is that the stage 1 fight. The stage 1 fight is based off of spawns taking the fight towards middle. I want to see stage 1 fights from the side of Passion UA towards middle. I want to see if they've prepped their flashes enough to give their riflers, who aren't as good as Donk, enough of an advantage that at times, if they make it 50-50 with Donk, that's fine. Like, you actually are giving yourself a chance. But if you go straight into bomb site takes and then try to hold off, like, A post plans are not that great on Ancient.
Yeah, this is something players talk about all the time in interviews. You can try to avoid Donk, but if you give him too much respect, he's going to frag out against you. He's just going to do it, especially on a map like Ancient where he can rotate in, get into good positions, he can take the duels he wants. You have to, counterintuitively, you have to disrespect Donk, get the trade, and go from there.
So get down in the dirt with Donk. But, all that being said, do we think they can do it?
No.
No. We're giving every chance we can to try to help them, but no, I think this is a... Should we do a scoreline? Should we do? I did it yesterday.
13-0.
No.
What? What? Come on. Did you not see the pistol?
I was reasonable yesterday.
Did you not see the pistols?
All right, a 13-6.
I like the 13-6.
More reasonable.
Spirit has woken up. You know, it's still going to be a convincing win, but one where we see a little bit here and there from Passion UA. Yeah, I like 13-6. I would take the over, though. I'd say 13-7, 13-8.
Oh, 13-8.
I'm going back to the well.
You're killing me. You're killing me, Maui.
He's going back to the well. I'm saying 13-11. Passion. I just really want a bounty hunter to actually claim a bounty. We've set these nice, juicy bounties. There's so much on the line. Also, with the recent, we haven't actually, I think, touched on this yet, with the recent update to the way that VRS is counted, Previously, this stage would not have had any prize pool weight to it. It would have for the individual matches, but it wouldn't have for the full LAN conclusion.
Right.
Now it gets 50% of that LAN conclusion counted in this first stage, which means that each of these games, especially when you include the potential bounty, holds a huge VRS weight, especially for these underdog teams.
If you didn't catch all that, what he means is they want to win.
They want to win.
Winning means more now than it did before.
It's a better chance to slingshot yourself up the VRS rankings off of just the one match, right? Obviously, if you go deep in this event, period, it's going to be great for you. Winning more is more better, but each individual win matters a little bit more now.
The pressure is on for Passion UA.
The passion.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, I think it would just be so disastrous for Spirit. Even though maybe they just wipe it off their brow and say, whatever, it's a single game. I feel like winning Cologne and then dropping a game to Passion UA, in some ways there is actually pressure on them. You're walking into here in a tournament that you probably think you're going to just get at least to the grand finals of after what you did at Cologne. Showing that level of consistency is important, not only for the core members of the team, but for Zwei. Like, if Zwei just kind of flukes his first Cologne, then just crashes out, he's going to start rethinking a lot of stuff really quickly as a 17-year-old.
I mean, this is something that players from Spirit have talked about before, that Donk and other players on the team, but especially Donk, will get frustrated after wins when they're not playing well. And I'm sorry to Passion UA, but Spirit is a team that should be handily beating Passion UA if they're playing their CS. And if Donk's going to get frustrated off of a win, he's going to be pretty frustrated off a loss, Mike.
He sure is. But two guys who helped me melt all my frustrations away, it's Scrawny and Launders.
Yeah, he's got to be real frustrated, Darva. That was my Vu impression.
Yeah, Vu said 13-0.
I'm more inclined with Vu's score than I would be with either Maui Snake or Darf's. I mean, I think Darf
closer to 0 than to 7.
I know Darf has the most rose-tinted glasses in the world, and I never want him to become a less optimistic guy. But I just think like they've woken Spirit up. They kind of shook them awake. Even that first half on Dust 2 felt like it was total control for Spirit. So I'm thinking like a 13-3.
Yeah, and
Team Spirit.
Mike's in it for the right reasons. He just wants to see this format sort of pay off for one of the most unlikely upsets, because that would also be the most exciting. It sort of complements an upset that would already be incredibly exciting.
Yes.
And then throw something else into the mix. It's the fact that Passion UA picked Spirit to play against. It was heavily criticized, and here we are on map number 3.
So they've got that going for them at the very least. It's a $60,000 bounty here for Spirit. It's also a whole lot of pistol round wins for Passion, but they showed they can't win them all with Mirage. Bit of a beating.
Did they win them both?
I think they did, actually.
Yeah, they won 4. They're up 4. They just didn't convert the first one.
Ah, right. But that's half the pistol.
You only get half a pistol for the pistol.
Yeah, you got to get them all.
Oh, well, this is going to be no pistol.
Like Chopper is at the moment, getting them all from the top of the ramp. And this one is indeed a Team Spirit pistol round win, 100% confirmed.
Not. They have to convert.
Oh, you're right. I did just
your own rules, man. Try to keep up.
I'm trying my best. So the pistol itself in their back pocket, time to convert. But I have just so much faith in Spirit on Ancient.
That late smoke is kind of hilarious.
Kind of rude, actually.
Just like your two teammates are fighting, you kind of feel like they're just not going to die. I'm just going to make my enemy's life even more miserable. Group up for the A attack. Zontic's watching. He was having fun on B-side Mirage last half.
Singular Desert Eagle here for Demka. Not a single flashbang to try to pop them through, and they're met by smoke by the time they arrive. So let's wait it out.
Why does he know what's about to happen?
Or do we? There they are, confirmed. Drops the frag grenade in the middle of the site. It's gonna burn their pathing down. Bomb plant denied as money is made here. A couple of MP9 frags. Demka in the backdrop gets nothing going. He was hoping to get a Desert Eagle post-plant highlight type vibe, but nope, converted. And with that, Spirit take the pistol.
Oh, finally, they've got the pistol. 1 out of 5. Donk.
What about him?
I remember when he was so good in the beginning in Cato and whatever, and it was like, you always think, especially as a caster, What if he becomes the best player in the world?
Yeah.
You know, and his name is Donk.
Yep.
Because that's now going to be the name you hear all the time, like Simple, Zaiwu.
But
with Donk, it was just it's kind of funny.
Yeah, but at least it turned into a verb. To get donked is now a thing.
True.
And nobody says to get Zywooed, to get simpled.
Right. It's like getting Googled.
So at least Donk brought that to the table. You know, it's a goofy name until you've got to take it seriously. It's a goofy name until it's an MVP of a major, Cato, and Cologne.
Yeah. And it's a silly name, but it's not Nut. You know, so we can afford to have a little fun, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
It's not Donkalele.
Yeah, right. Or Donkalele.
Right, Donkalele.
We're now moving deeper into the lays.
Life could be worse.
A layup here for Zontix, I thought, but he peeks into a couple of players and then scrambles back to the bomb site. Wants to make sure he doesn't go down early. Sway's going to play down the ramp, so taking initiative on his own. There was no support there, and if he dies, that B site looks clear.
What?
But Chopper gets popped out middle. Luckily, Shiro here from Donuts got it wrapped up. Bomb drop to the ground as well, so things have to slow down here for Passion at 35 seconds. They can't slow down too much. Zontix keeps that pressure up. 3 MP9 frags across the field, and Zway's upgrade to the AK keeps this flawless CT side rolling.
What was Chopper doing there, walking through the mid smoke? They just took B control, pushed him back off A.
Chopping around.
Having a lot of fun. That's what we're having fun. Yeah. I feel like Zway's in a situation where currently he's not that great, but because he's on a team that's going to buy him time.
Sure.
It feels pretty good. But
he could become great.
Could become great, yeah.
We saw flashes of greatness back at Austin when he was still a part of Namiga.
Yeah, big time.
Now it's just time to do it with greatness around you.
Right now he's just in the phase where he's like bit when he first joined Navi, and he's got the notebook out with all the notes.
So much to learn, dude. Yeah. So much to learn. And not a lot of time to do it when your expectations are set as Cologne champions.
Yes.
You know, at least Bit was doing it in the online times. Had more runway. This was just pistols, but Topa has 2 kills and an M4 still. Picked up off the first one. Shame they don't have the bomb, huh? They've got A site, they've got cave control, but they don't have that bomb.
Shiro's not holding that cross, doesn't know the bomb's out there. Would have been this the best information to get. And somehow Donk's just perfectly pre-aiming that angle as well. Waro, good night. My favorite part is when he just doesn't jiggle.
Right.
That's just gets right.
I mean,
cuts to the chase.
Jiggling's so CS:GO.
Yeah, man. Sometimes
so
jiggling
CS:GO,
does
dude.
just get you kill. It also beats out a lot of shadow situations in CS2.
Yep.
Which is important.
So Topa tried to get this one going, but only the 2 kills. I say only, still impressive considering they came in with so little, but majority alive for Spirit. Donk is just on a tear. Look at the way he's running around the map as Donk does.
Yeah.
Oh, there might be a problem at A. I'll go delete Waro. Oh, the last guy's here on B. Done. Feels to me like Donk wanted to go eat dinner. He wants this game to already be finished. It should have been finished in Donk's mind back with the Dust 2 close.
I feel like he just eats one
really big meal a day.
Yeah, just one T-bone steak.
Yeah.
Goes to bed, wakes up, frags. One T-bone steak and a glass of chocolate milk.
I've never seen Donk eat.
Yeah.
He might not eat at all.
Except when he got McDonald's after Shanghai.
No, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
See that.
Yep. Looks like the Team Spirit care package has showed up to Zway's setup.
Yeah. By the way, the lore was that his dad gave him his name.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
Zweihander.
Zweihander, yes.
The two-handed sword.
Yes.
Because Zwei is two in German.
Did you use... Oh, that's what it is?
That's what Darth Mike told me.
Okay,
and I believe Darth Mike when it comes to history facts.
Especially because he lived in Germany for a bit.
True. Yeah. So it's definitely true.
So must be, or it's a really good lie because Mike can do that
Mike
too.
lies, man. Mike, I'm starting to learn.
Fire Mike is kind of a name that I feel like is brewing.
Bit of a gaslighter, that guy. Gotta be careful. Donk back turn. Demka just comes through that smoke. It's a good challenge that catches the timing off for Spirit. They weren't ready for this one. Fighting fire with fire out middle. Because middle is always highlighted for Spirit on Ancient. Zontix leaning back into the donut, takes a ton of damage. Chopper's freed up to attack from Cave, dropping bomb.
Got out.
And he's able to escape. No pressure from those players outside of B, but Kvem takes it back in mid. So this one goes back and forth.
B-site's about to be cracked open. Chopper, they forgot about him.
No
They thought
way.
he totally left.
With bomb down still towards middle and the last player confirmed on ramp. Chopper could have fallen back to site, could still be fighting here. Jack Asmo has to play as if both are still possible. And as he loudly stomps on the chase, this is just going to let Shiro really sink into his angle towards middle.
And Chopper's coming back the same way. So there will be a 1v1. Jackasmo has actually made some space for himself, but doesn't hit it.
Shiro so confident, so fueled with information as Chopper knew the players chasing. So 2 players survive here despite the best efforts of the side of Passion UA. They got out mid with the opening kill. You get out mid and kill Donk at the start of a round of Ancient. That's a great start.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the trade train went back thanks to Chopper.
But this, yeah, it was a round that was built to punish one mistake into another small positional move. It was get this kill and then group up for like a donut attack or swing ult with everybody to get into window control. So they put a lot of eggs in that basket and couldn't get that next kill on Zontix. It just really gave a lot of momentum back to Spirit. So they'll go into another timeout. And again, I think TC and the team in both maps so far have done a good job identifying the weakness on CT side. It's just that on Mirage, they couldn't actually take advantage of that B site. And on Dust 2, they did with Cat. So I'm wondering what's the choke point of interest for them on this map? Because it feels like that's what they think of Spirit, that they always leave one thing open as a pattern.
Well, good luck identifying it, let alone exploiting it. And also keeping Spirit from adapting. Frag grenade on Waro as he arrives to mid. The only red flag out there on the field is Kvem's AK. And here it is, boosted for B contact, but loses a player down beneath him. Worth it in the big picture. Chopper gonna try to stay quiet in the corner. Opper arrives, that AK back sight, gets himself a second kill. Chopper's gonna milk this for all it's worth. Starts to fire off to the back, and the planter gets stopped. Never exposing himself to Kvem, who has tried his damnedest to win this round alone. 3 kills to his name. That Glock flank comes through, but found out by Donk. One man, not enough for Passion.
I think Chopper straight up didn't have his hand on his mouse for a second.
I thought he lagged out.
Yeah, he might have. It might have been a bit of both. But he definitely knew that exec was about to, like, he definitely had to be ready
When
mentally.
the first player crossed, he didn't move at all. Like,
he didn't blink.
I really thought he had tabbed out. But he just used that extra second to calculate it to perfection.
Yeah.
Keep this flawless CT side going. Halfway through the defense, we've got Spirit up 6-0. We've seen one really good attack out middle when Demka got the better of Donk, but most of these mid attacks are just getting pelted by Spirit players.
Yeah, they're really just making this one scrimmy with some of the attacks now. They really want this early fight. They've been trying it out elbow. Fast to B attack last round. But here, CTs, they know a lot on the map, but it could still be a full A, so they can't fully rotate yet. Oh man, he could actually backstab here. That's pretty perfect. Slows things down for a moment.
They return it through the smoke. It's all's eyes on ramp now for Passion. Trying to piece together and execute here. They don't capitalize on the first flash. The Molotov also just popped in the air. Not ideal. They'll be coming in and clearing more corners than they have to. You've got Donk primed to just stop them, but he doesn't get a double. Good trade from Jack Asmo. Trying to keep the hopes alive as Shiro remains smoked off, soon to fade. Jack Asmo spotted by the cave play. Now Waro's gonna be fixated on the wrong side of this because Short has come up, and Shiro up close with the op keeps the flawless half rolling.
7-0 and 0-7 for Waro. Not yet in this game, and it's also stylistically because the team is choosing to make all these fast rounds happen. There aren't really defaults going on per se. But I don't know. Spirit are just... They've come to.
At this pace, it's really just going to be one bad half in 3 maps of play.
Yeah.
The inability to close Dust 2, you know, maybe you chalk it up to losing both pistols, that wonky force buy that went back and forth for the second half. I mean, you can find any excuse you want, really. At least you got something to work on. But if your rebuttal is a 13-3 on Mirage and a 7-0 so far map 3, was it really all that bad of a day in the office? Ooh, nice. Jackasmo gets a double kill, so maybe not flawless at the end of this. Shiro's still here. Scopes in.
Yeah.
But he still tries.
Here, man. It's, again, so scrimmy. Like, they don't try to convert this by grouping up and putting a little bit more pressure. Instead, it's 2 players dead, and he goes for 3. Now, at least it does feel like a fake, so this brings less attention towards the A side. A plant can come in. That smoke helps a ton. It is their last resource to use.
You've still got a player on a deagle. But Demka doesn't waste any time, gets locked in, back donut, Galil in hand. One of the 2, Woro's still looking for that first kill on this map. Desert Eagle in front of it as Demka decides to jump back over towards sight slightly. Donk around the corner, gets another headshot. And Woro's gonna have to get 3 kills. His first 3 kills of play denied. Zontic's right on top of it. Another round comes through, and Team Spirit making mincemeat of this Passion UAT side.
Yeah, no damage. And okay, fair enough. Using that player Jackasmo to get 2 kills and then use himself as a bait to allow for that, you know, this low econ round to at least give him a plant. That's pretty good. They probably shouldn't have given up Donut in the way they did, but with the Molly, since they didn't have another smoke, there wasn't really much they could do. So, clean retake, clean map so far, clean series actually. Dust 2 feels like it was years ago.
How is it total darkness at Demka's house, but Jackasmo is sitting in the blue sunny skies?
It's the magic of the internet, man.
What the hell is going on? These are big bars. I feel like they've all
just to show that Shiro's in the lead again.
Yeah, right? They've all gotten bigger. Again, your mid-hit's kind of cooled off. They're going to try to follow through. Kvem's gotten all the way out. He sees those flashes getting thrown out. Trying to set up Chopper for the opening kill. Demka connects it just over the top of that ledge. Zwei will take ramp control. We've got a bomb in T-spawn. And Zwei is getting active.
Oh, look to go back, grab the bomb. Zwei might be watched for a second. We'll see how far he goes.
Yeah, they're holding this.
Walk into this. Huh? Yeah. 2 guys looking in his direction, and, well, he sees the bomb, but it's up a minute. There's not much you can do off this info.
Odds Shiro and Zontic still win this?
I'm going to go a good 7% here.
How
Woro odds to get the first kill. Oh, okay. But now it's a retake situation.
With only a frag grenade between the Spirit players.
This feels like so likely to be.
34 health on Topa, 16 on Kvem.
No reason to save?
Nope.
You have so much money.
And they're still a bit hesitant. Now an incendiary down on the planter. Topa has to get off of it for a second. Spray's gonna find it, no plant. And now suddenly Shiro's gonna run over. Zontix, you know, when he feels like he's got openings, he'll take them. But as he steps through that smoke, Demka bests him. Luckily here for Passion, Demka, hard hitter and fully healthed.
It was so early. But it gives Shiro a chance where they're wondering why there would be someone else here.
Demka steps in, gets it over the line. Passion UA, 9 rounds into this T side, find their first round win.
Sometimes first one's the hardest. Don't know if this is one of those situations. It was a good try in the 2vx to pull that off for Spirit, but can we be surprised that they lost?
feel like if Zontix waits, they win that. But that's just
They
my
wait,
opinion.
it's more of a fair fight, that's for sure.
Waro very quickly again to the red room. Here's that reload on Zontix fallback. Ooh, timing here for Waro.
It's going to be his first kill.
Please?
It must be.
Oh, no.
It's literally impossible for it to not be his first kill. Waro is about to have the round.
In the palm of his hand. Right there for the taking. Nice. Donk gets called back. But he still has to keep eyes on middle. Timing could work for Kvem. It will. Catching two players with their heads turned the wrong direction is how Passion UA are not just going to win one round, but follow it up with a consecutive. There's still money in the bank accounts of Spirit. But the nature of this round win with 5 strong, 4 Passion, it also really felt like they had convinced themselves that the timing of this round, that aggressive move from Waro was going to be enough. Great call.
They kind of just they're placing bets all over the roulette board where just like one guy runs up B, one guy runs up elbow. In this case, they hear the reload. Sometimes you don't always chase that down. There's a greater strategy at play that you've got to respect. But in this game, it feels like you've got the liberty, if you're on Passion UA, to just go for it if you've got an individual move and they try to play behind it. It hasn't worked up until now, but it's a good example of what you get when it does.
It's like you've already lost the house. You might as well bet the car.
Yeah. Throw in the wife.
Hey, what's the trade-in value on this?
Brand new.
Now maybe a change of direction, but it's still a faster pace. Right to that A bomb site, double donut defense. Already exiting out from green, flashbang eaten. And now we're talking about 3 consecutive rounds here for Passion. A certain electricity in these 3 consecutive rounds. Zwei, little to lose. But the money has finally dried up for Spirit at the very end of this half, and they've got to ask themselves if it's worth chancing this retake.
Doesn't feel like it. Not when you lose A in that fashion.
You know, do you need a 9th round more than you need the guns for the final of the half?
Yeah, definitely not. Already saving on that last one, so here's another simple call, but it's exactly what they need to do. Full on A play, nice and early. Not messing around in mid, no defaulting.
And just when you thought this was over, things get interesting.
Yeah, made a half of it.
They get this 4th round, that's momentum. We know that the pistol rounds are majority Passion UAs. But we also know about Donk's entry fragging on Ancients. And that T-side is soon to come. Team Spirit go this entire half with rifles in their hands since converting pistol. They will end it with a strong buy as well. Passion just taking a quick pause outside of the B site. Very staffed bomb site here for Spirit. Flashes are good though. Waro hits the mark, Zwei hits the ground, Chopper comes through with a double, and then serves up a distraction for Shiro's back, and he comes right back at it. They will send Passion UA to the graveyard in the 12th round of play, putting a bit of a dampening on that one, but still, 3, is it enough? As the T-side's up next for Passion. Not nearly as flat of a map as we had back on Mirage. That little bit of an answer late in the half gave you some belief in Passion UA. But is 3 rounds all they get? Will this T-side topple their hopes after a Dust 2 win out of nowhere? We have to remember how things felt after the first half of play. Similar situation. Few rounds at the end, you thought, well, better than 0. And then Passion were able to just turn it around and close. A CT side on Ancient means you have to somehow hold back Donk. Let's see if they can do this. Whether we finally get an upset here at Bounty.
Will they get baited by this crossfire waiting for Zwei if he wants to go forward, but there's no one else here to support this push. So instead, it's 3 players occupied with the bomb on the other side of the map.
Shadow's got Demko very prepared. Not to mention Chopper's kind of flirting with him and the bomb. Dangerous move, but Chopper hits the headshot, so this would be a real great moment for Spirit if they can pick up both pistols of map 3. It was a key component to the winning equation for Passion. Donk's not able to find a sliver to shoot at when it comes to Kvem, who feels like he's being hunted back from middle, but won't be able to do anything about it. Topa taps Donk down.
Must be him again.
Oh, it's a flash into the site. Player behind starts sprinting. Majority alive for Spirit as they will pick up both pistols and look to convert them both.
Just didn't win the way he wanted.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, we talk about that, right? Even with winnings, I believe Astana.
Yeah.
Happy about the victory, but frustrated about the nature of the win.
Yeah.
We always knew that would be the case with Dust 2 today.
Yeah. There was that tournament, was it? Was it like Augusta, the Tiger Woods event, where he was just like, set the record for how strong the win was, but got angry because he told himself he didn't want to have a single bogey that day, and he got one.
Damn.
And they didn't learn that until after. He's like, he just set this personal little challenge for himself while he set this record that everyone was so excited about. That's what it takes to win everything, right?
Well, you got to find a way to keep things interesting when you're just swinging metal sticks all day.
Yeah. Or little mice around.
Moro's still 1 kill, brother. Ooh.
Yeah.
He's one of the 2 MP9s in the mix. Forced by round win would do Passion UA a lot of good. Take a bit of wind out of the sails of Spirit and just give yourself a reason to believe. Still trying to brush yourself off after the whooping that was Mirage. Spirit's attack down to a double Molotov single flash execute. They throw all those smokes and don't pull the trigger on the push. They have no mid control, no A control. They are just sitting here and ready to go off the molly volley.
And it's time to move.
24 seconds to that clock. CT's pushed down the ramp. They line up for Zwei, and Shiro's able to turn over a part of all 3 of those kills, getting great damage in with his. And Kvem hits the ground with nothing. So Team Spirit, lickety split, carve their path through B and carve their path forward at Bounty. A comfortable 11-3 lead secured.
Yeah, that one they played down to the wire, but they still have it in control with the split in place and everyone waiting for the B push. They kind of knew it was coming. It took so much longer, I think, than they anticipated, but Passion UA still played into their hand in the end. And it just creates a very lopsided situation now. Say it again, pistols were a big factor on Dust 2. Straight out of the Thule.
To hell with glassware.
Right. Dome that juice.
What once felt within reach has probably turned into a bit of despair here if you're Passion UA. Can't help but let yourself believe after winning map 1 that you could be the team to upset. Instead, Sway will waste no time deep into the B site. Mac-10 already with 2 kills to its name, and Passion UA are stuck in this unfortunate trend of just force buying their way to the end of this best of 3. Looking like a 13-3.
A lot of people are doubting this Way move in general. Just unhappy about it, and I can totally understand why. But I'll also say he is Donk's bold prediction.
Fair.
You know, these are bold predictions. Bold prediction.
And you'd think Donk wouldn't make that prediction if it was just based on him being a nice guy.
He wouldn't do that, right? I think he knows his word means too much as the player that he expected to be. And he, you know, he gets #1 in his rookie year. That's his only bold prediction ever.
Fair. Yeah, true.
Terrorists win.
What if Zway becomes the next big great, and then we give Donk that accolade as well? Not only is he MVP of the big 3, but he also correctly predicted the next #1.
Stranger things have happened. I'll say
can't
that.
Stop winning. Can't stop, won't stop anytime soon.
Everything unbelievably unlikely has happened in the last few years. Is
just like this. Chopper, highest ADR on Spirit.
On the server.
Wow.
Leading from the front.
Good. I mean, he had a great grand finals as well in Cologne.
One hell of a hold on that last round of the half. Maybe this will be another last round of the half.
Damn, he just won the duel versus an M4 with the Galil. 2 low players out middle here for Spirit, trying to take it into Donut. Unfortunately, while Demka's occupied in Donut, there's nobody actually holding A. Freebie. Can only kill Chopper when his head is turned. Mid control being grabbed. Zway could come back at mid, and flanking Donut could be a disaster for Passion. Donk, however, gets toppled, and they're going to cross paths over towards Elbow. We've got a round win inbound for Passion. Sure enough, a CT round win, 4 alive. The only duel picked up to the favor of Spirit is that Chopper opening kill. The 4v5's fantastic.
I've been saying he can't keep carrying this bums forever.
Problem is they only win one when the pressure's finally off. Spirit sitting pretty on 12, map 3.
Very close timing. And it was a matter of timing on a couple of fronts. Woro pushing through the smoke. Donk was holding it, checking Donut, holding it. And I think he even did see him a little bit through the smoke, but didn't actively notice, obviously. So it's a gift. Passion will grab 4. Money's still good, though, for Spirit. In fact, the buy's even better.
Yikes. Missed your jump. Still able to take over the portion of the map that you want, but Zway has found another one. He's having a strong map 3. Gonna end on a high note at this rate. This is one of those moments where it's like, does Passion continue to try to make moves? Finally, the smallest shred of belief after that convincing last round. Kvem keeps floating out cave.
The longer the round goes on, the harder it is to float out here, but they're willing to take risks, and they have mid control. Blocking here looks real perfect, because obviously Spirit are going to eventually commit. They're making this move to rotate over towards A with that smoke. It doesn't feel like they're just trying to play off of it. No, but he's coming back just in time, to be honest. It's a very solid position. The problem is Spirit are actually respecting the smoke in the end, are going to move off towards A, even with 20 seconds, and they make the presence that they were hoping for.
Man, this
3 have rotated, 4 have rotated.
This is an insulting way to win the map, assuming they're able to close it, and with Zontix getting the kill deep into CT spawn, suddenly now Passion knows something's wrong here. We've made a grave error. Bomb planted with seconds to spare. Deep donut control and an angle on it. CTs don't have a smoke because they could have just denied all this vision. But there's no real way to cause a franticness to this post plant for Spirit.
It's a little cramped in here.
It's feeling cramped. You're right. Not a lot of space.
They're not watching everything either.
But soon the bullets are going to start flying. Shiro over towards Temple gets the first. What? Damage done on sight. Damage done in this series. It is Spirit to recover strong. A blowout on map 2 and map 3. And an unfortunate inconsistency here from Waro. The same player that drops a 20 and 15. A driving force on the upset within Dust 2 falls flat in the attempt on Ancient.
Spirit handle business here as the favorites, as the most wanted. They see away another bounty hunter team in Passion. There was a wobble at the beginning, but these last two maps, these were the Spirit that everyone in the world has come to fear.
We've seen that a few too many times. They get some hope coming from the underdog. They look like they're gonna take them down, and then map 2, map 3, reality hit them like a pan in the face.
Yeah, the bounty hunters at the bounty event thus far have consistently been stumped. You know, you get these glimmers of hope, but yeah, I like the pan analogy, okay? You know, that really, I mean, I'm
What kind of pan? Cast iron?
Of course, yeah, it has to be a cast iron.
Has to be.
I didn't think this one through. I didn't think this one through.
What are you, a non-stick guy?
Non-stick, it's bad for you?
Well, unfortunately, Passion couldn't really stick into this matchup. They found themselves sliding right out of the pan and onto the burner, and just no one wants that. No one just wants that. Look, we saw some good things from Passion.
Yes.
We saw some moments from them. We certainly saw a map from them, but did it give you enough to inspire you for the future for this Passion squad?
I'd say yeah. I think Passion, they're a team that hasn't played a lot against top 20, top 30 opponents. To play a top 5 opponent and to do this well in at least one map, you have to be happy with that, even if it does end in unfortunate disaster.
I liked what I got out of a couple of the individuals too. I mean, first map was about the game plan. The glimpses on map 2 and 3 were more from people like Demka, people like Kavem. I have hope in the future for what those two can deliver. I probably wanted a little more from somebody like Topa with the confidence that he brought into the bounty draft show. I didn't really get those kind of moments from him, which he inspired me that I thought they were going to happen.
Yeah, I think it's fair. On the other side of the coin, right, Spirit, this has been an interesting team this year. Last year was the year of the Dragon, 2024, undeniably the year of Spirit. They took the world by storm. They took so many of the trophies. We've kind of been left wanting. It's been the Vitality show for so long. They come out this season, announce themselves with a big trophy win. How are we feeling about Spirit at this point in the year?
I'm feeling fairly confident about Spirit. The problem is they never actually beat Vitality. MOUZ beat Vitality and then Spirit beat them. So they haven't proven that they can beat the #1 team. But in terms of Spirit's expectations, I'd say they're very high at the moment.
They are high indeed. And someone whose expectations may have wanted just a little bit more. We've got Demka joining us. Thank you for joining us for this exit interview, Demka.
Hello, boys.
How's it going? That first map, obviously really exciting, quite brilliant there. Didn't go as much to plan over the next two. What happened there? What came off the rails on Mirage and Ancient?
I mean, first of all, I want to say that this is so nice to play back tier 1 against tier 1 teams. And yeah, we was on high level on the first map, I believe. The comms was insane. The teamwork of the team was really nice, and yeah, we had some time to prepare to the team spirit, but yeah, this is still team spirit, right? There is still playing Dawn, there is still Shiro by VP, Chopper and nice calling, right? So yeah, there is really tough team to play against, but as TC, our coach said, there was no lot of option was, right? So it finished how it finished.
I wanted to ask, there was a lot of confidence in the pick of Spirit, and I was just wondering if you guys have practiced against Spirit at all, or if that was really just, you know, the map pool going into it, you have an idea and you can work on a game plan from long in advance, or if you've practiced them.
No, so definitely we knew how the map veto gonna be, and basically we was preparing Mirage Dust 2, like Mirage our pick, and we was expecting them to pick Dust. Overall, we are not practicing against Team Spirit, maybe like once or twice. I remember like Overpass maybe, or some other maps, I don't actually remember, but yeah.
I got a couple questions, Demka. First off, regarding your team with TC coming into the fray, how has it been working with him, and how much is he helping you guys prepare for matchups like this for Spirit?
I mean, the TT is a really nice coach. He went back from the tier 1 level, tier 1 scene, right? And he have nice topics to say, nice topics to discuss and implement in our play style, in our game, in our mind. So yeah, he's definitely doing the best job he can do for us. And the most is like how we are getting this info and how we are implementing in our games, you know. So yeah, he's definitely doing a nice job. That's what I can say.
The other question I have is that when people are discussing Spirit, sometimes people put Chopper under scrutiny for the calls, but you said already that Chopper has some nice calls. So I guess now that you've played him in a live environment like this, how do Chopper's calls feel? Are they confusing, or do you feel like you're in control of the rounds, but it's the individuals doing a lot of the work? Like, what's it like to be on the receiving end of Chopper's calls?
No, I believe they're just creating the game in terms of Dong being a nice rifler, right? And yeah, I'm not saying that calls are confusing us, so we don't know where are they or what are they doing. No, we definitely know, but the way how they finish by individual is more than high level, right? And this is more about how they communicate in these difficult moments, and yeah, this brings a lot of uncomfortable plays for us just because we know where they are, but they're still doing a nice job.
Well, thank you for joining us. I got to say, it's nice to see you playing Tier 1 teams again, too. But thank you. Commiserations on the loss.
Yeah. See you, boys. See you, boys.
Always good to talk to Demka. We are going to need to talk our way into a quick break here because there's another game coming underway. We're not going to keep you folks waiting, so stick around. We'll be right back with more Blast Bounty action. To the Blast Bounty, where we are now set for our last match of day number 2. This time it's Astralis taking on Rare Atom, a team looking to be our first bounty hunter to actually claim their prize. And this Rare Atom team, we haven't seen a lot of them recently. They're kind of the 3rd best team in China. And you know who the 4th best team is?
I think their name is, what, Unresolved Resentment?
Unsettled Resentment, Maui.
Unsettled.
A team we're all familiar with.
Of course, Unsettled Resentment. That's like when you just go to bed angry with your spouse, honestly. I don't even know what that is as an actual Counter-Strike team.
Fun fact, Vui and Maui actually share a bed, so when they have a big disagreement, there's a little bit of unsettled resentment coming back to the hotel room. But look, this is the team that we're going to be focusing on. It's Rare Atom. This has been a team in turmoil. This has been a team in tumult. This has been a team swapping trash for Tigers here, and I don't really know what to make of Tiger, Vu.
I can give you some Tiger fun facts.
Please do.
Tigers are not cheetahs or lions.
Okay. I can't argue with that statement.
This Tiger is an opper, which is somewhat surprising, given Rare Atom had an opper.
What's going on?
They have 2 oppers. There are multiple oppers.
Look, they say you can't get a tiger to change its stripes, but maybe Kaze will?
Maybe you can make a Kaze change his primary weapon? I mean, Rare Atom need for it to happen because their results have been abysmal. This team's been in a free fall ever since the MRQ, where they were the highest seeded team at that event. They lost to Tyloo, they lost to Linvision, and they lost their way. Okay, they've given up everything. They've lost one of their players. They've lost 2 of their players, as a matter of fact, and now they're trying to rediscover themselves by bringing in a young Opper who has a little bit of history with Rare Atom.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rare Atom has hit their ceiling, and they've tried to replace it by picking up a player, Tiger. Last team, Bad Evil, great team name, by the way. Last game he played in March, absolutely destroyed Rare Atom. Absolutely destroyed Rare Atom, and they said, you know what, Kaze, you could pick up a rifle. You could rifle this guy. We need this guy. We need Tiger to destroy some people. I hope it works.
I do too, right? We've seen huge strides from Chinese teams, right? Tyloo and Linvision turning heads at the Austin Major, making incredible strides for Chinese Counter-Strike. And then Rare Atom, who we had high expectations of at one point, I mean, we just don't really know what to make of them. And it's not just Tiger, right, as well. They've been through changes a lot recently. There's another guy who's pretty new to the table. He's been here a bit longer, but Li Hang as well, still unproven when it comes to these European events.
Yeah, I mean, Li Hang and Child King both have been really the backbone in my eyes of the Rare Atom team. Both riflers that not quite popping off the page against international opposition like Jam Young on Tyloo is doing, but definitely I've seen them stick it to the top teams. Like their most famous win has to be at the Shanghai Major where they took down Fnatic, and just, I mean, that was a huge surprise given that a lesser known name was able to defeat a more legacied organization.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, they do amazing against Chinese competition. They do amazing against lower tier competition. They struggle against the top opponents. And I think you can put some of that. You need the backbone of an Opper. You need an Opper there to make sure your opponents can't swing on you, that they can't just do their way with you. And having Tiger added to that could absolutely improve their performance against the top teams. That's what we need. We need Li Hang, we need Child King doing their thing against teams of a higher caliber.
Speaking of teams of a higher caliber, over on the other side of the coin, we have Astralis, right? This is a team that has looked a little bit reinvented since HooXi's come in. They've really started to find their resolve for a long time. It was a squad that was floundering. It's a squad that their fans were calling bad and perhaps evil at times. But now they've had some good results. They had some good results before the break. They came out. They had a very nice showing at Fissure. Cologne maybe less so, but I think this is an Astralis we can believe in again.
HooXi is, mark my words, this guy is going to usher in the Danish renaissance. I think some of the players might change around him, but as an individual, as a leader, I feel like he has found a home for himself, one where they just need to believe in him because nothing else has worked for them. To miss 4 majors consecutively, admittedly, HooXi did miss a major himself with G2, but if you kind of look past that, what he's been able to do in elevating G2 to finally winning Tier 1 trophies, for example, it's undeniable that he has a positive effect on teams, as we have seen with the opening results since he has joined Astralis.
Now we can hear from the man himself, the man of the moment, the man named HooXi. I've got HooXi here from Astralis ahead of their game against Rare Atom. Now, HooXi, coming on into this one, right? It's an Astralis that's showing a much better face. It's having some nice results. How are you feeling about the team at this point in the season?
I don't know if we can take that much praise. I think that we did decent in the first 2 tournaments, and then in Cologne it was pretty much a disaster, especially in our last game. So yeah, I'm not too happy about the results, and I was not too happy about the way we kind of didn't show up at all in Cologne, and I think we have something to prove.
Is there anything specific you're taking away from that Cologne result?
Yeah, I think we were just way too sloppy, and we didn't really do the things that we talked about, and that is something that I hope and expect us to do now. And yeah, I basically just want to have a foundation where we can improve.
A foundation where they can improve. Look, HooXi's a guy who's rarely satisfied after a win, so it was obviously my fault asking him a positive spin coming off of a loss. But these 2 guys have given us some nice positive spins since HooXi's joined.
Yeah, I think Device, he's generally been a consistent force, but at times Stown under Cadian really struggled. And players have mentioned that on the CT side, Cadian really tried to rule with an iron fist, tell players what to do. I don't think that worked for Stown. HooXi comes in, he's a little more loose. He tells players, do what you want, make the right call, and that works for Stown perfectly. I think he's performing great.
Mustache device. Mustache device spotted.
Oh, that's a new look.
That's a new look.
I don't like it.
Tom Cruise got a mustache. That's a new Mission Impossible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to just, you know, objectify men or anything like that, or just, you know, but I think that the clean-shaven, no glasses look really is better for device. But, I mean, why am I doing this right now?
I don't know.
Why am I doing this right now?
I don't know, but you've chosen to. We like glasses here on this desk.
I want him with a mullet. I want him with a mullet.
It's a cool look, though. It's a cool look.
Mullet Vice. That is a good question. Could he pull it off? I think yes.
Ooh.
Device can pull anything.
Okay, I mean, we got the veto in, though.
We do have the veto.
And I like that Astralis now pretty much have a 7 map pool. That was the one thing I really wanted to talk about with, since Overpass came in and Anubis went out, which was their permaban, they've actually embraced the fact that HooXi likes calling on Overpass, and they've got it right there in the pool, so I'm excited to see it.
7 map pool. I think only Kerrigan has been able to pull that off, but HooXi, the next Kerrigan, can he do it?
We'll find out. We'll find out. Two guys who always pull it off. Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
Pulled off the stash, that's for sure.
The guy with the clean shave on the desk prefers clean shaves. What a surprise. What do you got against mustaches, Maui Snake?
He didn't say anything about mustaches, just the one on device. Actually...
Yeah, but remember when Twists first had it? There's a growing phase, guys. You gotta let it get through that phase, you know?
Okay.
You know, it'd be weird? Device with a beard. So... I thought, actually, I turned back and I thought he just grew one, but it's Stare on screen now. Oh, God, took me off guard. Stare is my Astralis rock, and I'm always going to praise him. I'm ready to get back into the server with an Astralis that's trying to tap into some success for 2025. Nice. Still looking for the upset, guys. Still no teams with a bounty eliminated in the first phase of bounty. Could Rare Atom do it to Astralis? Launders, what are the odds?
6 to 1.
6 to 1.
Yeah, it's about 6 to 1, a little over that, so it's not looking too likely. I can understand why, but you know what? It feels like it's more possible than Passion taking down Spirit, and that went 3 maps. So let's see. Let's see if they can Lee hang.
Show me what you've got. Beretta's ready to go top ramp. Flash is good. Shot's not so much. Stown still bringing one down with him. But oh, what could have been? Jabby, nice shot. Clean down the ramp. Still footing on site. HooXi up next. Child King's got Berettas in hand with Kevlar, so watch him go. Stare kills Tiger, and that is all she wrote. Stare's rotation over with the 2 headshots through that smoke like that. Ooh-wee. That's going to be Astralis with the pistol win.
Very, very good pressure here from all of Astralis. And even though shots got missed, they had so many chances to keep on fighting. That's what you want to see. And I'm totally with Maui. Huge on HooXi in general, obviously. The fact that he's on Astralis, it just feels like the guy who was going to every other team besides Astralis all these years, that could have always jumped there from Passion UA. Maybe would be the best spiritual successor to someone like Glaive, who was the rock-solid IGL for Astralis for so long. HooXi has improved every team that he's played with, so why wouldn't Astralis be another one? The home roster for him. It's like, the one thing I like about it is you always get the right players fragging when he's calling. Like, the right players are doing well. It's not just random people, brand new stars. Like, you can see the results in the kill counts with the structure.
You know, he got removed from G2 because people felt like that Monacy Nico combo should be winning more.
Yeah,
but since they've lost him, they've actually won less.
Yes, and as an individual, that was the fair argument to make for HooXi. But man, when he joined Astralis, he's definitely taken that to another level as well on the break.
It feels like, you know, everybody kind of came to the consensus that it just, the fragging was going to hold the team back. And now if we could go back with all the hindsight that we've had ever since, maybe we'd give that HooXi G2 version a little longer.
Well, we give him mobs.
Okay.
That was always the answer.
Yeah, sure.
Everyone agreed on that. Just give him mobs.
Give him mobs. Well, sometimes Counter-Strike isn't fair like that.
Yeah.
The what could have beens. Stare leaning back. Tech9's getting closer. Jabby's going to rotate through CT, but Stare always feels so comfortable to me. His rotator is dead. He leans on the pistols for a moment. Looking like a bit of money here in the pockets of Rare Atom. Kaze gives cover. Tries to take a fight to CT. Does so with the Tech9 headshot. They're still waiting for Stare, and he's just going to do it all. He's been waiting for rotates to try and come help when the answer was just do it yourself.
So funny with Stare because Astralis, they paid like the same amount that
G2 did from Odyssey.
Yeah, 600K. It was literally.
So. Yep.
And at that time, it was crazy because it might have been a good move for Astralis. It might need it to happen to improve the team, but it was like more money than you'd really see them spend on players to try to upgrade, right? And it never really fit in. I mean, crazy that Stare has impressed us while having zero space this entire time. Like, he played with a roster that's had Device, it's had Blame F, it's had the Heroic Core, it's had Cadian on the team. Everybody who's come in has had more brand value or been better or like a more potent fragger, and so he's always just had anchor spots. Like, he's never been a rotate. He's never had anything good going for him to allow us to be like, oh, he's actually secretly good, and yet he has always impressed us. And now he's finally getting that space back. Jabby has said he's going to give him some of his role so he can shine more.
I'm all for it. Strong start from him. Hooksy floating around outside a cave, takes an initiative. First gun round here for Rare Atom, and Child King's got the headshot in response. Device burned out of his roost. Can they get him back now that they know he's stuck in this corner? Oof. Nate actually goes a bit too far. Stown ends up dying to Lee Hang, who gets traded instantly.
They're going to hear this runaway, but does it bait them through the smoke? Doesn't seem like it. Bomb. Ready to take B. They're not exactly organized behind it. CTs will split up evenly. But Device's lean is towards A. I don't know. Jabby's been pretty sharp. I don't know. He doesn't have much to work with, but it just feels like...
Feels like it won't be free.
Yeah.
Utility over the top.
Too much of a warning here.
Trying to, like, kick up some dust.
I don't know what that was. Oh, the smoke's not great.
Jabby gonna try to exploit it. Gets a bit of vision towards the cave player. Kaze going for the plant. And it does come down for free in the end. Fire on the feet of the planter flushes Kaze off site, but then they both double up in the same position. A little bit awkward here for Rare Atom. The slight issues that have yet to cost them. CT's about to retake Child King's position. Found out, great trade from Kaze. Clutch needed from Device off the worst weapon of the three, still held on to. He could clear the corner, grab a rifle, and take this back towards Cave. You'd think the wallbang comes out, but there's just the incendiary instead. So Tiger sets it ablaze, and Rare Atom are going to find their first win in round 3 of play.
Yeah, they get out of that 14 HP. It was a little awkward. I think they preempted a nade for a smoke that wasn't there. I'm not exactly sure. But even without all that, which can sometimes mentally be off-putting, they just figured out their post-plant spots, all hit their shots. Great trades overall, and good use of the molly in the end here for Tiger to put a round on the board.
It's one of those things where, like, tigers as animals are really badass.
Yeah.
Pretty tough, you know? And listen, and tigers, they can instill fear, but every time I say it now, I just feel like it's almost like a little condescending, like, great job, Tiger.
Go get him,
Go
Tiger.
get him, Tiger.
Yeah.
I don't know how to get over that hump, but I'll figure it out. Throw up a couple more clutches. We'll have to put respect on the name. Money quickly. Waivers here for Astralis. This force buys kind of buns. 1 MP9. There's sketchy buys, and then there's this.
Yeah, that's kind of nuts. I mean, I think this is a moment where you don't spend every bit of money when their buy comes around, they're still going to have to take some concessions. And to be honest, a round where they don't really stack. But the T's have no mollies to actually clear out Cave. If this is going to be an ending position, the Vice are going to be able to sit here this entire time. How come there are no mollies?
It was a choice. Maybe that's one that they just avoid altogether. Stare sitting here waiting for the Desert Eagle shot. Drops a smoke in front of him at 35 seconds. They could push through with the MAC-10.
Kind of scared about it.
Thing is, he doesn't have like the 5.7s to support him, so a Desert Eagle getting a multi-kill here is insane, but they meet another smoke over towards Red Room.
The CTs might just rotate over now, but Hooksy dies through the smoke. Oh, great shot.
Beautiful, over towards main. You cut off one side of this, you create so much control, and then you put the MP9 in the perfect corner. Astralis, there's still a chance to exit, but that AK gets picked up. Stare doesn't waste a moment. He is off to the races, 10-1, and make that 11.
He's playing a different game right now.
Quad kill for Stare. The Deagle shot to main after using the smoke to slow down that pack. A rambunctious looking pack of players that didn't take the chance of pushing an MP9 through smoke. And the off of that is you've just given Stare a rifle.
That shot. That's the round winning shot. He gets his free upgrade off it. Disgusting two-player spray after that.
It's Jumping Tiger hit in 4K.
Great move.
Ouch. Talking about weak buys. Deagle and a Tech 9 here for Rare Atom as Astralis get a chance to recover. Oof.
That was incredible. That one chance to jump, although, like, it's not going to happen again. Would not even be another fight. Stare would have just been lost.
If you're Tiger, you're just thinking like, it's just one jump spot.
Yeah, I mean, so jump spots are safe. Even if you can die like that sometimes, it doesn't mean you should never do them, because most of the time, I mean, we wouldn't be oogling over that shot if it wasn't hard.
Yeah.
It was really hard. It's the safest way to get information in Counter-Strike. Uh-oh.
Kaze's got a deke shot up his sleeve. Line up a donut. Stare overstep for a second, exposed himself to multiple bodies. Doesn't end up being a problem.
Can we
Unarmored pistols go down.
Can we be the ones to decide when Stare oversteps in this game? He's 13-1.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
You know, right now, maybe he just shows us what overstepping is. He is fragging harder than Donk today.
Oh, my goodness. That is true. Fragging harder than Donk.
He's almost as good as Chopper.
Almost.
There we go.
Look at
Big
that.
Bars.
That's just, you know, I don't know what it all means.
I like this graph more the more I see it.
Yes, it's nice. Really lets you see who sucks.
I was looking for those players.
I mean, sorry, struggling out of the gate. Yee, this one's ugly.
It's Stare again.
No way, he is everywhere. We're dropping rifle mags left, right, and center. Desert Eagle spin for the headshot. And a bunch of damage for Child King to have to deal with. They get flashed back into the corner. There's layers on this, but they actually step into Tiger. Two players line up for the spray down back. Hooksy goes for wall bangs, but Kaze sees that as an invitation in a second. Device holds back middle. And so 3v1 denied. Astralis, their 5th CT round win in 6 rounds of play.
Yeah, it's full control. They are dominating here, man.
Full control.
It's like a lot of, also, Ancient is just like in the DNA of Astralis, as much as it wasn't a part of like...
Especially Stare.
Yeah, Stare. And
Stare. In every version of
Config and Blame F. In that iteration, they were just... They have been loving Ancient.
It's crazy too when back in the day when Buzz got cut, there was people up in arms saying, it should have been Stare instead. You only kept him because you paid more. But we've seen more and more of his potential realized ever since. 15-2 is not a bad start 6 rounds in.
Uh-oh.
Tech9s to try to chase down Hooksy.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a weird one to have to deal with. Jabby, bit labored as well, and tagged through the wood behind him. He steps into the cave play, sets up Stown perfectly. That distraction, all they need, and a little bit of money goes back the other way for Rare Atom. We'll call it a success. Bomb plant, 2 kills.
Wow, it looks
the worst round.
Thermal in there.
Thermal? Is he playing in a sauna?
I think he's playing in a lava lamp.
Like, are the walls yellow or is the light really warm?
Mom, turn the streamer lights down.
Stown one more time?
Was that?
Stown one more time?
Oh.
Got to work on that tan, you know? Danes love a good tan.
Yeah. Not as much as the Swedes, but...
True. Back at it, round 8, underway, full guns, back for Rare Atom. But this confidence of Stair is starting to boil over. He gets naded out of the round by Summer. 5v3 setup for Rare Atom.
Good start.
Stown's gonna try to peel back from mid. He has already announced his position, so it won't be a free fallback. You see that chase from Child King. Stown reacts and gets both headshots. Third one queued up. And the recovery is real. Man advantage stolen back by Astralis. From one man and one man alone.
Look at the 3 X's in mid. All Stown, 3 different positions, not just one continuous spray. The other player that has blossomed under the leadership of Hooksy.
Flash to cave, Rare Atom on site, but made uncomfortable by the utility that the CT still hold on to. Looks like Jabby wants to get into this as well. His 2 teammates smoked off, so he's going to be the point of contact. Bomb down at 40 seconds. This is a 3v5 where a 3K comes through, and then they sweep all of Rare Atom under the rug.
Yeah, the pace it feels like Rare Atom are down for. Again, a great start here, but look how in control like Stown is at this moment. With those bursts, even backing up, perfect to the headshot. This is pretty crushing for Astralis. As said, you know, it's a team who wins Cologne. You go, okay, well, how motivated are they going to be? The team that loses as badly as we saw from Astralis, and I mean, they had a tough go of it. Like, we expected more from them. Them, like Hook's saying they have a chip on their shoulder. He's not just blowing smoke. Yeah, you could see exactly why. We all expected them to do much better.
Oof, jumping in as they're trying to change hardware. Child King unable to get anything going. Jabby's got the double kill in the end. And so everybody just gets cleared off of the site. It just feels like Astralis are so ready to duke it out. Rare Atom try to make an explosive move, and Astralis is just on top of them. Fighting for the ADR. Every single round. Stair up to 16 frags. Took a little break so Stown could eat. Trying to bulk the kid up. Kaze 1v4 with 40 seconds, no bomb possession. 2 players ready to swing off of Hooksy, who's jiggling the top of this ramp. So once he fights Kaze, help was there, and it's not even needed. Everyone from Astralis performing.
They're getting a little stuck trying to scale up into the site, and I mean, it's not like they're making like standout errors. Like the way that Astralis is keeping up with all these peaks. Again, what's special about this except for good mechanics and good rotations? I think it's one thing we could highlight. Stair's been in mid, on B, on A, in time to help out each and every attack. Love that we've got the boot camp going on for this.
I believe that's Yanko's ENAT setup.
Nice.
In Belgrade, Serbia. I hope I got
Yeah, it's
the name
great
right.
they built that. I
Yes,
mean,
it is. Yes, especially for
the
teams
amount
that
to
have
get used, yeah.
I mean, teams that have struggles getting into the Shenzhen area as
Yeah.
well. You know, Serbia has actually saved Counter-Strike in a lot of ways for that.
Definitely.
Shout out to lax COVID laws back in the day, because Counter-Strike kept going. Home of the HLTV Awards.
One gun in summer. He should get a buff in August.
Okay. Is really shit come December.
Ass in February.
Yeah. First major cycle is his for the taking. 2 AKs out there, 5v4. Not the worst position we've seen Rare Atom in. But there's no pop in this one. There's no follow through right away. Still 2 players outside of the B side, so you don't want the A main guys to lose that bomb, go for a hit before everybody's together. How long before Rare Atom can collect themselves to a point where they believe in a commitment?
Fortunately, for the last 15 seconds, everywhere they were standing was a really big threat. To be honest, they've actually made a good move. They've escaped out to B. They're still pressing forward on A, but if they want to make this into a fake, they just need to not get confused when they don't see any CTs holding back. Because there's a lot of players ready for an A attack, and no one to catch this info. Oh, they're ending up just rotating towards Donut, so now the CTs are ready.
Off hits its mark. Jabby's got the double kill, cutting off A main, and so it's all Donut with no bomb control at 12 seconds. Yeah, easy does it. Just kind of fed to the meat grinder on that A site yet again.
Dude, I mean, maybe it's a great setup that just covered a lot more than it appeared to, but in that moment, like, they didn't have info on who was pushed outside of B. There was a chance that Rare Atom, if they figured it out, could have used that as a fake and pulled some A players off, because honestly, Astralis did not see much in this position. But once those B players didn't fake and they just tried to join up with the attack, then it just became too easy to form a defense around it. So here we are, 9-1. Best case 3 rounds for Rare Atom.
Their map pick after all. We go overpass after this. Get a bit of positioning outside of the site, but there's just this suffocating presence from Astralis everywhere else. There's not even anybody on A site, so that could draw the Danes back. But now Rare Atoms start to let them know they're nearby. And while Astralis go clear A to 0 resistance, suddenly they could be right back in middle before Rare Atom actually make any kind of a move. We'll see. Chance the commitment comes soon. Bomb in tow. Flash to ramp, trying to get Kaze off the line. It works, and now they're just going to lay down the slowdown utility.
Can't walk through that. Could spam it, but...
Incendiary back to the ramp. Look at the flank that's gone through A main now for Astralis, so they can just route into middle, and the T's don't seem ready for this kind of an elbow peek. Fully exposed. Summer walking with a nade out. This is going to put the B defense on high alert. They know A is fully clear, mid is still maintained, and so Colonel'd inside of the cave, and everybody just keeps hitting shots. I mean, the time to kill on Hooksy, everything went well up until that point. Device toppled. 2v5 attempt coming back the other way. And they have taken control of the site itself, planting safely on the other side of the pillar. Hooksy looking to get traded out soon, or is he? Stair takes the front point, and he'll find his headshot in response to Lee Hang. Now you've got Kaze in the corner with the ops surrounded, and double digits Astralis, and 11-1-1/2 on the cards.
Yeah, they should have done way better at Cologne, man. Look how good they're playing. All their positions are just so... They're just so hard to overcome. And again, it's not like Rare Atom are making a ton of mistakes here. It's just that Astralis is just hard to find. Every single position they took, even Stair, the micro here of drawing somebody into the smoke so that even if you get spotted, you only see a shoulder you shoot at, then suddenly you can't see anything. You're easy prey for Stair. They're crossing every T.
You know, we said we've been waiting for a favorite to really just dismantle their opposition, the same way FaZe kind of did to BetBoom. We thought it would be Spirit, but they lose a map. Who knew? Astralis, we're gonna kick it into gear tonight.
20-3 is there.
Bomb down out middle. Rare Atom continue to try to fight, trying to hit anything with tempo, and they meet resistance every part of the map, every single round. Their entire team has been kept at bay individually. In the face of a 20-3 CT side from Stare. He's gonna sit comfortably in that A site, let Device have something to eat. And so Tiger, 1v4 with a quick headshot, that's what he needed. A first frag without taking any damage. Keeps the slight possibility of closing this alive, because Stare's also on 10 health. But sitting in that corner, ready to go, cleared out. There's the repeat from Jabby, and all's good. A demanding 11 CT round side. Well done, Astralis. Image remains posted, now no support.
And with the deep information, if they don't disrespect this, or if they come forward, well, it's actually come to the point now where his smoke can take over. He doesn't have to put himself in jeopardy. They're running through this. Oh my God, they're actually gonna come, yeah.
Oh, no way!
Double no-scope collapse.
For Navi, I mean, they laugh in the face of this attack. Fifth player in's the only one that gets a kill. He'll double down m0NESY, but he's already down to a quarter HP.
But old habits die hard, it looks like.
That's 3.
Man.
But he only has 3 health left. That should be the end of him.
There's only 2 guys.
Yeah. He's going to use the smoke grenade to cut off Alexi.
Could they mess this up? 25 seconds, and m0NESY is seeing red.
He wants to make it happen.
Oh my God.
Oh, no, wait, dude. This is a 1 versus 5 straight up, and he has time to get bomb. He should have this red with another smoke. Oh, my m0NESY. 1 fake. The nade doesn't come through. Now, he's got enough space to commit to this. m0NESY, a pure 1v5. And as Emat tries to get out through that smoke, m0NESY's just dodging all these bullets.
He's terrified. Ema's looking behind him for a push through. Time's ticking away.
I mean, how could you not be horrified? m0NESY, the prodigy, has pieced together 4 frags in this 1v5 ace clutch. And Ema, his head is on a silver platter. A miracle from the magnificent m0NESY.
Flames of Dexter. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Dexter left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Dexter! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
You've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or Fame, excuse me.
Very key. Fame slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to Cave.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bombs, oh, beyond! Oh, welcome to Wonderland! They lock down that post plant like it's nothing! Damn, Astralis sitting pretty on a comfortable 11-1 lead. Where was this in Cologne is what they'll be asking themselves, because like you said, we had such high expectations for them. But you can't let it haunt you. Got to put it behind you, focus on what's ahead. And what's ahead is a potential run here at the Blast Bounty, $500,000 prize pool. Head on down to Malta and have a little bit of fun. That's what they're looking to do as quick as can be. And unfortunately for Rare Atom, they took this first half when they were on the attack. Plenty of different directions. Unfortunately, same result no matter where they went. Despair. They'll try to get aggressive. This is insane. 4 players down middle. They thought they were signing up for a fight on their terms. Instead, they hit the ground.
They're so hard to hit.
And Astralis will fly through map 1 of this series, all but guaranteed if they pick up this pistol. 12-1 in their back pocket. Lihang's getting gushed through smoke from the opposite side of the A site. Astralis don't even know it, but they've got him on 32 health already. Smoke fades, pistols wrapped, 5 stand tall. The Danes came to play tonight.
Yeah, no, what a map from Stare right here. His opponents might as well be called Stairs too, because they're getting stepped on.
Ooh, that's good. That's good.
So.
Damn, you can use that at 12-1 group stage, Wanders?
That just shows how much more I've got.
Okay. There is no shade under the Sphinx's nose.
Yep.
Wise man once said.
Yep.
Once
Look it up.
upon a time. Look it up.
Look it up.
You don't remember it. Look it up. It's in the history books. But the real question is, who built the pyramids? Especially with no more clay. Is a force enough to turn the tides? Astralis skip a step, perhaps, but they've got Molotovs. And oh, what a difference it makes. Gets the smoke grenade out of Child King. Damn, poor guy hasn't even had a chance to shoot back. Sitting on 8 health. We hit 50 seconds. The stack up by Rare Atom inside B should just stick to its guns. Be a real shame if they pulled back. Another Molotov and no smoke this time. Just gets away.
Please just get a kill now after all that.
Oh, finally they're able to cook him. And now Lihang's position revealed. 3v5 demanded here of Rare Atom. They came in with a bit of bite, or at least bark. A lot of aggression in some of these rounds from Rare Atom, trying to fight tooth and nail versus Astralis, but simply outclassed. Stare set a precedent early on here on Ancient. And that momentum he established, it felt like his team was more than content to follow on his coattails. Hooksy has gotten the absolute best out of some of these players. A reinvigorated looking Astralis trying to take it at Bounty. In a convincing fashion, they will start the endeavor, but down goes Summer. And so all hopes on Tiger. 7 kills to his name, 4 more needed with just the Deagle, and they know they've got this locked in. So let's call it how it is. Astralis with an absolute domination to start off this series. Rare Atom picked this opponent hoping maybe they'd get that Cologne form. Little did they realize, Astralis coming back with a vengeance.
Rare Atom staring into the face of Stare, and it might as well be the face of death, because it has been death for Rare Atom round after round after round, again and again. Astralis looking dominant.
I mean, Rare Atom had some good looks, they had some good ideas, they had some nade stacks, they had some good opens, but the problem is eventually you do have to take an aim duel, and every aim duel on the other side of it is mostly usually Stare.
Yeah, and Stare, I mean, Stare was splitting the Atom in this game. I mean, he sent them a truth nuke, and the truth nuke was, you ain't got no business in this game.
Well, let's see if they can do some fission, get some energy back going into map number 2, because, yeah, let's be honest, this was 2 teams that were just on completely different levels, and yeah, this guy was a big part of it. We should just give him his flowers, because holy kills, holy multi-kills, Batman.
I love the one time that he was defending the A bomb site, and Scrawny was setting up the fact that he was buying time for rotations, and then he just killed everybody that was there. Like, that was probably my favorite Stare moment, and there were many to pick from in this game.
Yeah, that's the classic, we're buying time against a tier 2 opposition. Oh no, sorry, they're all dead, and I went, what, 22-6 in that game? And I mean, most of the players on Astralis seem to do quite well, but I think Stare was at the spearhead for the majority of it, and that's, people have been talking about, he's changed some roles recently, he's moved from anchors to more of a rotation position, he can call his own shot. He was calling all the shots, Mike, he was calling them all.
All the shots and landing them too, most importantly, perhaps. I mean, that's those are going to be some good numbers. That's going to be good for the stats.
I mean, they are objectively good stats. I mean, this is where the stat cells just love to feast. They actually didn't watch the game at all. Now they pull up the scoreboard and say, Stare's the GOAT. He's the best player on Astralis. The eye test actually confirms that. Well done, stat cells. You actually won today.
I'm sorry, but Donk would have gotten 150 ADR.
Okay, all right. It's hard to
Would he? I think Stare
not
outfragged
that good.
Donk in any individual map today. Am I wrong?
Stare not that good. Donk would do better.
Better KD. The KD is really good.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Perhaps. I mean, very ferocious, very good. Look, I think we have a lot of nice things to say about Astralis. I do want to talk about the other side because you can't teach a tiger how to hunt, but you can take away its op.
Yeah, that's actually the biggest confusing piece of what we just witnessed there. That we thought that Tiger was going to opt for these guys. He was opping on the namesake team Bad Evil. I mean, it felt like on Bad Evil, he was clearly a good opper. The reason that they picked him up, seemingly, we don't have confirmation of this verbally, but it seemed like they got Tiger because he destroyed them in a single BO3 series, and I think on every single map he had the most op kills.
I'm going to hit you with the stat from that series.
Okay.
The only person on Rare Atom to kill him with an op in that series was not Kaze.
Oh my God.
It was somebody. Somebody got the only kill on Tiger in the whole series in that game where he destroyed them. So yeah, it is a little confusing, slightly.
We're confused.
Yeah,
we're confused.
We've seen
How
a nice
do
test
Tigers
case
work?
recently of a perhaps veteran opper who's had the gun for a long time, taking a step back, saying, you know, maybe I'm not as sharp as I used to be. Let's get a cracked out kid in here. Maybe a guy named Molodoy. Maybe a guy named, you might have heard of him, Fallen.
Yeah,
worked out pretty well for them. Kaze said, actually, that was a mistake. That was an error. I'm gonna keep my gun. You figure it out, youngster. You can adapt.
Yeah, that was the most confusing part about this game.
To be fair, it could be one of those ones where they don't pick up the op a lot on T side. They say, Kaze, you can take it. CT side, you give it to Tiger. That's where he's really going to farm with it. Could be.
I mean, literally, I think they had one round with an op.
Yes.
There was one op kill. So
Yeah,
maybe they
so.
just,
I think it was
maybe
just
he
one.
could just afford it that time, and he's like, bro, I need some stats.
I mean, we'll see. I guess we'll see on Overpass. That's what we're going to look out for, huh?
Op for pass. It's been said. Lots of ops on Overpass.
Double op setup. I can see
Can't
that
just make a
happening.
bad joke and say people say this.
I think that hurts you. I think that hurts you physically, Maui. You know who hurt them physically? There was one round in particular I wanted to look at. It's going to be Stare again. It's going to be Stare again.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, this is an example of Rare Atom where they actually have a good opening. They get the double nade onto the player on shelf. They get another kill. You maybe could nitpick that they're chasing this kill in mid, but they're still in a good setup. They have two players here to actually get this kill to try and take down Stown, I believe that is. But Stown swinging into mid, gets two, picks up a third, so it goes from 5v3 to a 3v2 for Astralis. And even with Rare Atom, they try and get a bomb plant. They get into the bomb site, but the problem is there's 3 Astralis players there. Astralis is everywhere on the map, and you can have some good plays if you're Rare Atom, but it takes more than that.
I gotta ask, what's going on in Stown's room? Is he in a wildfire? Is he in Mexico and Breaking Bad? Like, what's happening here?
Canadian wildfire, for sure.
Very yellow. That's basically what DC looked like when we were there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Stown in this game was pretty serviceable in those kinds of moments. I mean, I don't think this scoreline really needed to even be punched up all too much more because Stare was taking all the kills. Hooksy even had, I think, a couple multi-frags in that one. I really didn't have any fault with anybody on Astralis in this game whatsoever. So it's nice to see Stown build some confidence with multi-frag rounds like that.
It is one of the things that Hooksy highlighted, right, is that they were very disappointed with the form that they showed in Cologne, right? They felt that it was sloppy. They felt that it wasn't their best possible Counter-Strike. It felt that they weren't playing the way that they had said they would. So coming in here, it's a focus, is to clean that up, is to sharpen it up, is to be strong coming out the gates. And I think Rare Atom felt that in full force.
I mean, also, if I made a power ranking of 1 through 32, Rare Atom was going to be 32 for me. I don't see a single team that was weaker at the bounty in general. So they're in a position right now where they're just trying to retool their entire roster. I mean, they lost their entire way after that MRQ, and they've just been scrambling since.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost a couple lopsided affairs recently as well against other teams, possibly lesser than Astralis. If we want to see something from Rare Atom, a good game would be 5-6 rounds. You see Tiger get a few kills. You see Kaze pick up the rifle, get a few kills. You see different things from them. A good game wasn't necessarily expecting them to win. I would have liked to see them get a little bit more, and maybe we can see that in the next map. But yeah, from Astralis' side, if they show up, they play like that, they're going to 2-0.
I think the question we also have to be asking about Rare Atom is just like, is there a plan? Because when we talked to Kaze on the draft show, he seemed to be really in doubt about it. We saw it. They played the Fissure event with Trash. I don't even know if they went back to China in between these two events, but if they did, they went back and came back with a different player. If not, then they just shipped him out and imported somebody else. Like, I don't see the vision.
No, I don't F with the vision either. If they're gonna keep using Kaze as the opper, again, we only saw a single round where someone had a sniper rifle on Rare Atom, and it's Kaze instead of Tiger. I'm just completely out on this.
Tiger did get some decent rifle kills.
That's true.
Give him some credit.
He had the clutch too. He had the one round early on T side where he threw the molly on the bomb. It's like he played it the exact way he should have played it. So he's not a bad apple or anything like that.
Yeah, can't complain about Tiger, but we really think he should have the op.
It might be time to uncage this Tiger. We'll find out when we come back from this break.
17 seconds left, so this is going to be just an all-out stomp to the bomb side. No slowing it down. They just have to rush him in, get the kill instantly, get the bomb planted. Frozen is dropped, and that's the bomb on the ground. Oh my God! It's Brolin with an insane transfer. He keeps it going. It's a quad kill. He saved his team.
Vice. I don't know, the bell is ringing, might be the train bell, but certainly ringing for Astralis right here. 1 versus 4, and he's gonna get a headshot follow. Oh, what? No way! He actually makes it work. That has to be just pure out, just divine intervention. Shut up. I can't. I've never seen anything like that ever before.
If they're going to get a 5th in this first 15, this could be the round he offers it. At the helm of that monster hit, Apex comes around the corner, back of Electronic turned. A double-man advantage that feels like surely Vitality have already got enough. But what about that flash from SDY? How about this hold from Perfecto? Incendiary to the right. Sumdai Young turns his attention. Oh! All 3! Sumdai Young and Sumdai again and again and again. 11-4, 11 rounds straight, and a dominant overpass CT side.
Definitely a big gap providing itself. They're going to come through this.
They're on their way. Setups here. Good flashes. Rops. He is supposed to be the way in, but he's escorted out off the premises. Shush! This is his site, and he continues to lay down more and more from Shush. Oh, 5 from the Dane.
Sometimes these work.
See if they hit the flashes or not. They do.
Oh no!
Oh, that's
Zywo's blind
as well.
Oh, Rain the double deagle. You're not gonna. Oh! When it rains, it pours. And then Rain adds in that extra secret spice. Gives you a round like this. A 4th! Everybody falls at the hands of Rain.
Blast Open London just around the corner, and you're going to want to be there because, as Frey is fond of saying, it's going to be Bosch. This match, though, might not be for Rare Atom. They're not feeling very Bosch at all after that first affair.
I mean, you can't feel too great about getting 13-1, but on the bright side, you didn't waste time with a cosmetic comeback. You can just shake it off, go into map 2, Get yourself something going. Overpass. We can have Tiger be the king of overpass, maybe.
I think there was another analyst that said it's good to just lose like that, so then you can just move on to the next one. I'm not going to say any names, but it has been said on a desk before. Me, on the other hand, I think they would have been nice to see Raridam show a little bit more fight in there. Would have nice to see some of the individuals have pop-off moments. On the other hand, we really got practically nothing other than one late round moment from Tiger where he just successfully threw a molly on the bomb.
And that was his first kill, I think.
I think that was his first kill. Like, that round was, I think.
Yeah, but the reality is they didn't show a lot on Ancient. That was their map pick. You go into Overpass, a map we haven't seen them play. We haven't seen a lot, but it is a place where oppers do quite well. It is a place where, and they could be double opping. Mike, I'm trying to convince you here.
They could be. I'd like it. I'd like to see it. Look, if you were in the Rare Atom camp after that kind of loss, what would the conversation be? How would you be coming up with any nifty solutions for how to solve this one?
Shoot better.
Tiger, get the op. Kaze put it down. Okay, that's what we were trying to say in the last segment. And I want to see you pick up an opper from, you know, some unknown Chinese team who bodied you with the op. Give him that weapon. So let's just see and hope that Rare Atom learn their lesson.
They're not unknown, Maui. It's Bad Evil.
Bad Evil.
It's Bad Evil.
Bad Evil.
Household name, Bad Evil. Speaking of household names, Astralis on the other side of things, what are you looking for from them, right? Obviously, it couldn't have gone better, frankly, on Ancient. But if we're thinking about their map pool, if we're thinking about the development of that, if we're thinking about Overpass, what do we want to see? We
want to see kind of what we want to see from Rare Atom, which was Device with the op in hand, lurking around the map, being a menace in bathrooms, being aggressive, and we want to see Stare continue with his greatness where he's calling his own shot, he's making plays throughout the map, maybe retaking short B at some points or getting aggressive in connector, show activity on that CT side and try and dominate in that way, and then I'm happy with what Astralis is doing.
If they take space cleanly without actually taking too many casualties. You know, on one hand, I want to see Tiger or Kaze, I suppose, succeed with the op, but I'd also like to see Astralis not give up easy kills to that weapon. That's a fundamental aspect of playing Overpass T-sides well. So, yeah, take that space and maybe at the end of it all, you know, then take some free fights with them.
Yeah, I think a good T-side overpass is you flash areas effectively, you don't die to the opper. You don't give him openings, don't give him potential kills that he can make it a 5v4 and they can back up and play from the bomb site. If they can do that, that's a great T-side.
Now, just to contextualize this for you folks, this is the Blast Bounty. 32 teams entered. The bottom 16 teams got to choose their opponents from the top 16. Rare Atom did choose Astralis. Now, their options were somewhat limited, but we were talking about it at the time. It felt like this might be a grenade they could step on. Astralis, the 12th seed here, so not the best of bounties compared to some of the upper teams, but a team that's been ascending, that's been maybe playing a little bit better than their ranking, and I mean, certainly that first map would tell that story.
Astralis is a team that I think you have heard people say they are readable. You know kind of what they're doing. They're going to be a little overactive on the CT sides at times, and so maybe Rare Atom saw that, but they didn't see too much of that on map 1.
They didn't, because we didn't see a lot of anything on map number 1. But we're going to get into map number 2, and that's the silver lining. The other silver lining is you get to listen to Scrawny and Launders one more time. Take it away, boys.
Always so kind, Mikey boy. Thank you, gentlemen, yet again for your expertise. Hard to break down that one, Mohan, when it's over as quick as it is. It's just nice to see Astralis putting forward a form that was indeed an improvement from Cologne. So we saw as well Overpass in Cologne. They went up versus Vitality. Not an easy game. I think much like Virtus.pro, Astralis are a team that are going to be tapping into this Overpass return as often as they possibly can. I mean, you've got Device, one of the greatest Overpass oppers in history.
Yes.
Back on this map, and we know that there's always this jointed effort on A between an op and a rifler. Pick your poison, man. With the form that's coming in right now, who's going to get to play next to Device all half long? I think the CT side's going to be rock solid.
Yeah, I mean, Stare on this map as well. When they first signed him, like, he took to it immediately. That's where he caught my attention. Absolutely. The map pool is just perfect for Astralis at the moment. And in particular in this veto, being able to play Ancient and Overpass back-to-back. So we'll see. Yeah, Vitality was a true test. No surprise that didn't work out in the end, but also not surprised they picked it again.
I brought up the CT side, but I suppose we may not see a lot of it if this goes as well as it did back on Ancient. Individually, Astralis were cut from a different cloth. This time, Tiger and Child King get 2 kills back for Rare Atom. We're getting traded out. An aggressive move, though, from Kaze out heaven. Trying to get into that action. Felt like he wanted to save his teammates, but instead just offers up his own head. Flank out through Monster eventually arrives, and Child King collects a second on the round. Bomb is not planted and has a chance to run A. And all the while, Child King stuck here. He will find Device, the 50 health that was left, but we go 1v1 versus the damn.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, he didn't go A. He didn't go A.
Insanely smart, man. Oh wait, he's made noise.
Oh, he never went A, but he's gonna commit to the bomb plant. Child King comes around the corner with bomb planted. Oh! Stair hits it in an instant.
That's so annoying.
Put it on the highlight reel. Stair just keeps on giving.
He had a guaranteed A site, so to give it up and die would have made him look like a fool, but he ended up getting the plant and the kill as well. They're having fun. They're making over past their playground. You can already see it coming. Just want to say with Stown as well. Stown's like one of the great talents come out of Denmark. The thing that's always made him suffer is his aim. You know, you watch a Stown demo and it's the same as watching Hunter when he was really good. His utility, his versatility in rounds, like the amount of things he's doing between nades and entering and lurking, and he can do it all. But what always helps Down back was just raw spraying. Like, you just miss too many bullets, create so many opportunities, miss so many bullets, and he still is able to crack top 20 as a player. It looks like his aim is pretty good, at least today. I hope that just like it was with Hooksy, his individual level, that Stown puts a few more skill points into that.
Sure.
To really buff himself out as a player.
As they level up.
Yeah, as Astralis levels up, exactly.
Long A control here for Rare Atom on top of Lee Hang still playing inside bathrooms. So MP9's close proximity on both sides of A. Flash though, fantastic. So Lee Hang gets dismantled, and then of course, methodically coming to clear out Long. They go 3 kills in with 0 deaths. And this scout in the hands of Kaze has lost all of its pawns in front of it. Not to mention he'll now get smoked off, so the threat of all of them getting up close.
And maybe better use of him would have been pushing up and helping take those fights with their pushed up pistols.
Could have been a part of the engagement towards bathrooms when that flash came forward. Would have been a chance for him to strike, but nope. Sat back on site, and instead we go 5v2 for Astralis.
And this map is one that's going to favor scopes all the way through.
How many players do you think on Astralis ended map 1 with a rating greater than 2?
Okay, that would be Stair, Stown, and because it's a surprise question, I'm going to go with Jabby.
The answer was Stair and Jabby, but not Stown.
Oh.
Your memory has failed you, Mohan. Stown had 9 kills that map and 8 deaths.
Yeah, but he had that 1-3K.
Oh, yeah, true. That's why. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, we'll bump him in. And Stair ends that map 2.28.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy from Jabby, though. Like, low-key, 2 rating on that one.
Both Jabby and Device had a 100% KAST.
Wow.
Because that was a damn near flawless map of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
But numbers this, numbers that.
Yeah.
In the wise words of Pimp, yada, yada, yada.
2/5 Copenhagen Flames, 2/5 Heroic, 1/5 Old Astralis. Damn. Seems like a nice balance, man.
And a little bit of OG sprinkled in there with the coach.
Oh, I was like,
OG.
Stair played for OG?
Just letting Jabby float around outside B site as they take control, clearing all of Connector. Just so little to work with here. It's hard to believe in Rare Atom. Even if they had guns off of the back of Ancient, no disrespect, it's just hard to believe that you're going to be able to slow down an Astralis that's playing this well tonight.
You got to come prepped.
Day to day is the question for the Danes. But safe to say today is a good day.
Overpass will be a map as the months roll on that favors the strongest teams. So one, it's going to be in the category of harder maps, around the same as
a nuke.
A map like a nuke, exactly, and where rotations are punished much more heavily because they're harder. They benefit elite oppers way more in that elite rifler combo as well. And this hold is starting to fall apart. Pretty comprehensive here for Astralis. And yeah, during Astralis' heyday and during the heyday of the SK Luminosity days and like all these situations, there was just no way to beat them when they were at their best. And if you're going to make Overpass one of your maps, then that's something that you also have to recognize. Because like kind of Astralis right now, they're on tier 1 technically.
Right.
But we can all see it happening at some point, potentially.
They're on the rise.
Don't even want to call that too soon. You know, maybe they don't. It's very hard to break in, but they're on the rise, absolutely. But if they do, if they make this their mainstay, then that's you know, a map that they're going to have to take down. That, you know, a strong competition like Vitality on to be able to take their tournament victories. One thing that was like interesting about the old Astralis is they had always banned Mirage, and it always seemed crazy because Mirage was like the most popular map, but that just works so well for them. And I mean, anyone who's played League matches know you can be really good at Mirage, but if your form is off, then you're going to lose the map. But they kind of eliminated that problem just by banning it. Even though they were the best team in form every day, they didn't have to worry about aimers ruining a map for them ever.
Yep.
They just went right to the hard maps all the time.
I mean, for a team that redefined utility usage and executes in team play, to hell with Donk's Paradise.
Exactly. Like, you'd rather play Kyosuke on Overpass than Mirage any day of the week.
Ironically, Donk has an incredible spray down clip from Katowice on Overpass.
He is good on Overpass.
Yeah.
Very good on Overpass.
Yeah, that's got to be said.
But that's because he's not just an aimer, he's also just the best at everything.
Except the easy things, they say.
Opping. Like opping.
First gun round here for Rare Atom. Op still in the hands of Kaze. That was a talking point from the desk. They wanted Tiger to have it.
Yeah, we need that Tiger style op.
What was the name of the team Tiger came from? Something like Bad Juju or Evil Omens or Dog Evil. I was close.
Yeah. Dog evil, Tiger good.
Oh, just block the Op's angle. Lee Hang steps in front of the Kaze scope. That makes it a little bit awkward.
At least it only costed his life.
Yeah, of course. You stepped in front. You made the mistake. Forced your Op to trade you out. Child King gets the kill towards Long. That's good and all, but the Bathrooms push with the flashes out of Device. Still holding on behind Dice. Hits the dink on Hooksy. But it's going to be the Kaze 36 health 1v2. An Op retake on A of Overpass, 36 health. You know he's got to let it go. After that first map, too, you're thinking, finally a close round. Great hold going down on A. And then you've just got to tuck your tail, swallow your pride, and save.
Yeah.
Womp womp.
You have to hang your tail between your legs and walk away. This is my favorite music on any map.
I feel like I'm in Night City.
I do like Inferno spawn though, T-spawn.
Wake up, Samurai. We've got a city to burn.
I don't even know how you recognize there were two players there, honestly.
Right? Yeah. One just kind of spawned inside of the other.
Yeah.
Rare Atom have started the cloning process of the Counter-Strike community. Does he land it? Ah, beautiful. Beautiful interruption. Monster shall not be smoked.
Love that.
Couldn't do that in CSGO.
Yeah, that's why this game's better by a mile. Oh, they don't check it, but sometimes you check on the second one.
Is there a second one? No. There's a T-flash, though. And Device's flash assist through the roof at the moment.
There it is. Can't get this thing to work. Oh, wait, just delay a little bit longer.
Damn, pin stuck. Pin stuck. No follow through after that though. Just the kill on Monster. Still a pause. You got a minute. It's overpass. You got a whole map to work.
Yeah, take
you
your
gotta
time.
give the body a little love.
Clear it? Yep, he does. He's so proper with his protocols.
Stair seems like a proper guy.
Yeah.
You could introduce him to your family.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes the recommitment through Monster, though. Child King taking the position.
It's like Groundhog Day, man.
Just clears it real quick. So Tiger's Desert Eagle. Kaze's op trying to come down from the A site, but feels like it's a bit too late to the party. The Eagle doesn't get anything done until Hooksy gets dropped, but at that point, you've already got the bomb on site and Jabby down beneath heaven. Kaze's exit's feeling uncomfortable. Look at them. Already half of Astralis up on A on the hunt.
Dude, they're playing like, yeah, I don't even know how you're going to, like, when are they going to win a round, actually?
They might not.
Yeah, it's 2025. They're playing like it's 2018. I mean, this sets it up. There's some harder challenges along the way. I definitely want to see, like, Astralis and FaZe play against each other now.
Oh, hell
like,
yeah. Sign me up.
Form out of them. What's going to happen? I want to see how G2 matches up to a team like this.
That's awkward. They haven't practiced their radius on overpass.
Just highlighting how good everything has been going here.
No kills for Summer, no kills for Li Hang.
Every tactic.
Oof. A little aggression out of Kaze, finally able to use that off for something. And Tiger's flash sets him up.
Decent trades, though. Not a bad start here for Rare Atom, but they lose an op in the process.
Pinch on Tiger.
Oh, Stair won't even be seen or see it.
Nasty.
Crazy.
Nasty stuff. Tiger's still trying to float out through connector.
How's he getting away with this?
Stair knows what's up, but not able to hold him back.
It's both players, I think, understood now.
Yes, should be. Jabby's going to make sure they can't fall back into sight. There's a question as whether Device gets across for free. Oh, that's an awkward one. Leg spot, but sudden wide swing.
Very awkward. He doesn't die. Bomb goes back. He could use a smoke, but he's trying to just set Jabby up to get a kill.
Maybe they weren't both spotted.
Oh, there he is.
Nah, because Jabby was still concerned about Heaven. I thought Stair would have seen the second on the death, but maybe not. Now Device going to take a chance here. Wild gamble to walk through that one. We've got Rare Atom with a round win. And it's set up with an aggressive Kaze opening over towards Party and some good trade frags.
I guess if you were Device in that spot, you'd want to jump towards the site if you're going to jump. But it didn't feel like you wouldn't get away that way for some reason.
Got kind of scrambled in the process. Also good chase here from Tiger. Stair seemed ready for it, but Tiger wins the duel. Pushes this one over the line with two players still standing.
On the board.
There's one.
Uh-oh, that's both their grenades.
Ambitious boost. Ouch. There goes 4 damage. We've got the monster walkout here from Jabby. Eats a flash in its entirety, as does his teammate, so they really announce themselves being here on the exit of the pipe. Tiger wants a bit of short control now that the Molotov's burned itself out. You've got Device just sitting in case connector comes at him. Is that barrel gonna get spotted? Looks like he's avoided. These prying eyes of Tiger did not expect that aggression up short side. Jabby's not sure how he's gotten there, but it's still staring Jabby shoulder to shoulder on sight. And the bomb is behind them. Tiger doubles back, catching players with utility in hand. He is now tucked in behind the sandbags, and Kaze's opened up with the op yet again. Hooksy dropped to half health. 1v3 for him to try. Rare Atom converting these rounds now. Well played by Tiger, slipping the net, getting into short, and just catching all of Astralis off guard.
He stayed active that entire time. I mean, that was really confusing, obviously, for Astralis. trying to figure out what to do next. I think Device got the opening kill, and it was a trade. When they snuck around that Long B lurk smoke, I was like, oh, they're in a pretty good spot. But again, Tiger, just such a thorn in their sides. Caused a distraction to get the Kaze kill up top, too. I mean, 2 in a row is nice. Not sure what the money's looking like.
Are you winning, son?
There used to be too many Danish teams.
Once upon a time.
And now it's like all consolidated, just filtered out a lot of players in general, and some are still hanging around, but you know.
I mean, this was the year with no Danes in Cologne playoffs for the first time in half a decade.
Yeah.
Luckily, Hooksy's got him on the rebound.
Yeah, exactly. It's always going to make sense for this to be the strongest org. And, yeah. Definitely feels like they're onto something sort of for real this time.
Honestly, couldn't come at a better time for this team to start getting better again, because Astralis, having missed all those majors,
5 majors,
all the news about the financial problems that Astralis have and whatnot, you know, they need a roster to come together and find success.
This could be our fault. You know, we've only casted 5 majors. Astralis have missed 5 majors.
But that would be very egotistic of us to assume that we are somehow connected to their failure, Mohan.
Yeah, sorry, I just believe in myself.
At least more than I believe in Astralis. But not anymore. Things are changing. The winds of change blow. And Hooksy is going to lead Denmark back to greatness. I can feel it in my bones. Lee Han can feel it in his head. Wow. So can Child King. Jabby fast. Double kill with the Hooksy flash assists.
Crazy trades.
You know, between Hooksy and Device's flashbangs, I feel like I could get entries on Astralis.
Yeah, I mean that.
Right?
I mean that would be a great flashbang. Ultimately, I'm sure they could set you up. Genuinely.
Between the two of them,
it's only nade with no counter.
Ooh, Summer pops up at the right time though. Double kill. Oh! Just like that,
baby. That's the August boost.
3 and 4 in a matter of bullets. Piled high like empty Faxicandi. Jabby returns it down to the B site, but that bomb's on long. This is a long, strung out clutch attempt. What a sick clip from Summer.
Yeah, that was Scream-like.
I love the pop-up, too. He played that rock to perfection.
Yeah.
It's actually one of the, you know, for a portion of the map that is so wide open, exposed, what are you going to do? Hide behind a tree? Huh? Huh? You think that trunk's going to save you from a wall bang? No, but that boulder, baby. Crouch walk up close, left, right. Leaving Astralis.
Saying he needs to get a boost in August. You know?
Slain.
Dead of the heat.
Let's just get to the highlight reel, shall we? Production.
Yeah, stay hidden, Jabby.
Cue it up. Just beautiful left, right, left.
Stairs like, so what's going on over here? Oh.
3 bullets, 2 headshots. Wow. Nasty.
Clinic.
That was fun. You know, suddenly I'm believing in Rare Atom.
When November hits, he just needs to change to winter.
What about fall?
Just capitalize on everything.
Technically, we are in fall.
We are?
Yeah, yeah. Summer ends July 22nd. No, June 22nd.
What?
What? No.
What are you talking about?
There's 4 seasons. Right? Last I checked. The summer solstice.
What?
When is summer solstice? June or July 23rd?
The cat's on the roof.
Oh, am I insane?
Just say summer ends in July.
Sorry, August 31st. What happens, I've got to Google this, on July 22nd? Why is that important to me?
Because it's 2 days before my birthday, Connor.
Oh, is that it?
Stupid.
Okay, so fall starts in September.
You knew that intuitively, though. Why'd you have to Google it? You know, like
because
it's hot.
Everything suddenly felt, everything felt like a lie for a second.
Oh, there's a chance. Jump spots missed.
Summer ends July 22nd.
No, what the heck? It's only 11 p.m.
Tiger on the bomb site. Nicely done. Again, you know, just starting to feel like you can actually do something's gotta be what puts this in motion. It's not just the one-man affair towards long this time. They just let Astralis come to them and hold them at bay.
Yeah, they've started to build off of this, man. The aim is starting to come through as well. Only 1 or 2 guns here. But CT's where they've got to make their money. With Overpass coming in and the changes, we know that this really is just going to make the entire map pool a lot more CT-sided. Back in my day, it was a 14-2 CT sides every game. 14-2, 14-1.
Okay, the summer solstice is June 20th. That's when summer starts.
Okay.
Sorry, I got the start.
You needed to Google that? Grok, when does summer begin? Grok, why is it hot out? Grok, does a bear shit in the woods?
Oh, man. Maybe I have heat stroke. Whew. That's a hoot. Rare Atom about to tie the CT side up. 5v4. That one kind of ugly there from Hooksy. Doesn't get the damage in to clear out Monster. Unfortunately, Li Hang is locked in. Nowhere to run. It's down on the approach. Tiger down in the water. 2 players swing wide to barrels, and the off's a little late with an angle already held. So bomb to be planted.
That molly's working.
It's burning. Hot like a summer day. Stown taken to 30 health. Device with the most HP on 44 holds off the connector play. So now you know the only thing left is Kaze, and he's going to save that off for round 11.
I cannot believe you said it's autumn. We were sweating in the shuttle here.
Yeah, but we're in Malta.
Yeah,
it's hot.
It's always autumn here.
Oh my goodness.
All right, back to it. Good trades.
It's because our summer break is over. So summer must be over.
As the player break end.
That's what it is.
That was the end of Austin.
It's because they called this the fall season. Got it.
Who's they?
Apparently just me.
There we go.
Again.
Are they going to turn it into a play? They use a lurk smoke out sometimes. Looks like they want to walk this one. I mean, Rare Atom have had trouble stopping this.
Should know it's coming.
Here's that flash.
Yo, but there's always somebody in the background playing counter flash. Javi's hot on the trot. Tries to get this one over Tiger, but that Desert Eagle connects, and Child King with a double kill. Supported by the pistol. Stown clears him through smoke. We go 2v2. Flanker found, but the dink is hit, and that's down to 22 health. Preoccupied with the pistol.
Stown gets into a good spot, covers everything.
Device has got a lot of health to work with. Kaze same, so we've got 2 separate 1v1s going down at the moment. You can smoke off this flank and then go help site if you need to.
It's a little awkward, but I mean, what are you supposed to do with the CZ in that spot? Hold his attention? Eventually the site will get taken. CEST doesn't want to move just yet, waiting for his teammate to come in.
It's a long road, though. Wrapping back around the A site. Got to start to run. Throw caution to the wind. We've got a smoke grenade for CEST. No kit here. Don't remember one on site. Device keeps his head tucked. Should be an easy frag to Summer, but he jumps the gun, gives his position away, and steps right into CEST. So you put the clutch on the guy with 22 health instead. There's the kit they need. And that smoke pops. It's going to block vision, but somebody's going to have to run deep and get the kit, and they haven't crossed. They haven't gone for it. They're scrambling around in the bomb site, and without the kit, they're not going to get the clutch. It is a close from Stown. Bomb will clear him off the board, but a 7th round regardless.
That's really well played for himself with that flash and moving off to the sandbags. It did feel like they wanted to be in a position to just trade because protecting the guy with high HP could have made sense, but Device got this earlier kill. It's a very hard shot as well. If he missed it, probably would have been a 2-player spray down. And the round done for Rare Atom right there. Still a very good effort to try to hold this back. Sometimes finding that kit's just a little too difficult.
It's a little to work with, but it's something to build on. Astralis going back to the textbook. That slow crawl forward. And as long as you don't get lined up by a single spray down off Summer, what do you know? Long suddenly doesn't seem so hard to take.
Best place to anti-eco. Let's really highlight those long angles.
Connector player is supposed to at some point help out on A, but for the moment he's just tucking in and hoping maybe he'll cut off the rotate if it comes back down Connector. Not the case. Starting to try to come back in. Player over towards Long, doesn't get the kill. Oh, CEST! What? Lets Hooksy come forward and gets away with all 3 kills on site. It's a Hooksy highlight to finish off this T side from Astralis. 8 rounds on the attack. Really more you could ask for. And Li Hang gonna step forward into the crosshair of the AWP. Device gives him that bit of a space there to end this one. Astralis sprinkle a few more rounds in at the end of the attack. putting up more of a fight than they were able to on Ancient. Rare Atom string a couple rounds together off the back of that heroic summer moment. But this 3K from HooXi is a sour note to end on. 8-round half for the attack on their map pick. And you could see the frustration there because Kaze should have had that covered off from the long cubby.
Yeah, that was a mistake. Did make HooXi look really cool right there, though. That was 3 players perfectly countering his one spot, and he beat them all. Put Astralis in the end to a significant advantage. Rare Atom were really fighting back there for a second.
Really trying to build on some momentum. But it'll be an uphill battle on the T side.
Depending on how you look at it, you know, this map is one on CT side, right? I mean, you either just you put yourself in just such a painful position if you don't have a good CT side. That being said, you never close out without like this few good T side rounds. But a climb back like this is just what you try to avoid every game, no matter what.
I mean, Virtus.pro were such a prime example of that earlier today. Their CT side impenetrable, barring an Insani 4K that pushed overtime. Their T side, pretty junk. They'll get there, though. It's a matter of time.
You don't know that.
Yeah, true. We just need time. Stowns Berettas turns back and forth and back again. But it's Jabby with the 3rd kill. Good recovery here between Lihang and Kaze. It's a long flank here out of Device. So Jabby's just going to lean back. Device is going to have to approach this silently. But luckily for Astralis, Rare Atom just gave them like that extra 5 seconds of silence. So Device is suddenly in the monster pipe. He's going to have a duel to the player on site, but Lihang, he keeps turning back and forth, does end up catching Device's arrival, and now they know where the last player's at. No kit here for Device. Into the Glock, and somehow having to pull 2 players off of short side. But they can just tether. They both swing, and they'll close this. Rare Atom, that's what they need. A pistol to start the T side with a real advantage.
Yeah, not an easy one to win either. That was a hard entrance into the site. Device, I feel bad for him because of how difficult that can be. From that spot flanking, that USP has to be a headshot to the back of the head, and he missed that first opportunity. That was it. Otherwise, the flank timing is fine. Everyone played their spots perfectly safe. And this is what we need for Rare Atom to stand any chance in this series.
Threat of the force buy between the Scout and Famas. We said 3 connected Scout shots guarantees a round. A headshot.
That's 1.
That's just the bonus.
Yeah, we can raise the stakes here. You get a kill and a tag, it guarantees the round.
Okay. 1 kill is 2 shots after all.
For some. I mean, especially with this setup.
Yeah.
It's going to be...
I mean, you've got to throw something at bathrooms if you're Rare Atom, no?
You don't, but
you do.
If you don't find out anything, like you will, this will,
okay.
Hold on a second. This is actually a big problem. Device pushed early. They didn't know that the setup was coming this way.
Party player sticks around. Flash is fantastic, but the Famas spray, doesn't matter.
Oh, nasty.
Desert Eagle picks it up instead. That slide out from the rifle, 15 seconds, no bomb possession, impossible round for Lihang. Better just run. Better make sure you save or die before time expires.
Yeah, why even fight?
Get the hell out of here. It isn't the Scout at the end of the day. It helps, no doubt, that Summer hits the ground early, but a double deagle out of Stare.
And they all get upgrades. 2 Alleles, AK picked up off of that. That's brutal. I mean, that's Stare for you. Welcome to Deagle Alley. So I would say if you 5-up bathrooms only, you can't do that. If you 5-up long, you can, just because you never have to worry about a crossfire if you molly the left, just that one left corner. earlier on or something like that. But if they knew that there was a stack in bathrooms, they wouldn't have done this. So they were lacking info. This is what makes Overpass one of the hard maps. It takes a long time to get the info. If you don't get it, it gets used against you very heavily. And, you know, one small move and you don't have time to just change to the other site. Like, you can get punished very easily for small mistakes. That's a pretty good example of it.
Now Astralis move that line forward, take up position in bathrooms themselves. And it's going to have to be something magical from Li Hang.
It's kind of an interesting setup. It's like this triple-double. There's no one in blue.
The Galil covering the AK. Tigers Deagle drops the one device, though, right here for the multi-kill. A triple spray down with 18 bullets.
Just home for him here.
Awkward bathroom hold for Stout. Looked like he accidentally jumped while trying to cover the AK. He's got a Galil. He's in the air.
It's always so comical that it's like when you get scared,
Yeah.
you actually do accidentally jump.
It's like when the hand tenses up or something.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe there is some human error involved in that. But there's always going to be this one shadow is so important for the top bathroom hold. So the setup is just so good. You can play their solo if you want, but I mean I like that there's 2 players top bathrooms and then a third supporting. You can end up rotating downstairs with that much forward control really easily.
Your map pick and you missed the incendiary.
That means it must have been on purpose.
Welcomes them out. It's the right round to make that mistake, considering you're just up against Glocks. 2 Deagles. And Stare starts to hear them.
Even less than they had last round. Kaze, the evolution of Makaze.
I feel like the longer name should be the evolution.
Yeah, but he's the academy player. I don't wanna...
Yeah, but he's also the Cologne, what, semifinalist?
Just wouldn't be right, okay?
He's trying to squeeze out the bathrooms with that Glock. Summer gets much further than you'd think he would. Almost touched that bomb site. Never had the bomb. Child King's Deke hits the ground. That's 11 here for the Danes.
They're kind of dusting their hands off right now, aren't they? They pulled off the unthinkable already in this series. That crushing Ancient. I mean, they're playing perfect. They struggled a tiny bit in that first half and then still ended up 8-4.
Mohan, I can't believe that we're 2 days into the bounty and an underdog still hasn't won.
Yeah, that's not happened before.
The favorites have won every single opening game of this event so far.
Yeah. You know, one difference is it's not the first event of the season, right? It's like we got Cologne in front of it.
Yeah, true.
That does help with the favorites to get in shape. The fun of it was like first event after the break, you make mistakes, you lose to someone who was trying all break. It sounds silly to cheer for something like that, but it was way more fun, trust me, guys.
You know, it's like first game of the season, EG beats Heroic.
Yes.
Think about how fun that result was. All the content we got out of that.
All the casters can talk about is how poorly Heroic played.
There was no talk of a pipeline. Through the pipe goes Rare Atom. 2 players out Monster, 2 from short. Hooksy down in the pit. Bomb plant goes down uncontested. Utility's deep. That's a bunch of health shaved off Jabby, so great gun round coming out from Rare Atom. Maybe still a little left on this half.
They don't know Hooksy. They did not cleared this yet.
Nope, they don't, but they'll deal with that. No problem. Lee Hang's
almost.
got the reaction time to deal with it swiftly. So 5 rounds the difference. It's still an Astralis 11-6 lead. Feels like enough runway to close out, but that was a nice round and a great decision to head back down to B with the right protocols. You know, it wasn't this haphazard, sudden burst down. It was a nice split through. Had the advantage the whole time off these opening kills, though.
Yeah, definitely. No, it was super solid all the way through. Normally, it's going to be like the pistol, the eco rounds where you just throw in a rush and get those lucky couple of entries. They're going to be easiest to make an upset happen, but to win one like that really shows a path to sustainability.
Lee Hang through short. Trying to get early eyes on sight. You've got a lot of bodies here to deal with. He sees the shoulder of Device. Puts that bullet between his eyes.
Still brash enough to stick around to throw that nade. Gets out too.
I like the confidence here from Rare Atom in some of these opening moves. Lo and behold, having a better T side than a CT side. And they hit that pause button. But that lets Hooksy pick up the op.
Looks like it might be Chainsmokers here over on Monster side. They're gonna have to respect all of these if they're not careful.
Oh, playing dodgeball with this M4. It's Jabby who comes out worse for wear, much worse for wear. Barely did any damage in response to that.
Can't even reload.
Yeah, exactly. He'd give himself away.
But they're gonna change routes, or?
Not at 30 seconds, surely.
Oh, they're getting a little uncomfortable though.
Okay, making it a little nervous, but there's that. Oh, caught. Hooksy decides not to throw the smoke. Jabby still 16 health because of the monster damage. The fact he picks up 3 kills already. Pushes this one back into the realm of possibility. Stare finds his timing on short side.
No time to plant.
Rare Atom had everything they needed to just push this one over the line, and they fumble it. Jabby pulls that off. A triple kill with 16 health. Rare Atom psych themselves out.
Big time. I mean, there was the smoke on Monster when that full spray came in. They didn't get the kill. They just regretted the fact that they were going B. And because of that, just suffered mentally. They needed to full commit. They let Jabby, who couldn't reload for a second on 16 health, get 3 kills. Ooh.
The lineup short is a gift. The third kill is all Jabby.
Yeah.
And that's the sigh of relief for Astralis because it secures them 12.
Yeah, they weren't cut out to take this one.
Jabby knows he just did something nasty.
Yeah, he just got away with so much. I mean, he wasn't going to reload over there, right? He was ready for them to just come through and see how much damage he could get with that USP. And he's like, I'm alone.
That's how desperate Astralis were for a second.
Yeah, they thought they were going to lose. So never let the other team win around like that.
Hiding in the corner with 16 health at a USP. That is what Rare Atom would have found had they committed a little earlier.
Yeah.
Damn, now they've got to come into this one with 2 Tech 9s as a limitation. Got a double op setup between Stown and Device. Plenty of opportunity to close out Overpass after what was a blowout on Ancient. It's nice to see Rare Atom get something to play around with. Just the brutal reality is this is single elimination at the Bounty. Lose one more round here and now. This is all we're gonna get to see from Rare Atom despite them trying to find improvement through the series. So Stown first blood. This powerful double op on the A site. You're gonna think maybe if the fallback hasn't happened, you're not gonna get hit, but they're both now playing bathrooms. Oh, Stown's got Tiger done for. 3 op kills out of Stown. Device, he's gonna help out with an assist to close this. That to me is Jabby. Triple kill down on the B site to give him 12. That sigh of relief and a confident double op setup. Astralis showing us a better form here in Bounty. Are they bound for Malta? Only time will tell. But again, the underdogs at Bounty just can't push the favorites.
New looks, new lip ornaments, but same old 2-0 coming through for Astralis in this one. Rare Atom finding a little bit of footing there on Overpass, but ultimately it's a little slippery down there.
I think that's what I would have liked from Rare Atom on both maps, and I'd feel somewhat satisfied if they get 6, 7, 8 rounds. They have a bit of a showing. They have a couple of clutches, a couple of plays. I'd be happy with that. Seeing it on one map, sure, I'm fine with that. Would have liked to see more, but it's not bad.
No, and for Rare Atom coming into this one, we knew that they were in a scramble. I still feel like they have a lot to iron out. The lack of confidence from Kaze in the draft show was more than apparent. So this is more or less how we had envisioned, or at least I envisioned, this match going.
It's about it. It's just the brutal reality of this format. It is so cutthroat. It is so dangerous. Elimination's always on the line. You don't get any do-overs. And for a team like Rare Atom that struggled to come by these international opportunities to begin with, it's back to the drawing board.
I mean, on the bright side, they have had a few international opportunities in a row here. They've had a few games. They've had some chances. They've had some play. And if they did stick around in the break, then they've had some practice, and they can bring that home and maybe make it to the next major and maybe get something done with Tiger. Maybe on the op. Maybe they give him the op.
Maybe give him the op. He top fragged. He top fragged, and he was on the rifle. Might just be one of the most skilled players.
He's the next Zywoo.
On the team. Yeah. Yeah, no, just on the team.
On the team.
Yeah.
Temper expectations. I don't know that we've really got the sample size from Tiger, right? I mean, there weren't so many rounds. He's adjusting to a new squad. We're getting his debut. We're getting all these things, and it didn't go so well.
Don't have a sample size, but the eye test was actually pretty good. He won a couple fights here and there, pretty raw duels.
You do have to give a break to Rare Atom a little bit. This is a big change. You know, if you're going to bring in a new op, or even if they're planning on changing it, maybe they're waiting until after this game. Maybe they're waiting till the future. There's a lot that they could change, and so it's not too crazy for them to have a bad showing.
I have an actual Tiger fact for you, Vu, which is that tigers need a lot of room in terms of habitat to actually survive. They have large ranges, and they really did seem to limit Tiger in his role and what he was allowed to do in this team.
Yeah, I was just at the San Diego Zoo, and the tiger there was just pacing in a circle as people are just sitting right by the glass, and that's kind of how Tiger felt in this one, you know, just anxious, kind of nervous. Where's the op? Where's the op? He's just pacing back and forth. Kaze had it, as a matter of fact.
Guys, fun facts are supposed to be fun. These are sad.
That was a sad fact.
That was
quite a sad fact.
San Diego Zoo is really good, though.
Let's go to some fun facts. Another wild animal that everyone enjoys watching. Danes in the Counter-Strike server. Astralis, and in particular, I think we've got a run from Yabi here as well. Looking very good. Looking like the fierce predators that we hoped they would be.
This was crazy because Yabi used so many bullets that he tucked away onto the surf side of Monster, and somehow Rare Atom waited so long that he repositioned himself, and even though Hooksy gets caught out, Yabi still is able to line up a couple of kills right there, and this one was really impressive. This next shot onto the, I couldn't actually see the name, but either way, I mean, it was really nice to see just how snappy Yabi has been. Like, once Hooksy got on this team, I feel like something unlocked for Yabi that I thought was going to happen when Cadian joined Astralis, but I guess Hooksy is the guy that really knows him best.
I mean, I think something kind of unlocked for all of Astralis when Hooksy joined. You have Yabi changed some roles around with Stare as well, and both of them seem more freed up, both of them seem more comfortable. The entire team is pulling off plays that we haven't seen from Astralis since their last major run 5, 7, 10 years ago.
Okay, so
back in 1994 when they made their previous major.
That's when Rez won that
The
open.
1996 Chicago Astralises were the greatest team of all time. No, but genuinely, let's get back into this matchup because it is very good. I think it's good for Counter-Strike to see an Astralis team that is strong, that is showing well. We knew there were talented players here, and they're getting that chance to blossom and to shine.
Despite the fact that we've entered this era of hate watching for a lot of people, I agree with you. I do agree with you. I feel like Astralis as an organization, they've trimmed most of the fat in terms of personnel that seemingly didn't do them the most positive in terms of PR, and now they're just a group of 5 guys in my eyes who I have a lot of respect for in terms of individuals. I feel like everybody is pulling their weight at this point. I really don't see a weak link on this team anymore, so I want to see them play well, because really also having no top 5 or top 20 player that's Danish just feels wrong. I mean, it just does. Like, representation is cool regardless of where it's from, as long as there's some diversity in my eyes.
Well, a guy who's been atop many things, many times, many moments. We got Device coming on in here. Device, I've got a very important question for you in this first one. What's inspired your new look?
Glasses are obviously, I found out my left eye is not very good. So they're helping with that when I'm playing. Mustache, I've had it sometimes. It hasn't worked out yet, so hopefully it will bring us a trophy this time.
There we go. This iteration on As a Glasses, where welcome to that particular club. Any questions for the man, Vu?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about Overpass. I mean, that's a map that you obviously have plenty of experience on. Is it a map you're already feeling comfortable on as a team? How much practice have you managed to get in on Overpass?
After Cologne, we spent some time on it. I think that right now we are, dipping our feet into a 7-map pool. So yeah, we've been practicing a lot. Start of the year or start of the season has been quite hectic for us, but yeah, we're prioritizing it. It's a map that fits us very well, and yeah, I like it as well. As the Opera, you are previously you were more in a more advanced situation. Now you're just what can you say? Like you're just a lockdown, or you're just holding angles for the team to play around. But yeah, it's still fun.
Do you feel like Valve blessed you guys by taking out your ban and then giving you a map that you've all historically been quite good at?
For sure, but we also lost Vertigo when we were one of the only teams playing that, and we also lost Overpass when we were like pretty good at that. So it was our time.
Okay. Was your time indeed. Well, thank you for joining us. It was your time today in the server as well. Looking very nice here. I look forward to seeing you in round number 2.
Thank you. Good night.
A little bit of a... Is there a frog in his room?
I don't know, but that's a new audio issue for me. I guarantee that device...
I hope the audience heard that, or else we're just cracking up over nothing.
We sound crazy if not, but yeah, a little bit of a frog in his throat perhaps, but not in his scope, I'll tell you that much. It was looking good for Device, it was looking good for Astralis here, right? I mean, they're feeling a lot more comfortable with that overpass with a lot of things coming in. Maybe they're asking, get the water back in.
He needs a kiss and he'll turn into a prince again, I think.
I mean, they didn't do what Spirit did. They didn't throw a map. Okay, back on topic. They didn't throw a map. They got 2-0. That's what you want? You want to see it? You want to see a 2-0? Great. Good job, Astralis. Great work.
That was one of the most dominant finishes we've seen of any favorite. I mean, we've seen Spirit lose a map. We saw Navi lose a map. I mean, we saw, I can't remember everything off the top of my head, but you get what I'm saying.
We saw Liquid lose a map worth of rounds on one map. We did see that.
They probably should have lost that map, actually.
Yes.
So, yeah. They recovered, though.
They did.
But Mike hasn't yet, actually.
Overtimes, they don't matter as long as you win at the end of the day. That's what everyone says. You just look at the 2-0 and you don't think about any of the context. I think it might be time to get some context, though, on this one, folks. You guys ready to talk about some of the games that we saw today?
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's just jump into it, man.
Let's do it. Let's jump into it. So we had 3 maps before this one, 3 series, rather. What happened in the Maui?
Well, VP was able to take care of MIBR as Insani continues to really play 1v5, 1v6, 1v7. Yeah, unfortunately, MIBR just have lost a lot of footing, but I'm glad to see Flit is playing well again because he is a huge difference maker.
Navi barely got it over the line against TNL, losing map 1 in OT, bringing it home on map 2 and map 3. Makaze already looking like a consistently star player for Navi, and I think we all thought it would take a little time.
And for the third game of the day, we saw Passion UA take a surprise map off of Spirit. A very pleasant surprise with how well they worked Spirit on that T side of Dust 2. If anybody wants to watch that one back, that probably was one of my favorite halves today of Counter-Strike. But then the other 2 maps, Spirit clearly course corrected.
I think there's a lot to be proud of for what Passion and TNL were able to do in the maps that they took today, right? We've all been looking for that underdog to root for, that bounty hunter team that's actually going to be able to claim a bounty, and unfortunately we are still left wanting. Well, fortunately for the favorites, that is. Those are the teams on the left, the most wanted, all of whom survived to this point. We have lost quite a few of our bounty hunters at this point. There's still 8 more teams to go, 8 more matchups to go in the future. Which of these remaining matchups are you guys most excited for?
NIP Pain, I think, is a pretty solid matchup. That's probably one of the closest matchups we will have had. And when you have to wait this many games for a bounty hunter to get an upset, it only becomes more sweet.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. Yeah, no, I mean, I already nailed it. That's got to be the closest one for me in terms of the trajectory of the 2 teams seems to be meeting. I feel like the Fnatic Legacy one is going to be interesting because Legacy, I mean, they were so hot at Austin, but I want to see, was that just a fluke?
I want to see Blame F play again.
everyone loves it. Everyone loves and enjoys that.
They have opinions on it.
I would really like to see Legacy able to build on their momentum coming out of the major. It was such a crazy storyline. This is our matchup set for tomorrow. We've got our games. We're going to start the day with Big versus Furia. Mao's taking on OG. Pain NIP going next. And then we are wrapping up with Legacy and Fnatic. An interesting slate of games. And I think we're getting into the games where we really could see the lines blur as far as who's a favorite, who's not. Some of those bounty hunters, I think, have a pretty good chance to bring home the prize.
Of course. I mean, as soon as you get to the teams that are seeded, 17 through 20, oftentimes they're picking teams that are the most wanted teams that are kind of at the tail end as well. And yeah, some of the teams played it pretty safe. So hopefully we get a couple bounties collected here and we don't just get 16 most wanted favorites that just progress, because that's kind of boring. That's kind of boring.
More than hope, Maui. I predict there will be an upset.
Which one?
Tomorrow.
Who?
Yeah,
one of the teams will upset tomorrow. NIP Pain, there's an upset.
Okay. All right. We're staking our claims for tomorrow, and to get to tomorrow, we do have to wrap up today. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be surveying that most wanted wall. We'll be seeing who's going to be claiming any bounties, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?